If your journey commenced in the world of Tokyo Ghoul with a Naruto system, how would you proceed? Our protagonist, Juchuan Tianming, has chosen to incinerate ghouls with Amaterasu while indulging in the pleasures of life. When all ghouls fixate on his flesh, he sets his sights on their lives. While readers believe he is merely crafting a narrative, he is, in truth, on a one-way path to satiating the hunger of the one-eyed owl. Chapter 1 Ghana. Place of mental storage. Sasuke enters. No entry for Little Black. The world background and timeline have undergone alterations, which will be reflected in the ensuing plot. Single female lead, Ado Yoshimura. Predominantly daily life. Written for the author's enjoyment, not for yours. Do not immerse yourself in it. Feel free to point out any discrepancies. The author will amend them. Did you not consider fleeing? Is it due to fear? Such a notion diminishes the thrill. In the dimly lit alley, a pair of crimson eyes, with countless blood vessels radiating from the pupils, fixated on the white-haired youth before them. The woman's slender tongue traced her lips, her gaze betraying an exhilarating anticipation. How delectable! He must be exquisite. The boy exuded a captivating aroma, igniting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Flee? Me? Or you? The boy's whisper emerged from behind the woman. Swish! The woman felt a searing pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw an arm piercing through her body. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, the boy withdrew his arm, and the woman collapsed, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. Serang Ghoul eliminated **. Gained 10 experience, 10 points. Name, Juchuan Tianming. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Experience 500/500. 5 attributes of Chakra, Uchiha Bloodline. Strength, 15. Peak of normal humans, 10. Speed, 14. Defense, 12. Chakra, 1500. Do not concern yourself with depletion. I am a man of endurance, Points, 210. Every 100 points grants a chance to draw abilities from the Naruto universe. Every 10 draws guarantees an S-rank ability. Items, 12 explosive tags, 131 shuriken, 2 flying thunder god kunai, 2 Kusanagi, equivalent to S-rank Quinkwa. Abilities, Chidori, A, Kirin, S, Fireball Jutsu, C, Rasengan, A, **. Abido, my brother, whom do you intend to ride? Experience a full **. 3 Tomo, Sharingan upgraded to Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Next phase, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Experience, 0 out of 1000. The 3 Tomos in Juchuan Tianming's eyes began to spin, gradually transforming into a complex, kaleidoscopic pattern. Amaterasu. Right eye gains Amaterasu ability, capable of emitting black flames that incinerate all targets. Kagutsuchi. Left eye gains Kagutsuchi ability, allows control over Amaterasu's form and direction, **. This resembles the Sharingan of my rival. Juchuan Tianming had anticipated acquiring the same Kimui as Abido, only to find himself bestowed with the immortal flames of Amaterasu. It is widely acknowledged that Amaterasu cannot be extinguished. Yet, in the realm of Tokyo Ghoul, perhaps these flames could indeed bring death. Once upon a time, Juchuan Tianming was inexplicably transported to the renowned culinary world of Tokyo Ghoul, awakening the Naruto system within him. Fortunately, it housed one of his favorite anime characters. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. With the 10 draws gifted by the system, he exterminated no fewer than 100 ghouls within a year, finally elevating his Sharingan to the Kaleidoscope, granting him a formidable presence in this world. Nonetheless, Juchuan Tianming remained cautious in wielding the powers of his Sharingan, mindful of the risk of blindness. Ignoring the ghoul's lifeless body on the ground, he knew that the CCG or other ghouls would handle the aftermath. I should return to rest. I must visit the editor tomorrow. In a cafe within the 20th district. Congratulations to Teacher Ming for the phenomenal sales of the survival manual for supporting characters, which surpassed 100,000 copies in just a week. Takatsuki Izumi's book is also impressive, with sales reaching 80,000 that a gentleman nearby exuberantly praised, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. This man was Shioya. Upon his arrival in this world, Juchuan Tianming was a penniless Chinese exchange student, unable to afford even a meal. Ultimately, he returned to his former profession as a ghostwriter. His first work, starting as a monarch at 8, caught the attention of a publishing house, leading Shioya to approach Jiuquan Tianming for a contract. Upon recognizing the visitor, he readily agreed. After all, he was the editor for Ado Yoshimura. If he could become a writer under his guidance, it would grant him easier access to Ado Yoshimura. Just as Jiuquan Tianming had surmised, the very next day, he met the green-haired legal lowly, Ado Yoshimura, under Shioya's guidance. Now, Jiuquan Tianming's second book and Ado Yoshimura's The MacGuffin of the Hangman had been on sale for a week. He gazed at the green-haired girl before him, wearing half-rimmed glasses, swinging her legs, and delighting in her cake. Even dressed in simple casual attire, her beauty was undeniable. Yet, who would have thought that this legal lowly, standing at barely 160 centimeters, was the most powerful ghoul in the current realm, an SSS-ranked ghoul known as the One-Eyed Owl? However, Jiuquan Tianming could also be considered among humanity's strongest. Excluding Arima, who was half-human, Jiuquan Tianming did not believe he was incapable of besting Arima. Ado Yoshimura noticed Jiuquan Tianming's gaze, placing her spoon down to support her fair face, teasingly meeting his eyes. "Why does Teacher Ming keep staring at me? Are you harboring feelings for this old lady?" In the past, Jiuquan Tianming would have blushed at Ado Yoshimura's words. However, after extensive training from his mentor, he was no longer the same shy boy. He could now face such remarks with ease. "Why would I? Teacher Ado is merely 24 years old, and with her adorableness, it's quite understandable to develop feelings for her." Jiuquan Tianming replied with a smile, his words sincere. Upon watching Tokyo Ghoul, he had instantly been drawn to this girl, whose tragic past never extinguished her dreams. "Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Ming." Ado Yoshimura responded with a smile, her experiences rendering her more accustomed to flattery than elation. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wishing Teacher Ming's book great success," Ado Yoshimura said before departing. "Gana, Teacher Ado, I wish your book immense success as well." Jiuquan Tianming took a sip of his coffee and glanced at Shioya beside him. "Editor, aren't you heading back?" Shioya sat beside Jiuquan Tianming, leaning closer to whisper, "Teacher Ming, you wouldn't genuinely have feelings for Takatsuki Izumi, would you? What do you think?" Jiuquan Tianming replied with a smile. "Surely not," Shioya responded, slightly taken aback. He was aware of Ado Yoshimura's ghoul identity. If Jiuquan Tianming truly harbored feelings for her, his personal safety might be compromised. "If I were to say yes, would you assist me in pursuing Teacher Ado?" Shioya hesitated. "Well, Teacher Ming, you're putting me in a difficult position. All right, I won't tease you any longer. As an editor, you should diligently review manuscripts rather than gossip about your subordinates." Jiuquan Tianming savored the last sip of his coffee, nudging aside the fellow patron, Yin-Ya, as he approached the entrance of the cafe. Suddenly recalling something, Jiuquan Tianming turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, remember to send me the manuscript fee." Chapter 2. The move next to Sister Izumi. A shadow flitted through the dim alley. Is that Rise? Jiuquan Tianming followed to investigate and discovered a woman clad in a flowing white dress with violet hair, voraciously devouring a human corpse. Above her, two figures were observing Rise below, both of whom sensed Jiuquan Tianming's arrival. "Someone human has arrived," muttered Todoroki to his companion, Ayato. "Should we eliminate him?" Ayato, wrapped in bandages and wearing a cat-eared robe, gazed down at Jiuquan Tianming, puzzled by the presence of his junior in such a place. Although he was indeed his junior, rather than addressing him as Takatsuki-sensei, he had the audacity to call her by her name, Ayato, while occasionally stealing glances at her legs, leading Ayato to suspect that Jiuquan Tianming harbored a fascination for younger girls. What obsession? It merely happened that the girl he liked happened to be younger, and besides, Ayato's only qualification as a lowly was her height. She hardly met the other criteria. Never mind, he's just an ordinary human. Jiuquan Tianming, aware of the two figures above, initially thought they might attack him. He had intended to assess his current abilities, but decided against it. "However, I must admit, that bandage outfit is truly hideous," Jiuquan Tianming muttered under his breath. Fortunately, Ayato did not catch his comment. Otherwise, he would have transformed into a ghoul and forced Jiuquan Tianming to taste his blood. He had no intention of confronting Rise, as he needed her to turn Kaneki into a ghoul. Such burdensome tasks were best left to the protagonist, the antique cafe. Indeed, the coffee brewed by the owner was exquisite, Jujuan Tianming glanced at the manuscript on his computer and took a sip of his coffee. It was infinitely superior to what he had previously consumed elsewhere. Meanwhile, Ayu was playfully tussling with Kaneki. That staff member isn't the girl you're interested in, is she? They were, of course, discussing the female lead of the story, Kirishima Tuka. Ayu, don't do anything foolish. Seeing his friend's antics causing Tuka to flee in embarrassment, Kaneki called out loudly. At that moment, Kaneki still blushed like a young boy at the sight of a pretty girl, his petite frame topped with the iconic mushroom haircut. Compared to Tuka, Juju and Tianming believed that Jukiyama and Ayu were more enamored with Kaneki. Just then, the cafe door swung open, and a violet-haired woman with half-rimmed glasses stepped inside. Upon seeing her, Juju and Tianming realized that the plot was about to unfold in earnest. Poor Kaneki, who thought he was to be the predator, was instead destined to be the prey. The S-rank ghoul, Canoe Rise, known as the Binge Eater, was infamous for her extraordinary frequency and quantity of human consumption. Rise's true identity was closely tied to the secret organization within the ghoul society known as V and the Washu family. She was an experimental product of the Washu family, intended to cultivate more powerful ghouls, and deemed a failure. In her quest to escape the identity of her mother, she fled from the Washu family, leading to a series of subsequent events. How delightful! I never anticipated encountering such a delectable prey. Upon entering, Rise caught the intoxicating scent emanating from Jujuan Tianming, a fragrance that entranced her. Had it not been for the cafe's decorum, she would have lunged at Jujuan Tianming, relishing him immediately. Rise settled into a seat, holding a copy of The Black Goat's Egg, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jujuan Tianming. Jujuan Tianming, too, sensed her scrutiny. Has she shifted her focus onto me? Just as Jujuan Tianming pondered this, Kaneki approached him, attempting to strike up a conversation with Rise by referencing Takatsuki-sensei's work. Rise was taken aback by the sudden offering of prey. She decided to save that white-haired boy for another occasion. Noting that the narrative had returned to its intended course, Jujuan Tianming prepared to leave the cafe. A gentle voice interrupted. Are you preparing to leave, Mr. Jujuan? The speaker was the kindly-looking elderly owner of the cafe, Yoshiyuki, the owl who was an Assissus-ranked ghoul and also Ayato's father. Yes, owner. I need to go view a house this afternoon, Jujuan Tianming replied. As he frequented the cafe, he had grown familiar with the staff. Take care, Mr. Jujuan. How does this house look, Mr. Jujuan? It seems quite satisfactory. I'll take this one, Jujuan Tianming declared after inspecting the property and finding it to his liking. Very well. I shall fetch the contract for you. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Jujuan Tianming finally acquired his own home. Previously, he had lived in an internet cafe due to insufficient funds. Now that his manuscript fee had arrived, he could afford to purchase this house. As Jujuan Tianming stepped outside to procure some groceries, he was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar figure emerging from the neighboring house. Ayato-sensei? Jujuan-sensei? What are you doing here? The only person who would address her in such a manner was Jujuan Tianming, leaving Ayato puzzled as she turned to inquire. Why do I keep running into this troublesome junior lately? Ayato lamented internally, yet she maintained a friendly demeanor. I just moved in next door, Jujuan Tianming indicated the house behind him. Oh, in that case, we are neighbors, Ayato remarked, surprised that her junior had become her neighbor. He wouldn't truly have any ulterior motives towards me, would he? Jujuan Tianming, too, was astonished that the house he casually chose was adjacent to Ayato's. Then I hope to rely on you more in the future, Ayato-sensei. As your senior, I shall certainly take good care of you, Ayato responded somewhat perfunctorily, knowing she could hardly manage her own affairs, let alone look after Jujuan. Tianming, are you heading out, Ayato-sensei? Jujuan Tianming inquired. Yes, I'm planning to go to the supermarket to buy some food. As a half-ghoul, Ayato could consume both ghoul and human food. Then let's go together. I intend to visit the supermarket too, Jujuan Tianming suggested, moving alongside Ayato. Suit yourself, Ayato replied, not rejecting his company. The two arrived at a nearby supermarket, where a mother and daughter at the entrance caught Ayato's attention. Mommy, lift me up, the little girl exclaimed, stretching her arms, hoping to be placed in the cart. All right, the mother lovingly obliged, lifting her daughter into the cart. Observing this scene, Jujuan Tianming mused that while Ayato appeared indifferent, she likely longed for familial affection. This prompted him to hatch an idea. Seizing the moment while Ayato was momentarily distracted, Jujuan Tianming lifted her high into the air. What are you doing? Before Fonsuanite could react, she found herself unceremoniously placed onto a cart by Juchuan Tianming. Fortunately, her petite frame allowed her to fit comfortably. Otherwise, it might have been a challenge. I noticed teacher Ait gazing intently at that little girl. I thought perhaps she desired the same. Juchuan Tianming deceitfully mused, concealing his true thoughts. Chapter 3. A Feast for the Eyes. Who would want that? I'm no longer a child, Fonsuanite retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Juchuan Tianming, who seemed to regard her as a mere child. All right. Since this is how it is, let me take teacher Ait for a stroll around the supermarket. Juchuan Tianming replied with a smile, observing the slight irritation on Fonsuanite's face. Wait, I want to get off. Such an act was far too humiliating. She surely could not allow Juchuan Tianming to treat her so casually. Just as she was about to disembark, he unceremoniously pushed her cart into the supermarket. Fonsuanite looked up, muttering softly, just a mere junior. Yet, truth be told, she hadn't paid much attention before, but he was rather handsome. His flawless complexion complemented by his snow-white hair and tall stature, perpetually exuding a pleasant fragrance. What am I even thinking? It must be his enticing scent that is clouding my judgment. Fonsuanite vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel her recent thoughts. At that moment, Juchuan Tianming lowered his head, their gazes locking. What are you staring at? Fonsuanite said, somewhat displeased, her eyes fixed on him. Nothing, just noticed that teacher Ait's face seems a bit flushed. Did I guess it? Perhaps it's just the heat. Fonsuanite offered a flimsy excuse. Juchuan Tianming could easily discern her falsehood. As a ghoul, how could she possibly feel hot, especially with the air conditioning running in the supermarket? It was likely just a blush. Pushing the cart, Juchuan Tianming gathered a considerable amount of groceries and snacks. Upon nearing the checkout, Fonsuanite suddenly jumped down from the cart. I could have pushed teacher Ait to the register. He remarked, I would rather not. She replied, forcing a smile that barely concealed her irritation, her eyes glinting with unmistakable annoyance. She was clearly upset. As an SSS-ranked ghoul, when had she ever been treated like a child? Having survived in the 24th district by battling her own kind, even a hint of murderous intent from Fonsuanite was palpable. Juchuan Tianming sensed he may have overstepped, yet the situation was not dire. At least she hadn't physically retaliated against him. Surely, she wouldn't dare act out in public, as that would risk exposing her true identity as the one-eyed owl. However, after he helped pay for her items, her mood did seem to lighten. Despite having earned a substantial income as an author, the financial demands of the Bronze Tree left her living in relative scarcity. Fonsuanite's growth was marked by solitude and suffering. As a half-ghoul, she was neither fully accepted by humans nor entirely embraced by ghouls. She developed a complex personality, yearning for understanding. She had witnessed ghouls being hunted by humans and perceived the fragility of humanity in the face of ghouls. Unable to comprehend the need for mutual slaughter between the two races, she rejected her father's pacifist ideals. Fueled by anger towards the world, she eventually rose to become the leader of the ghoul organization Bronze Tree, adopting the alias One-Eyed Owl and employing extreme measures to advocate for ghoul liberation. As Fonsuanite contemplated the considerable expense of her purchases, Juchuan Tianming had already paid for everything. Let me take care of this. Consider it my way of repaying teacher Ait for taking care of me, he insisted. The notion of repayment was certainly exaggerated. After all, he had only met Fonsuanite fewer than 10 times, each encounter lasting no more than 10 minutes. According to Juchuan Tianming's rationale, since he was out shopping with a girl, he couldn't allow her to pay, especially not someone like Fonsuanite. Though such actions might not significantly enhance Fonsuanite's regard for him, it at least dissipated the murderous intent she had previously harbored. Thank you so much, Teacher Ming, Fonsuanite said, her hands clasped in gratitude, her eyes narrowing slightly on their way back. Juchuan Tianming carried 2 large bags of food, following closely behind Fonsuanite, one bag clearly belonging to her. He assumed Fonsuanite would likely indulge in some fast food, as the items she selected were all convenience foods. Consequently, he invited her to dine at his home, not expecting her to agree without hesitation. He had anticipated needing to persuade her. Fonsuanite rested her chin on her hand, swinging her legs as she observed the man in the kitchen busily preparing several dishes. To his credit, the aroma of the food wafting through the air was quite enticing. After a prolonged absence from normal cuisine, Fonsuanite swallowed hard at the delectable scents emanating from the dishes before her. As Juchuan Tianming brought out the final dish, a bowl of fishball soup. Fanfiction eagerly dug in. She first sampled a piece of sweet and sour pork, the tangy sweet flavor instantly igniting her taste buds, her eyes widening with delight. This was surprisingly delicious. If only she could enjoy his cooking regularly. As a senior, surely he wouldn't mind her dining at his home. How does it taste, teacherite? Juchuan Tianming inquired. It's quite good, she replied with a more sincere assessment. Since teacherite thinks my cooking is decent, why not come over for meals in the future? He suggested. Preparing meals for one additional person was not overly burdensome, and perhaps it would enhance Fanfiction's fondness for him. After all, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Fanfiction had not anticipated such an offer, but it suited her desires perfectly, prompting her to respond with a smile. Really? Then I'll be counting on you, Teacher Ming. Juchuan Tianming quietly watched as Fanfiction relished her meal. Noticing he hadn't touched his chopsticks, she asked, somewhat puzzled, "Aren't you eating?" "No need. I'm not very hungry," he replied, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand. After sampling numerous tasting foods at the supermarket, he was not particularly famished. Moreover, simply watching Fanfiction enjoy her meal was quite pleasant, especially since she was so captivating, though it was certainly predicated on her consuming human food. After his remark, Fanfiction chose to disregard him and continued to eat at her own pace. She only left once she had consumed a considerable portion of the meal, and before departing, Juchuan Tianming exchanged contact information with her, adding her online and requesting her phone number. Chapter 4. A little twist once again. Juchuan Tianming found himself wandering through the dimly lit alleyways. Why did he have such an affinity for these shadowy paths? It was because hunters often appeared in the guise of prey. As he turned a corner, a figure lurked in the shadows, observing him. What a delicious aroma. This human emits such a tantalizing scent. I must consume it. He lunged at Juchuan Tianming, only to be seized by an unseen force, unable to break free despite his frantic struggles. From behind Juchuan Tianming, a colossal purple skeletal arm emerged, gripping the assailant in midair, enveloping him in a violet bony embrace. While Juchuan's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, the third power, Susanoo. Upon witnessing the crimson hue of Juchuan's eyes, the assailant mistakenly believed him to be one of his kind. He hastily exclaimed, "Brother, you have misunderstood. I thought you were human. Let us discuss this calmly." Fear began to grip him. Juchuan Tianming's exhibited powers bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the ghoul he had heard about. Additionally, the practice of mutual consumption among ghouls added to his trepidation. Mutual consumption refers to the act of ghouls gaining strength by devouring the kakuja or kakahu of other ghouls. The kakahu is an organ within a ghoul that stores RC cells, which are unique to their kind, while the kakuja serves as an offensive organ released from the kakahu. This act can significantly enhance a ghoul's combat capabilities, making their kakuja more potent, and may even lead to the evolution of new abilities. However, such acts carry immense risks, potentially causing ghouls to lose their sanity and descend into madness. In the original narrative, Kaneki consumed numerous ghoul corpses to gain power, leading to his loss of control and transformation into a half-ghoul, commonly known as his centipede form. This transformation could be attributed to the profound influence of his mathematics teacher, which resonated even in his later dragon form. Suddenly, black flames engulfed the assailant. "What is this? No, please spare me." Even though ghouls possess remarkable regenerative abilities, they could not withstand the rapid incineration of Amaterasu. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the man was reduced to ash within the giant hand. B-class ghoul eliminated. Gained 20 experience. 20 points. Crimson blood trickled from Juchuan Tianming's right eye. This was the cost of wielding Amaterasu. Typically, he relied on ninjutsu or the kusanagi sword to dispatch ghouls. But today he sought to experience the newfound power afforded by his ocular technique. Is this the might of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Truly formidable. Yet after its use, a sharp pain surged through his eye, indicating that he must attain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to wield its power freely. Juchuan Tianming soon arrived at the antique cafe. "Hello. Welcome." The speaker was Kaneki, now a staff member at the cafe, wearing a white eye patch. Following the events of the eating incident, he had undergone a procedure by Dr. Kanu, becoming the first one-eyed ghoul. The offspring of humans and ghouls are categorized into half-humans and one-eyed ghouls. Half-humans possess extraordinary physical strength, but suffer from a drastically shortened lifespan, living only up to 30 years. One-eyed ghouls can consume normal food like humans. In the original story, only Ito, Kaneki, and the legendary Underground King are known to be born as one-eyed ghouls. Isn't that Kaneki? What brings him to work here? Juchuan Tianming, somewhat familiar with Kaneki, remembered their previous encounter at the cafe when they had become friends after discussing the black goat's egg. In response to Jochuan's inquiry, Kaneki scratched his head and stuttered, I just wanted to find a part-time job. Yes, a part-time job. Oh, I see. Juchuan Tianming casually took a seat. What can I get you, Juchuan? A cup of fragrant coconut coffee, please. Certainly, Juchuan. Please hold on a moment. After Kaneki delivered the coffee, Jochuan began his writing endeavor. He paused only when two women entered the cafe, Furukawa Koko and her daughter, Furukawa Hinami. Gazing out at the torrential rain, Jochuan Tianming softly remarked, Teacher Tokeichi, I hope you provide Kaneki with excellent guidance in mathematics. Did I just hear Jochuan call my name? Kaneki glanced towards him, puzzled. Ghouls possess acute hearing. Although Jochuan spoke softly, Kaneki caught a faint echo of his words. What guidance? Kaneki mathematics? Ms. Koko? Quickly, Kaneki, fetch a towel. All right. As Kaneki rushed to comply, he dismissed his earlier thoughts, convinced he must have misheard. How could Jochuan possibly tutor him in mathematics? Due to the arrival of Tokeichi, the Furukawa mother and daughter had sought refuge in District 20. After wiping away most of the dampness, Koko led Hinami upstairs, presumably to converse with the manager. Shortly thereafter, they returned, having changed clothes. Hinami, still somewhat shy, hid behind her mother. Yet, as she caught sight of Jochuan, furiously typing away at his keyboard, her curiosity compelled her to approach him. Koko made no attempt to deter her, as she recognized that Jochuan was merely a handsome human with an exceptionally pleasant scent. As long as Hinami did not reveal her ghoul nature, there would be little consequence. Jochuan noticed Hinami gazing curiously at his computer screen. Little sister, do you need something? He asked kindly. To Hinami's surprise, she felt no anxiety around this unfamiliar human. Perhaps it was the alluring fragrance that emanated from him. Big brother, are you writing a novel? She inquired, her eyes wide with wonder. Writing a novel? Kaneki exclaimed, visibly astonished. Indeed. Otherwise, why would I be typing away here all day? Surely you don't think I'm playing a game? No. I thought you were working on something professional. Kaneki hastily clarified, eager to rectify the misunderstanding. By the way, Kaneki, didn't you buy my novel a few days ago? Jochuan recalled seeing Kaneki clutching his book, Survival of the Side Character. Chapter 5. A lesson for the mathematics teacher. Could it be that Jochuan is Takatsuki-sen? Kaneki exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. His voice grew louder. For Takatsuki-san was his favorite author. Kaneki, please lower your voice. Jochuan admonished, as Kaneki's exuberance stirred the ire of Tuka. Right, my apologies. Kaneki quickly responded. When Kaneki first transformed into a ghoul, he was exceedingly fragile, struggling to adapt to the ghoul lifestyle, leading to Tuka's disappointment in his perceived weakness and cold demeanor towards him. Jochuan Tianming was taken aback that Kaneki mistook him for a mon. With a furrowed brow, he questioned, Kaneki, are you not aware that Takatsuki-san is a woman? Apologies, I got a bit carried away just now and inadvertently forgot. Kaneki awkwardly scratched his head, then pondered carefully. Besides the works of the esteemed Takatsuki Izumi that he had purchased recently, could it be that Mr. Kujo is the illustrious author Mingi? Kaneki quietly inquired, fearful of inciting Donato's displeasure once more. You guessed correctly. I am indeed the author of the Survival of Supporting Characters, Ming-Yi. Would you like an autograph? Mr. Kujo's words were true. Kaneki could hardly believe that he had truly encountered the illustrious Ming-Yi, a writer who had risen to fame within just a year, earning comparisons to Takatsuki Izumi. Of course not. Why would I deceive you? Kujo revealed his identity as an author, instantly igniting Kaneki's excitement. Kaneki hastily presented the two books he had bought for Kujo to sign. At that moment, Hinami chimed in. Isn't that big brother incredibly impressive? Impressive doesn't he even begin to cover it. Mr. Kujo's works are the best sellers across all of Japan, Kaneki enthusiastically replied to Hinami, but his exuberance evidently startled her, prompting her to dart behind Ryoko. Ouch! Kaneki exclaimed as Donato playfully thumped his head. Ease up a bit, Kaneki. Turning around, Kaneki was met with Donato's icy visage. Realizing that he had indeed been overly enthusiastic, he quickly bowed to Hinami, apologizing. I'm sorry. Observing the harmonious atmosphere within the shop, Kujo wondered how long such a warm scene could endure. Then let me prolong this moment a little longer. In District 19, a man clad in a white lab coat was kicked to Kujo's feet, his chest pierced, blood seeping profusely. Humans? Pigeons? The term pigeon refers to the CCG, Commission of Counter-Ghoul Investigators. The primary objective of the CCG investigators is to hunt ghouls and maintain the safety of human society, employing special quinquo weapons crafted from the Kagun of ghouls to combat them. Kujo, wielding the Kusanagi sword and donning a white robe, was naturally perceived as a pigeon by Ashita Choko. Ashita Choko, father of Hinami and husband of Ryoko, had been summoned to District 20 as an S-class ghoul, codenamed Jason Lizard, to threaten with pliers. A man in a suit, Yagami, emerged from the wreckage of the ruined building, casually glancing at Kujo. Am I late? But as a ghoul, you shouldn't be so easily dispatched, right? Kujo gazed down at Ashita Choko, muttering to himself, disregarding Yagami's presence. However, Kujo's apparent indifference irked Yagami. How dare you? Yagami, wielding the pliers, suddenly appeared before Kujo, swinging the tool towards him. Kujo sidestepped, his Kusanagi sword slicing horizontally, severing Yagami's arm. Yet, red threads emerged from the wound, swiftly connecting to the severed limb, allowing Yagami to heal almost instantaneously. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Kujo's mouth. Yagami utilized his Kagun to block it, feeling the searing heat emanating from it. Ghouls capable of wielding flames exist. Yet the man before him clearly did not belong to that category, as he exuded a strong human aura and lacked both ghoul eyes and Kagun. Kujo gazed disdainfully at Yagami. Even without activating his Sharingan, he perceived Yagami's movements as sluggish. Kujo's words incited Yagami's fury, causing him to tremble in place, grinding his teeth in frustration. What did you say? Kujo reiterated. I said, you're weak. Yagami's Kagun flared up rapidly, teleporting to Kujo's front, but met with a Rasengan strike. The spiraling chakra wreaked havoc on Yagami's body, and Kujo leaned closer to Yagami's ear, whispering, I told you, you're weak. With a slight exertion, the Rasengan pierced through Yagami's body, propelling him away. How far he flew, Kujo could not ascertain, but for the time being, he would not be a concern. Now he faced two troublesome individuals. Turning to see a middle-aged man holding a white box and a young man beside him, Masakato Wataru and Amano Gotaro. It seems our wait was not in vain. Masakato remarked to Amano, but upon seeing Kujo, astonishment flickered in his eyes. A human? His weapon is a quinquo? He glanced again at the nearly lifeless Ashita Choko. This shouldn't be right. He should be here. Masakato murmured. Meanwhile, Amano urged Kujo, get away from there. That person beside you is a ghoul. Kujo paid them no mind, gently nudging Ashita Choko with his foot, saying, You're still alive, huh? If you want to live, hurry and flee. You have a wife and daughter, don't you? Perhaps spurred by Kujo's words, the once dying Ashita Choko stood up again, his Kagun sprouting, swiftly escaping the scene. Don't run. Amano attempted to pursue the fleeing Ashita Choko, but was kicked against the wall by Kujo. Bang! As the dust settled, Amano was embedded in the wall. Bloodied. You. The astonished Amano gazed at Kujo, unable to comprehend why a human would assist a ghoul. Masakato was equally taken aback. Kujo's exhibited power and his white hair reminded him of someone, the CCG's strongest asset, the White Reaper, Kaneki-kan. Chapter 6, A True Lolicon. Could it be that this young man before him, like Kaneki-kan, hailed from that place? What nonsense. As a human, why would you assist a ghoul? Amano, bracing against the pain coursing through his body, climbed to his feet, angrily questioning Kujo. Why? Kujo himself was uncertain. He belonged neither to this world nor to the ghouls. He did not comprehend humanity's hatred towards ghouls, nor the suffering ghouls endured from prolonged hunger. He could not empathize. He was merely a reader, incapable of feeling for the characters he encountered in a book. To Kujo, ghouls preying on humans was justified, just as humans hunting ghouls to protect themselves was justified. There was no right or wrong between humans and ghouls. Just as Kaneki stated, the true fault lies within this world, which offers no hope. Perhaps Kujo merely sought to rectify the regrets he harbored from watching the anime. Masakato did not attack Kujo. Kujo regarded Masakato, whose white hair and dead fish eyes mirrored the original work. Masakato once had a blissful family. His wife, Masakato Mei, was also a CCG investigator. However, Mei was slain during a mission by the formidable ghoul, the one-eyed owl, Ito. This incident irrevocably altered Masakato's life, instilling in him an extreme hatred for ghouls. The flute mouth has already run away, and the subsequent events are unlikely to occur, so the mother and daughter of the flute mouth should be safe for now. Are you a member of CCG? Asked Masato Oka with a calm demeanor. No. Is that so? Masato Oka stood still, lost in thought. Noticing that Masato Oka was not making any moves, Kujo Tenmei also intended to leave, casting one last glance at Ayamon-gata. Not all ghouls deserve to die, nor do all humans deserve to live. After uttering those words, Kujo Tenmei brushed past Masato Oka. Why hasn't that guy returned yet? Complained Ayato Amon. Reclining on the sofa in Kujo Tenmei's home, munching on chips and reading a novel. I rarely come over this early, and I didn't expect him to be out. Ayato Amon was able to enter Kujo Tenmei's house because he had given her a spare key. During this time, Ayato Amon had been visiting Kujo Tenmei daily to share meals, often staying afterwards to read or write. Hey, what are you doing? Ayato Amon protested, looking at Kujo Tenmei, who approached and playfully patted her swaying legs. At least leave me some space. Ayato Amon had taken up the entire sofa, leaving no room for Kujo Tenmei. Oh. Ayato Amon sat up, creating some space for him. Kujo Tenmei looked at the sofa littered with chip crumbs and sighed, realizing how inconsiderate it was to make a mess in his own home. I've told you countless times not to eat chips on the sofa. Sorry. Ayato Amon replied dismissively, crunching chips with loud sounds. What can I say? I have to pamper my girlfriend. After tidying up the room briefly, Kujo Tenmei proceeded to prepare dinner. As he ate, Kujo Tenmei glanced at Ayato Amon, who sat back in her chair with a satisfied expression after finishing her meal. This does feel somewhat like home now. I wonder if my sudden disappearance will worry my parents. I also wonder if I can return to my original world. If the Sharingan can continuously evolve, then once I reach the 6 paths level, can I return to my original world like Kagaya? However, these thoughts were mere conjectures, and the experience required to attain the Rinnegan was immense. Noticing the troubled expression on Kujo Tenmei's face, Ayato Amon asked, why the long face, young man? If something's bothering you, feel free to confide in your older sister. It's nothing, you're overthinking it. It's not about a girl, is it? Ayato Amon intended to tease him, but was taken aback when Kujo Tenmei admitted, there is indeed someone I'm concerned about. Ayato Amon did not expect it to be a girl. After all, he had professed his affection for her not long ago. Now he mentioned another girl he cared about. But she feigned indifference, really? Introduce me, and I'll help you scout her out. Yeah, she works at the Antique Cafe in Area 20. Should I take you to meet her, Teacher Amon? Kujo Tenmei squinted slightly at Ayato Amon. Upon hearing the cafe's name, Ayato Amon visibly paused, an inexplicable shadow crossing her face. She could not agree, as she was fully aware of what that place was, her father's cafe. When her debut work, Takafka, received acclaim, she had wanted to share her joy with her father. However, the harmonious atmosphere within the cafe deeply affected her, leading her to angrily crumple her book and toss it into the trash. Kujo Tenmei merely intended to give Ayato Amon a slight taste of revenge, not to hurt her. Though he wished for her to reconcile with the cafe owner, he knew he lacked the right to advise her. One must not urge others to be virtuous without having suffered themselves. Kujo Tenmei could only attempt to ease the conflict between Ayato Amon and the cafe owner. Should she insist on taking the owner away, he would have no choice but to intervene. Never mind, I have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now, Ayato Amon said, quickly departing. Instead of returning home, she headed to the vicinity of the Antique Cafe, watching from a distance. The staff had all left, leaving only the owner inside, polishing cups. Let me help you, manager, Donko said as she descended from upstairs to stand beside the owner. No need, Donko. You still have studying to do. I can manage here, the owner replied, shaking his head. Ayato Amon coldly observed this scene, her gaze shifting to Donko. Could she be the girl he cares about? Donko Kirishima. I believe she is Akira Kirishima's older sister. The notion that he was interested in a girl for years younger than himself left her feeling disgruntled. After casting one last glance at the cafe owner, her expression hardened. Dad, I will prove your ideology wrong through my actions. She then disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 7. The confession. The cafe owner seemed to sense something, slowly gazing out the window at the spot where Ayato Amon vanished. Is something wrong, manager? Donko inquired. Nothing. Perhaps I'm just getting old and my eyesight is failing. The owner replied, shaking his head. Fan event. Kujo Tenmei and Ayato Amon, both writers under the guidance of Shioya, held a joint fan event. This was a boon for fans, as they could meet two of their beloved authors at once. Seated together, They observed the fans lined up in 2 orderly rows. Ayato Amon wore a cool, oversized knit sweater, her hair carelessly draped over her shoulders, clearly showing she had not put much effort into her appearance. As it was the first event, Kujo Tenmei had bought a white suit to appear more formal. He pondered whether he should learn how to help a girl with her hair, considering who he might approach for advice in the future. Perhaps he could ask Miss Ryoko, as the hair of Shuhi Hina was always well kept, and she likely wouldn't refuse. At that moment, Ayato Amon asked, "Who do you think will have more fans at today's event?" Kujo Tenmei mused that while the veteran writer Izumi Takatsuki would likely attract more fans due to her years in the industry, he believed his work's popularity was currently higher, making it a close call. "I have no idea. How about this? Teacher Amon, are you interested in a friendly competition to see who has more fans here today?" Kujo Tenmei's suggestion piqued Ayato Amon's interest, as she could hardly believe that her years of experience could be outmatched by a newcomer. "Sure, what is the challenge? Let us see who can get more signatures. The loser must grant the winner a wish." "Sounds good." As the event commenced, the lines began to move forward in an orderly fashion. "Is this the famous teacher Tenmei? He is so handsome. He seems even more charming than a celebrity." The striking appearance of Jochuan Tianming stirred a commotion among the girls in the group. It seems that being handsome can indeed be a burden. "Teacher Ming, I am your devoted fan. I deeply admire your works and will wholeheartedly support your future endeavors." "Thank you for your support," Jochuan Tianming replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment from such adulation. A fan solemnly presented a novel to him for a signature, which he graciously provided before the fan embraced the signed book. "Thank you, Teacher Ming. I will treasure this as a family heirloom for generations." Jochuan Tianming chuckled awkwardly, murmuring, "There's no need for such exaggeration." To Jochuan Tianming's surprise, the fan did not depart after receiving the signature, but instead produced a work by Feng Suanite for her to sign. Feng Suanite's fans mirrored this action, leaving both Jochuan Tianming and Feng Suanite astonished. Nevertheless, they continued to sign, resulting in an equal number of signatures for both authors. Just as Jochuan Tianming thought it would end in a tie, someone disrupted the balance. "Mr. Jochuan, long time no see," Kimiko greeted him, standing before Feng Suanite. Feng Suanite looked on in confusion. Recently, Jochuan Tianming had been preoccupied with writing and preparing for the launch event, and indeed, it had been a while since he visited a cafe. "Long time no see, Kimiko," Jochuan Tianming replied with a smile. "Do you two know each other?" Feng Suanite inquired. "A friend," Kimiko responded. "I see," he thought, observing Feng Suanite, who was shorter than him and had messy hair, a stark contrast to his imagined image of Takatsuki Izumi. He had expected a poised older sister, but was met with such a petite figure. Could I trouble you for your signature?" Kimiko, still somewhat socially anxious, particularly towards unfamiliar women, requested. After obtaining Feng Suanite's signature, he departed, leaving Jochuan Tianming in a state of disarray. "Wait, Kimiko, don't you want my signature?" Jochuan Tianming suddenly recalled that he had indeed signed for Kimiko not long ago. "Damn it, Kimiko, you've led me astray." As Kimiko prepared to return to the cafe with the signed book, he suddenly sneezed. "What caused that? Am I catching a cold?" However, he was taken aback by the unexpected demeanor of teacher Takatsuki. After signing no fewer than 1,000 autographs, the event was nearing its conclusion. A girl approached Jochuan Tianming and asked, "Teacher Ming, are you and teacher Takatsuki in a romantic relationship?" Her question captured the attention of those nearby, leaving both Jochuan Tianming and Feng Suanite momentarily stunned, unsure why she would ask such a thing. "Why do you think that?" Jochuan Tianming inquired, puzzled. "Because, during the release of your work, you recommended teacher Takatsuki's, praising her extensively," she explained. Indeed, this was true, but it was merely a request from the company for promotional purposes, which Jochuan Tianming had readily agreed to. Furthermore, Feng Suanite's work was inherently remarkable, and his endorsement was merely a cherry on top. He hadn't anticipated that it would lead fans to misconstrue their relationship, though perhaps this was more in line with Jochuan Tianming's intent. "Ah, well, we are not a couple," he said. "I see." The girl's expression visibly fell. She had hoped to ship her favorite authors. Nevertheless, Jochuan Tianming's subsequent declaration reignited her enthusiasm. He gazed affectionately at Feng Suanite and stated, "Although teacher Takatsuki and I are not in a romantic relationship, I am currently pursuing her." Upon hearing Jochuan Tianming's confession, Feng Suanite regarded him with a bemused smile. Inwardly scolding, this guy said he had someone he cared about just yesterday, and now he pulls this. What a complete lolicon, a true scoundrel. Unbeknownst to Zhuchuan Tianming, he had been unwittingly labeled a scoundrel by Feng Xuanite. He had intended to use this moment to enhance Feng Xuanite's affection for him, but it had backfired spectacularly. Really? Then, Teacher Ming, you must do your best. The female fan encouraged him with a gesture of support. Rest assured, I will, Zhuchuan Tianming replied with a smile. Chapter 8. A visit to CCG. The final tally of signatures was Feng Xuanite at 1314 and Zhuchuan Tianming at 1313, with the discrepancy attributed to Kimiko's absence. Feng Xuanite stretched languidly while Zhuchuan Tianming shook out his sore arms. He had not anticipated that signing autographs could be so exhausting. Feng Xuanite teased, Teacher Ming, it seems you have lost. While Zhuchuan Tianming wished to retort, the reality was undeniable. He had indeed lost, all thanks to Kimiko, who had abandoned his cafe job to attend the launch event. All right, you win. Tell me what you want me to do, Zhuchuan Tianming conceded. Feng Xuanite tilted her head, pondering what to request. Should I ask him to cook for me for a lifetime? That seems unrealistic. After much deliberation, she finally said, I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll keep it in mind. All right, when you decide, do let me know. I'm heading back now, Zhuchuan Tianming said, lacking Feng Xuanite's remarkable recovery abilities and feeling genuinely fatigued. Upon returning home, he had barely settled onto his bed when the doorbell rang. Who could it be, interrupting my rest? Zhuchuan Tianming grumbled, wondering who was at the door. Is it Ite? Doesn't she have a key to my place? Did she forget it? With a sense of curiosity, he opened the door to find two unexpected visitors, Toku Muki. How did this guy find me here? After their last encounter, Toku Muki had investigated Zhuchuan Tianming's background, discovering that he was a foreign student who had come from Huaguo a year prior. Remarkably, within just a year, he had risen to prominence as a novelist. This indicated that Zhuchuan Tianming did not hail from the same origins as Arima, yet his displayed prowess piqued Toku Muki's interest. Although Zhuchuan Tianming had not exhibited any ghoul-like traits, the possibility of him being a ghoul could not be dismissed. Thus, he sought out Zhuchuan Tianming's location for a visit. It's you. What brings you here? Zhuchuan Tianming yawned, inquiring. The other day, I witnessed your impressive abilities, and I was wondering if you might be interested in joining CCG, the organization dedicated to eradicating ghouls and protecting humanity. Not interested. Toku Muki was taken aback by Zhuchuan Tianming's swift refusal. Mr. Zhuchuan, don't be so quick to dismiss it. Allow me to show you around CCG headquarters, and then you may decide. The proposal of touring CCG headquarters intrigued Zhuchuan Tianming. Very well. Thus, Zhuchuan Tianming agreed to accompany Toku Muki to the CCG headquarters, traveling from District 20 to District 1, where the main offices were located. A towering edifice, by Japanese standards, is indeed quite impressive. Upon entering the lobby, Kujo Tenmei immediately spotted the RC detection gate. The RC gate is a device capable of detecting the quantity of RC factors within an individual. Typically, the RC factor count in ghouls exceeds that of humans by more than tenfold, thereby allowing the RC gate to accurately ascertain whether a subject is human or a ghoul. However, this mechanism proves ineffective against those possessing the bloodline of the Washu family, which explains why Kaneki and Amon can pass through the RC gate without incident. Kaneki has undergone an organ transplant from Rise, while Amon is the offspring of the Washu family. Behind them, Mato Akira kept a vigilant watch on Kujo Tenmei, ready to act at the slightest indication from the RC gate. Yet, as Tenmei walked through the gate, it remained silent, confirming that this young man was indeed human. Hey, aren't you supposed to show me around your headquarters? Why are you just standing there? Mato Akira, recovering from his shock, gradually transitioned into excitement. With such potential, if Tenmei were to join the CCG, they might gain another White Reaper. Isn't that Mato? Someone remarked. Why did he bring someone along? Along the way, several CCG members greeted Mato Akira. That guy is so handsome. Is he a new investigator? The female members whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances at Kujo Tenmei. Mato Akira gave Tenmei a brief tour, his mind elsewhere, knowing that more significant departments would not permit an outsider like Tenmei to explore. Once Tenmei was integrated into the CCG, he would learn all that was necessary. Eventually, they arrived at the reception area. How was your tour, Mr. Kujo? Are you satisfied? Tenmei reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, casting a sidelong glance at Mato Akira. Quite unsatisfactory, to be honest. I didn't see anything of interest, merely the mundane. Noticing Tenmei's silence, Mato Akira introduced himself. I am Mato Akira, a special investigator of the CCG. I can assure you that upon joining, you would bypass the probationary member stage and become a full member immediately. The benefits at the CCG are quite substantial. As Tenmei sipped his coffee, he seemed indifferent, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. What should I cook tonight? Perhaps mapo tofu with stir-fried green peppers? It's been ages since I had something spicy. I wonder if Amon would be able to handle it. Mato Akira, attempting to persuade Tenmei with various incentives to join the CCG, was met with an unwavering response. No, I have no interest in joining the CCG. I won't intrude any further. With that, Tenmei departed, leaving Mato Akira to sigh in disappointment. Tenmei had no intention of joining the CCG. Even without their affiliation, he would continue to deal with any hostile ghouls, questioning the value of joining an organization controlled by them. After finishing his coffee, Tenmei felt wide awake and decided it was time to settle scores with Kaneki. Mr. Kujo, long time no see. Upon opening the shop door, he was greeted by Tuka. Tuka, it's been a while, Tenmei replied with a smile, glancing at Kaneki, who was busy tidying up. Mr. Kujo, has your press conference concluded? Kaneki acknowledged Tenmei's arrival. Yes, it has. Tenmei flashed a friendly smile at Kaneki. The press conference was quite crowded. I waited a long time just to obtain Takatsuki-san's autograph. The more Kaneki spoke of the press conference, the more irritated Tenmei became. If it weren't for Kaneki, although he might not have won, at least it would have been a draw, unlike now, where he still owed him on. Kaneki, how are things developing with that young lady? With the shop relatively empty, Kaneki took the opportunity to engage in conversation with Tenmei. Which young lady? Kaneki was momentarily taken aback. The one with purple hair. Didn't you agree to go on a date with her that day? Why you mean Rise? We're not in the kind of relationship you're imagining. As he spoke, Kaneki's mood dampened. It was Rise who had transformed him into this half-human, half-ghoul existence. I see. But Kaneki, do you have a girl you like? Tenmei teased. What are you talking about, Mr. Kujo? Kaneki blushed, yet his gaze drifted towards Tuka behind the bar. What? So you like Tuka? Tenmei exclaimed loudly enough for Tuka to hear. Ah, Mr. Kujo. Kaneki quickly covered Tenmei's mouth, trying to stifle him, but it was too late. Tuka had already caught on. Kaneki glanced at Tuka, who regarded him with a look of disdain. Great, now I've made Tuka dislike me again. Tenmei, with Kaneki's hand still over his mouth, couldn't suppress his grin, relishing Kaneki's embarrassment. In District 24, at the headquarters of the CCG, a white-haired man wearing a red mask sat in a high position, flanked by a petite figure. Are you serious? How could a human possibly unleash flames? Kiryu Mitsuki exclaimed incredulously. I saw it with my own eyes. He emanated the unmistakable scent of a human. Daiso Yagu replied, his excitement palpable as the pliers in his hand clicked rhythmically. That guy, I must peel his nails off one by one, and then. Ever since being defeated by Kujo Tenmei, Daiso Yagu had harbored a grudge against him and longed for the day they would meet again to teach Tenmei a lesson. Could it be the latest quinqua developed by the CCG? Suggested a man wearing a white mask emblazoned with a red P. There is indeed that possibility, replied another man, similarly masked but with a red cross. Brother Ben, a high-ranking member of the CCG, an S-rated ghoul, and a long-term resident of the 11th district, who managed the lower-ranking ghouls and the operations of the base, listened intently to the discussions below. In the midst of their deliberations, Amon Kataru fell into deep thought. In her memory, the only white-haired individual capable of easily defeating Daiso Yagu was none other than Kishu Arima. However, it couldn't possibly be him, could it? The white-haired boy? Amon's mind began to conjure the image of the human who had intruded upon her world. How could it be him? He appears to be just an ordinary human, she mused. Amon, what do you think? Mitsuki inquired. Amon waved her hand dismissively, shaking her head in confusion. She couldn't quite grasp the situation. The individual Daiso Yaga spoke of seemed destined to become a significant complication in their plans. So spicy, Amon exclaimed, her tongue sticking out as she felt tears welling in her eyes. Kujo Tenmei retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and placed it before Amon. She took it eagerly, gulping it down in large swigs, causing some to spill down her chin. I'm back to life. Fong Suanite sat languidly in her chair, her eyes betraying a sense of miraculous relief. Is it truly that spicy? Your reaction seems rather exaggerated. Juchuan Tianming picked up a piece of mapo tofu and placed it in his mouth, seemingly unfazed by the heat. Murder. This is outright murder. You don't intend to spice me to death and inherit my title as Tokyo's foremost author, do you? Your malice knows no bounds. Fang Xuanite feigned a fearful expression, her gaze warily fixed on Zhou Tianming. This fellow would be ashamed not to pursue an acting career, Zhou Tianming mused inwardly. With such remarkable acting prowess, he might well become a celebrated star. Speaking of which, it appears that the Japanese are not particularly fond of spicy food. Perhaps I should refrain from preparing such dishes in the future. As Zhou Tianming walked toward the kitchen, Fang Xuanite, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing? Aren't you the one who can't handle spice? I'm going to whip you up another dish. All I have left are tomatoes and eggs, so make do with that." Zhou Tianming turned to respond. Upon hearing his words and observing his busy figure in the kitchen, Fang Xuanite felt an unexpected stir in her heart. She had initially planned to resort to human flesh or instant food, yet this fellow proved surprisingly dependable. Having grown up alone, Fang Xuanite was accustomed to self-reliance. Perhaps I could attempt to lean on this individual, she pondered. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Zhou Tianming is human, while she is a ghoul. Not everyone would share her mother's affection for a ghoul. What if he discovered my true identity? Would he react like Shiano? Would he flee in terror? That would be quite amusing. The mere thought of Zhou Tianming running away made Fang Xuanite chuckle aloud. Zhou Tianming emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and was taken aback to see Fang Xuanite laughing foolishly. "What is wrong with you? You were just on the verge of tears, and now you're grinning like a fool." Fang Xuanite waved her hand dismissively, indicating that he need not concern himself. After she departed, Zhou Tianming set off for Area 24, intending to begin his hunt for the children of the dragon. Area 24 had suffered catastrophic destruction following the transformation of the first one-eyed king, leading to an influx of ghouls. The dragon's metamorphosis resulted in its body fracturing and producing numerous children of the dragon, who not only attacked humans but also preyed upon ghouls, becoming a common enemy for both. The children of the dragon carry the ROS virus, which infects humans, causing abnormal proliferation of RC cells, ultimately transforming them into ghouls. This may explain the absence of humans in Area 24. Those who once inhabited this area likely succumbed to the effects of the ROS virus. At least, that is Zhou Tianming's assumption, despite the fact that the dragon now lies dormant. Chapter 10. Kudo Nafuku. Nonetheless, the cells remain somewhat active, resulting in a small number of children of the dragon still present within Area 24. With the awakening of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, capable of activating Susanoo, Zhou Tianming no longer feared the ROS virus. The effects displayed upon activating the Sharingan resembled those of the Red Eye, and the ghouls within Area 24 instinctively regarded Zhou Tianming as one of their own, although they could still detect the unmistakable scent of humanity emanating from him. It did not raise their suspicions, as some ghouls, having cohabited with humans for an extended period, inevitably acquired a human scent. A few unwise locals did attempt to confront Zhou Tianming, only to be swiftly dispatched. Kill B-class ghoul. Earned 20 experience points. Zhou Tianming gradually advanced deeper into the area, where a colossal, worm-like creature coiled around the central building of Area 24, its body adorned with countless branches extending throughout the zone. Is this the Underground King? How much experience could I gain from slaying this beast? Zhou Tianming gazed at the massive entity before him, feeling no fear, but rather a thrill of excitement. To him, this dragon represented an immobile repository of experience. Alas, to slay the dragon, one must locate its core, a task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhou Tianming possessed neither the patience nor the inclination for such endeavors. At that moment, several humanoid monstrosities, resembling one another, appeared around Zhou Tianming. Their size was comparable to that of ordinary humans, yet their appearance was grotesque. Clad in a crimson hue, their muscular forms bore nothing but hideous overbites on their faces. These were the children of the dragon, and upon spotting Zhou Tianming, they immediately launched an attack. Zhou Tianming activated his skeletal structure in advance, swiftly dispatching the nearest child of the dragon with 2 strikes. He soon discerned that these creatures were rather weak, likely of lower rank. The subsequent system notification confirmed his suspicions. Kill low-level child of the dragon. Earned 20 experience points. Since they were merely low-level children, Zhou Tianming decided against engaging personally. Instead, he retrieved an explosive talisman from his system inventory, utilizing his agile movements. He affixed the talisman to one of the children of the dragon before leaping onto a nearby rooftop. With a snap of his fingers, he proclaimed, "Art is Patrick Star." As his words fell, explosions erupted below, and the child of the dragon was reduced to crimson chunks. Kill low-level child of the dragon. Earn 20 experience points. The explosions created several large craters below, with pink powder spreading outward. Fortunately, the protection of Susanoo shielded Zhouquan Tianming from the effects of the ROS virus. It was time to depart. Such a ruckus might attract the attention of the bronze tree, which would spell trouble. The following noon, Zhouquan Tianming lay in bed, groggily sensing something poking at his face. He swatted the object away, initially believing it to be a figment of his imagination, and rolled over to continue sleeping. Yet, the sensation returned, more insistent than before. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a familiar face. Today, Fanfiction had taken special care to arrange her disheveled hair, even applying lip balm. The soft, delicate appearance stirred an impulse within Zhouquan Tianming to lean in for a kiss. However, reason cautioned him against it. Such an act could be fatal. Despite his awakening, Fanfiction continued her relentless prodding of his cheek. "You haven't forgotten that we're going shopping for winter clothes today, have you?" Zhouquan Tianming yawned and replied, "How could I forget? But it seems a bit early to go now." This plan had been proposed only yesterday when he invited Fanfiction as winter approached. "Guess what time it is now?" Fanfiction said, forcing a rather unpleasant grin as she gritted her teeth. Zhouquan Tianming, accustomed to waking naturally around 10 a.m., assumed it couldn't be past that hour. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, are you kidding? It's already 1. 8 Fang looked at Zhouquan Tianming with disdain. When did he become so unreliable? Surely he didn't sneak out last night to engage in mischief. Tianming thought to himself, "Oh no, I went to District 24 last night and returned home around 1 in the morning. I had hoped to wake up around 11. But I ended up sleeping for far too long. I'm so sorry, I couldn't sleep last night." Tianming hurriedly apologized. 8 Fang was unlikely to accept such a shallow excuse. In her eyes, he had clearly been out gallivanting. The thought of this made her mood sour. "You should get up quickly." With that, she left Tianming's room. Tianming got up, donned a white hoodie paired with black trousers. This was his first date with 8 Fang. Though it was a one-sided notion, he wanted to look presentable. Upon entering the living room, he found 8 Fang sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. "I'm all set. Have you had lunch?" "Oh, not yet." 8 Fang seemed to snap back to reality and replied, "Then let us go out to eat." Tianming had no intention of cooking, especially since there were no ingredients left at home. He planned to make a quick trip to the supermarket later to buy some groceries. "That works," 8 Fang responded absently. Tianming disregarded her distraction, assuming she was preoccupied with the troubles regarding the bronze tree. They found a ramen shop outside, and upon entering, Tianming was taken aback to see an unexpected figure, Jiu Duo Erfu. What is he doing here? Instinctively, Tianming shielded 8 Fang, remembering that in the original narrative, he was the one who killed her. 8 Fang was bewildered by Tianming's sudden protective gesture. Why was he shielding her? But she too noticed Jiu Duo Erfu in the shop. At this point, Sister Quan should have already known Jiu Duo Erfu's identity. As I am following the anime and not entirely familiar with the manga, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I will amend it. I will sign immediately. You will see the comments soon. Just to clarify, I am watching the anime and have not read the manga. There are many aspects I do not understand, so I have been researching online. If I make any errors, please point them out. Given that Sister Quan has very few appearances in the manga, I can only attempt to align her character with the original work. Any discrepancies with her character are solely for the sake of narrative progression. Now, regarding the plot. The story of Tokyo Ghoul is inherently brief. The male protagonist possesses considerable combat strength right from the start, so my writing will lean more towards the daily lives of the characters. However, I will not portray the protagonist as a mere shadow. The focus will primarily be on his everyday interactions with Sister Quan. That said, I hope you enjoy my work. Oh, and I almost forgot the most crucial point. Sister Quan is mine. The rest, feel free to choose, though I hope you prefer June. Just kidding. Chapter 11, A Date? Jiu Duo Erfu is a former investigator from the White Day Court, a member of the V organization, and a key figure in the Clown organization, being the catalyst for all events. Though he appears harmless, his psyche is deeply twisted. He harbors a pathological possessiveness over Kamishiro Rise, even planning to marry her and have children. He did not wish to see Rise become entangled with the Washu family, so he aided her escape. However, witnessing her closeness with Kaneki made him feel betrayed, leading him to orchestrate the incident that caused Rise's death and severely injured Kaneki. transforming him into a half-ghoul. Tianming recalled that Duo Urfa likely did not know Eight Fang's identity yet. Moreover, as he had not yet implanted Rise's Kagun, he was merely a half-human and should pose no threat to Eight Fang. A cold glint flashed in Eight Fang's eyes, and a surge of anger welled within her. The man before her belonged to the Washu family, the very one responsible for her mother's death. Yet, she suppressed her rage. Acting against Duo Urfu now could attract the attention of the V organization and the Washu family. His behavior was peculiar. He had shielded her. Be careful. There's water on the floor, Tianming warned as Eight Fang remained puzzled. She had been focused solely on Duo Urfu, oblivious to the puddle resembling noodle broth at her feet. I apologize, a customer accidentally spilled some broth on the floor, and we haven't had the chance to clean it up. A staff member with a mop approached them, bowing in apology. Eight Fang thought, how considerate of him. Did that woman just exude a murderous intent towards me? Duo Urfu mused as he glanced at Eight Fang, who was slurping her noodles, confusion evident in his gaze. Yet, she appeared to be an ordinary woman. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Are they a couple? How sweet. I wish I could be like Rise, Duo Urfu thought. Recalling the intimate moments between Rise and Kaneki. She nei, he murmured, nibbling on his nails repeatedly. Those nearby looked at him with astonishment. Whispering amongst themselves, is this guy crazy? Who knows, but it's probably best to keep a distance from such individuals. After finishing their ramen, Tianming and Eight Fang headed to a nearby shopping center, where he intended to help her pick out some clothes. How do I look? Eight Fang donned a black coat over a cream-colored sweater, her lower half clad in thick black trousers, complemented by a white scarf. Due to her height, the coat's hem nearly reached her feet, lending her an endearing appearance. This is the smallest size we have. For anything smaller, you'll have to visit the children's section. It suits you perfectly, Eight-sensei. You look absolutely adorable, Tianming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at her new look. However, Eight Fang was dissatisfied with his praise and resumed her search for clothes. In the men's clothing store, Eight Fang, wearing her newly purchased black coat, sat on a stool, staring at the fitting room, nervously nibbling her nails, displaying her discontent. No matter how she styled herself, Tianming always offered perfect compliments, which irked her. He must frequently go out with girls to be so adept at this. Is that truly the case? For Tianming, this was his first outing shopping with a girl, and thus he could only offer such flattering remarks. The reason was simple. The person before him was Eight Fang. No matter how plain her attire, it could not diminish his affection for her. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and in Tianming's eyes, Eight Fang was nothing short of perfect. It was also his first time wearing a coat, and he wondered if it suited him. He pulled back the curtain and stepped out of the fitting room. Clad in a white coat with a black sweater underneath, gray trousers, and a gray-white scarf around his neck. This ensemble accentuated his tall figure, giving him a vibe reminiscent of a K-pop idol. I am quite envious of this gentleman's height. Is it all right? Jiuchuan Tianming inquired about 8's opinion on Fanfiction. In any case, I find it quite suitable. Absolutely, young man. With 8's affirmative response, Jiuchuan Tianming felt reassured. After selecting a few more items, he prepared to leave. When purchasing a scarf, the shop assistant generously gifted them 2 pairs of gloves, white for 8 and gray for Jiuchuan. The attire of the two indeed gave off a couple-like vibe. Mr. Jiuchuan, a familiar voice called from behind. Jiuchuan Tianming turned to see Kaneki, accompanied by Donato, both carrying shopping bags. It appeared they were also here to shop for clothes. Kaneki, Donato, are you on a date? Jiuchuan couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Of course not. Who would go on a date with this guy? Donato promptly denied. Kaneki quickly waved his hands, indicating otherwise. His anxious demeanor suggested he feared inadvertently upsetting Donato. 8 looked at Donato, puzzled. Wasn't this girl someone important to that guy? Why did she appear so unconcerned, even displaying a hint of curiosity? Truly enigmatic. After clarifying that they were not on a date, Kaneki glanced at Jiuchuan and then at 8. Noticing their outfits seemed to suggest otherwise. Mr. Jiuchuan, are you on a date with teacher Takatsuki? Kaneki inquired. Not exactly a date. Like you. I am merely out shopping for clothes. By the way, let me introduce you. This is 8, teacher Takatsuki, Jiuchuan said, presenting 8 to Kaneki and Donato. 8. This is Kaneki, whom you have met before, and this is Donato. They are friends I made at the antique cafe. Although 8 was familiar with both, particularly Kaneki, who had drawn her attention ever since he transformed into a one-eyed ghoul, she feigned ignorance and greeted them. "Hello, Teacher Takatsuki." Kaneki greeted her with a smile, using her title rather than her name, perhaps to convey a sense of respect. Donato nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 12. Odd Dreams Little Ghost. You guessed correctly. I am indeed on a date with this guy, 8 suddenly declared playfully. What? But Mr. Juchuan just said, wah wah wah, because he is a fickle man. Recently, he has become interested in a younger girl and plans to abandon me. The old aunt, 8 pretended to display a wounded expression. With her petite figure, she appeared somewhat pitiful, covering her face as if to hide her sorrow. Kaneki looked at Juchuan in shock, having never imagined Mr. Juchuan could be like this. Donato remained calm. It was evident to even a fool that 8 was acting, and only Kaneki, the naive one, would fall for it. As our little angel, Kaneki could not bear to see 8 so upset and approached her to offer some words of comfort. Wow, I was just teasing you, little ghost. 8 unveiled her face and made a silly face, startling Kaneki. He stumbled backward, fortunately caught by Donato, who appeared exasperated. Haha, this little ghost is too amusing. 8 chuckled, delighted that her plan had succeeded. Honestly, at your age, still acting like a child, Juchuan remarked from the side. I'm sorry, 8 waved her hand, laughing as she apologized. Finding Kaneki to be quite earnest, 8 couldn't resist teasing him. Once he regained his composure, Kaneki had never anticipated 8 would play such tricks on him. He scrutinized her with wary eyes, thinking, is this really the author I admire? Quite terrifying, right? I also find Kaneki interesting. Back then, I mentioned that the person I care about is Kaneki. 8 realized that Juchuan had been referring to Kaneki all along, having initially thought he meant Donato. However, it was indeed 8's own belief that she was a girl. Juchuan had never confirmed it. But why would he be concerned about a boy? Surely, it couldn't be that he simply found Kaneki amusing? After bidding farewell to Kaneki and Donato, Juchuan Tianming and 8 arrived at the supermarket. Juchuan once again pointed at the cart beside him, asking, Teacher 8, would you like to sit in it? No, 8 replied, uninterested in Juchuan's antics, and pushed the cart into the supermarket. Juchuan purchased some minced beef, intending to prepare local Japanese hamburgers. Having tried them once before and found them quite delightful, he aimed to replicate the dish. After gathering the necessary ingredients, he sought out 8 to reunite. When he found her again, the cart was brimming with potato chips, an excessive amount that would take ages to consume. Can you finish all this? I can manage. 8 replied nonchalantly. Upon returning home, Juchuan eagerly began preparing the hamburgers. He combined the minced beef, softened breadcrumbs, sautéed onions, eggs, salt, and black pepper in a large bowl, mixing until the mixture became sticky. He divided the mixture into 2 portions, shaping them into patties approximately 15 centimeters thick. In a skillet, he added a suitable amount of butter or cooking oil and heated it over medium flame, placing the patties in the pan, frying until golden on one side before flipping to cook the other side. Soon, a perfect hamburger patty was ready, bursting with flavor, and even the neighbor's child was tempted. When 8 tasted the delicious dish, her eyes sparkled with delight. Initially, Juchuan had thought she could only cook Chinese cuisine, but he was pleasantly surprised by her skill in preparing Japanese dishes as well. After their meal, 8 did not rush to leave. Instead, she stayed at Juchuan's home to work on her manuscript, with the submission deadline looming tomorrow. Juchuan, on the other hand, was free from such worries, as he submitted his work weekly and had written his book in a previous life, requiring no need for rethinking. Every Monday, he would compile his submissions all at once, preferring this method over 8's handwritten approach. He had recommended it to her previously, but 8 seemed unable to adapt quickly, resulting in a slower pace than her handwriting. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, struggling with writer's block. All right, if you can't write, take a break. Juchuan offered her a cup of pudding. How can I? Tomorrow is the deadline. I must push through. 8 sighed helplessly. Well, you did choose to slack off recently. I was not slacking. I had matters to attend to. 8 retorted. Juchuan understood 8 was not being lazy. She was likely dealing with issues surrounding the bronze tree. By the way, don't you ever experience writer's block? 8 shot Juchuan an annoyed look. Since his debut, he had always managed to submit his work on time, seemingly brimming with endless inspiration, which occasionally led to Yano using Juchuan to critique 8. Writer's block. Juchuan Tianming fell into deep contemplation. Surely, there must have been such a thing in the original world. But upon arriving in this realm, all that was required was to translate the previous text into Japanese while ensuring the sentences flowed smoothly. Perhaps there were, indeed, How enviable. Fong Suanite couldn't help but admire Jiuquan Tianming's talent. All right, enough complaints. I will help you finish the manuscript, and then we can go to sleep. Really? You are such a good person, Fong Suanite exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Jiuquan Tianming. Don't just throw around compliments like that. In the late hours of the night, after returning from the restroom, Jiuquan Tianming found Fong Suanite already asleep, her head resting on the table. Just like humans, ghouls also require rest. Scattered across the table were the manuscripts that Fong Suanite had written. Really now? You just fell asleep without organizing your work, he muttered. Jiuquan Tianming neatly arranged the manuscripts in order and looked at Fong Suanite, who lay sprawled across the table. Her breathing was steady, occasionally punctuated by soft murmurs, and her lips bore traces of drool. Is she drooling? Despite her silence, she appears rather endearing. Suddenly, Fong Suanite's brow furrowed in her sleep, and she began to mumble incoherently. What happened? Is she having a nightmare? What is she babbling about? Jiuquan Tianming felt a pang of curiosity and leaned closer to her lips, only to hear her utter, I told you not to eat my feet, you perverted lowly lover. Wait, what kind of dream is she having? That perverted lowly lover she mentioned, could it possibly be me? Am I really perceived in such a manner by her? Jiuquan Tianming stared in disbelief at the sleeping Fong Suanite, astonished by how poorly he was regarded in her eyes. Chapter 13. Jiuquan Tianming must be cautious not to be devoured. He couldn't allow Fong Suanite to remain slumped over the table. So he gently lifted her in a princess carry and placed her on the bed in the bedroom. Rest well. He tenderly brushed her disheveled hair, the result of her writer's block, and tucked her in with a blanket. Afterwards, Jiuquan Tianming retrieved another blanket from the cupboard and returned to the living room. Realizing that he would have to settle for the sofa for the night, he longed to share the bed with Fong Suanite, but reason warned him against it, fearing that he might awaken to find himself devoured by her. As sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, Fong Suanite slowly opened her eyes. Ah, how refreshing. I haven't slept so soundly in ages, and the delightful fragrance lingers even in my dreams. Where's this? As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was not in her own home. The memory of falling asleep inadvertently on Jiuquan Tianming's desk came rushing back to her. How careless of me to fall asleep. This must be his room. Upon rising, she ventured into the living room, where she spotted a lump nestled on the sofa. Fong Suanite refrained from waking Jiuquan Tianming, acknowledging that he had stayed up late to keep her company the previous night. Her attention was drawn to the neatly arranged manuscripts on the table. Upon picking one up, she discovered that they had been organized in order and all the typos marked. Fong Suanite paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, glancing toward Jiuquan Tianming's position. Honestly, why be so kind to me? I'm afraid I might just end up liking you. Her eyes shifted to a crimson hue as she approached Jiuquan Tianming, murmuring, perhaps I should just eat you, so I won't be plagued by thoughts of you in the future. Unbeknownst to the deeply slumbering Jiuquan Tianming, danger lurked nearby. Fong Suanite leaned closer to his face, extending her tongue to caress his cheek, savoring the soft texture. Quite tender, I wonder what it tastes like. As she opened her mouth, inching closer to Jiuquan Tianming, she halted just as their faces were about to meet. Perhaps not. After all, this fellow cooks remarkably well. Fong Suanite snatched her phone and realized it was already 3 p.m. Oh no, I'm going to be late. She hurriedly donned her clothes, grabbed her manuscript, and prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, she returned to the table and left a note. I want to eat cola chicken wings tonight. Upon waking, Jiuquan Tianming felt discomfort throughout his body. The sofa was far too hard, making for an unpleasant sleeping experience. He resolved that until he could win over Fong Suanite, he would not allow her to sleep in his home again, as the sofa was a torment. Noticing the absence of the manuscripts on the table, he discovered a note left behind. Assuming that Fong Suanite had gone to submit her work, he read the message and found it rather ungracious. Just then, Jiuquan Tianming decided to venture out himself, intending to visit the antique cafe to consult Miss Rico on how to style a girl's hair. Mr. Jiuquan, long time no see. Ah, manager, it has indeed been a while. Jiuquan Tianming greeted the manager, realizing it had been quite some time since their last encounter. Recently, he had mostly seen Kaneki and Tuka, and even missed encounters with Kuki and Iris. Perhaps they had been dispatched to another district for assignments. Would you like something to drink, Mr. Jiuquan? The usual? Yes, please. Certainly, please wait a moment. Jiuquan Tianming casually found a seat. Noticing that the Fukuoka mother and daughter were absent from the cafe, likely out, he decided to wait a bit longer. If they hadn't arrived by 5 p.m., he would have to return home to cook for Fongsuo night. After a short while, Fukukawa Riko entered the cafe, her face alight with excitement, accompanied by Fukukawa Hina. Upon entering, Riko inquired about Tuka. "She's upstairs," the manager replied. Riko. Hearing the commotion from downstairs, Tuka dashed down from the upper floor. Fukukawa Hina ran to Jochuan Tianming, exclaiming, "Big brother. Little Hina, what brings you here?" Jochuan Tianming noted that Riko seemed to have something to discuss with Tuka, so he refrained from interrupting. "Big brother, can I have your autograph?" Fukukawa Hina pulled out a book from her pocket. It was Jochuan Tianming's survival guide for supporting characters. After being introduced to his book by Kaneki, she had become an ardent fan. Of course, Jochuan Tianming did not refuse. As he signed for Fukukawa Hina, he discreetly listened in on Riko and took his conversation. From Riko, he learned that she had reunited with her husband and that a mysterious boy had saved him, although she had not seen the boy's face. They were preparing to move into District 20, hence she wanted to inform Tuka that they need not trouble them any further. "Big brother, I heard from Kaneki that you know Takatsuki Izumi-sensei?" Fukukawa Hina gazed at Jochuan Tianming with admiration. "Yes, if the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you to her." "Really? Thank you, big brother." After Riko and Tuka finished their discussion, they prepared to leave with Fukukawa Hina. "Hina, we're leaving now. Say goodbye to big brother." "Oh." Fukukawa Hina appeared somewhat reluctant to part. "Wait a moment, Miss Riko. I would like to ask you to teach me how to style a girl's hair. It might take a little of your time." Although Jochuan Tianming's request seemed peculiar, the rapport they had built over time made it relatively harmonious, especially since Hina appeared particularly fond of the young man before her. As soon as Kuzan Timing appeared in the cafe, Hinami would gravitate towards him. If Timing was engrossed in writing at that moment, Hinami would silently watch him. Consequently, Ryoko agreed and borrowed a comb from Tuka to demonstrate on Hinami. She first showed Timing how to do it, then encouraged him to try combing Hinami's hair himself. Timing picked up the comb, feeling somewhat anxious. Fearing he might hurt little Hinami, Ryuko offered gentle reminders from the side, advising him to first use his fingers to gently separate any knots to avoid tugging with the comb directly. If the hair was dry or tangled, a bit of hairspray or oil could be applied to help smooth it out. Heeding Ryuko's words, Timing cautiously worked his fingers through Hinami's hair, finding no major knots since it had already been combed once. He then took up the comb to style her hair. He was instructed not to start from the roots, but to begin at the tips, gradually working his way up to minimize pulling, sectioning the hair, and combing it in parts to avoid tackling too much at once. After finalizing the hairstyle according to Hinami's preferences, Ryuko provided her last instructions. Meanwhile, Tuka observed from the side, pondering why Timing was keen on learning to style a girl's hair. Was it because of that girl who had been beside him yesterday? After Timing finished tying a small braid, he paused, satisfied with his handiwork. However, he was curious about Hinami's thoughts on the matter. Tuka returned upstairs to fetch a mirror, and Hinami examined her hairstyle. Though it paled in comparison to her mother's, it was still decent, and to please her big brother, Hinami complimented him. "Big brother, I think it looks great. I'm glad you like it," Timing said, patting Hinami's head, which made her cheeks flush. "Mr. Kuzan is quite skilled," Ryuko remarked approvingly. "Is that so? You flatter me," Timing replied modestly. After leaving the cafe, Timing stopped by a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of cola. Upon returning home, he found Ayato slumped on the sofa, clearly having missed a deadline. Timing brushed past her, knowing she would recover without his intervention. As he did, Ayato caught a scent on him that was not his own. "A woman?" she thought, noting their proximity. "Boy, why do you smell like a woman? You weren't out on a date, were you?" she asked suspiciously. "Really? You can smell that? Your nose is impressive," Timing inwardly scoffed, acknowledging that ghouls indeed had heightened senses. The scent likely came from styling Hinami's hair in the cafe. Fortunately, Ayato did not press further but advised him to avoid that cafe in the future. Although District 20 was relatively peaceful, there were still many uncontrollable ghouls, and that cafe was a known gathering spot for them. "With a scent like yours, you might attract attention, and I certainly don't want to lose such a good cook," Ayato mused. Timing thought, is she actually concerned about me? All my efforts over these days haven't been in vain. To show his gratitude, Timing prepared a lavish dinner. The next day, while wandering the streets, Timing unexpectedly encountered Kaneki, along with his friend Hyde and another individual, Nishio. Had the story progressed to this point? Perhaps he should go and observe. especially since this marked Kaniki's first bout of rage. As Timing reached the alleyway, Kaniki was already in a frenzy, having been provoked by Nishio's assault on his friend. Nishio was being repeatedly pierced by Kaniki's kakuja, blood pooling on the ground beneath him. In the air, Nishio's face contorted in agony as he shouted for Kaniki to stop, pleading for his life. Was this guy really that foolish? What use was begging for mercy now when he had already enraged Kaniki? Despite Timing's perception of Nishio's behavior as idiotic, he couldn't help but admire Nishio's willingness to risk his life to protect his girlfriend. Kaniki hurled Nishio against the railing, granting him a temporary reprieve. However, it was Hyde who was now in peril. Under the influence of Rise, Kaniki's hunger had overpowered his rationality, and he slowly approached Hyde. At that moment, Hyde was lucid, perhaps realizing he could not escape, and thus chose to willingly accept his fate. As Kaniki's mouth drew ever closer to Hyde, Timing noticed that Tuka was still absent. Time was running out. He rushed up behind Kaniki and delivered a kick to his neck, rendering him unconscious. A figure descended from above, landing behind Timing. "Mr. Kuzan," she exclaimed. "Why are you in such a hurry to intervene? You must have suspected I would act," Tuka remarked. Timing turned to her with a mix of exasperation and relief. Despite knowing the plot, he had been anxious, fearing his arrival might trigger a butterfly effect, and that Tuka wouldn't follow Kaniki. He hadn't anticipated being outwitted by her. "Mr. Kuzan, did you know from the start that we are ghouls?" Tuka asked, eyeing him warily. Although Timing usually presented himself as amiable, even now he showed no signs of aggression. Nevertheless, given the implications for Tuka and her allies, she had to remain cautious. "Indeed," he replied. "So, are you the white pigeon?" This was the question Tuka most wanted answered. "No." Upon hearing his response, Tuka retracted her kakuja and her ghoul eyes, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kuzan, I didn't mean to test you. Last night, I accompanied Ryuko to their home and listened to Mr. Fukuku's description of the person who saved him. Tall, fair-skinned, dressed in white, but most striking was his white hair. With these characteristics and the proximity of District 20 to District 19, I began to suspect you were the one who saved Mr. Fukuku. I intended to find you, but I refrained from intervening, and it turns out you truly are the one who saved him." As she spoke, Tuka deeply bowed to Timing, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving Hinami's family. It was merely a coincidence that I happened to be there," Timing replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by her gratitude. Subsequently, Tuka hoisted Kaniki while Timing carried Hyde. Though Hyde was awake, Timing had no intention of exposing him. On their way back to the antique cafe, Tuka inquired how Timing had known their identities as ghouls. Jochuan Tianming found himself at a loss for words, unable to admit that he had read Tokyo Ghoul and that they were characters from the book. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse, gesturing toward his nose and stating, "My nose can detect the unique scent of ghouls, which is how I know you are ghouls." Chapter 15. Conversation. "Mr. Jochuan, are you not afraid of us?" Dongxiang's expression was somewhat dazed. "You haven't harmed me, so why should I fear you? Besides, we are friends, aren't we?" Jochuan Tianming playfully flicked Dongxiang's forehead. "Indeed, we are friends." This thought lifted Dongxiang's gloomy spirits, though the pain from her forehead elicited a dissatisfied response. "That hurt, Mr. Jochuan. Moreover, such actions towards a girl are rather impolite. My apologies, my apologies. By the way, how come your skills are so impressive?" This very aspect led Dongxiang to confirm that Jochuan Tianming was indeed the one who saved Mr. Diko. A regular person would have been frightened into fleeing at the sight of a ghoul, yet Jochuan Tianming was capable of knocking one out with a single kick. Contemplating for a moment, Jochuan Tianming replied, "Have you heard of Chinese Kung Fu? I've seen it in movies, but isn't that all staged? Not at all. It is genuine, for I am indeed from the Dragon Kingdom." Dongxiang initially found it hard to believe, but reflecting on Jochuan Tianming's astonishing prowess, she pondered that perhaps Chinese Kung Fu truly existed. Choosing not to dwell on that, she hoisted Kaniki and made her way to the cafe. Inside the antique cafe, after settling Kaniki and Yashitoki, the manager engaged in conversation with Jochuan Tianming. The manager expressed his gratitude for saving Diko Chuki. Jochuan Tianming waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I merely stumbled upon the situation, and I was unaware he was Choko's father." "What is your perspective on ghouls, Mr. Jochuan?" The manager squinted slightly, scrutinizing him. "During my high school years, I often disregarded my teacher's lectures, yet I still recall one phrase: existence is reason enough. The appearance of ghouls implies there must be a rationale for their existence. No creature should be deprived of its right to live. The manager had never considered that someone might hold such a viewpoint regarding ghouls. Nodding slightly, he acknowledged, indeed, Mr. Jochuan possesses a distinct perspective. However, given the current conflict between ghouls and humans, your position may not be entirely safe. Jochuan Tianming smiled, assuring, rest assured, since I can handle certain ghouls, I am not afraid of becoming embroiled in trouble. By the way, please remind Kaneki and the others that District May 20th soon become perilous. The CCG has increased its personnel here. How do you know this, Mr. Jochuan? The manager inquired with intrigue. I possess knowledge of many matters. Simply advise Kaneki and the others to exercise caution. Kaneki, gradually awakening, prompted Jochuan Tianming to rise. Manager, I shall take my leave now. When Kaneki awakens, please attribute his recovery to Dongxiang. Understood, Mr. Jochuan. The manager waved farewell as Jochuan Tianming departed. Upon his exit, Kaneki gradually regained consciousness, realizing he had consumed human flesh. He began to accept his half-ghoul identity and officially joined the stable district. Now, not only was he responsible for maintaining the cafe's cleanliness, but he also had to undertake tasks assigned by the manager. Jochuan Tianming gazed out the window, sensing the calm before the impending storm. The matter concerning Deko's mother and daughter was presumably resolved. The next challenge would be the assault from the bronze tree. He contemplated whether bringing Ado to the cafe for a discussion with the manager might alter the course of events concerning the CCG's attack. However, he dismissed the idea, pondering whether Ado would even agree, and if she did, it might lead to discord with the manager. I suppose I will have to take matters into my own hands. He mused, uncertain if Ado would be angered by his actions. Perhaps I should craft a mask. If I conceal my identity, I can save the manager. Mr. Jochuan. Kaneki descended from the upper floor and greeted Jochuan Tianming, who stood by the window. With the manager's reassurance, Kaneki had lifted his spirits, though his eyes remained slightly red, likely from recent tears. Ah, Kaneki, I was unaware you were here. I thought you had the day off. No, not at all. Kaneki awkwardly scratched his head. By the way, how did you come down from upstairs? You aren't living with Dongxiang, are you? Jochuan Tianming feigned shock. Please, Jochuan, don't say such things. I was merely discussing matters with the manager. Kaneki hurriedly denied, a blush creeping onto his face. Dongxiang shot a glance at Jochuan Tianming, exasperated. Honestly, Mr. Jochuan, why do you always assume I might develop feelings for Kaneki? Is that so? What a pity. I thought you Mr. Jochuan, please stop before Miss Dongxiang becomes angry. Kaneki appeared on the verge of tears, especially since Dongxiang was now his benefactor, having prevented him from consuming his friend. At the CCG headquarters, Marahandai exclaimed, Are you saying the boy you brought in last time let a ghoul escape? Are you certain he is not a ghoul? I am certain. I watched him pass through the RC gate, Matoi Washu replied with a smile. This is impossible. How could a human assist a ghoul? Marahandai's expression was one of disbelief. Who knows? Matoi Washu shrugged helplessly. Nearby, Amon Kataru listened to the exchange between Marahandai and Matoi Washu. Yet his thoughts were consumed by Jochuan Tianming's words from that day. Not all ghouls deserve to die, nor do all humans deserve to live. By the way, how is your investigation into Jason progressing? Marahandai shifted focus, no longer fixating on Jochuan Tianming, as he was merely human and not a ghoul. According to our investigation, he has likely left District 19. However, we have uncovered some information that suggests he may remain in District 20 for a few more days, as the Great Ghoul and Gourmet have yet to be fully investigated. Additionally, a bloodied painting was discovered in the doctor's room, leading Matoi Washu to suspect that the individual may have a wife and daughter. The only places they could possibly hide would be District 24 and the currently peaceful District 20. Yet, Matoi Washu prefers they are in District 20, as it would allow him to hear. The timing of Deko's mother and daughter's appearance was adjusted to create an opportunity for the manager and others to realize that Jochuan Tianming was aware of their identities as ghouls. As previously noted, the timeline will be altered. This explanation is merely to clarify for those who may be confused. Chapter 16. Expressing Intentions. Ado, are you home? Jochuan Tianming rapped firmly on the door of Kanu Ito's residence. You said to come by around 10, yet here I am waiting ages for you to open up. At long last, Kanu Ito opened the door, appearing languid, yawning and rubbing her eyes, uttering apologies that lacked any genuine remorse. Dressed in pajamas adorned with a charming kitten pattern, her hair in disarray, one could easily surmise that she had only just awakened. Having retired at the late hour of 1 in the morning, fatigue still clung to her. With a playful demeanor, Fang Xuanite led Zhuchuan Tianming into the room. Upon entry, Zhuchuan Tianming's gaze was met with a sea of cardboard boxes, and as he pondered their origin, Fang Xuanite clarified that they were discarded manuscripts she intended to dispose of that very day. "Surely, you did not summon me merely to serve as your laborer?" he inquired, a hint of jest in his tone. "Ah, your guess is remarkably accurate." Fang Xuanite clapped her hands, striding toward her own chamber. "Surely, you do not expect me to handle this alone?" Zhuchuan Tianming asked, bewildered. "I stitch, I am off to sleep." "Best of luck, young man," she replied, retreating to her quarters and shutting the door, collapsing onto her bed. "Truly, she thinks of me as mere muscle," Zhuchuan Tianming sighed, rolling up his sleeves to commence the task. An hour passed, and he had successfully relocated the boxes outside. Such a plethora of discarded manuscripts. Writing is no easy task. "But thankfully, I type on a computer," he mused, taking a seat on the sofa. Just then, Fang Xuanite emerged, having had her fill of rest, and settled across from him. "I am immensely grateful," she said, bringing her palms together in gratitude. "Let us not dwell on thanks just yet. By the way, do you have any water?" Zhuchuan Tianming inquired, feeling parched after his labor. "Oh, water? We have barley tea in the fridge," she recalled. "That will suffice," he replied, making his way to the refrigerator. As Fang Xuanite remembered the human remains stored within, she opened her mouth to caution him. Yet, before she could utter a word, Zhuchuan Tianming had already swung open the fridge door, a strong metallic scent filling the air. He slowly closed the door and turned to Fang Xuanite. "Surely, this cannot be human flesh," he asked, inadvertently uncovering her identity as a ghoul. He had assumed she had consumed the remains, hence her invitation to fetch water. "Oh, it seems my secret is out." Fang Xuanite rose, her right eye transforming into a crimson hue, murmuring softly. "Are you not going to flee, Teacher Ming?" "Flee? If I were an ordinary person, perhaps. But given the circumstances, it is not in my nature to run away. Especially now that you have revealed your identity as a ghoul," Zhuchuan Tianming responded, undeterred. To Fang Xuanite's surprise, Zhuchuan Tianming displayed no sign of fear, instead exuding an air of indifference. He approached her, grasped her wrists, and pinned her against the wall. In that moment, Fang Xuanite was taken aback, unable to comprehend his intentions. "Are you truly unafraid that I might consume you?" she asked, a sinister smile gracing her lips. "If you had wished to devour me, you had ample opportunity before now," Zhuchuan Tianming countered, raising her chin with his other hand. "At that time, I still had provisions, which is why I refrained from attacking you," Fang Xuanite replied, her gaze locked onto his. "Is that so? Perhaps you simply could not bear to do so," Zhuchuan Tianming teased. The two stood in close proximity, sharing breaths, their reflections mirrored in one another's eyes, as if time itself had stilled. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Zhuchuan Tianming found himself on the floor, clutching his abdomen in pain. "Wait, you actually," he began, only to have Fang Xuanite's foot pressed against his face, silencing him. "Could not bear to do what? Who said I could not bear it?" Fang Xuanite glared down at him, her irritation palpable, though she would never genuinely harm him. His audacity irked her. "Not only do you refuse to run, but you dare to jest with me? You truly have no regard for my status as a one-eyed ghoul. Were I anyone else, you would not be standing here now. Well, can you really bear it?" Fang Xuanite continued to torment Zhuchuan Tianming with her foot until she felt satisfied. Is this perhaps a reward for him? He seems to be enjoying it and shows no sign of resistance, she pondered. "Speak, what are your thoughts?" she inquired, gazing at him as he sat on the ground. She was curious about his perceptions of her as a ghoul. "What thoughts could I possibly have? One must adapt to their circumstances," he replied. "Be serious," she retorted, delivering a swift kick to him. "What are your thoughts? By the way, have you ever considered the possibility of humans and ghouls coexisting?" "Well, there must be some possibility," Fang Xuanite responded, reflecting on her own mother, a human who had formed a relationship with her father. "Then tell me, could the two of us be together? Who would want to be with you?" She scoffed, still maintaining a jesting tone. "I speak the truth. I genuinely wish to be with you, regardless of whether you are human or ghoul," Zhuchuan Tianming asserted earnestly. Fang Xuanite was taken aback by his sincerity, feeling somewhat flustered. In matters of the heart, she was merely a novice. Consequently, she had dismissed his previous confessions as mere jest, but the current situation compelled her to reconsider. However, Could she truly be with Zhuchuan Tianming? Despite the bond they had forged during their time together, she feared that her identity might pose a danger to him, preventing her from confronting her feelings. Noticing her prolonged silence, Zhuchuan Tianming stood once more and, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, embraced her tenderly. It must be exhausting for you to bear all of this alone. Growing up by yourself, you must yearn for someone to lean on, he whispered gently. Fang Xuanite pressed herself against him, feeling the warmth radiating from his chest. How presumptuous of you to suddenly embrace me. And who said I wished to rely on you? She retorted, though her tone lacked conviction. In that instant, she recalled Zhuchuan Tianming's earlier words and looked up at him. How did you know I grew up alone? Oh, did I mention that? He attempted to feign ignorance. Yet, Fang Xuanite was not easily deceived, her gaze scrutinizing him. Well, I learned that from the owner of the antique coffee shop, he finally admitted. My apologies to the owner for using you as a shield. I promise to repay you. Is it the old man who revealed this to you? How did you deduce that he is my father? Even if their relationship is strained, calling him old man seems rather excessive. He replied, You both share the surname Fang Xuan. Out of curiosity, I inquired. When I mentioned I was your boyfriend, he divulged your circumstances to me. Zhuchuan Tianming fabricated a story, anticipating potential repercussions from the coffee shop owner, perhaps even confessing that he was Ida's boyfriend. Who is your girlfriend? Fang Xuanite interrupted, her voice laced with disbelief. Fang Xuanite forcefully stepped on Zhuchuan Tianming's foot. So, you are aware that the employees in that cafe are ghouls, and that you have known my identity as a ghoul for quite some time? Yes, indeed. Really? You are quite bold to say that, considering I have been concealing my identity all this while. Furthermore, knowing that place is a gathering spot for ghouls, you still frequent it without fear of being devoured. Fang Xuanite cast a grim look at Zhuchuan Tianming. The manager and the others are truly good people. I trust they would not harm me. Just as I trust you would not harm me. Who knows? Perhaps one day I might take advantage of your inattention and feast on you. Fang Xuanite expressed his dissatisfaction. If that day ever comes, I would willingly let you consume me. Really now, all you do is utter such cheesy lines all day. By the way, how did you discover the true identities of the cafe staff? Fang Xuanite inquired, puzzled, as he knew that old man and his subordinates would not easily reveal their true identities. Even if Zhuchuan Tianming claimed to be the old man's boyfriend, it was unlikely that the old man would divulge his ghoul identity to Zhuchuan Tianming. This meant that Zhuchuan Tianming must have discovered everything herself, and there had to be reasons she was unaware of. To tell you the truth, I have a natural sensitivity to the scent of blood, which allows me to detect the strong odor emanating from ghouls. Zhuchuan Tianming opted to use the same trick she had employed on Dongxiang to deceive Fang Xuanite. If that were the case, it would make sense. Ghouls, due to their consumption of humans, would carry the scent of blood on them. Although bathing could wash away some of the odor, traces would still remain. This fellow is like a walking RC check gate, unaffected by the influence of the Kisho family bloodline. Did you realize my identity as a ghoul the very first time you met me? Yes, indeed, Zhuchuan Tianming boldly admitted, mustering the courage to respond. How frustrating. After all my efforts to conceal my identity, fearing that he would be scared if he learned the truth, it turns out he knew all along. Fang Xuanite wrapped her arm around Zhuchuan Tianming's neck and commanded, Lift me up. Zhuchuan Tianming, puzzled but compliant, grasped her legs and lifted her. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder as Fang Xuanite bit down, relishing the blood that flowed. This guy's flesh appeared quite tender. Why was it so difficult to bite through? Despite using considerable force upon returning home, I barely managed to pierce the skin. Nonetheless, this suffices as his punishment. What delightful blood this is. No wonder he always emanates such a fragrant aura. His flesh must be equally delectable. No, this should make him more cautious. Such appealing food is likely to attract the attention of ghouls. Fang Xuanite released her grip, leaving a translucent trail of liquid in the air, with shallow bite marks on the wound, which was seeping blood. All right, punishment over, Fang Xuanite said, looking at Zhuchuan Tianming. Zhuchuan Tianming carried Fang Xuanite to the sofa, feeling quite fatigued from standing for so long, especially after she had drained some of his blood. Have we confirmed our relationship now? Zhuchuan Tianming asked curiously, as Fang Xuanite had not given him a definitive answer. Fang Xuanite pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose so. Upon hearing her answer, Zhuchuan Tianming appeared rather excited. His first wish in this world had come true, having Fang Xuanite as his lover. Wish 2. To marry Fang Xuanite. Wish 3. To have a daughter with Fanfiction. Wish 4. To return to the original world with Fanfiction. These were all of Jiuquan Tianming's wishes, and he wondered how many of them would eventually come to fruition. Why don't you just move in with me? After all, you spend most of your time at my place, Jiuquan Tianming suggested. Young man, is it really necessary to rush? Fanfiction replied with a cheerful smile, playfully poking Jiuquan Tianming's cheek. What are you talking about? I have no such thoughts, Jiuquan Tianming insisted. While he genuinely did not have such thoughts, the fact that they were now in a relationship made cohabitation seem reasonable. Moreover, since Fanfiction was renting, moving in together could save her a significant amount of money, and naturally, it would be even better if certain things developed between them. Oh, stop hiding it. It's perfectly normal for a young man like you to have such thoughts. I, as your older sister, can understand, Fanfiction teased. Jiuquan Tianming, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself how she had no right to mock him. Fanfiction considered the financial savings and decided to agree to the idea, intending to invest the money into the bronze tree. In the afternoon, Fanfiction and Jiuquan Tianming began the moving process. There wasn't much to move, just a few sets of clothes that Fanfiction frequently wore. Jiuquan Tianming noticed that the bandages and the fur cloak were likely stored at the bronze tree's base. The remaining items consisted of numerous books lining the walls and the food in the refrigerator. In just 2 hours, they managed to transfer all of Fanfiction's belongings to Jiuquan Tianming's home. Here, I have a question for everyone. At this stage, does the manager know that Fanfiction is the writer Takatsuki Izumi? The anime only mentions that the manager knows she is the leader of the bronze tree. If anyone knows, please comment. Thank you very much. Another question. Is it possible for someone not originally from this world to develop RC cells in their body due to prolonged exposure? Chapter 18. Jukiyama Shu during mealtime. Fanfiction disclosed her identity as the leader of the Kiyotaki tree to Jiuquan Tianming, sharing her experiences and aspirations. This revelation only deepened Jiuquan Tianming's sympathy for her. While others might see her as a brutal, fierce one-eyed owl, in Jiuquan Tianming's eyes, she was simply Takatsuki Izumi, a person striving to change the world single-handedly. Perhaps such a world was never meant to exist. After all, even the story's conclusion does not fully clarify a peaceful coexistence between ghouls and humans. The original text only indicates that it was the emergence of a common enemy for both ghouls and humans that led to the alliance between CCG and ghouls. As the food issue for ghouls remains unresolved, preventing complete coexistence. Food, huh? Jiuquan Tianming pondered thoughtfully. I must take my leave now, Fanfiction said after finishing her meal, as she had matters to attend to in District 24. Goodbye, stay safe. Rest assured, I am the strongest, Fanfiction replied, exuding confidence in her abilities. After Fanfiction departed, Jiuquan Tianming visited the cafe. If it weren't for the deliberate obstruction from the Kisho family, perhaps they could have truly researched food suitable for ghouls. Jiuquan Tianming thought of the scientist Dr. Kanu, who had transformed Kaneki into a ghoul, wondering if he could accomplish that. However, it was still too early to focus on such matters. His primary task now was to elevate his Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo. How fragrant! A man with blue-purple hair, dressed in a red suit, entered the antique cafe, opening his chest wide and taking a deep breath, eyes closed in sheer ecstasy. Long time no see, everyone. Indeed, this place brings a sense of comfort. Jukiyama Shu is the young master of the Jukiyama family, which possesses extensive connections and vast assets in the political and financial spheres. While he presents himself as a gentleman, he harbors an intense obsession for culinary delights, particularly human cuisine, earning him the title of gourmet from the CCG. His fascination with Kaneki borders on the pathological. Initially viewing him as a delectable morsel, it later evolved into a selfless admiration, likely stemming from an inability to overpower him. Kirishima Ayato has a profound impression of this task, considering that merely a few drops of Kaneki's blood could evoke such a serpentine expression. The cafe is filled with 2 delightful aromas, and Jukiyama's eyes glimmer with curiosity. What brings you here? Donato asks, casting an annoyed glance at Jukiyama, who she perceives as an unruly child. Miss Kirishima remains as cold as ever. Yet this very trait adds to her allure. Jukiyama adopts a nonchalant demeanor, smiling as if indifferent to his welcome. His attention is soon drawn to Kaneki. Is this newcomer a recent addition? It seems one of the aromas emanates from him. Jukiyama approaches Kaneki. What a delightful scent. It's almost unbelievable. Yet it pales in comparison to that which wafts from the leisurely sipping Kirishima, whose rich fragrance reaches him even from a distance. What is your name? Jukiyama inquires of Kaneki. I am Kaneki. Nice to meet you, Kaneki stammers in response. Kaneki, you say? Yet, compared to the cafe staff, that human seems much more accessible. Kirishima remains blissfully unaware of Jukiyama's intentions, leisurely sipping coffee while engrossed in a novel. However, she is taken aback when Jukiyama approaches her, leaning in to whisper. He inhales deeply, overwhelmed by the exquisite scent. Jukiyama's pupils constrict, his body trembling uncontrollably. Such a fragrance. How can there exist a human so intoxicating? Kirishima, startled by Jukiyama's sudden movement, wonders if he has taken a liking to her. Sir, may I ask your name? Kirishima Ayato. Ah, Mr. Kirishima, it's a pleasure. I am Jukiyama Shu. He replies, presenting his business card. Are you reading a novel? Yes, Kirishima responds calmly. Jukiyama is taken aback by Kirishima's cool demeanor and presses on. Aside from novels, what other interests do you have? I also enjoy gourmet food, Kirishima responds dismissively. This piques Jukiyama's interest. Mr. Kirishima, I host a grand culinary banquet daily. If you are interested, do come and join us. He slides his business card across the table. Kirishima, eager to gain experience, contemplates the prospect. Although he could venture to Area 24 to hunt dragon children, the strain of prolonged use of his Sharingan weighs heavily on him. A ghoul restaurant seems an excellent venue for acquiring experience, so he agrees to attend. Then, it shall be. Let us meet here tomorrow at 2 p.m. Very well, Mr. Kirishima. Jukiyama muses about the gullibility of humans, easily lured by a mere hint of temptation. Until tomorrow, Mr. Kirishima, he says before departing the cafe. At this moment, Donato approaches Kirishima. Mr. Kirishima, that fellow is not to be trifled with. Are you truly aware of his nature? Kaneki, listening to Donato's vague warnings, is bewildered. He remains unaware that Kirishima is already cognizant of their ghoul identities, as Kirishima had instructed them not to disclose this to Kaneki. However, he is certain that Jukiyama is a ghoul, and given Donato's warning, he deduces that Jukiyama's interest in Kirishima must be ulterior. Kaneki quickly agrees. Yes, after all, he is a stranger we have just met. We should remain cautious. And what about your caution, Kaneki? You were so easily swayed by Jukiyama's flattery. Rest assured, my actions are motivated by sound reasoning. Kirishima replies to Donato. All right then, since you say so, I shall refrain from further objections. Donato contemplates that with Kirishima's abilities, he should be able to manage any threat posed by Jukiyama, even if he knows his identity. Meanwhile, Kaneki remains confused, questioning what Kirishima and Donato are discussing, feeling entirely lost. Chapter 19. Training. Kirishima considers inviting Amon to join him. I am attending a banquet tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? He asks Amon at the dining table. What kind of banquet? Amon queries, puzzled. It appears to be a ghoul restaurant in Area 7. Amon nearly chokes on his soup at this revelation, hastily expelling it from his mouth. Cough, cough. How careless of me. Kirishima offers him a napkin to wipe away the remnants of soup. Amon stares at Kirishima incredulously. Could you repeat the name of that restaurant? The Ghoul Restaurant. Is there a problem? Are you out of your mind? Why would a human like you go there? Amon thinks Kirishima must have bumped his head, considering how irrational he sounds. I am merely curious. I've always wondered what a ghoul restaurant is like, which is why I want you to come with me. What is there to be curious about? It's just a bunch of ghouls feasting on humans, isn't it? All right, let me be frank. Are you aware of the gourmet in Area 20? Kirishima concedes to Amon. Yes, Amon affirms. Knowing there are two renowned S-class ghouls in Area 20, the one she previously stalked and the gourmet. However, she is unaware of the latter's true identity, having never taken the time to investigate. The ghoul restaurant is hosted by that gourmet. He invited me to attend. As a human, why would he invite you to partake in the food they savor? Indeed, Kirishima admits, though he cannot comprehend why ghouls are so drawn to him. He suspects it may be due to his Uchiha bloodline. Then why not decline the invitation? What does it have to do with the gourmet? Amon waves her hand dismissively. Isn't your CCG lacking manpower? He might be a valuable addition. That is out of the question. I won't risk your safety for the sake of an S-class ghoul. Amon insists. The uncertainties are too great. With so many ghouls present, she lacks confidence in her ability to protect Kirishima. Kirishima contemplates revealing a fraction of his strength to Amon, sensing her unease regarding his safety. Perhaps this is indicative of her growing affection for him. In truth, there exists another reason. Are you aware of the true identity of the gourmet? I do not know. It is Jukiyama, the young master of the Jukiyama family. With his involvement, we need not worry about the financial issues surrounding the bronze tree. Jochuan Tianming handed the business card he received from Jukiyama to Feng Suanite for her inspection. You can't just keep squeezing my little treasury, can you? This afternoon, Feng Suanite, under the pretense of her girlfriend's name, extracted 10 million yen from Jochuan Tianming. That is also unacceptable. It's too perilous. I suppose I can settle for a little less in the future, Feng Suanite said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seriously, sister, you really dare to say that? Do you genuinely consider me an ATM? Have you ever contemplated that I am formidable in my own right? Jochuan Tianming replied with utmost seriousness. Feng Suanite scrutinized Jochuan Tianming from head to toe, then displayed a look of disdain, as if to say, you? Forget it. Jochuan Tianming paid no heed to Feng Suanite's derision and, self-absorbed, wandered into the supply room, feigning a search for something before retrieving the Kusanagi sword from his system space. He feared that revealing it might raise suspicions in Feng Suanite, so he had to maintain the pretense. You aren't upset, are you? Feng Suanite, thinking that Jochuan Tianming was indeed angry, was preparing to comfort him. Suddenly, Jochuan Tianming produced a long, entirely black object from somewhere. What do you think? Let us find a place to test it out, Jochuan Tianming proposed, gazing at Feng Suanite. Upon witnessing Jochuan Tianming's earnest demeanor, Feng Suanite realized that he was not jesting. He genuinely wished to spar with her. Since that is the case, let him witness her strength, lest he ever dares to be so arrogant again. Under the cover of night, Jochuan Tianming and Feng Suanite ventured to a nearby abandoned building, where any commotion would likely go unnoticed. Standing opposite each other, Jochuan Tianming wielded the Kusanagi sword, while Feng Suanite activated her Kakuja and Kakuja eyes. The form of the Kakuja depends on the imagination of its bearer, and Ite is one of the few ghouls capable of freely altering the shape of her Kakuja. Her Kakuja can morph into various forms depending on the demands of battle, such as manifesting Kakuja with eyes and mouths. Feng Suanite did not activate her Kakuja transformation, as that would be overly unfair to Jochuan Tianming. She perceived him as an ordinary person and was cautious not to harm him. Yet upon seeing Jochuan Tianming draw the Kusanagi sword, she noticed a shift in his aura, and the black object was indeed a sword. This revelation caught Feng Suanite off guard. However, common weapons are ineffective against ghouls. No matter. A simple lesson would suffice to deter him from pursuing ghouls in the future. Let us begin, Jochuan Tianming stated, his gaze sharpening as he pointed the Kusanagi sword at Feng Suanite. Though Feng Suanite had not activated her Kakuja transformation, Jochuan Tianming also refrained from using his Sharingan. Thus he had to remain thoroughly vigilant to counter Feng Suanite's attacks. Be careful, Feng Suanite warned. Two colorful Kakuja surged toward Jochuan Tianming, but he easily parried them. To her surprise, you possess some skill, she remarked, taken aback by the fluidity of Jochuan Tianming's swordsmanship. No wonder he was confident enough to challenge her. That sword in his hand was likely not an ordinary weapon. Could it be a quinqua produced in the Dragon Kingdom? As Feng Suanite pondered this, Jochuan Tianming had already appeared before her, swinging his sword, only to be intercepted by four Kakuja. The Kusanagi sword, comparable to an S-class quinqua, struggled to breach Feng Suanite's defenses. Jochuan Tianming continued to swing the Kusanagi sword, severing the Kakuja before him and forcing Feng Suanite to retreat. You win this way, Jochuan Tianming observed, acutely aware that Feng Suanite was intentionally holding back, but he refrained from fully exerting himself. He wished to determine his own limits without the aid of the Sharingan. Chapter 20. Sweating profusely, Feng Suanite had not anticipated that Jochuan Tianming could match her so closely. She had indeed underestimated him. It was clear now why he remained so leisurely, unafraid of ghoul attacks. He possessed formidable strength, his exhibited prowess rivaling that of a high-ranking investigator. Well then, let us step it up a notch. Feng Suanite's body enveloped in Kakuja, she transformed into a monstrous figure, her Kakuja resembling feather-like structures. With a massive red Kakuja protruding from her back and sharp Kakuja arms extending from her shoulders, some ending in claw-like tips. Her facial features included a prominent chin and a single Kakuja eye, indicative that she was still not utilizing her full potential. As her overall appearance mirrored that of her father, Ike Koshan, the unyielding owl. Are you frightened yet? A raspy voice emanated from Feng Suanite, only to find Jochuan Tianming gazing at her with an expression of calm. This is rather dull. Fang Xuanite expected that her transformation would at least astonish Zhou Tianming. Nevertheless, she charged at him, extending her arm in an attempt to seize him. Just as Fang Xuanite was about to make contact, a white beam pierced through her kakuja, accompanied by a thunderous sound. "You have been defeated," Zhou Tianming stated, observing Fang Xuanite's unmasked appearance. Fang Xuanite stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Zhou Tianming's attack shattered her preconceptions. While she knew that some Quinqua could unleash lightning attacks, it was evident that Zhou Tianming had not utilized a Quinqua. What could this possibly mean? Fang Xuanite deactivated her kakuja, incredulity evident in her gaze as she questioned Zhou Tianming. "How did you accomplish this?" "Thunder method. A Chinese Taoist technique. I can perform this, along with wind, fire, and lightning techniques," Zhou Tianming replied, though he fabricated this claim. The recent strike was merely a derivative technique of Chidori, known as Chidori Sharp Spear. Yet, to Zhou Tianming's astonishment, the power of that strike had indeed managed to breach Fang Xuanite's defenses. What? Although Eastern methods are regarded as mysterious in other countries, Fang Xuanite could hardly fathom that a human could wield the forces of nature. Is this still the normal world? "So, are you now inclined to join me at the Ghoul restaurant?" Zhou Tianming inquired, confident that his displayed strength would compel Fang Xuanite to reconsider. This guy can also wield fire-based techniques. Could he be the person the gecko spoke of? No wonder the gecko could not defeat him. He was simply a freak. She had thought she could protect him in the future, yet she realized she was not his match, although she had not exerted her full strength. It seemed he was managing with ease. I wonder if Kaneki can contend with him. "Very well, I concede," Fang Xuanite sighed, shaking her head in resignation. With Zhou Tianming's prowess laid bare, she no longer needed to worry about his safety. "You may participate as a regular ghoul tomorrow. Leave the rest to me," Zhou Tianming instructed, unwilling to let Fang Xuanite usurp his experience. Fine, let us head back, you big freak." This was Fang Xuanite's new moniker for Zhou Tianming. For who else could be so extraordinary as he was, in more ways than just strength? What kind of title is that? Zhou Tianming found himself perplexed, pondering when he had become a pervert. No, in her eyes, he seemed to have always been one. Upon returning home, Zhou Tianming was locked outside by Fang Xuanite, as she was changing her clothes inside. In her words, did he really wish to watch her change? Frustration brewed within him. What was the big deal about a glance? After all, they both possessed 2 arms and 2 legs. "I'm ready," came Fang Xuanite's voice from within. Zhou Tianming opened the door to find her already dressed, lounging on the bed with his laptop in hand. Unfazed, he began changing clothes right in front of her. Fang Xuanite's gaze fell upon his sculpted abs, surprised by his impressive physique, which she had previously overlooked. After donning his pajamas, Zhou Tianming lay beside Fang Xuanite, instinctively placing his hand on her shoulder, allowing her head to rest comfortably against it. "What are you watching?" he inquired curiously, noticing her engrossed in his laptop. To his dismay, he heard her teasingly whisper, "Let's see if your computer has any films that young people enjoy." "How could I possibly have such things? Besides, what is so appealing about them? Why don't we watch some anime instead?" He retorted. "Relax, I'm just browsing. If I can't find anything, it's no big deal," she replied casually. "And no, I'm not nervous," he stammered. Although it was quite normal for young men to have such things, being discovered by his girlfriend would be an entirely different matter. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he fixated on the computer screen, watching folder after folder open. When the mouse hovered over a folder labeled Study Materials, his heart raced. He silently prayed, "Please don't click on it. Please don't click on it." "Surprisingly, you seem to enjoy studying," Fang Xuanite remarked incredulously, glancing at him. "Why, yeah, I embody the philosophy of learning throughout life," he replied earnestly, though the sweat betraying him told a different story. "Why are you sweating so much?" she asked, genuinely concerned, mistakenly believing he had been injured during their earlier tussle. As she reached to wipe the sweat from his brow, she carelessly tossed the wireless mouse onto the bed, landing it awkwardly. "It's nothing, just a bit warm," he explained, feeling guilty. "Are you sure you're not hurt?" she pressed, worry lacing her voice. "I'm fine, really. Don't worry. I'm in good health," he reassured her. Once she confirmed his well-being, Fang Xuanite turned her attention back to the computer, only to discover the open folder containing unsightly video thumbnails. As an innocent girl, her cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at Zhou Tianming with a friendly expression, eager to hear how he would justify himself next. Chapter 21. A peculiar position. Jiuquan Tianming noticed the screen's contents and realized his once stellar reputation had been irreparably tarnished. He hastily closed the laptop. There was no point in attempting to defend himself. Fine, I admit I have watched those, but as a normal young man. It's quite natural, I assenti it. His candid admission surprised Feng Suanite. She had anticipated a string of excuses, yet he openly acknowledged it. What troubled her more was that the women in those videos were all of youthful appearance. Could it be that he was drawn to her because of her own petite figure? It confirmed her suspicions. He was indeed a bona fide lowly enthusiast. TCH. Who cares what you watch? I'm going to sleep, she said, handing the laptop back to him before turning away, snuggling into her bed. Feng Suanite felt somewhat disheartened. Seeing someone she cared about interested in others, especially in that context, was disconcerting. Darn it, it's all your computer's fault, Jiuquan Tianming muttered, deleting all the files and shutting the device down before placing it on the table. As he turned off the lights and lay down, he gazed at Feng Suanite's back, pondering whether she was upset. After some contemplation, he pulled her into his embrace. Her petite form felt remarkably soft, akin to holding a plush doll. In that moment, he finally understood the ancient saying. Lolas possess three merits: lightness, suppleness, and ease of topple. Feng Suanite turned to face him, her tone carrying a hint of warning. You better not get any funny ideas. Am I that kind of person? He retorted. You don't seem like it, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Jiuquan Tianming found himself at a loss for words. With her nestled against him, she felt the warmth of his embrace and slowly closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Observing her steady breathing, he whispered, "Oh, Yasumi." The following morning, Jiuquan Tianming felt a weight pressing down on him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Feng Suanite lying atop him in an unusual position, her face pressed closely against his, drooling onto him. Goodness, how can one sleep so poorly? He thought, gently pinching her cheek. Feng Suanite stirred awake, noticing him playfully pinching her face. Realizing she was perched on him, she surmised she had climbed onto him in her sleep. Surprisingly, she felt no embarrassment. Instead, she swatted his hand away and stretched languidly. Good morning, big pervert, she said with a smile. Aren't you getting up? This is rather suggestive, especially in the morning, he stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Why the rush? She teased, suddenly feeling an unusual sensation from his body. So that's why? She thought, excitement rising within her. Delighted by his flustered demeanor, she playfully shifted her body, blowing gently into his ear. Don't be so impatient. Big pervert. Seeing his face redden, she relished this new side of him. Do you realize you're playing with fire? He warned, feeling his self-control slipping. Huh? Playing with fire? What are you talking about, big pervert? She replied, puzzled. Jiuquan Tianming suddenly remembered that Feng Suanite, being Japanese, might not comprehend the phrase. However, he was nearing his limit, so he gently pushed her aside and dashed to the bathroom. Kneeling upon the bed, Ado Feng Suan gazed at the hasty silhouette of Jiuquan Tianming. Murmuring to herself in realization that mere verbal seduction proved futile, it was the allure of physicality that truly mattered. Had it not been for the rapid progression of their relationship, Tianming would have already taken decisive action in their earlier encounter. He cast a glance at the unyielding little Tianming beneath him, disheartened by the creature's inability to withstand such temptation. After splashing water on his face to regain composure, he began to brush his teeth, during which Ado entered, standing beside him and sharing the ritual. Occasionally, she would cast a teasing glance his way, an incident likely to be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Following their midday meal, Tianming prepared to visit a coffee shop to meet with Jukiyama. Before departing, he turned to Ado and inquired, would you care to join me at the cafe to meet the manager? He hoped to ease the tension between Ado and the manager, yet he would not press her should she decline. No, I refuse to visit that old man, she replied decisively. Very well, I shall see you tonight. Stay safe. You big pervert, she waved him off, heading towards the bronze tree, wrapping herself in bandages and donning a crimson cloak. She pondered whether revealing her identity as a one-eyed individual would attract undue attention. Thus, she wrapped her left eye in bandages, leaving only her right eye, capable of unveiling the powers of her Kigun. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Jukiyama had arrived early, eagerly awaiting Tianming's arrival, his anticipation to savor Tianming's essence palpable. His gaze remained fixated on the entrance, and as the door swung open, his longed-for Tianming finally appeared. Mr. Jiuquan, you have finally arrived, he exclaimed. It's It's only 12:50. I don't believe I am late. From your tone, Mr. Jukiyama, it seems you have been waiting for quite some time. Tianming replied with a hint of confusion. Oh no, I was merely overly eager. Jukiyama realized he had perhaps expressed his excitement too overtly, fearing that Tianming might take notice. Is your craving for me that impatient? Am I truly that delectable? This thought intrigued Tianming. My vehicle awaits outside. Let us proceed to the banquet, Jukiyama suggested. It is my belief that as their relationship blossoms, Ado would exhibit some of the traits typical of young women in love. As many girls often display different personalities before and after entering a romantic relationship. Thus, I envision even Ado would show signs of jealousy and conflict, yet maintain her role as the caring older sister in front of others, while revealing a more playful side in Tianming's presence. Chapter 22. The Ghoul Restaurant in the Bathroom. Having cleansed himself, Tianming donned the black suit prepared by the staff. He was subsequently led into a sparsely furnished room, containing merely 2 chairs and a table, upon which sat a cup of coffee. Tianming chose not to sample the coffee, wary of potential tampering. He took his seat and retrieved his Kusanagi sword. As the lights dimmed, the ground beneath began to tremble, signaling the commencement of the hunt. The lights converged upon him, drawing the attention of masked ghouls on stage. Who would have thought a handsome fellow would be our main course today? What a shame. My favorite delicacy is indeed handsome men. Just look at his fair skin. It must be exquisitely tender, they exclaimed. Welcome, everyone. This is our main dish for today, the host announced, eliciting cheers from the ghouls surrounding him. Today's main dish is a human radiating an extraordinary fragrance. Indeed, even from this distance, the aroma is intoxicating. I can hardly contain myself. Let us begin. The ghouls on stage were already eager to savor Tianming's essence. This program is brought to you by Mr. MM, the host continued. Under the spotlight, Jukiyama emerged, flanked by 2 women, his crescent moon mask adding to his mystique. Ah, so it is a delicacy provided by Mr. MM. No wonder it is so exquisite. Ladies and gentlemen, what kind of flavor does such a uniquely aromatic human possess? Let us indulge in this ultimate feast together, Jukiyama remarked, his eyes catching the Kusanagi sword in Tianming's grasp. What is that black object he holds? I don't recall him bringing it in. Meanwhile, Ado had stealthily infiltrated the restaurant, observing the surroundings filled with low-tier ghouls, who posed little threat to Tianming. The applause echoed thunderously throughout the establishment. Now let us commence today's dining spectacle. As the host's words concluded, a previously sealed door on the side of the restaurant began to rise, heightening the anticipation of the crowd. The dismemberer is about to make his entrance, the host proclaimed, and cheers erupted, blending with applause. Amidst the cacophony, a towering figure emerged from the door, his physique reminiscent of a moving mountain. His upper body bare save for a pair of black shorts, and his head obscured by a cloth, rendering his features indistinguishable. Behold, the dismemberer favored by Lady A. Kotaro. However, upon speaking, his voice starkly contrasted his fearsome appearance, possessing an innocent, childlike quality. I shall begin, he announced, wielding a specialized dismemberment blade that glinted ominously under the lights. As he approached Tianming, the latter could hardly believe the exaggerated stature before him. Is this creature truly human? Tianming pondered, drawing forth his Kusanagi sword. Enveloped in a lightning-infused chakra, readying himself for the thunderblade. What is that he holds? Oh no, he is a white dove. Tianming realized with alarm. Jukiyama too was taken aback by the revelation of Tianming as a white dove, causing chaos within the restaurant. A flash of cold steel cut through the air. Splurt. Kotaro was cleaved in 2, blood gushing forth. No, my Kotaro. Lady A cried out in despair at the sight of her beloved dismemberer severed. Kotaro, you worthless fool. Jukiyama reassured, there are no other white doves infiltrating this restaurant. It belongs to my family's establishment, and I am well aware of the absence of any others. Then we need not worry. Let us charge together. I have yet to taste white dove meat. Despite their masks, Tianming could sense the ghouls' ravenous gazes fixated upon him. Ado contemplated whether to intervene on Tianming's behalf, but recalled his previous words, deciding against it. Her task was to keep a watchful eye on Jukiyama to prevent his escape. Since you wish to devour me, you ought to be prepared for my potential retaliation. Jochuan Tianming extended his hand towards the heavens, and in an instant, the restaurant above was engulfed in a tempest of thunder and lightning, which transformed into a magnificent Qilin, charging towards the ghouls upon the stage. The ghouls above, caught off guard, were swiftly reduced to ashes, The sheer force of this attack blasted a gaping hole through the ghoul restaurant. Elimination of an A-rank ghoul earned 30 experience points. 30 credits. Elimination of a B-rank ghoul earned 20 experience points. 20 credits. Did I inadvertently bring a monster with me? Observing Jochuan Tianming's astounding destructive power, Jukiyama felt no fear. Bravo, Mr. Juchuan. You are truly remarkable, and I must possess you. Jukiyama trembled with excitement. His gaze towards Jochuan filled with greed. He was determined to claim this man for himself. Ayato Amon was equally taken aback, his mouth agape, even in his ghoul form. He could not have withstood such a blow from Juchuan Tianming. Was this truly a power meant for a human? The Dragon Kingdom is indeed an unfathomable realm. Though Jochuan Tianming displayed extraordinary combat prowess, there were still ghouls who coveted his strength, launching a surprise attack against him. Juchuan spun around, parrying with his katana. The ghoul that made contact with the Kusanagi sword convulsed violently from the electric shock, only to be impaled through the skull. However, most ghouls managed to escape through the vast hole Jochuan had created, a turn of events he had not anticipated. This was his first time employing the Qilin technique, and he was astonished by its immense destructive capacity. As he watched the fleeing ghouls, Jochuan felt his heart bleed. Those were precious experience points slipping away. Ah, Jochuan Tianming, why must you put on this facade? Chapter 23. Finger-sucking. After dispatching the lesser ghouls before him, Jochuan Tianming turned his attention to Jukiyama Shu above. In the next moment, he appeared before Jukiyama, swinging his sword down, only to be met with Jukiyama's spiraled Kagun, which successfully blocked the strike. Quite resilient, indeed. It is no wonder he is known for his defensive prowess. Even the Kusanagi sword, enhanced by lightning, could not easily break through. Mr. Jochuan. Mr. Jochuan. Jukiyama waved his arms frantically as the Kagun and Kusanagi clashed, producing sharp sounds. Jochuan leaped back to evade Jukiyama's attack and exhaled a fireball from his mouth. Jukiyama cleaved the fireball in two, only to be met with a kick from Jochuan, realizing he was outmatched. In a desperate bid, Jukiyama pushed two women towards Jochuan, attempting to buy himself time to escape. Just as he turned to flee, a colorful Kagun pierced through his arm, pinning him firmly against the wall. Apologies, Gourmet, but you cannot simply slip away. A petite figure emerged before Jukiyama, her voice melodious, yet chilling. Who are you? A ghoul? Why are you attacking me? Shouldn't our target be the white dove? Jukiyama was bewildered. This individual appeared to be a ghoul, yet why was she turning her weapons against him? Shouldn't their primary adversary be Jochuan Tianming? As he spoke, he glanced towards Jochuan, who was slowly approaching. This figure seemed formidable. Perhaps she could defeat Jochuan. Yet the thought of his beloved Jochuan being consumed by another ignited a surge of inexplicable strength within him. He severed Ayato's Kagun with his own, lunging towards him while shouting, Mr. Jochuan, he is mine. Quite tenacious, indeed. Just as Jukiyama was about to reach Ayato, another Kagun pierced through his body, lifting him into the air. No, Mr. Jochuan, run. Only I can possess you. You are mine. Jukiyama cried out desperately, wishing only for Jochuan to escape after witnessing Ayato's formidable power. A chilling voice echoed in Jukiyama's ears. I'm sorry, but he is mine. No. Jukiyama let out a heart-wrenching scream, immobilized, forced to watch as Ayato charged towards Jochuan. Ayato halted before Jochuan, curiously inquiring, how do you intend to persuade this fellow to join the Bronze Tree? During the recent battle, Ayato realized that Jukiyama was not one to fear death, and threatening him with his life would surely be futile. Fear not, I have my methods. Upon hearing their exchange, Jukiyama could hardly believe his ears. Jochuan Tianming was acquainted with this ghoul, and what was this bronze tree they spoke of? Ayato tossed Jukiyama to the ground, and Jochuan approached him, pulling out a handkerchief from his clothing. Mr. Jochuan, you at that moment, Jukiyama recalled that Jochuan was, indeed, the white dove. Why did it seem as though he was intimately familiar with this ghoul? Mr. Jochuan, as the white dove, why do you collaborate with ghouls? Jukiyama gazed incredulously at Jochuan. Who told you I am the white dove? I am not one of those CCG fools. Well then, I leave it to you. In Jukiyama's perplexed gaze, Jochuan cut his finger with the Kusanagi sword, releasing a rich fragrance that wafted into Jukiyama's nostrils. Heavens! How could such a perfect scent exist in this world? Jukiyama completely forgot the pain he bore, entranced by the exquisite aroma. Jochuan used the handkerchief to wipe away the blood, though due to his inadvertent deep cut, blood continued to flow. Zhou Chuan then presented his finger before Ayato, saying, "Go ahead, enjoy, don't waste it." Oh my, what a big pervert. You actually enjoy having your fingers sucked. Though Ayato's words were teasing, his body betrayed him, as he took Zhou Chuan's finger into his mouth, savoring the delightful taste. Regaining his senses, Jukiyama's heart shattered at this sight. Why wasn't he the one sucking Zhou Chuan's finger? Zhou Chuan waved the bloodied handkerchief before Jukiyama, whose eyes followed its movement, filled with longing. "Mr. Jukiyama, if you are willing to join the bronze tree, I might consider giving you this handkerchief. If you behave, perhaps you may even have the chance to taste some flesh." "Really? Is that true?" Zhou Chuan's words held an irresistible allure for Jukiyama. He would be willing to settle for the handkerchief, let alone Zhou Chuan's flesh. By the way, what is the bronze tree? Ayato was equally taken aback by Zhou Chuan's unconventional method of persuading Jukiyama to join the bronze tree. While Zhou Chuan indeed had a significant allure for ghouls, was it truly to such an extent? The Bronze Tree is a ghoul organization located in Area 24. Zhu Chuan Tianming withdrew his hand from Feng Xuanite's mouth, sensing that his blood had ceased to flow, yet Feng Xuanite clung to his finger with unwavering tenacity. After Zhou Chuan Tianming's finger was freed, Feng Xuanite licked his lips and began to elucidate the intricacies of the Bronze Tree to Yu Shangxi. "In truth, we require little from you. Merely your financial support will suffice." It dawned upon Yu Shangxi that they did not value his prowess, but rather his economic resources. Although he felt a twinge of disdain for himself, the alluring terms compelled him to acquiesce. Subsequently, Feng Xuanite shared several points of caution with Yu Shangxi, instructing him to make an appearance in District 24 the following day to familiarize himself with its members. "Now, may I have the handkerchief?" Upon agreeing to Feng Xuanite's request, Yu Shangxi eagerly sought the handkerchief. Feng Xuanite seized the handkerchief Zhou Chuan Tianming offered and tossed it onto Yu Shangxi's face, prompting him to take a deep breath and collapse onto the ground. What is wrong with this guy? Surely he isn't dead. Observing Feng Xuanite lying suddenly on the ground raised concerns. If Yu Shangxi were to perish, what would become of their finances? Chapter 24. The flushed pervert Feng Xuanite approached Yu Shangxi's side, poking him to ascertain whether he still exhibited any signs of life. What on earth? Did he faint? Could it be my blood's influence? How utterly abstract. Leave him be. He won't die, Zhou Chuan Tianming reassured Feng Xuanite. The mission is complete, and the spoils are quite satisfactory. Experience points reached 600, and his score climbed to 810. Zhou Chuan Tianming planned to use these 8 draws immediately, combining them with the previous 2 to achieve a 10-fold draw. He wondered what the S-class ability would yield this time. Feng Xuanite playfully patted her attire and bounded over to Zhou Chuan Tianming, wrapping her arms around his neck, thus hanging on to him. "What are you doing? I'm so tired, great pervert. Would you carry me home?" she whispered alluringly in his ear. The softness against his chest, coupled with Feng Xuanite's breath on his ear, sent electric shivers through Zhou Chuan Tianming, a flush creeping from his earlobes to his face. Noticing Zhou Chuan Tianming's rosy cheeks, Feng Xuanite mused that she had never realized how easily he blushed. Perhaps it was because he had always teased her before, while she merely retaliated in jest. Now, however, she genuinely desired him to carry her home. All right. Zhou Chuan Tianming relented, lifting Feng Xuanite into his arms as they ventured outside. On their journey home, their peculiar posture and Feng Xuanite's unique appearance drew the attention of passers-by. "Mommy, what are they doing?" a curious child inquired. "You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up." "Ah, youth. Today's young couples are something else," commented a nearby woman with a child, enviously eyeing Zhou Chuan Tianming and Feng Xuanite. "That boy is so handsome. I envy his girlfriend. But that girl's outfit is quite strange. Is it a new form of cosplay? Those bandages on her feet. Surely she isn't injured? No wonder she needs her boyfriend to carry her," whispered a group of high school girls who paused to watch the couple. Upon overhearing the girls' chatter, Feng Xuanite retorted, "What is strange about this? I spent ages perfecting this outfit." Zhou Chuan Tianming chuckled, agreeing that the attire was rather unattractive and prone to mishaps, suggesting it was time for Feng Xuanite to consider a change. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was met with Feng Xuanite's piercing gaze. "You're laughing so heartily. Could it be that you're thrilled by the high school girl's compliments? Truly, you are a pervert. What are you talking about?" "That is not it at all. I simply agree with what they said. Your outfit is indeed quite something." "What?" Feng Xuanite shot him a questioning look. A bit unattractive." "Oh, so you think my outfit is ugly?" she replied, clearly displeased, not expecting Zhou Tianming to share such an opinion. Not ugly per se, but don't you think it's a bit revealing? Zhou Tianming awkwardly responded. Oh, so that's your reason. It seems you care more than I thought. Fang Xuanite teased, her expression playful. But you know, as ghouls, we must conceal our identities, ensuring no one discovers our true nature. That doesn't mean you need to wrap yourself entirely in bandages. Fine, if you're truly that concerned. I shall change my outfit to spare a certain great pervert from feeling jealous, she said, feigning exasperation. Upon returning home, Zhou Tianming prepared 2 simple bowls of noodles. Having eaten little throughout the day, although Fang Xuanite had already dined, consuming the flesh of ghouls slain by Zhou Tianming, he found it a waste to let such sustenance go to waste, preferring it to be transformed into her strength. Zhou Tianming noticed her enjoying the meal heartily, questioning if she was still hungry. After all, Fang Xuanite primarily feasted on the RC cells from ghouls, which would not provide her with a sense of fullness. The RC cells, typically located near a ghoul's shoulder blades, serve as their core organ for storing RC cells. By releasing these cells, ghouls produce Kagun, their means of attack or defense, with the strength and form of the Kagun directly correlating to individual differences in RC cell concentration. In the bathroom, Zhou Tianming reclined in the bathtub, having already bathed earlier in the day, yet the remnants of blood from his battles lingered on him, leaving a faint metallic scent. No wonder the Japanese so enjoy bathing. It is truly rejuvenating. At that moment, he heard Fang Xuanite's voice outside the door. Great pervert, are you done soaking? Assuming she sought to bathe as well, he replied, I'll be finished shortly. Then, great pervert, would you like a back scrub? Don't kid yourself. If you're brave enough, come in. He knew she intended to tease him, and he doubted she would actually offer to scrub his back. If he agreed, she would undoubtedly exclaim, oh dear, what a great pervert. I wouldn't scrub his back. Well, I'm coming in. The bathroom door swung open as Fang Xuanite entered, wrapped in a towel, carrying 2 small stools. Wait, you're actually coming in? Zhou Tianming exclaimed in disbelief. Fang Xuanite's fair thighs captured Zhou Tianming's attention, making it hard for him to look away. Hold on, at least let me put on some shorts. At this moment, Zhou Tianming realized he seemed to be radiating with vitality. But it mattered little. Sooner or later, the truth would come to light. Fang Xuanite, unfazed, remarked casually. Placing 2 stools on the floor and sitting down, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Tianming. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Zhou Tianming responded with fervor, questioning whether his innocence was truly of no significance. Will you not reveal yourself? Must I be the one to bare my soul first? As he spoke, Fang Xuanite rose, slowly lifting the towel draped over her legs, teetering on the edge of revelation. Do you think writing this will get me a recommendation after review? Chapter 25. The most exciting moment approaches. Fang Xuanite halted her movements, narrowing her eyes at Zhou Tianming before playfully sticking out her tongue. Just kidding. Hurry and put on your underwear. With that, she exited the bathroom, taking a seat on the sofa, her expression a mix of complexity and embarrassment as she recalled her earlier antics. Blushing slightly, she patted her rosy cheeks, only to hear the bathroom door creak open. Zhou Tianming, towel drying his damp hair, glanced at Fang Xuanite, momentarily shyly averting his gaze. Aren't you going to wash up? Don't you need me to scrub your back? They both asked in unison. I don't have a habit of scrubbing. The water is ready for you. Just soak in it. I'll head to bed first. With that, Zhou Tianming hurried back to the bedroom, lying on the bed, his mind racing with the earlier scene. So close, yet so far from seeing it all. Zhou Tianming, what are you thinking? That must have been Ida's prank. She surely had something on underneath and was merely toying with me. Yes, that must be it. Yet, conversely, given Fang Xuanite's character, it was entirely possible she had indeed come in unclothed. If she were to continue lifting that towel, no, I must not dwell on it. Zhou Tianming silently recited a calming mantra, gradually drifting into slumber. In the bathroom, Fang Xuanite submerged half her face in the water, perhaps still reeling from the earlier excitement. Feeling a twinge of shyness in the wake of Zhou Tianming's reaction. Remembering her hasty retreat, she couldn't help but chuckle, only to sputter as she accidentally gulped down several mouthfuls of bathwater. How unfortunate. All because of that foolish little Lolita enthusiast, that perverse one. Initially, I merely regarded him as a cook. How did it come to this? When did it change? Was it every time he saw me, showering me with compliments about my cuteness and beauty? Despite being a junior, he constantly flirted with me, the senior. Or perhaps it was his meticulous care that drew me in, but most significantly, it was his unwavering resolve to be with me, knowing full well I am a ghoul. Fang Xuanite could not forget the day Jiuquan Tianming sat on the ground, gazing at her with earnest eyes, declaring how much he truly wished to be with her. What a big fool. Does he not fear I might harbor ulterior motives? Though she complained, a smile of happiness graced her face. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have family. Back in the bedroom, Fang Xuanite watched Jiuquan Tianming sleeping soundly and murmured, "Has he already fallen asleep? I thought he would be too excited to rest. It seems I overestimated him." She squatted beside the bed, tucking her hair behind her ear, and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Good night, you big pervert." Then, she nestled into his embrace. Distribute points. 3. Upon use. Gain 1 attribute point. Chakra. 1. Upon use. Chakra increases by 100. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. B. Rinnegan Kaleidoscope Mask, equivalent to an A-level Quinqua. Wearing it grants a cloak akin to Obito's. Altering voice to that of Madara. Wind release. Spiraling Shuriken. S. Water release. Great Waterfall Technique. A. Although this lottery only guaranteed an S rank. Jiuquan Tianming was pleasantly surprised to have drawn the white mask. Henceforth, he could present himself in 2 identities, no longer fearing exposure when using the Sharingan. Jiuquan Tianming accompanied Fang Xuanite to purchase a computer. She had expressed a desire to alter her writing methods, deeming it wasteful to write on paper, often discarding dozens of drafts. Jiuquan Tianming had no objections, but he also intended to visit the antique cafe, as he had borrowed a book from Kaneki, and it was time to return it. "If you're uncomfortable, you can wait outside. I'll be out shortly," Jiuquan Tianming said as they neared the cafe. "Sure, I'll wait out here," Fang Xuanite replied, leaning against a nearby post as she watched Jiuquan Tianming enter the cafe. "Welcome, Kaneki. I've come to return your book," Jiuquan Tianming said, handing the book to Kaneki. "Mr. Jiuquan, have you finished it already?" Kaneki asked, astonished. "Pretty much," Jiuquan Tianming smiled in response. In truth, the book was not to his taste. The initial chapters were engaging, but the latter half felt rather mundane. Kaneki took the book, pondering how it had only been 3 days, surprised that Jiuquan had read it so swiftly. "Big brother." Hinami dashed to Jiuquan Tianming's side. Her family's bond with him strengthening ever since Donato revealed that Jiuquan was the one who saved her. "Little Hinami, you're here too." Jiuquan Tianming crouched down to pat Hinami's head. "Tuka, please prepare 2 cups of cream coffee for takeout." "Certainly. By the way, is the manager not here?" Jiuquan Tianming inquired. "The manager is upstairs. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Kaneki asked curiously. "I need to have a word with him. I'll head up now." Jiuquan Tianming knocked on the door to the manager's office. The manager approached and opened the door. "Mr. Jiuquan, what brings you here?" "I have a few matters to discuss with you. May I come in?" "Please." Although the manager was unsure of Jiuquan Tianming's intentions, he welcomed him into the room. "Would you like some tea, Mr. Jiuquan?" "No, thank you, manager. I'll keep it brief. I wouldn't want to keep it waiting." Upon hearing Ide's name, the manager visibly paused. "I'll be direct with you. I'm in a relationship with Ide, and she has shared her background with me." The manager stared at Jiuquan Tianming, taken aback. While he knew they were colleagues, he hadn't anticipated their relationship would be so intimate. The fact that Fang Xuanite had confided her past to Jiuquan Tianming indicated her deep trust in him. As her father, the manager recognized he had no right to interfere in her romantic choices. All he wished for was her happiness. Moreover, Jiuquan Tianming appeared to be an outstanding individual. Free from prejudice against ghouls, perhaps he was indeed the most suitable match for Ide. Chapter 26. The Proud One. Is it really like this? If Ado truly chooses someone, I would sincerely wish them well. The manager wore a faint smile, perhaps delighted that Ado had found someone worthy of her trust. "Manager, don't you want to meet Ado?" She asked right outside the cafe. "Never mind. Since she doesn't wish to see me." The manager shook his head, aware of Ado's deep-seated prejudice against him. To approach her now might yield counterproductive results. "Very well then, I shall take my leave," Jiuquan Tianming said helplessly. He understood that the manager cared deeply for Ado. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disguised himself as a one-eyed owl to confront the CCG, only to have his arms severed by the then 19-year-old Arima Kishu, though it was possible the manager had let him off lightly. However, Ado's misunderstandings of the manager ran too deep. Even knowing he had been watching over her, she still harbored resentment. Speaking of which, Now that he possessed a white mask, he could occasionally visit the CCG like the manager did. He was eager to test Arima Kish's prowess, one of the world's mightiest combatants. As Jiuquan Tianming walked towards the door, he was asked, "Mr. Jiuquan, will you take good care of Ado?" "Of course," he replied, turning to the manager. "That's all that matters. As long as Ado finds happiness, I will be content." Upon reaching downstairs, Jiuquan Tianming took the coffee from Dongxiang's hands. "Hina, are you leaving so soon?" Hina said, a touch of disappointment in her voice. "Yes. I need to head to the mall. I can't stay to play with you." "But Hina, you mustn't be selfish. Your big brother has his own matters to attend to," said Ryoko, coming to Hina's side and taking her hand with a mildly scolding tone. Seeing the low spirits of Hina, Jiuquan Tianming spoke up. "Miss Ryoko, why not let Hina accompany me to the mall?" Would that be too much trouble for you?" "Mr. Jiuquan, not at all. Hina, do you wish to go out with your big brother?" "Really?" Hina's eyes lit up, eagerly watching Jiuquan Tianming. He nodded affirmatively. "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Jiuquan. Hina must listen to her big brother," Ryoko advised. "I will ensure Hina is back at the cafe before 5. With one hand holding the coffee and the other grasping Hina's hand, Jiuquan Tianming departed the cafe. "Why are they taking so long?" Ado complained, only to spot the little girl beside Jiuquan Tianming. The scent emanating from her was reminiscent of the fragrance that lingered on him. It seemed this little sister was indeed a true loli enthusiast. Hina looked up at the older girl, who was just a tad taller than herself, sensing a familiar scent from her. Was there a special connection between this older sister and her big brother? "Hina, this is Ado Wani-chan, the author you admire, Takatsuki Izumi." "Ado, this is Hina, a little sister I met at the cafe." "Hello, Hina-chan," Ado waved, greeting her warmly. "Ado Wani-chan, are you and big brother in that kind of relationship?" Hina asked, shyly poking her fingers together. "Yes, indeed. We are in a romantic relationship," Ado replied. "Is that really so?" Upon hearing Ado's response, Hina's expression dimmed slightly. Observing Hina's demeanor, Ado quickly realized, "Oh, how adorable. But this guy doesn't even spare such a young girl. I plan to take Hina to the mall for a bit of shopping." "That is fine, Hina-chan, come here." Ado beckoned. Hina looked to Jiuquan Tianming, who nodded, and then joined Ado's side. "You're so cute, Hina-chan," Ado said, gently ruffling Hina's hair. "Here." Jiuquan Tianming offered the coffee to Ado. "Rest assured, it's not brewed by the manager." Upon hearing this, Ado accepted it. She and Hina walked ahead, occasionally erupting into giggles. Jiuquan Tianming followed closely behind, sensing something amiss. He turned to see the cafe's door ajar, with the manager standing there. Upon noticing Jiuquan Tianming glance back, the manager waved. "Old proud one, you still wish to see your daughter, don't you?" "Wow, big brother, this place is huge," Hina exclaimed, excitedly circling the mall's atrium. This time, Jiuquan Tianming had brought Ado and Hina to Tokyo's largest shopping center, Ginza 6. "Hina-chan, don't run off. Be careful not to get lost." "Okay." Jiuquan Tianming first led them to the Apple store, believing that since Ado wasn't into gaming, an Apple computer would be a suitable choice. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Upon entering the Apple store, a staff member promptly approached them. "We're here to purchase a laptop." "Sir, if you're looking for a laptop, I would recommend the latest MacBook Air. The primary distinction of this model is..." Since Ado wasn't particularly knowledgeable about such matters, she began playing with Hina on a nearby tablet. "Ado Wani-chan, look at the cat I drew." Hina presented the tablet to Ado. "So cute. Hina-chan, you have great artistic talent." Ado praised her. "All right, I'll take the top configuration." After listening to the introduction, Jiuquan Tianming felt quite satisfied. He then inquired about the tablet in Hina's hands. "If I purchase 2 more tablets, could I receive a discount?" "Really, sir? The tablet Hina-chan has is an iPad Pro, which may cost more than the laptop." "That is fine." Since Jukiyama Shu joined the Bronze Tree, financial matters were no longer a burden for Jiuquan Tianming and Ado, as the fees from Ado's writing were quite substantial. As for discounts, they could offer a maximum of 15 off, along with a 2-year replacement guarantee. All right. After having the items packaged, Jiuquan Tianming departed with Hina and Ado. "Only 1 chapter today. Although I will review it once more after finishing, I may have made some typographical errors due to late-night writing. I appreciate those who raise questions. Today is a day of rest." Chapter 27. Confronted by the little loli initially, he had intended to buy some snacks to take back. But considering Hina could not taste human food, he only bought ice cream for Ado. "What a strange flavor. It's not good," Ado remarked, wrinkling her brow as she examined the green ice cream in her hand. Here, have some. Fong Suanite pressed an ice cream into Zhou Chuan Tianming's hand. I told you to buy strawberry flavor. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Chuan Tianming picked up the ice cream that Fong Suanite had taken a bite out of and began to eat, relieved that he didn't mind the taste of matcha. It was surprising that Fong Suanite, being a true Japanese, was unaccustomed to the flavor of matcha. Perhaps it was due to her limited exposure to it. He had intended to sample the flavor, but it turned out to be rather unpalatable. At that moment, Zhou Chuan Tianming felt a tug at the hem of his shirt. Looking down, he saw Fukuhina, who was pulling at his clothing while pointing at something. Big brother, over there. Following her gaze, Zhou Chuan Tianming noticed a doll shop. Little Hina, do you want to go there? Hina nodded obediently. Inside the doll shop, Zhou Chuan Tianming and Fong Suanite leaned against the wall, watching Hina attempt to grab a doll. Each time her claw reached a doll, her face lit up with delight, but when the doll slipped away, she pouted in disappointment. Hina is so cute, Fong Suanite remarked, observing the smiling Zhou Chuan Tianming. Indeed. By the way, will we have a daughter as adorable as her in the future? Given the attractive appearances of Zhou Chuan Tianming and Fong Suanite, it seemed nearly impossible for them to have a child of lesser beauty. Why must it be a daughter? Fong Suanite blurted out, only realizing afterward that Zhou Chuan Tianming had been contemplating children already. A son, perhaps? Zhou Chuan Tianming pondered, but decided against it. They say raising a son follows the mother, while raising a daughter follows the father. If they had a son with Fong Suanite's temperament, he would likely be unpopular with girls. Just a guess. As soon as Zhou Chuan Tianming finished speaking, Hina approached him with a crestfallen expression. Can't you grab one? Hina lowered her head, responding softly. Let me give it a try. Although he had grabbed dolls a few times in his past life, Zhou Chuan Tianming had no real experience with claw machines. It was impossible that he couldn't grab even one. That would be too embarrassing. However, after trying a dozen times, he, like Hina, failed to catch a single doll. This must be a scam, Zhou Chuan Tianming muttered, convinced that the dolls were merely inches away from being captured but always slipped through his fingers. He was certain his skills were not at fault. It had to be the claw machine's issue. I'm sorry, little Hina, it's brother's fault. It's okay, big brother. You did well, Hina comforted him. Is it really that hard to grab? Fong Suanite, observing the downcast expressions of the two, inserted 2 game tokens into the claw machine and casually manipulated the joystick. Isn't this quite simple? She held up a rabbit plushie she had won, shaking it in her hand. It wasn't as challenging as she had imagined. Why did they look like they were struggling so much? How did you manage to grab it? Zhou Chuan Tianming asked, bewildered, as he looked at Fong Suanite, who had secured a doll. Hina gazed at Fong Suanite with admiration. Sisterite, you're amazing. You just grabbed it so easily. It was just a casual grab. Fong Suanite replied nonchalantly. Do you often play this? Zhou Chuan Tianming couldn't help but question if Fong Suanite was a claw machine expert. Not at all. This is my first time. Having grown up in District 24, Fong Suanite had established the bronze tree and written novels, leaving little time for frivolous pursuits. Perhaps this is what people refer to as talent. After giving the rabbit plushie to Hina, Fong Suanite remarked that it was getting late, and they should head back. Outside the antique cafe, Zhou Chuan Tianming said, Little Hina, don't you love drawing? Here, this is for you. He handed her a tablet he had purchased earlier. Hina shook her head vigorously, refusing. No, big brother, this is too precious. It's all right, consider it a gift from me. One of the 2 tablets was meant for Fong Suanite, while the other was intended for Hina as a token of gratitude for her earlier help with his hair. Well, if you insist, I will cherish it. I believe in you. Big brother, could you squat down? Though puzzled by Hina's request, Zhou Chuan Tianming complied and squatted down. Hina stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek before shyly retreating back to the cafe. Goodbye, big brother. Inside the cafe, Fuku Ryoko observed Hina, who was flushed and breathing heavily, and anxiously asked, Hina, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? It's nothing, Mom, Hina replied, trying to calm her racing heart. Zhou Chuan Tianming stood frozen, bewildered. Had he just been kissed by Fukuhina? How does it feel to be kissed by a little girl? Fong Suanite's emotionless voice reached his ears. Zhou Chuan Tianming looked up to see Fong Suanite gazing at him with an expression of calmness, completely unexpected. He had always regarded Fukuhina as a younger sister. Logically, she should have been enamored with Kaneki. Could it be that saving her father had stirred feelings in Hina for him? Hey, you're not still savoring that kiss, are you? Fong Suanite teased. Though she spoke lightly, she couldn't shake the feeling of jealousy gnawing at her heart. Was this what it felt like to be envious? I am not. Zhuchuan Tianming responded, regaining his composure. He understood that regardless of Hina's feelings, he would always see her as a sister. In this world, the one person he truly cared for and cherished was none other than the one before him. Don't take it to heart. After all, Hina is just a child. Zhuchuan Tianming felt it necessary to clarify. What are you talking about? I'm not bothered, Fang Xuanite replied, pouting. For clarification, Hina's kiss should be considered a gesture of gratitude. Perhaps she has feelings for the protagonist, but he will always regard her as his little sister. I have no intention of creating a harem scenario here. Chapter 28. Kiss Me. Zhuchuan Tianming wore a look of helplessness. It seemed clear that she was concerned. Just like her father, prideful and seemingly jealous, he would need to comfort her properly. Zhuchuan Tianming opened his arms and looked at Fang Xuanite. What are you doing? I'm going to carry you back. Fang Xuanite crossed her arms, lightly kicking him. I refuse. With that, Fang Xuanite turned to leave briskly, but halfway there, she stopped, pivoted, and threw herself into Zhuchuan Tianming's embrace, grumbling. What are you dawdling for? Let us go home. As Zhuchuan Tianming held Fang Xuanite in his arms, he thought to himself that, despite her jealousy, she was quite adorable. Once they returned home, although Fang Xuan understood that it was not Zhuchuan Tianming's fault, she was well aware that he harbored no intentions towards Hina Shikaguchi. Nonetheless, she felt a heavy weight in her heart. Carry me to the bed. Fang Xuan whispered into Zhuchuan Tianming's ear. Zhuchuan Tianming responded, as he lifted Fang Xuan into the room, intending to place her on the bed. However, Fang Xuan clung tightly to his neck, causing Zhuchuan Tianming to lean over her, with his hands pressed against the bed. Fang Xuan caressed Zhuchuan Tianming's face, her gaze dreamy as she spoke in an alluring tone. Kiss me. Zhuchuan Tianming was taken aback by Fang Xuan's bold request for a kiss. Could it be that Hina Shikaguchi had instilled a sense of urgency in her? Faced with her sudden assertiveness, Zhuchuan Tianming felt a bit bashful and hesitated to proceed. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he gradually lowered his head, and their lips met, creating a delicate silver thread in the air. Both of their faces flushed, and Fang Xuan wore a triumphant smile. If her guess was correct, this must have been his first initiative to kiss a girl. Zhuchuan Tianming gasped for air, having been deprived of breath, as Fang Xuan playfully pinched his nose. Are you trying to suffocate me? He gently pinched her cheek in response. That was your punishment. Fang Xuan replied nonchalantly, knowing she would never truly let him suffocate. All right, are you no longer angry? I'm not angry at all, Fang Xuan pouted, contradicting him as he held her face. Then shall we kiss again? If not, I will go cook. Zhuchuan Tianming spoke to her, as one would to a child. Are you treating me like a child? Fang Xuan retorted, attempting to bite the hand that held her face, but to no avail. Fang Xuan released her grip around Zhuchuan Tianming's neck and helped straighten his disheveled clothes. Go ahead, but remember to call me. After Zhuchuan Tianming left, Fang Xuan touched her lips, murmuring to herself, is this what kissing feels like? It seems rather delightful. In District 4, CCG headquarters. This is bad. CCG is under attack by an unknown ghoul. The figure in the white mask effortlessly defeated a squad composed of first-class investigators. Don't worry. Heki Hiron and Shinohara Yukiki have already gone to provide assistance. Moreover, we have contacted that man. Zhuchuan Tianming, wearing a white mask, tossed a fallen investigator to the ground, with CCG officers scattered around him. He had not taken their lives, but merely incapacitated them by breaking their limbs. This ghoul we have never encountered before. He didn't even use his Kagun, Shinohara Yukiki remarked to Heki Hiron beside him. It appears this enemy is quite formidable, Heki Hiron replied slowly. Zhuchuan Tianming was surprised to see them, but he recognized their combat prowess as elite within CCG, especially evidenced by their prior battle with the store manager. What a pity it isn't Arima Kishu who has arrived, Zhuchuan Tianming murmured, finding little interest in these two alone. Exchanging glances, Shinohara Yukiki and Heki Hiron initiated a pincer attack on Zhuchuan Tianming. His originally blue pupils transformed into red as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, deftly dodging their assault and kicking Heki Hiron's Quinqua into the air, followed by a punch to Shinohara Yukiki's abdomen, sending him flying. Say, isn't it a bit unfair for you two to gang up on someone unarmed? The tone of Zhuchuan Tianming, mimicking Madara's voice, felt oddly peculiar. Heki Hiron, momentarily stunned by the flying weapon, quickly regained his composure and threw a punch at Zhou Tianming's face, only to have it caught by him. By the way, have you contacted Arima Kishu? Heki Huron gazed into Zhou Tianming's crimson eyes, feeling as if he were peering into an endless abyss. Why yes, we have contacted Arima for support. Heki Huron stammered. Shinohara Yukiki, rising to his feet, was incredulous at the unfolding events, unable to mask his shock. He couldn't comprehend why Heki Huron had revealed Arima's situation, but he had no time to ponder as he rushed to assist. Is that so? Then I shall wait for him here. When Heki Huron regained his senses, he found himself kneeling on the ground, the mysterious man now merely a few meters away. Shinohara Yukiki rushed to help Heki Huron to his feet. Both men, realizing the ghoul's overwhelming strength far exceeded their expectations. The pressure Zhou Tianming exuded was even greater than that of the one-eyed owl, as if he were toying with them throughout. That individual seems similar to the one-eyed owl who attacked earlier, Shinohara Yukiki noted. What? Heki Huron inquired, puzzled. He hasn't killed anyone. Heki Huron then noticed that while the surrounding officers bore significant injuries, they were still alive. What could his true intentions be? Shinohara Yukiki couldn't fathom the ghoul's motives, seemingly not aimed at attacking CCG. He appeared particularly concerned about whether Arima would arrive for reinforcement. Was he seeking revenge against Arima? It seemed they could only leave matters to Arima. Heki Huron now hoped fervently for Arima's swift arrival, fearing Zhou Tianming might launch another assault on CCG. Has he finally arrived? Arima Kishu. Zhou Tianming turned his gaze toward the approaching white-haired man, accompanied by a pink-haired girl and a young man. Chapter 29. SSS Class Ghoul. White mask leaning against the wall, Zhou Tianming watched as the hem of his clothing fluttered in the wind. Upon realizing that there was only one ghoul attacking CCG, the pink-haired girl swung a white blade towards him. Zhou Tianming recognized her immediately. She was the first beauty of CCG, Iron Hyori. Iron Hyori, like Arima Kishu and Kitaru Kuroiwa, was a half-human nurtured by the Sunlit Garden, possessing extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts, though with a shorter lifespan and susceptibility to aging. Her presence here was to showcase her progress before Arima Kishu, aiming to demonstrate her strength as a first-class investigator. Viewing Arima as a deity, her ultimate goal in battle was to gain his recognition, but unfortunately, during the subsequent extermination of the Jukiyama family, she was caught off guard and decapitated by one of their servants, Myru. Zhou Tianming calmly tilted his head to evade Iron Hyori's slash and swiftly extended his hand to secure her neck. With a slight exertion, he rendered her unconscious, displaying a degree of chivalry by laying her gently on the ground. Who could resist a pink-haired girl with a hint of innocence? Alas, Zhou Tianming had no intentions of establishing a harem. Just as Kaguya Hikari intended to intervene, Arima Kishu raised a hand to stop him, sensing something peculiar about the situation. Mr. Arima, what is your perspective on this world? Zhou Tianming did not rush to take action. Instead, he inquired of Arima Kishu in a tone reminiscent of friendship. Arima Kishu paused momentarily, as if recalling a similar question posed to him years ago by the one-eyed owl. As a half-human, a hybrid of humans and ghouls, Arima Kishu was cultivated by the V organization to serve as a purifier, his life ensnared in a relentless cycle of slaughter and obedience. He was acutely aware of his status as a mere tool, compelled to execute the orders of the V organization to maintain a superficial balance between humans and ghouls. Yet, he had long grown weary of this senseless existence of life-taking. Despite outwardly upholding the order of the CCG, Arima had covertly allied with Takatsuki's son and was subtly promoting the One-Eyed King plan. He believed that only by dismantling the existing dichotomy could true coexistence between humans and ghouls be achieved. He saw through the absurdity and violent essence of the world, yet felt powerless to enact direct change, left only with the option of paving the way for future generations through self-destruction. Arima Kishu refrained from answering Zhou Tianming's question, not from a lack of desire, but from an inability to articulate his innermost thoughts. This world harbored neither hope nor light, only despair. In a world dominated by despair, existence itself bore no value. Although Arima resonated with the sentiments expressed by Zhou, he still held onto the belief that the world possessed the potential for salvation. Otherwise, he would not have consented to Takatsuki's plan. The three Magatama in Zhou Tianming's eyes gradually morphed into a kaleidoscope, enveloping his form in a violet skeletal framework. The call for the great death. Who would have thought that fellow was a ghoul? Arima, be cautious. That individual wields formidable strength, warned Shinohara Yashiki. He held great confidence in Arima's abilities. Yet the ghoul before them was overwhelmingly powerful, having effortlessly defeated both him and Kuroiwa without resorting to ghoul transformation. Arima pressed a button on his briefcase, and a white longsword materialized in his hand. This quinkwa, named Naginata, was crafted from the Kagun of Tuka's mother and possessed 3 distinct forms. Arima aimed Naginata at Jujujin Tianming, unleashing a bolt of golden lightning that struck him but caused no discernible effect. Arima then produced another quinkwa, Aixa, causing the ground around Jujujin to sprout black spiral spikes. Aiming for Susanoo. To Jujujin's surprise, Aixa's assault penetrated half of the Susanoo framework. Beneath the white mask, Jujujin exhibited a gleeful smile. Indeed, only the pinnacle of combat prowess, Arima Kishu, could compel him to engage earnestly. Jujujin dispelled Susanoo, summoning a long sword from thin air. Though Arima did not comprehend why Jujujin abandoned his ghoul form, he seized the opportunity to employ Aixa and Naginata's ranged attacks, gradually closing the distance. As Naginata transformed into its sword form and swung at Jujujin, he parried with the Kusanagi. Accompanied by crackling electricity, Jujujin thrust towards Arima's chest, who narrowly defended himself with Aixa. Shinohara and Kuroiwa watched in disbelief as the seemingly invincible Arima found himself at a disadvantage. Initially intending to remain uninvolved, both swiftly retrieved their quinkwas and rejoined the fray. This fighter can harness lightning, Arima mused, glancing at Naginata. Before he could ponder further, the ghoul once again activated his ghoul transformation, though this time it was even more colossal. The original skeletal frame transformed into a massive skeleton, sprouting 2 arms. One wielding a purple longsword, a weapon formed by Susanoo enveloping the Kusanagi. Just as Shinohara and Kuroiwa were about to ambush Jujujin, they were abruptly repelled by the sudden emergence of Susanoo. Jujujin commanded Susanoo to strike down at Arima, who, fortunately, reacted swiftly and evaded. Thus, it came to a climax. The enormous skeletal arm descended towards Arima's evasion point with such force that it sent him flying. Mr. Arima, when we meet again, I eagerly await your answer, Jujujin proclaimed as his figure vanished in an instant. Mr. Arima, Hirako Joe appeared beside him to assess his injuries. I'm fine, Arima replied, noting that Jujujin had slightly tempered the force of his final blow. Otherwise, even a half-human like him would have been bettered for months. That ghoul vanished in an instant. This was what concerned Arima most. Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. Ultimately, it could only be attributed to the abilities of the ghoul, for there was no other explanation. Following this incident of the CCG attack, the higher-ups classified the ghoul donning the white mask as White Mask, assigning it an SSS rank and the ability to transform. This ghoul's transformation exhibited extraordinary defensive capabilities, tentatively categorized as Type A, possessing the power to wield lightning and the abilities of invisibility or instantaneous movement. Chapter 30. The Plan Name. Jujujin Tianming Kaleidoscope Sharingan Experience. 600-10005 Attributes of Chakra Uchiha Bloodline Strength. 15. Peak Human Strength is 10. Equivalent to the later stages of Suzuya Jizu. Speed. 15. With an additional point. Defense. 14. With an additional 2 points. Chakra. 1600. Do not concern yourself with the amount. I am a man of endurance. Points. 10 items. 1 explosive tag. 131 shuriken. 1 flying thunder god kanai. 1 left in the yard at home. 2 kusanagi. 1 6 paths Magatama mask abilities. Chidori. A. Kirin. S. Fireball technique. C. Rasengan. A. Rasen shuriken. S. Great waterfall technique. A. Great fire annihilation. B. Takatsuki's son reclined on the sofa, a computer purchased from the marketplace before her, steam still rising from the coffee beside her. Both enjoyed coffee, prompting Jujujin to acquire a coffee machine for their home. Though he had never brewed it himself, he often observed the store manager at work, finding the process relatively straightforward. Jujujin was tending to Takatsuki's hair from behind. After sipping her coffee, Takatsuki complained, "This is so frustrating. Perhaps I should write tomorrow instead." "No, Miss Sun. You wouldn't want to pull an all-nighter, would you? What can I do if I can't write?" Takatsuki glanced back at Jujujin. "By the way, where were you yesterday?" "I hadn't seen you all day. I went to a coffee shop," Jujujin replied calmly. having attacked the CCG the previous day and ensuring Takatsuki remained unaware of his other identity. However, she would soon learn of the powerful ghoul that had attacked the CCG. Didn't we already buy a coffee machine? Why go to a cafe? I just feel it's livelier there, Jujujin mused. About that plan I mentioned earlier. Transforming Kaneki into the one-eyed king, what do you think? He twirled a strand of Takatsuki's hair around his finger. Recently, Kujo Timing suggested to Yoshimura Ito that Kaneki could become the one-eyed king envisioned in their plans. He understood that Yoshimura had been observing Kaneki, keen to ascertain his qualifications for kingship. However, Kaneki had yet to demonstrate his worth, compounded by his overly naive thoughts and meek disposition, which led Yoshimura to remain skeptical about Kaneki's potential. That boy, we must observe him further. What makes you believe he can ascend to the role of the one-eyed king? Intuition, perhaps. Despite his current demeanor, it is not inconceivable that he could soon mature into someone of great significance. Yoshimura Ito gazed at Kujo Timing's enthusiastic expression, lost in contemplation. Could that bashful youth, who blushes at mere conversation with girls, truly be capable of such greatness? Oh, but it would be prudent to first complete the tasks at hand. At the CCG headquarters, Marud was emphatically tapping on the adjacent display screen, which showcased two images, one of Kujo Timing adorned in a white mask, and the other depicting him unleashing his Susanoo. The conference room was filled with special investigators, including the often absent Arima Kishu. Our investigations in other districts have yielded no signs of the White Mask's activity, leading us to surmise that his domain lies within District 4. His emergence mirrors that of the One-Eyed Owl a decade ago, unknown until he made a stunning debut, defeating 3 special investigators, including Arima himself. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the investigators. If even Arima Kishu could not vanquish the White Mask, what hope did they possess? Arima, in quiet reflection, had discerned during his encounter with Kujo Timing that the latter had held back. Perhaps this individual was indeed capable of ending his life. The White Mask was the elusive one-eyed king that both he and Yoshimura sought, a leader for ghouls. Arima, would you be so kind as to share your impressions of the battle with the White Mask? Arima recalled his experience and spoke slowly. He is formidable. Even in his ghoul state, not even Aixa could breach his defenses. Without activating my ghoul form, I found myself evenly matched with him in physical prowess. Yet, perplexingly, he had not utilized any Kagun during the fight, and his weapon was peculiar, reminiscent of a quinqua. Arima recalled the sudden appearance of the longsword in Kujo Timing's grasp. Is it possible that there are ghouls capable of crafting quinquas? Marud exclaimed. That cannot be ruled out. Furthermore, the weapon appeared from thin air in the hands of the White Mask, coupled with his instantaneous disappearances, suggests he may possess spatial manipulation abilities. Is this truly the capacity of a normal human? Tanakamaru exclaimed in disbelief. It is likely a manifestation of his Kagun, and he also wields lightning. Can we truly overcome a ghoul with such power? At this, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. They felt a profound helplessness in the face of the one-eyed owl. As the silence lingered, Marud broke it, asserting, regardless of his strength, as CCG investigators, it is our duty to protect humanity and eradicate ghouls. We must give our all. His words rekindled the fighting spirit among the gathered. Unbeknownst to them, the higher-ups of CCG were also targets they sought to eliminate. Meanwhile, Kujo Timing, after much delay, began penning his thoughts. Sitting beside him, Kaneki contemplated the forthcoming plans. Owing to Timing's influence, the crises confronting Kaneki had significantly diminished, allowing him to work comfortably at a cafe. Timing believed it was time to further the initiative to establish Kaneki as the one-eyed king. He intended to create a scenario that would invoke a sense of urgency in Kaneki, awakening the latent potential within him. Only then could he gradually accept his identity as a ghoul, though the final touches would be left to the mathematics teacher. At that moment, a wicked thought crossed Timing's mind, accompanied by a sinister smile. What if Kaneki were to witness harm befall the girl he cherished? Would that not push him into a frenzy once more? Yoshimura paused his actions, regarding the grinning Timing with curiosity, pondering what mischief he was concocting, though it was evident it could not bode well, given the malevolent smile. Chapter 31. Becoming the roaring dragon of the world in the dead of night. Tuka and Kaneki traversed a shadowy alley, burdened with 2 bags of human flesh. Honestly, had it not been for Mr. Shikamo's obligations today, I wouldn't have had to walk back with you, Tuka grumbled, but her expression suddenly turned serious as she gazed into the shadows ahead. Who's there? A figure clad in a white mask slowly emerged from the darkness. Recognizing the masked individual as a ghoul, Tokyo retorted, "Hey, you should know we are of the same kind, so step aside." She shot a displeased glance at the figure, irritated that another oblivious ghoul dared to block her path. Prior to joining the safe zone, both she and Ayato were undeniably formidable. "Hand over what you have in those bags," Kujo Timing demanded, pointing towards the bags Kaneki held. "TCH, so you're just here to demand food? If you want it." Tuka began, but Kaneki interrupted her. "Tuka, isn't our safe zone's purpose to assist ghouls who cannot procure food? I believe this gentleman must be in need." Faced with Kaneki's reasoning, Tuka reluctantly opened the bag and tossed a bloodied piece of meat at Kujo Timing's feet. "Take this, and let us pass." "Not enough. I want it all." The crimson eyes behind the mask gleamed. Tuka had assumed that after receiving food, the masked figure would graciously step aside, but instead, he displayed a blatant lack of gratitude. "You're getting a bit too greedy, aren't you?" she hissed, icy disdain directed at Kujo Timing. In an instant, she lunged at him, aiming a kick towards his head. Kujo Timing blocked her strike and seized her leg, slamming her forcefully to the ground. Boom. Dust billowed into the air as Kaneki rushed to Tuka's side, helping her to her feet. "Tuka, are you all right?" "I'm fine. This guy is very strong." As Tuka regained her footing, her eyes remained wary, fixed on Kujo Timing. Together, they launched an assault against him, with Tuka's distractions allowing Kaneki to unleash his Kagun in relentless attacks. Despite their synchronized efforts, they found no advantage against Kujo Timing. Tuka attempted to utilize the agility of her Kakuja to ambush him, only for Kujo Timing to seize the opportunity, piercing her body with Raikiri. In shock, she looked down at her wound, coughing up blood. The powerful surge of electricity coursing through her rendered her incapacitated. It seemed her fate was sealed this day. She felt utterly powerless against this opponent, regretting her decision to accompany Kaneki. "What bad luck. Father and mother, I have come to accompany you." A mocking voice emanated from beneath the mask of Kujo Tenmei. "Dongxiang-chan." Kimiko furiously charged at Kujo Tenmei, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground, helplessly watching as blood flowed from Dongxiang's wounds. Dongxiang slowly turned her head towards Kimiko, her lips parting slightly, yet no sound escaped her. Kimiko understood that she wished for him to flee, but how could he bear to witness her demise? However, in his battered state, he could hardly rise. Even if he could, what use would he be against an adversary that Dongxiang could not defeat? A profound sense of helplessness dragged him into an endless abyss. "Neniamo," he lamented. "I am powerless to change anything. I long to protect those I hold dear." The figure of Rise appeared beside Kinmiku, settling upon him, gazing down at his distraught face. "You blame yourself repeatedly, yet it serves no purpose. You cannot change anything. You only continue to berate your own inadequacy without contemplating any real change." No, Kinmiku cried out in agony. His inexplicable actions prompted Kujo Tenmei to ponder whether he had pushed Kinmiku too far. If Kinmiku awakened now, how would the math teacher continue to teach him mathematics? Seizing upon Kimiku's introspection, Kujo Tenmei gently laid Dongxiang upon the ground, for she had succumbed to her injuries. Kujo Tenmei felt helpless. He had not wished for Dongxiang to be harmed so severely. After all this time together, he regarded the members of the safe zone as friends. He could only murmur a soft apology. "Recognize your identity clearly. Isn't this world as it is? Do you truly wish to witness your cherished companions leave you?" Rise pressed closely against Kinmiku, extending her tongue to lick his ghastly eye before biting his ear. No, I will save you, Dongxiang-chan." Kinmiku continued to roar, his determination to rescue her fueled by rage. The scales upon his back surged, lifting his fallen form, his injuries healing in an instant. Kinmiku's expression twisted. All he desired now was to rend the foe before him. Rise clung tightly to his neck, exclaiming with exhilaration, Yes. Only you are worthy of becoming the dragon of this roaring world. Tear him apart, transform him into your strength." Kujo Tenmei observed the frenzied Kinmiku before him. Relieved that his hair had not yet turned white, it seemed akin to the first time he had rampaged, albeit with a significant increase in power. Although it had nearly spiraled out of control, the outcome was fortuitous. Only through such experiences could Kinmiku mature and relinquish his naive notions. In his berserk state, Kinmiku relentlessly assaulted Kujo Tenmei with his kakuja, his hoarse voice echoing with cries of "tear it apart, tear it apart." Like a madman, Kujo Tenmei formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Kinmiku, who, unexpectedly, withstood the searing heat and lunged toward him. Yet, this was where it would end. A colossal skeletal hand seized Kimiko tightly, as Kujo Tenmei exerted force. The sound of Kimiko's bones fracturing rang clear, and the excruciating pain elicited a pained howl from him before he succumbed to unconsciousness. At last, tranquility returned. Chapter 32. The Guardian of Food with the Dissolution of Susanoo. Kimiko fell to the ground. Fortunately, an abundance of human flesh ensured that neither he nor Dongxiang would perish from their injuries. Kujo Tenmei stuffed the flesh into the mouths of Dongxiang and Kinmoku, and as he continued to feed them, their wounds began to heal gradually. This should suffice. They will likely awaken shortly. Once he confirmed that the surroundings posed no threat, Kujo Tenmei departed, carrying the remaining flesh back with him. I'm back. Upon opening the door, he found Ito arriving home just then. Why have you returned so late? What is that in your hand? Ito inquired, bending down to scrutinize the bag held by Kujo Tenmei. A strong odor of blood wafted from it. Surely, that bag does not contain human flesh? Yes. I just took it from 2 ghouls outside. The human flesh at home is nearly consumed, Kujo Tenmei replied. Those 2 ghouls were quite unfortunate to encounter you, Ito remarked, poking at the bag filled with flesh. You can put it in the refrigerator yourself. Kujo Tenmei handed the bag to Ito. It felt odd to handle the flesh of his own kind. How fortunate. I no longer need to hunt myself. Ito accepted the bag with a smile. She had planned to venture out for a hunt, but was pleasantly surprised that Kujo Tenmei had brought back such a large supply, enough to last her about 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Kinmoku and Dongxiang, deprived of human flesh, slowly began to awaken. Dongxiang was astonished to find herself alive. She touched her abdomen, where her previous wounds had healed. How could this be? Did Kinmoku escape? Dongxiang-chan. Kinmoku's strained voice occasionally broke through as he leaned against the wall, slowly making his way towards her. Although most of his injuries had mended, his body remained weak and still bore lingering pain from his rampage. Dongxiang hurried to Kinmoku's side, supporting him. I am so relieved that you are all right, Dongxiang-chan. Kinmoku's face lit up with a grateful smile upon seeing her unharmed. Why? Why didn't you run when I told you to? Dongxiang's voice grew somber as she questioned him, her gaze cast downward. Kinmoku's frail state made her realize he had not chosen to flee. He could have survived by escaping. Why had he chosen to remain? He was merely a half-baked fighter, utterly incapable of vanquishing that foe. As Dongxiang's agitation mounted, she grasped Kinmoku's collar, her voice trembling. You could have just run away. Their eyes met, and Kinmoku watched tears spill from the corners of Dongxiang's eyes. I cannot run. I cannot bear to see those I care for die before me. Even if it costs me everything, I will protect you, Dongxiang-chan. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he draped an arm over her shoulder, making a solemn promise. Dongxiang appeared taken aback by Kinmoku's declaration, momentarily stunned, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Who asked you to protect me? Just take care of yourself. As she noticed Kinmoku's reddened face, her eyes darted away. Dongxiang-chan. What is it? Dongxiang asked, puzzled. Your clothing. Kinmoku pointed towards her body. Following Kinmoku's gesture, Dongxiang's face flushed deeper as she realized that, due to Kujo Tenmei's attack, her clothing bore a large tear, exposing her belly button. Don't look. Dongxiang glared at Kinmoku, quickly covering her abdomen with her hands. Kaneki scratched his face, avoiding eye contact, and despite Donato's words, he had already grasped the situation. I apologize. Donato-chan, it was beyond my control. Is that so? You were attacked by ghouls, and all the bodies were taken. Indeed, manager. Upon returning to the antique restaurant, Donato relayed the incident involving the ghoul attack to the manager. What a surprise. Such an event occurs on the day Mr. Shikamo is absent. However, what astonished me was that although I sustained severe injuries before losing consciousness, I awoke completely healed, with a lingering taste of flesh in my mouth. Donato stroked her chin, voicing her perplexity to the manager. It seems he intended merely to seize human bodies, not to take your lives, as he provided you with human flesh. The manager pondered, squinting slightly. But why would he do that? He had no obligation to save us. His objective was already fulfilled. That remains a mystery. By the way, do you recall his appearance? I do. He wore a white mask and a black coat, yet he did not reveal his kagun during the battle. After Donato left, the manager approached the window, gazing at the blue sky, silently relieved that Kaneki and Donato were unharmed. Otherwise, he would have needed to stretch his old bones. Kirishima emerged from the bathroom to find Ado sitting at the dining table, knife and fork in hand, with a plate of crimson meat before him. Undoubtedly, it was the human flesh Kirishima had brought back. Upon seeing Kirishima, Ado lifted a piece of meat, waving it in front of him. "Hey, would you like a bite? It's quite delicious." Ignoring Ado's words, Kirishima nonchalantly headed to the refrigerator. There was no way he would consume flesh from his own kind. How dull. Noticing Kirishima's indifference, Ado let out a light scoff, taking a bite of the meat as if Kirishima had bitten down hard on it. Kirishima retrieved a slice of cake from the refrigerator and sat across from Ado. What's that? Ado snatched the cake Kirishima had placed on the table. "What are you doing?" Kirishima looked at Ado in confusion. "This is the last slice of durian millefeuille. I was saving it for tomorrow's writing." Ado cradled the cake protectively, eyeing Kirishima like a cat guarding its food. "Why are you guarding it so fiercely?" Kirishima remarked helplessly. "How about I buy you another one tomorrow afternoon?" "All right then." Ado's demeanor instantly brightened, and she unwrapped the cake, placing it before Kirishima. Chapter 33. A crisis for the Jukiyama mother and daughter, combined. Isn't it unbecoming for sisters to change their expressions so quickly? Since being with Ado, Kirishima had gradually grown accustomed to her sampling human flesh in front of him, though it still struck him as somewhat odd. "I'll be quite busy lately and might return late," Ado remarked, inserting the fork into her mouth, savoring the blood before spearing a small piece of cake. "In that case, I want to prepare dinner for you." Kirishima refrained from questioning Ado's intentions. Based on the timeline, she was likely involved in matters concerning District 11. "Regarding your previous suggestion, I plan to have someone assess that boy's potential." After finishing the human flesh, Ado stretched lazily, then sat on Kirishima's lap, awaiting his response. "That's fine, just don't let him die." Kirishima instinctively pinched Ado's soft cheek. "Isn't he your friend? Aren't you afraid he'll hold a grudge against you for this?" Ado opened her mouth, attempting to bite Kirishima's hand, but he deftly withdrew it. Ado had always been puzzled. Kaneki was clearly Kirishima's friend, so why did Kirishima insist on leading him down this perilous path? Kirishima feigned profundity, gazing at the ceiling and murmuring, "On the path to peace, there will always be sacrifices, and I believe Kaneki can become the king who leads the ghouls." "Very well. Since you have such faith in him, I shall not say more." Ado shook her head resignedly. "When the time comes to capture Kaneki, let me know. I'd like to join the fray." Kirishima was unaware of the specific timing for Ado's members to apprehend Kaneki, nor had he been visiting the cafe daily. "With you around, how can we capture Kaneki?" Ado looked at Kirishima in confusion. With his strength, he would easily overpower her subordinates. "Rest assured, I will allow for some leniency," Kirishima assured her fervently. If he were serious, he would demolish the entire cafe. Ado remained slightly apprehensive and planned to personally lead the members of the Bronze Tree in capturing Kaneki once matters in District 11 were resolved. After 5 minutes of Kirishima pinching her cheeks, Ado could no longer contain herself, grasping Kirishima's hand and placing it in her mouth. She first licked his fingers with her tongue, then bit down gently, satisfied as she began to suck. "Didn't you just eat human flesh? Why are you drinking my blood again?" Kirishima was puzzled, attempting to withdraw his finger. However, upon meeting Ado's warning gaze, he relinquished the effort. After all, it wasn't the first time, so he let her indulge. In a dimly lit alley, Ayato Amano spoke with a serious expression. "Isn't this too dangerous? What if they are ordinary humans?" "Fear not, Amano-kun. That substance is specially designed. Even if it strikes a person, they will not be harmed. Moreover, I trust my instincts." The words of true Wado eased Ayato's concerns as he observed the mother and daughter approaching. "Mom, do you think the big brother will be at the cafe?" Hinami Jukiyama raced ahead of her mother, turning to ask excitedly while clasping her hands behind her back. She hadn't seen Kirishima for several days and hoped to encounter him at the cafe. "Watch out, Hinami. Run away." Jukiyama Kyoko, initially smiling, quickly turned anxious, sprinting towards Hinami. "What are you talking about, Mom? You must have it wrong." Hinami looked back at her mother in confusion. Unbeknownst to Hinami, a large sign was plummeting towards her from above. Jukiyama Kyoko swiftly shielded Hinami, and just as the sign was about to crush them, she could think of nothing else. Easy opened his mouth to block the notice board, but suddenly, Furukawa Koko sensed that the sign on her body seemed weightless, and despite falling from such a height, it remained undamaged. What could it be? A monster. "It's a ghoul, run." The panicked cries of passers-by echoed around. "Yamamoto-kun, I told you my intuition was spot on." It was Shinya Waku, who emerged from an alley with Yamamoto Gotaro. Upon seeing Furukawa Koko reveal her Hizi, the crowd had long since vanished, leaving only the concealed Kayosui Tenmei, who was compelled to come out and buy more after consuming a cake belonging to Amon Ei last night. Just as he intended to greet the Furukawa mother and daughter, chaos erupted. Furukawa Koko realized she had been set up. She lowered her head and urged her daughter, Himari, "Hurry and find your sister." "No, I want to stay with you, Mama." Furukawa Himari shook her head vigorously, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Be a good girl." Furukawa Koko softly comforted her. "Don't worry, miss, she won't escape." Two CCG investigators appeared, surrounding the Furukawa mother and daughter, completely cutting off their chance to flee. Even if they saved Furukawa Choki, unforeseen events still transpired. Kayosui Tenmei observed the movements of the Furukawa mother and daughter from the shadows. He was unsure whether to criticize Shinya Waka's exceptional investigative skills or the overwhelming force of the world line corrections in this anime reality. Just as he was about to don his white mask, he reconsidered, knowing that if the CCG discovered the white mask in Area 20, they would undoubtedly tighten their control over it. Thus, he decided to reveal himself in his true form. "Miss Furukawa, do you have any final words? I can allow you to voice your last wishes. Please, spare this child. She is still so young." Tears streamed down Furukawa Koko's cheeks as she pleaded for her daughter's safety, hoping that if they let her go, she could find her husband and survive. Hearing her words, Shinya Waka burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Spare her? Who will spare her? How can you ghouls even utter such a thing?" The her he referred to was naturally his wife. "Wakamai, well then, your final words have been spoken. It's time to move on, miss." At that moment, the two armed investigators inexplicably collapsed. "Huh?" Shinya Waka questioned. "I'm sorry, but you won't be able to kill these two." Kayosui Tenmei emerged, wielding the Kusanagi sword, positioning himself protectively in front of the Furukawa mother and daughter. "Big brother?" Furukawa Himari exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement as she gazed at his towering figure. "You again?" Yamamoto Gotaro's expression turned serious. He vividly remembered the kick Kayosui Tenmei had delivered, leaving him in the hospital for 3 days. "Mr. Kayosui, long time no see. Are you planning to protect these ghouls again?" Shinya Waku was equally shocked by Kayosui Tenmei's appearance. Without hurrying to respond, Kayosui Tenmei turned to the Furukawa mother and daughter, urging them to flee. "Hurry, you know where to go." Upon hearing his words, Furukawa Koko swiftly picked up Himari and fled. Understanding that the situation had escalated beyond her control, all she could do was trust Kayosui Tenmei. As long as they reached the cafe, she and Himari would be safe for the time being. "Don't you dare run." Yamamoto Gotaro attempted to pursue them, but was halted by a fierce glare from Kayosui Tenmei. "Mr. Kayosui, isn't this a bit unfair? Time and again, you let my prey go." Shinya Waka glared at Kayosui Tenmei, feeling that this man had thwarted his plans twice. "And what can you do about it?" Kayosui Tenmei taunted, feeling secure in his human identity. "Bastard." Unable to contain his anger at Kayosui Tenmei's mockery, Yamamoto Gotaro cursed. "Your language is filthy. You seem to be living quite well, you bastard. You." Yamamoto Gotaro swung his weapon, Tojima, at Kayosui Tenmei. But such a cumbersome attack could never land. Kayosui Tenmei effortlessly dodged, taunting, "So slow. At this rate, you couldn't even hit a mosquito." Frustrated by Kayosui Tenmei's taunts, Yamamoto Gotaro continued swinging Tojima, feeling that this man was pushing him too far. Shinya Waku joined the attack. The green Quinkwa umbrella clashing against the Kusanagi sword with a sharp, ringing sound. Witnessing Kayosui Tenmei handle himself so easily against both him and Yamamoto Gotaro, Shinya Waka wondered why such a man was not part of the CCG. "I don't have time to play with you anymore." Kayosui Tenmei struck Shinya Waka's arm, rendering him unable to grip his weapon, and delivered a punch to Yamamoto Gotaro's face, transforming his previously handsome features into a grotesque mess. Cough, cough, cough. As Yamamoto Gotaro regained his senses, Kayosui Tenmei had already vanished from sight. Kayosui Tenmei caught up with the fleeing Furukawa mother and daughter, arriving at the antique cafe. Miss Koko and Himari were attacked by the white doves. Dansho exclaimed, her demeanor frantic. Yes, yes, Furukawa Koko recalled the harrowing scene, her words stuttering from the memory of impending death. Furukawa Himari remained nestled in her mother's arms, visibly traumatized. Thank goodness Mr. Kayosui appeared to save us. Furukawa Koko looked at Kayosui Tenmei with immense gratitude, her eyes expressing what words could not. He had saved her husband and now rescued her and her daughter, leaving her unsure of how to repay him. As long as you're safe. Kyosui Tenmei waved his hand, relieved that he had been out today. Otherwise, the Furukawa mother and daughter would likely have faced grave danger. Kaneki, who had been observing silently, finally reacted, realizing, wait, so Mr. Kyosui knows we are ghouls? Could it be that Mr. Kyosui is also a ghoul? Mr. Kyosui, did you kill all those white doves? Donsho inquired. Donsho, the manager's voice called out. I apologize. I am human, and killing them in my capacity would lead to unnecessary complications. I'm sorry, Mr. Kyosui, I didn't consider your feelings, Donsho quickly apologized, realizing how presumptuous she had been in suggesting violence against his kind. Meanwhile, Kaneki was once again astonished, confirming that Mr. Kyosui was indeed human. Yet he wondered why he had such a close relationship with the manager and the others. After a thorough discussion, the manager offered 2 suggestions: for the Furukawa family to relocate to another area and conceal their identities, or to eliminate the white doves. However, the manager advised against killing the doves, as that would prompt the CCG to deploy stronger investigators. In truth, there's no need for concern, Kyosui Tenmei suddenly interjected. Mr. Kyosui, do you know something we don't? The manager queried, puzzled. Recently, CCG is poised to take significant action, thus even if we were to eliminate them, it would pose no consequence. Moreover, one of their esteemed investigators has already been injured by my hand. Upon overhearing their conversation, Kaneki realized that Kujo Tenmei is not as simple as he appears. His strength seems formidable. The major undertaking referred to by Kujo Tenmei undoubtedly pertains to the impending conflict between CCG and the Bronze Tree in District 11. CCG will divert some of its forces to District 11, consequently neglecting District 20. After deliberation, it was decided that Kujo Tenmei would lead Tuka and Kaneki to deal with the 2 white doves. Ultimately, they chose to use Hanami as bait to lure the white doves into their ambush. Due to Hanami's fright earlier that day, the operation would not commence until the following afternoon. As Kujo Tenmei prepared to depart, Kaneki called out to him. Mr. Kujo, Kaneki inquired. When did you discover my true identity? It was from the moment you began working here, Kujo Tenmei replied calmly. Kaneki was taken aback. All the employees in this cafe are ghouls. If the manager could accept your employment here, it implies you are also a ghoul. Oh, I always thought you were unaware of our identities, Kaneki said, awkwardly scratching his cheek. You overthink it. Had I not feared that revealing my knowledge of your identity would burden you, I would have told you sooner, Kujo Tenmei remarked, casting a knowing glance at Kaneki. However, through the ordeal of the previous day, Kaneki had likely matured significantly and should now be capable of confronting Arima Kotaro alone. Hence, Kaneki would handle Arima while Kujo Tenmei observed the battle between Tuka and Mato Akira, in case Mato had a hidden agenda. Kujo Tenmei placed a reassuring hand on Kaneki's shoulder. Regardless of whether you are human or ghoul, are we not friends? Without any mission at hand. Keep your spirits high, Kaneki. Indeed, Kaneki was astonished by Kujo Tenmei's trust in him and nodded vigorously. Kujo Tenmei waved farewell and left the antique cafe. Wait, have I forgotten something? Never mind, I should head home first. I wonder if Ado has returned. Upon arriving home, Kujo Tenmei discovered that Amon Ado had indeed returned. Noticing Kujo Tenmei empty-handed, Amon Ado inquired, Kujo Tenmei, where's my cake? Don't tell me you forgot. With a dangerous smile, Amon Ado scrutinized Kujo Tenmei. The cake. I completely forgot about it after encountering the Jukiyama mother and daughter on the way. Well, I was thinking we could go to the supermarket together since your snacks are running low, right? Kujo Tenmei averted his gaze, fearing Amon Ado might discern his deception. This peculiar behavior, however, only convinced Amon Ado further that Kujo Tenmei was indeed lying. Though the reason eluded her, Amon Ado sensed that Kujo Tenmei had encountered some trouble that led to his failure to procure the cake. Forget it. It has been a while since we shopped together anyway. I'll take this opportunity to enjoy his company before we become busy again. To forgive a man's lie is the mark of a true older sister. Amon Ado wrapped a scarf around her neck and turned to Kujo Tenmei, commanding, crouch down. You don't mean to help me with my scarf, do you? Kujo Tenmei expressed mild surprise, as he was usually the one assisting Amon Ado with her scarf. Submissively, he crouched down, and Amon Ado lifted the scarf over his head, wrapping it around several times due to its length. Kujo Tenmei gazed at her lovely face, captivated until she finished tying the scarf, leaving him momentarily dazed. Hey, what is wrong with you? Just as Amon Ado was puzzled, Kujo Tenmei suddenly leaned in, and she momentarily failed to react, struggling tentatively before succumbing to the moment. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It was only when Amon Ado bit down on Kujo Tenmei's tongue that he finally released her. What was that for? Ouch. Why do you bite during a kiss? It's time to leave. We can't linger forever. Both of their faces flushed as Amon Ado pushed Kujo Tenmei out the door. Honestly, he always treats me like a little girl, despite being 4 years older. I should be the caring older sister, yet he makes me blush. However, the feeling of being cared for was delightful, as since her adoptive father's passing, no one had looked after her in such a manner. Amon Ado reminisced about her childhood in District 24. Are you not leaving? Why are you still inside? Seeing Amon Ado take her time, Kujo Tenmei re-entered the house to inquire. Do you not know that urging a girl to hurry out is quite unbecoming? Amon Ado pouted in response. Kujo Tenmei was rendered speechless. Was it not she who urged him to hurry? He bent down and extended his hand toward Amon Ado. So, shall we depart, the intelligent, beautiful, graceful, charming, and gentle Amon? Amon Ado grasped his hand and smiled. We're ready to go, Mr. Kujo. Arriving at the familiar supermarket, Kujo Tenmei once again posed the customary question before entering. To his surprise, Amon Ado agreed this time, albeit with the condition that she would not sit in the seat, but rather in the shopping cart. Kujo Tenmei lifted her and placed her inside the cart. Once mere colleagues, they had now transformed into a couple sharing a bed. If I push too fast, you won't be frightened, will you? The supermarket was relatively empty that day, allowing Kujo Tenmei to push a little faster, adding a thrill to the experience. Amon Ado regarded him with a bemused expression. Do you think I would fear such speed? Realizing his oversight, Kujo Tenmei acknowledged that Amon Ado, being a ghoul, could not be treated like an ordinary human. He would need to adjust his habitual perceptions of her. Inside the supermarket, numerous samples were available for tasting. However, since Amon Ado found it inconvenient to reach them from the cart, Kujo Tenmei personally fed her. Their tender moments left the nearby employees in dismay, as they were already irritated by working late, only to witness a couple indulging in romantic gestures before them. How is it? Is it delicious? Kujo Tenmei primarily focused on buying snacks for Amon Ado, as he seldom indulged himself, mostly considering her preferences. That one was good. Let us buy a few bags of it. Amon Ado pondered briefly before adding, actually, let us purchase 10 bags. That is quite a lot. Are you certain you want to tire of it? Big brother, you don't want to buy it for Ado, do you? If not, Ado will behave and want to buy it, so please don't be angry. Fong Suanite squeezed out a few drops of tears, putting on a pitiful facade, which, combined with her figure, immediately sparked discussions among those around her. The handsome, seemingly affluent man was taken aback to find that his sister was reluctant to buy the snacks she desired. Indeed, he seemed utterly oblivious to her good intentions. So, you understand your sister well, do you? What's your surname, brother? My surname is Haru, and my name is Yayu. Faced with the surrounding criticism, Juchuan Tianming could only smile wryly at the theatrics of Fong Suanite. All right, I never said I wouldn't buy it for you, so stop pretending. Does your brother dislike being called Ite? How about I call you Big Brother instead? Isn't that what little Chusher calls me? To be continued. One chapter remains. Chapter 35. Foot Soak. It was evident that he still cared about the earlier matter. Juchuan Tianming reached out and playfully flicked Fong Suanite on the head, then pushed her away from the area. Sitting in the shopping cart, Fong Suanite rubbed the spot that Juchuan Tianming had flicked, pouting as she complained about the pain. Wondering why he couldn't be gentler, Juchuan Tianming ventured into the vegetable section to select some greens, leaving Fong Suanite behind in the snack area. She initially intended to get out of the cart and explore when a snot-nosed child approached her, casting a curious glance at her in the cart. Big sister, how can you sit in the cart? My mom says it's for little kids, and since I'm a big kid, she won't let me sit. Fong Suanite, looking at the tiny child in front of her, did not mind being called sister, although by age, the child should be addressing her as aunt. Your mom is lying to you. No way. My mom loves me the most. She wouldn't lie. Your mother doesn't love you at all. Otherwise, why wouldn't she let you sit in the cart? Fong Suanite did not wish to engage in an argument with the child. She intended to brush him off with a few words to make him leave quickly. Upon hearing her retort, the child became agitated, his face turning red as he pointed at Fong Suanite and declared, You wait. I'm going to find my mom. I want to ride in the cart too. And with that, he dashed away, watching the child's retreating figure. Fong Suanite recalled Juchuan Tianming's earlier comment about wanting to have children with her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Meanwhile, In the vegetable section, Zhou Tianming was contemplating whether to buy corn for stewing with ribs or yam. Just then, he noticed a snot-nosed child tugging at the clothing of a woman with her hair piled up. Mom, I want to ride in the cart too. What? You're too big to be in a cart. And what about the soy sauce I asked you to buy? The woman replied with mild reproach. In truth, it wasn't that she didn't want her child to sit in the cart, but they had too many items to carry, and the child simply wouldn't fit. After waiting for quite some time, Fang Suanite, seeing that Zhou Tianming had not returned, decided to push the cart over to him. Why did you come over? Zhou Tianming asked. Since you took so long, I thought I'd come to see what you were doing. There's an amusing little child. Fang Suanite followed his gaze and realized it was the same child she had sent away. The child was now sitting on the ground, repeatedly shouting, I don't care. I want to ride in the cart. You're too big for that. The commotion quickly drew the attention of those nearby. At that moment, the child spotted Fang Suanite and pointed at her, exclaiming, that big sister can sit in the cart. Why can't I? All eyes turned to Fang Suanite and Zhou Tianming, who waved at the child in greeting. Do you know her? Zhou Tianming paid little attention to the surrounding gazes, as he still did not grasp what was happening. Fang Suanite recounted the earlier incident to him, rendering Zhou Tianming speechless. So, that child was the troublemaker. You've even learned to lie. Did that sister really sit in the cart? The woman picked up the child and gave him a few firm pats on the backside, causing him to cry out. I wasn't lying. Fang Suanite remained unfazed by the child's pitiful scene and inquired, Are you done buying vegetables? Once you're finished, we can head home. Ultimately, Zhou Tianming decided to buy both corn and yam. Children may be indecisive, but adults take everything. On their way home, laden with purchases, even Fang Suanite found herself carrying a bag. Perhaps due to her cheerful mood, she walked with a slight sway, resembling a child yet to grow up. Upon returning home, Zhou Tianming headed straight to the kitchen. It was getting late, and he needed to prepare dinner promptly. He cleaned the ribs, blanched them, diced the corn and yam into small sections, and then put them in a clay pot to simmer. He also fried some chicken pieces and stir-fried a plate of scallion beef. Once the ribs were ready, dinner would be complete. Zhou Tianming sliced a few pieces of ginger, took the chopped ginger and some Sichuan peppercorns out of the kitchen, filled a basin with hot water in the bathroom, and added the ginger and peppercorns. He then settled on the sofa and indulged in a comforting foot soak. As his feet entered the warm water, he sighed in delight. Ah, how refreshing. It's been ages since I soaked my feet. Fang Suanite emerged from the bedroom and, seeing this scene, curiously asked, What are you doing? You're actually soaking your feet? In Chinese households, foot soaks are more common, while Japanese families tend to rely on bathtubs. Foot baths are often considered outdoor leisure activities. Would you like to try? Zhou Tianming invited Fang Suanite. After a moment's hesitation, she sat on his lap and placed her feet in the water, resting them atop his feet. Oh, this feels quite nice. Fang Suanite was pleasantly surprised. It was entirely different from a bath. At that moment, she felt something unusual with her feet. Zhou Tianming was using his feet to massage hers. What are you doing? Just helping you scrub off the dirt. Zhou Tianming explained, clearly not motivated by the desire to feel Fang Suanite's soft skin. It was indeed quite delicate. That was his first impression. You wouldn't want me to pierce your body with my needle, would you? Fang Suanite was not so foolish. She knew that foot scrubbing was not meant to be like that. He was clearly taking advantage of her. How ruthless, Fang Suanite thought, sitting on Zhou Tianming's lap, making it impossible for him to escape. Although he knew she wouldn't act on it, the threat was still rather intimidating. Zhou Tianming dared not make any further movements and continued soaking his feet obediently. Fang Suanite looked up at him and said, I'm hungry. Hungry? But the ribs will take a while. Why don't you start eating first? Fang Suanite shook her head, giving him a knowing look. You don't mean to say you want to drink my blood again, do you? Zhou Tianming guessed, realizing she was contemplating feasting on him once more. Was his blood truly that delectable? If this continued, he would surely be drained dry by Fang Suanite. You want to give it? Fang Suanite chuckled. Having noticed that throughout their time together, Zhou Tianming rarely refused any request she made. He was undoubtedly a doting husband. Chapter 36. The mission begins as Fang Suanite consumed the blood of Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming observed the petite figure before him. A sudden thought struck him. At the age of 14, Fang Suanite resembled this, and even at 24, she seemed somewhat unchanged, though there appeared to be slight variations. Such a delicate physique, he pondered. Why was that particular area so pronounced? Could it be that all her nutrients were absorbed there? The notion crossed his mind, and while such a physique was undeniably appealing, Fangsuanite likely yearned to grow a bit taller. After their meal, upon returning to the room, Fangsuanite nestled in Zhuquanxianming's embrace, allowing him to occasionally feel her softness. Though he had gradually grown accustomed to it, it still provoked various thoughts within him. Fangsuanite was engrossed in playing Plants vs. Zombies on the tablet Zhuquanxianming had purchased for her. "Come on, pick up the sunlight," she exclaimed, perhaps due to her lack of gaming experience. Her skills left much to be desired, and Zhuquanxianming found her performance rather pitiable. Amidst Zhuquanxianming's incessant chatter and her own frustration at losing, Fangsuanite's annoyance began to surface. She playfully struck his chest. Why resort to violence just because I critique you?" he retorted. "If you're so skilled, show me." With a pout, Fangsuanite expressed her disbelief in Zhuquanxianming's prowess. "Completing the standard version of Plants vs. Zombies is child's play," Zhuquanxianming remarked, taking the tablet and demonstrating his skills. "It's quite simple." To her astonishment, Fangsuanite watched as Zhuquanxianming completed the level without using any power-ups. What's so impressive about that?" she scoffed, her lips pursed. Zhuquanxianming refrained from continuing his commentary, sensing that further words might keep them awake through the night. "What are you talking about?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing," he replied, placing the tablet aside, extinguishing the light, and pulling Fangsuanite closer into his embrace, contentedly closing his eyes. "Really, am I playing riddles with myself?" However, seeing Zhuquanxianming's eyes shut, Fangsuanite refrained from pressing further. She lightly nibbled his shoulder, releasing her pent-up emotions before succumbing to rest. The following afternoon, Himawari, shortly. Run to that toy store, buy a toy, and then meet us at the agreed spot. Although Riko had already provided guidance to Himawari the previous night, a hint of tension lingered on her face. "It's all right. Your brother is right here, so you need not fear," Zhuquanxianming reassured, noting her anxiety. Nodding, Himawari dashed into the toy store and quickly emerged, clutching a toy. "I think I spotted that girl you mentioned yesterday. She's south on XX Street. I'll follow her and come right over." Masato's voice crackled with excitement on the other end of the line. He had expected the Himawari mother-daughter duo to conceal themselves after the previous day's events. Yet Zhuquanxianming noticed someone stealthily trailing behind the departing Himawari, a phone in hand. That must be the CCG investigator notifying Masato. Thus, a portion of their plan was already underway. At a substantial drainage outlet. So this is where she is hiding. The sewer is indeed a good place to conceal oneself. "Where did you spot the little girl?" Masato asked an associate, clearly concerned about how easily Himawari had appeared. "I saw her at the entrance of a toy store, clutching a toy," came the response. It all makes sense. After all, she is just a child," Masato chuckled. "Have you notified Amon?" "Yes, Amon and his team are en route," came the reply. "Let us head in." With that, Masato ventured into the sewer. Zhuquanxianming and Kaneki observed from a distance. Kaneki had donned a prepared eye patch. "Juka-sensei, do you think Tuka will be all right?" Kaneki expressed concern. Knowing they were up against two unknowns, and Masato had sustained a wound that limited his combat capabilities, Zhuquanxianming believed that despite the added presence, the newcomer posed little threat to Tuka. "Why are you so worried about Tuka if you claim to have no feelings for her?" Zhuquanxianming teased, observing Kaneki's embarrassed demeanor. "Juka-sensei, please don't say such things. I have no such thoughts." Kaneki stammered. "Really?" Faced with Zhuquanxianming's playful scrutiny, Kaneki reluctantly admitted, "Well, perhaps a little. But please, don't tell Tuka." Zhuquanxianming playfully draped an arm around Kaneki's shoulder, giving him a pat. "That's the spirit. If you like someone, be bold about it. I support you." Kaneki merely smiled. "By the way, Juka-sensei, how are things with Fangsuanite?" Kaneki inquired, his curiosity piqued. You're getting nosy now," Zhuquanxianming exclaimed, surprised that the usually shy Kaneki would ask about his relationship with Fangsuanite. "Just asking. If you don't want to share, that's fine," Kaneki replied, scratching his head, admitting he was merely making conversation. "Things are progressing smoothly. We are now in a romantic relationship." Kaneki showed little surprise, recalling their interaction at the market, which had given off a couple-like vibe. "Here they come," Zhuquanxianming suddenly announced. Kaneki glanced below to see a tall man approaching the drainage outlet, a white box in hand. "Is that Tuka? Is he the one they referred to as the box carrier? All right, it's time to move. Kaneki, your task is to intercept him," Zhuquanxianming instructed. Kaneki nodded and leaped down, having undergone rigorous training with Tuka and Shiki the previous night in preparation for their mission. Is this the place? It appears Masato has already entered, Amon muttered, having found no sign of Masato outside the sewer. Excuse me, but could you please refrain from entering? Chapter 37. The Death of Masato, Consolidated Ghoul? Amon swiftly turned, spotting a masked ghoul before him. Are you here to hinder me? I'll dispose of you swiftly, he declared, swinging his weapon towards Kaneki. Kaneki countered with his Kagun, focusing solely on defense against Amon's onslaught. Despite his recent enhancements, his lack of combat experience left him with no opportunity to retaliate. To his surprise, Kaneki had made significant progress, proving far stronger than their last encounter. During the previous battle with Kakaku Tenmei, Kaneki's combat style was riddled with vulnerabilities. Without the cover of Tuka, he faced several opportunities where Kakaku could have inflicted significant damage upon him. Below, the two combatants intermittently employed verbal distractions to unsettle one another. Meanwhile, in the sewer, Masakuni Wushu sensed something amiss. Just as he realized the danger, one of his investigators was decapitated beside him. I wondered why such coincidences occurred. It seemed all part of your schemes, truly cunning, characteristic of ghouls. As Masakuni Wushu beheld the figure before him, adorned with a rabbit mask, he displayed no signs of panic, merely a hint of excitement in his eyes. Is this your last words? Came the cold voice of Tuka from beneath the mask. As crimson crystalline shards shot toward Masakuni Wushu. Caught off guard, he was swiftly slashed in several places. What a nuisance. With his extraordinarily agile abilities and injuries weighing on him, Masakuni Wushu felt his predicament growing perilous. Amon had yet to arrive, likely detained by another ghoul, leaving him uncertain if he could endure. He retaliated against Tuka with an umbrella, yet his unfamiliar left hand rendered his attacks futile, all evaded by her deft movements. Hina, concealed behind a pillar, observed the skirmish between Tuka and Masakuni Wushu, sighing in relief as she saw Tuka gaining the upper hand. With Tuka's relentless assaults, Masakuni Wushu found himself at a severe disadvantage, his body marred with countless wounds. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't be in such a predicament, Masakuni Wushu muttered in dissatisfaction. Hearing his words, Tuka confirmed that Masakuni Wushu's strength had indeed diminished, just as Kakaku Tenmei had claimed. Outside, Kakaku Tenmei, watching Kaneki and Amon Kotaro battle, suddenly sneezed. The weather had turned slightly chilly, but he thought it unlikely that he would catch a cold. Below, Amon Kotaro and Kaneki remained locked in a fierce exchange. Although Kaneki was on the defensive, Amon failed to inflict any substantial harm upon him, and the stalemate persisted. This won't do. I must eliminate Amon quickly so Kaneki can assist Tuka. Kakaku Tenmei harbored concerns about Masakuni Wushu's cunning and possible hidden cards. He retrieved a few shurikens from his system space and hurled them toward Amon's direction. Amon suddenly felt something slice through his limbs and noticed shurikens embedded in the ground. While these weapons posed minimal threat to ghouls, they were quite effective against humans. Kakaku Tenmei's intent was not to kill Amon, but to injure him. Allowing Kaneki to push him back, had he wished for Amon's demise, he would have targeted his head from the start. The unexpected assault made Amon realize that the ghoul had allies lurking nearby, leading him to suspect he had fallen into a trap meticulously laid by the ghouls. Kaneki, noticing this, turned to Kakaku Tenmei, who nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, so it's Mr. Kakaku. I never expected him to be so formidable, able to strike the enemy from such a distance. After sustaining injuries, Amon's movement slowed, leaving him barely capable of defending against Kaneki's onslaught. A moment of distraction led to a direct hit to his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. You need to leave now. I do not wish to harm you. Kaneki urged Amon, who, in a fit of rage, shouted defiantly, impossible. He rose once more to confront Kaneki, but remained on the back foot, ultimately succumbing to the relentless strikes of Kaneki's Kakuja, which shattered his weapon. Amon could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed his weapon, once a symbol of his strength, shattered by an unknown ghoul. Did I misjudge my opponent? Has he been concealing his power all along? I never imagined such a ghoul existed in District 20. Without my weapon, I stand no chance against him. Realizing the futility of fighting, Amon considered that seeking support was the wisest course of action. Would Masakuni truly be able to wait for his help? Only when Kaneki ignored him, advancing toward the drain, did Amon come to a conclusion. Acquiring assistance from the CCG was crucial for Masakuni Wushu's survival. He staggered toward the vehicle parked in the distance, retrieved a phone from inside, and dialed the District 20 branch. In the sewer, while Tuka dominated Masakuni Wushu, she struggled to bring him down. I intended to do this. But circumstances have changed. Approaching the fallen investigator, Masakuni Wushu inserted his weapon into the corpse. The umbrella seemed to come alive, voraciously consuming the blood and flesh, revealing red veins across its surface upon closer inspection. This will suffice. Withdrawing the now bloated umbrella, its size doubled, its limbs unfurled into 4 writhing appendages. One tendril shot forth, catching Tuko off guard and piercing her arm. I aimed for the head, yet this is my first attempt. I'll surely succeed next time, Masakuni Wushu exclaimed with excitement. How arrogant. Tuko leaped into the air, her kakuja swiftly shooting out. Masakuni Wushu's umbrella morphed again, intertwining its tendrils to form a shield, successfully blocking Tuka's assault before reverting to its tendril form, impaling Tuka and pinning her against a pillar in the sewer. It's over, sister. Hina cried out at the sight, inadvertently revealing her location to Masakuni Wushu. So, you were hiding here. No matter, your turn will come soon enough, he laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a kakuja pierced his body. Kaneki had arrived. Upon witnessing the imminent harm to Tuka, he cast aside his reluctance to cause injury and thrust his kakuja through Masakuni Wushu. No, you ghouls must die. I will personally eliminate you, Kakaku. I cannot die yet. Masakuni Wushu staggered forward, murmuring incessantly to himself, I cannot die. I have not yet avenged my grievances. You're all going to die, just stay away. Tuka broke free from the umbrella's grasp, kicking Masakuni Wushu away as he attempted to approach Hina. However, Dongxiang noticed the ring on the hand of the true house, Wusu, and fell into deep contemplation. Similarly, Kaneki, after taking a life, was engulfed in profound guilt. There was no need for such remorse. If he wished to kill you, then it was only fitting that he met his demise at your hands. At that moment, the voice of Jiuquan Tianming echoed in their ears. Just as ghouls seek to slay humans, they must be prepared for the retribution of the investigators. This world operates under such harsh truths. Only through relentless slaughter can one survive. Ghouls prey upon humans to sustain themselves, while humans hunt ghouls for their own survival. There is nothing to reproach. The primal instinct to endure is paramount in this world. Mr. Jiuquan, big brother. Upon seeing Jiuquan Tianming, Hinami's initial fear dissipated, and she rushed to his side, wrapping her small arms around his leg. The earlier incident had indeed startled her. She had feared for Dongxiang's safety. With Jiuquan Tianming's reassurance, Dongxiang ceased her futile ruminations, while Kaneki remained on his knees, covering his mouth, repeatedly murmuring, I killed someone. I killed someone. Jiuquan Tianming understood Kaneki's state of mind. It would take time for him to process this reality. Strangely, he felt no emotions when he ended the life of a ghoul. Though ghouls are not human, they are undeniably similar in many respects. Was it possible that his Uchiha lineage rendered him indifferent? At that moment, Jiuquan Tianming noticed that the umbrella before him appeared different from the one he had previously encountered. He inquired about the earlier events from Dongxiang. Dutifully, she recounted how Wusu had used the umbrella to extract human blood and flesh. Jiuquan Tianming fell into contemplation. The act of blood consumption resembled a new type of quinqua, a prototype that enhances power through the consumption of human flesh, revealing its side effects. It was unexpected that such capabilities resided within an umbrella, yet it was not entirely surprising. In the original work, its potential had been abruptly halted by a gecko. If that were the case, it could indeed be worthwhile to study further, perhaps even create a powerful weapon. Let us depart from this place, Jiuquan Tianming declared, believing that Yamori Kataru had likely contacted CCG for support, which would arrive shortly. Dongxiang, you shall be in charge of Kaneki. He gestured toward Kaneki, who had been clinging to Hinami. It was only fitting that he entrusted her, his future girlfriend, with the task. What? Dongxiang, incredulous, pointed to herself. Just as she was about to retort, she saw Jiuquan Tianming had already lifted Hinami, the umbrella in one hand as they ventured deeper into the sewer. Damn it! Dongxiang could not suppress her expletive. Approaching Kaneki, she observed his despondent state and kicked him in frustration. Look at yourself. What have you become? Did you not vow to protect me? You were doing so well just now. Kaneki lay on the ground, his gaze as tranquil as still water, replaying the image of Wu Su's death in his mind. Honestly, are you even a man? Dongxiang yanked him up and delivered a punch to his face, effectively snapping him back to reality. Yes, I must protect Dongxiang, protect those I cherish. Kaneki's eyes gradually filled with determination. Idiot, stop saying that. Though he had expressed this before, hearing it again from Dongxiang made him blush. This way, quickly, we need to support the true house. At that moment, a voice rang out. Oh no, CCG is here. We must leave at once. Dongxiang grasped Kaniki's hand and swiftly ran deeper into the sewer. When Yamori Kataru arrived, he encountered the lifeless body of Wu Su on the ground. Grieving, he lifted the body and wept aloud. Ah, may you rest in peace, Senior Yamori. Our condolences, Yamori. The group emerged from the sewer, finding themselves beside an antique cafe. Entering, they found members of the safe zone present. How did it go, Mr. Juchuan? Was the plan successful? The cafe owner, having deduced the mission's success from the Quinqua in Jochuan Tianming's possession, still inquired. Yes, it was successful. Jochuan Tianming nodded in affirmation. Mama. Hinami ran to her mother, Tuka Kirishima, who gently caressed her daughter's face. Are you hurt? No, Mama. That's good. Tuka sighed in relief and expressed her gratitude to the members of the safe zone, especially thanking Jochuan Tianming for enabling their family to reside once more in the 20th district. Mr. Jochuan, if you have time, please do visit us. My husband has long wished to express his gratitude. I will come by when I have the opportunity, Jochuan Tianming replied, noticing that Kaniki had already regained his composure. Thanks in part to Dongxiang's intervention. It was remarkable how swiftly she had helped him confront reality. It was indeed her fist that had done the trick. After all, in the original narrative, it was on the bridge that Dongxiang had struck Kaniki back to the safe zone. Tomorrow, I will begin recommending it. I'm quite nervous. I hope for some small gifts. Each 100 gifts will add a chapter. Currently, I still owe a chapter due to previous laziness. Chapter 38. The pain of concealed tears. Jochuan Tianming shook off the blood from his sword, surrounded by the corpses of several ghouls, and set off once more toward the 24th district, intending to maximize his experience. Although he had not encountered the dragon child for half a day, there were still many ghouls in the 24th district, oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, during his search for the dragon child, he sensed that the dragon's body seemed to be gradually contracting, as if it were breathing. While the movement was imperceptible, Jochuan Tianming noticed it nonetheless. Could it be that the dragon still had a chance of awakening? Encased by the skeletal remains, he approached the dragon's torso, prodding it with the sheath of his Kusanagi sword. The moment the sheath made contact, a few bursts of crimson liquid erupted from the dragon's body, transforming into the dragon child, which lunged at Jochuan Tianming with its long tongue extended. This was akin to an inexhaustible monster's spawning ground. Jochuan Tianming formed hand seals, unleashing flames from his mouth that engulfed the charging dragon child in an instant. Kill medium dragon child 30 experience gained experience max Sharingan upgraded to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan next stage. Rinnegan 03000 acquired additional eye technique. Kamui Jochuan Tianming's original Mangekyo transformed once more, revealing a shuriken-like pattern within the Sharingan. Unable to contain his excitement, he never anticipated that upon upgrading to the Eternal Mangekyo, he would receive a new eye technique, one that was virtually unbeatable, Kamui. Now, he need not fear the loss of his eyesight, and could utilize both eyes interchangeably. However, the experience required for future advancements was increasing significantly. Regardless, there was still ample time. He would gather more experience before returning. Kawai, Jochuan Tianming gazed at the dragon's offspring, which emerged once more from the dragon's body. His Sharingan spun, causing the space around the creature's head to distort, separating it from its body. Is this the new power? Truly formidable. At the headquarters of the bronze tree, Ait Fongsuan, clutching a tablet, sat on the steps, awaiting the assembly of members before launching an assault on Zone 11. Little did she know that the person she longed for was in the same vicinity, engrossed in leveling up. The process of waiting for the members to gather was exceedingly tedious, so she resorted to playing games to pass the time. Standing beside her was Jukiyama Sho, adorned in a mask, who could hardly resist the opportunity to savor something unique. However, his incessant chatter about Ait Fongsuan's gameplay soon earned him an impatient kick from her, sending him sprawling outside. By the way, Ait, when did you become so enamored with gaming? Jukiyama inquired as he approached. Just playing casually. Finally cleared it, Ait exclaimed, raising her tablet in excitement as she viewed the completion screen. Care to give it a try? Just don't break it. It was a gift from someone. Ugh, not interested. And you, of all people, receiving gifts? Jukiyama retorted, yet he obediently accepted the tablet. Such a cheeky little brat, speaking to your senior like that. Ait thought of teasing him further when Moro Tadayoshi announced, Ait, everyone has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ait stood, casting her gaze upon the assembled members below, her smile brightening. Are we all ready? Then let the battle commence. Noticing that the dragon had ceased to release its offspring, Juchuan Tianming decided not to linger any longer and set off back to Zone 20. On his journey, he unexpectedly encountered a diminutive figure, pale-skinned and marked with numerous stitched wounds. This was the young boy, Shirzwa Ryu, who, due to his striking appearance in childhood, had fallen victim to the notorious Big Madam, an SS-grade ghoul who had abducted and tormented him. To maintain her feminine facade, Big Madam had cruelly mutilated his reproductive organs, rendering his biological sex as marked none. Rescued by the CCG, he assumed the identity of Shirzwa Ryu and became an investigator. The torment he endured from a young age had dulled his sensitivity to pain, making him exceptionally agile, a true pinnacle of human combat capability. Juchuan Tianming did not expect to encounter him here, watching as Shirzwa approached with a light-hearted step and a tune on his lips. Could he possibly be eyeing my wallet? Juchuan mused. Just as they were about to collide, he sidestepped, causing Shirzwa to miss his mark. Shirzwa tilted his head in confusion as he observed Juchuan's retreating figure. How peculiar. We were just about to bump into each other. What happened? Though the distance was considerable, Juchuan still caught Shirzwa's words. He truly was after my wallet. It was fortunate that Juchuan's agility saved him. Otherwise, Shirzwa might have succeeded. His presence indicated that the CCG was indeed reinforcing their manpower here. Following the death of Kinu Wushu and the intel received from Yamori Takashi regarding an unidentified powerful ghoul, the CCG had intensified their control over Zone 20. Furthermore, Yamori had reported Juchuan's situation, believing him to be indirectly responsible for Kinu's demise, as had it not been for Juchuan's interference, Kinu would still be alive. Thus, despite Juchuan's human identity, he had drawn the CCG's attention. Upon returning home, Juchuan found most of his belongings restored to their original position, yet signs of disturbance were evident. Someone has been here. A ghoul or a human. It seems my actions have indeed attracted the CCG's scrutiny. He leaned towards the latter. If it were a ghoul, they would not have been so mundane as to rummage through his belongings, opting instead to attack upon his return. Thankfully, I'd have been absent for days, and the humans in his household had already been consumed by her, so it should not raise excessive suspicion from the CCG. Yet even if they did suspect him, he would not hesitate to let them experience the consequences of his wrath. Chapter 39. Nishio Nishiki, Pure Love. Juchuan Tianming is not a so-called saint. Although he has never laid waste to humans, it does not mean he is incapable of doing so. However, without conclusive evidence linking him to the ghouls, the CCG would likely refrain from taking action against him. Due to the events in Zone 11, Ait Fengsuan had been unable to return for a while, leaving Juchuan to sleep alone. As he lay in bed, he found himself restless, missing his pillow. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Ait. What are you up to? Moments later, her reply arrived. Not much, gearing up for a big fight soon. In Zone 11, Ait, perched atop a high building, surveyed the chaos below as members of the Bronze Tree clashed with ghouls. Upon hearing a notification chime, she retrieved her phone, glancing at Juchuan's message. Stay safe. I know. Why are you still awake? Don't tell me you're out gallivanting. Not at all. I just can't sleep because I miss you. Accompanied by a cute emoji, Ait chuckled softly at Juchuan's message. Such a silver-tongued rogue. Ait, it's your turn to make a move, Tadayoshi urged as he approached. Noticing Ait's silly grin. Just a moment. Gotta go. I'll be working now. Good night. After sending the message, Ait transformed into her one-eyed owl form and leaped from the rooftop to join the fray. Has she fallen in love? Tadayoshi mused, observing Ait's reaction, reminiscent of infatuated girls. Yet, Ait was not a child anymore. It was indeed time for her to pursue romance. With Ait's response, Juchuan understood that the Bronze Tree was about to launch an assault on the CCG division in Zone 11. The next day, he pondered. What an intriguing scent this one has. It smells delightful. I believe today's meal shall be you. In a convenience store, a man with tawny hair and glasses adjusted his spectacles, casting a sidelong glance at Juchuan Tianming, who was checking out at the register. If Kaneki were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the individual who had attacked him not long ago, Nishio Nishiki. Nishio had concealed himself adeptly, to the point that even Juchuan Tianming remained oblivious to the watchful presence observing him. With Ado not returning home for some time, Juchuan Tianming decided not to cook and opted instead to purchase a bento from the convenience store. Most Japanese convenience stores offer oden, And though he had indulged in it daily while at the internet cafe, he hadn't had it since buying his home. He decided to treat himself to a taste. Zhou Tianming ordered a daikon, 2 mochi bags, a chikawa, and konjac, and after completing his purchase, he exited the store. Once he left, Nishio casually picked up a pack of gum and followed him, despite having equipped himself with a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique at home. Zhou Tianming preferred walking in general. Remaining indoors was rather dull, and wandering about had its own charm. Perhaps he might even catch a fish, and lo and behold, he had indeed hooked one. Biting into the daikon, he held the skewer in hand, enveloped in lightning chakra. As he turned, he was met with Nishio's leg strike. Confused by the sudden appearance of the man before him, Nishio watched as the skewer aimed at his leg. The electrified skewer pierced through Nishio's leg, disintegrating into ashes under the power of the lightning. In that moment, Zhou Tianming beheld Nishio's true visage. Nishio, to his surprise, was this young man who, despite having been beaten by Kaneki, still dared to make a move against him. The pain was excruciating. Nishio cautiously eyed the man before him, bewildered as to how someone could injure him with merely a skewer. Could it be that this fellow was the white pigeon? Was that lightning merely a figment of his imagination? Yet the tingling sensation in his leg was all too real. Although Nishio harbored doubts about Zhou Tianming's identity, he refrained from acting recklessly. I was wrong. I don't want your money anymore. Please, let me go. Initially, Nishio had not revealed his ghoul eyes, attempting to masquerade as a petty thug attacking others for money. Given his demeanor and words, perhaps some would believe him, but he was facing Zhou Tianming, who was aware of all truths, rendering his ruse utterly ineffective. Did this fool truly think himself clever? Although Nishio was indeed lacking in merit, his actions in the story were well noted. It is difficult to trust humanity. However, if it were you, even betrayal would be inconsequential. This revelation struck Zhou Tianming profoundly. A ghoul whose sister had perished at the hands of humans chose once more to believe in humanity for the sake of love. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of pure love. Initially unwilling to meddle in affairs that were not his own, Zhou Tianming found himself compelled to guide this sentimental individual to the safe zone. Recognizing that the 20th district was no longer a place where one could hunt indiscriminately. Following the CCG's intensified management, obtaining food in the 20th district had become significantly more challenging, and Zhou Tianming did not wish to see the couple he had come to care for torn apart. You are a ghoul, are you not? Upon hearing this, Nishio displayed a shocked expression, which he quickly masked. What are you talking about? He stammered. No need to feign innocence. I know you are a ghoul. Are you not aware that the CCG has reinforced its control over the 20th district? Still daring to strike at others? It was clear that Nishio was indeed the white pigeon, and that lightning must have been a tool of his. He needed to devise an escape. He could not perish here. The image of a short-haired woman flashed in his mind. He could not die yet. A blue kakuja sprouted from Nishio's back, lunging towards Zhou Tianming. This is troublesome. How did we end up in a confrontation? Cease your attacks. You are no match for me, and I do not intend to kill you. While evading the assault, Zhou Tianming spoke. His attempts at placation were in vain, as he continued to endure the onslaught of the kakuja. Honestly, I think Nishio is quite the man for being able to refrain from attacking Kimi. Chapter 40. Hajime Nishiki. Do not steal all the limelight for yourself. Nishio now harbored but a singular thought, to injure the white pigeon before him to gain a chance to flee. Zhou Tianming advanced swiftly, pinning Nishio's kakuja with his foot while seizing his neck. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your girlfriend, Nishio Kimi, would you? Why you? What do you want from me? Though he was unaware of how this man knew his girlfriend's identity, he recognized he could not allow her to come to harm. Kill me if you must. She is merely human, my sustenance in critical moments. She is unaware of my true nature as a ghoul. Nishio sought to distance himself from Kimi to protect her from repercussions. Gazing skyward, he surrendered to the inevitability of his fate. He had hoped to continue living this life. Apologies, Kimi. It seems I must leave you alone once more. Hajime Nishiki, even now you are worrying about Kimi? Both Nishio and his sister were deeply emotional beings. It was unfortunate that his sister had not encountered the right person, while Nishio had found Kimi. Juchuen-sensei? A voice rang out from behind Nishio. It was Tuka. Having noticed the commotion and bringing Kaneki into the alley, where they witnessed Zhou Tianming holding Nishio. Tuka and Kaneki? What a fortunate coincidence. He was unsure how to recruit Nishio into the safe zone. You two lovebirds are out together again. Juchuan Tianming teased, causing Kaneki to blush slightly as he exchanged glances with Jochuan. Jochuan-sensei, you are overstepping your bounds, Tuka remarked with irritation, feeling as though Jochuan were intentionally trying to matchmake her with Kaneki. Although she had a slight fondness for him, it was not to the extent of viewing him as a romantic partner. Does no one care about my well-being? Why not chat and let me go? Nishio, having noticed Tuka and Kaneki, initially contemplated seeking their aid. However, given their past enmity and their apparent familiarity with Jochuan, he chose to abandon that thought. Nishio-senpai? Nishiki? Kaneki and Tuka took note of the individual in Jochuan's grasp. Juchuan-sensei, what is the meaning of this? He just attacked me, Juchuan replied, causing Tuka to chuckle lightly. Clearly amused by Nishio's misfortune, it was quite absurd that he would choose to attack Jochuan Tianming of all people. Jochuan-sensei, perhaps you should let Nishio-senpai go? True to his nature, Kaneki expressed concern for Nishio, despite the latter having harmed him. Not to worry, I did not use much force. With you both here, I will leave this matter to you in the safe zone. Let him join you. The 20th district is rather perilous at present. After his reply, Jochuan Tianming released Nishio. Nishio Nishiki gently touched his neck, which had been grasped by Kujo Tenmei for quite some time, and gazed at him, saying, you, my friend, are certainly not a white dove. If Kujo were indeed a white dove, he wouldn't be so familiar with Kaneki and the others. Nor would he possess knowledge of the situation in the 20th district. Thankfully, he is not a white dove. Otherwise, today I would likely have met my demise. Mr. Kujo, why would you allow such a despicable character to join the safe zone? I certainly refuse to accept it. Donato, incredulous, listened to Kujo's words. Unable to comprehend why he would permit someone with Nishio's genuinely vile character to be part of the safe zone. In truth, as long as Nishio remained alive, he posed little influence on the narrative. Kujo was primarily concerned that Nishio's death could lead to Takumi Nishiya's suicide. Takumi was a talent capable of creating food for ghouls. And although Kujo had better options, who could guarantee that the old man Kanu wouldn't suddenly drop dead? One must always prepare for contingencies. Ugh, who would want to hang out with a violent woman like you? Nishio quickly retorted. You. Donato's forehead became increasingly adorned with dark lines as she charged towards Nishio, delivering a punch to his abdomen with ferocity, exclaiming, who are you calling a violent woman? Clutching his stomach in pain, Nishio leaned against the wall, gritting his teeth as he groaned. You. That hurts. All right, Donato, Kaneki intervened, approaching Nishio to support him. Are you all right, Nishio-senpai? I'm fine. Much better than the last time you stabbed me, Nishio replied with dissatisfaction, noting that every encounter with Kaneki seemed to bring misfortune. Now tell me, why should I join the safe zone? It wouldn't benefit you at all. Nishio gradually regained his composure, turning to Kujo. There aren't that many reasons. I just find your mouth rather unpleasant, and your looks are quite average, Kujo replied, struggling to think of a compelling justification. You scoundrel. Nishio accepted that while being called foul-mouthed was tolerable, being deemed ordinary in appearance was a different matter, even if he did appear more average compared to Kujo. Fine, I'll join. Ultimately, Nishio acquiesced, fully aware that under CCG's management, acquiring food would become increasingly challenging. Although joining the safe zone meant he would have to work in a cafe and face that ill-tempered woman, at least he wouldn't have to worry about food, thus eliminating the risk of being discovered by the investigators. Today's events had indeed frightened him. He had thought he was on the brink of death. He cast a glance at Donato, who was glaring at him intensely. That settles it. Kaneki, you'll take him back to the cafe, Kujo concluded. With Nishio's agreement, the remaining arrangements would be much simpler. As long as he gained the shopkeeper's consent, he could join the safe zone. Kaneki allowed Nishio to walk on his own. Donato was quite displeased, not only because Nishio had just insulted her, but also because Kaneki was still supporting him. It was worth noting that Nishio had nearly taken Kaneki and his friends' lives, yet Kaneki was still concerned about his injuries. Kaneki glanced between Donato and Nishio, feeling somewhat conflicted. I can walk on my own, Nishio insisted, prompting Kaneki to return to Donato's side. Ah, little Kaneki, you truly are under the thumb of your woman, Kujo remarked inwardly, shaking his head at the scene. After they departed, Kujo noticed a small blue box on the ground. What is this? He bent down to inspect it, and upon reading the label, his jaw dropped in astonishment. No way, is this a box of gum, 20 pieces no less? This surely can't belong to Kaneki. No, that's impossible. It must be Nishio's. It seems to have fallen during the fight. To his surprise, Nishio was using such a premium brand of gum. I'll take this for now and return it to him when I visit the cafe. Upon returning home, Kujo casually placed the box of gum on his desk and soon forgot about it. Little did he know, this box of gum would catalyze a series of unforeseen events. In the 20th district, within a cafe, Kujo planned to start a new book and had scheduled a meeting with Shio. Life had become rather dull without Ado around. He stirred his coffee repeatedly, missing the banter that Ado usually provided. Kujo-sensei. Upon hearing about Kujo's new book, Shio hurried over. Finally here, my esteemed editor. I've told you several times, just call me Shio, she replied with mild exasperation, as Kujo continued to address her formally. Kujo chuckled, finding it amusing. I've sent you the manuscript. You can take a look. All right. Shio retrieved her laptop from her bag and opened the file titled Your Lie in April. This certainly sounds like a light novel title. Are you planning to transition into writing light novels, Kujo-sensei? With curiosity, she opened the document and was immediately captivated by its contents. Meanwhile, Kujo quietly savored his coffee, waiting for Shio to finish reading. In the autumn of my 11th year, I could no longer play the piano. As a writer, Kujo did not enjoy reminiscing about regrets, but he relished the act of writing about them. Now that he had completed his novel, it was time to let the world experience the malevolence of human hearts. A knife must be shared to be truly savored. Ideally, Kujo hoped this book could be adapted into an anime, allowing it to reach a wider audience. To Shio, Your Lie in April appeared to be a heartwarming, healing narrative. Yet it concealed a deeper edge. A healing novel? It seems that falling in love changes everything. Kujo-sensei has abandoned writing light-hearted tales for something more profound. Shio thought after finishing the first part. From a narrative perspective, Kujo's prowess remained formidable. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment project, it surpassed his previous two works. Shio found it hard to believe that such a heartwarming daily life was indeed crafted by the same Kujo, known for his intricate plots and heartfelt narratives. Impressive. Shio could only describe the book in 2 words. Given its quality alongside Kujo's reputation, it was bound to become a sensation. As anticipated, Shio provided high praise. Kujo-sensei, this work of yours, is it influenced by your romantic experiences? She couldn't help but be curious. She had learned about Kujo's romantic involvement from a casual conversation with Ado regarding the manuscript, during which Ado had inadvertently revealed it. At that moment, Shio hadn't realized that Kujo's words would indeed manifest into reality. He was truly in a relationship with Ado, and since they were together, Kujo must have already come to terms with Ado's ghoul identity, which raised the question of whether he too was a ghoul. How could you possibly think that? Jochuan Tianming expressed his confusion, pondering how this had any relation to his own romantic endeavors. After all, this was hardly in line with your style, Teacher Ming, was it? Yinya chuckled awkwardly. Are you suggesting that my style should be one of cutting and tormenting prose? This is merely the first volume, mind you. There is still a second volume to consider. How can you be so certain there won't be any knives involved? Such naive reasoning from a Japanese individual. There exists an ancient saying in China, one must fatten the pig before slaughtering it. The same applies to people. One must strike when they feel the most blissful, plunging a knife deep into their hearts. Upon hearing Jochuan Tianming's words, Yinya realized he had been deceived by this individual's facade. He was merely a butcher disguised as a healer, intent solely on evoking tears from his readers. Teacher Ming remains as terrifying as ever. Yinya could never forget the chilling smile on Jochuan Tianming's face when he pinned something sharp, whispering to himself, just thinking about their tearful expressions brings me delight. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this embodied the essence of Teacher Ming's style. Yinya took a moment to compose himself. Nevertheless, this work remains exceptionally remarkable, and I eagerly anticipate the next installment. Knowing there will be knives, should one still venture forth? Alas, Your Lie in April is simply too captivating to resist. By the way, didn't Takatsuki Izumi accompany you here? Yinya inquired. Her? You know she is a steadfast homebody. She is probably watching television right now. Jochuan Tianming fabricated a casual lie. In District 11, outside the CCG branch. Ah, who is that fool speaking ill of me? Kamishiro Ado grumbled. Then commanded his subordinates to launch an assault on the CCG. That night, news broke that the CCG branch had been overtaken by the Bronze Tree, sending shockwaves through social media. Oh right. Yinya rummaged through his briefcase for a while before retrieving 2 amusement park tickets for District 19. Here, Teacher Ming. I have no particular blessings to offer. These tickets were given to me by a friend, but regrettably, I lack the time to use them. Consider this a gift to celebrate your relationship with Takatsuki Izumi. Jochuan Tianming accepted Yinya's kind gesture without hesitation, recognizing that Yinya was indeed quite busy, especially with his new book on the horizon. Moreover, with 2 tickets in hand, he imagined he would struggle to find someone to accompany him. Rest assured, with our years of friendship, I certainly won't allow you to become mere meat. Thank you, replied Jochuan Tianming, glancing at the tickets only to realize the expiration date was tomorrow. However, with Kamishiro Ado still in District 11, it seemed unlikely he could go. What to do? Just as Jochuan Tianming was lost in thought, he suddenly remembered 2 individuals. Kimin, let me assist you once more. After bidding farewell to Yinya, Jochuan Tianming made his way to the antique cafe. What? You want me and Kimin to go to the amusement park? I crafted an entire April to embody a lie of not loving you. Chapter 42. Kimin and Donka's date. Donka gazed incredulously at the 2 tickets in her hand. I have no choice. I need to manage my new book. If I don't go, it would be a waste. But those should be for Kimin and me. And I have my studies to focus on too. Donka eyed Jochuan Tianming warily, sensing he harbored ulterior motives. His relaxed demeanor suggested he was anything but busy. Jochuan Tianming approached Kimin, draping his arm over his shoulder while subtly gesturing. Kimin, however, was oblivious to Jochuan Tianming's intentions. Mr. Jochuan, are your eyes uncomfortable? You keep blinking. Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital? Jochuan Tianming had to concede that Kimin was indeed dense regarding emotional matters. Such blatant hints flew right over his head. Donka, studying incessantly will yield no results. You must also take time to unwind. Besides, you and Kimin are my only friends of similar age, making you the most suitable companions for this outing. Jochuan Tianming explained helplessly, while his reasoning held merit. Donka still felt there was more to his words than met the eye. Kimin, would you like to go? If Donka-chan wants to go, then I'm fine with it. Donka sighed in exasperation. Naturally, when she asked him, he would only seek her advice. After all, she was the one who had approached him first. The amusement park? I haven't been since my father passed away. Perhaps it would serve as a means to lift my spirits. In reality, Donka's father, Kirishima Shin, was not dead but rather imprisoned by the CCG, serving as a resource for developing a new breed of Quinqua. Upon hearing Donka's consent, Jochuan Tianming gave Kimin a light tap on the head. Tomorrow, make sure to spend quality time with Donka. Do not squander my good intentions. Understood, Mr. Jochuan, Kimin replied, rubbing his sore head. Well, I wish you both a delightful time tomorrow. Just as Jochuan Tianming was about to leave, the cafe's owner descended from upstairs and called out to him. Mr. Jochuan, could you wait a moment? Would you mind coming upstairs to chat? Jochuan Tianming could surmise the owner wished to discuss the recent attack on District 11, particularly with the knowledge that one of the ghouls involved was a one-eyed ghoul, leading to suspicion surrounding Kamishiro Ado. Of course, Jochuan Tianming did not decline and followed the owner upstairs. Mr. Jochuan, I would like to inquire about Ado's recent whereabouts. The owner attempted to probe Jochuan Tianming, hoping to extract information. There is no need for pretense between us. Let us speak plainly. Jochuan Tianming responded. The owner sighed and asked, very well. Ado hasn't he been in District 20 lately? Do you know what she has been up to? Yes, she hasn't he been in District 20 for some time. But I'm not privy to her activities. Even as her boyfriend, I don't know everything about her, Jochuan Tianming replied. The owner's intentions were clear. He sought to ascertain whether Kamishiro Ado had any ties to the bronze tree. However, Jochuan Tianming had no intention of divulging any information, as he needed the owner to investigate District 11 to ensure Kimin could successfully undergo his transformation, thus demonstrating his worth to Kamishiro Ado. He aimed to cultivate Kimin as the one-eyed king. The owner scrutinized Jochuan Tianming's gestures and tone of voice, noting there was no deviation from his usual manner. It appeared that Mr. Jochuan was indeed truthful. He genuinely did not know about Kamishiro Ado's affairs. Nevertheless, given her personality, she would not readily disclose her matters to others. The mere act of revealing her identity to Mr. Jochuan was a testament to her trust in him, though she still concealed certain aspects. It seemed he would need to investigate District 11 directly. Fortuitously, with Donka and Kimin planning an outing tomorrow, he could take a day off to explore District 11. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Jochuan. No need for concern. I fully understand your feelings as a father regarding your daughter's well-being. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. It had been quite some time since he last visited an amusement park. He wondered how that rascal Ayato was faring. Dong Xiang gazed at the vast amusement park before her, reminiscing about the days of her childhood when her father would take her and Xian to play at such venues. A sense of concern for Xian's well-being crept into her thoughts, unbeknownst to her that her beloved brother had already arrived in District 20. Dong Xiangchan. Ken Kaneki sprinted toward her from afar, his attire meticulously chosen by Zhouchuan Tianming, who insisted that Ken treat this outing as a formal date with Dong Xiang. To ensure the date would proceed smoothly, Zhouchuan Tianming had even equipped Ken with a backpack filled with essentials for their outing. Initially, Ken was quite resistant, arguing that he and Dong Xiang were not in such a relationship and thus could not consider it a date. However, after a bit of coaxing from Zhouchuan Tianming, he eventually acquiesced. This was the first time Dong Xiang had seen Ken in such a refined manner, and she found herself momentarily taken aback. He looked rather handsome with just a bit of effort put into his appearance. After a brief wait, though it was still not past their agreed time, Ken felt it inappropriate to keep Dong Xiang waiting. "I just arrived not long ago, let us head inside," he suggested. As they approached the ticket gate, Ken felt a twinge of nervousness. It was his first real date with a girl. His previous outing with Rise was hardly comparable, as that experience was far from what one would define as a date. From a distance, a figure observed Ken and Dong Xiang entering the amusement park. As the #1 supporter of their pairing, Zhouchuan Tianming was determined not to miss this opportunity. He intended to stay vigilant regarding the developments between Ken and Dong Xiang, ready to offer advice when necessary. Today, he was Ken's wingman in the pursuit of love. "Mr. Zhouchuan, Dong Xiang and I have entered the amusement park. You may come in now," Ken messaged. Following this, Zhouchuan Tianming joined them, having purchased his ticket on the spot. "So, what shall we do first?" he inquired. Dong Xiang's question momentarily stumped Ken, who fumbled for words before ultimately resorting to his phone to discreetly seek Zhouchuan Tianming's opinion. At this point, students should take note. Though it may seem like a simple choice, the girl likely already has a rough idea of what she desires. It is merely a matter of whether you can discern her thoughts. Alternatively, she may be testing to see if you are a man of conviction. If you respond with, "I'm fine with whatever you choose," it may appear considerate, yet she could interpret it as a lack of decisiveness. While Dong Xiang may not hold such opinions, who can say that one will not encounter someone like her? Chapter 43. Is he proposing to me? It was not that Ken was overly reliant on Zhouchuan Tianming. Rather, he simply lacked experience in dating and had no choice but to seek guidance. "Mr. Zhouchuan, Dong Xiang asked me where we should go next." "Let us go to the aquarium," Zhouchuan Tianming replied. He had researched beforehand and knew that the amusement park featured both an aquarium and a cinema. He glanced at the distant Ferris wheel. The 3 quintessential date spots, cinema, aquarium, and Ferris wheel, were all encompassed within this park. Little Kaneki, make the most of this opportunity, he mused as he watched Dong Xiang and Ken walk away. Next time, I should bring Ado along. She would surely enjoy it, he thought. Once inside the aquarium, Dong Xiang was quickly captivated by the vibrant surroundings, pressing her face against the glass to observe the fish within. Suddenly, a flat-bodied, silver fish swam up to her, releasing a ring of bubbles. "Hey, look!" Dong Xiang tugged at Ken's sleeve, urging him to witness this enchanting spectacle. Ken leaned in closer. "What is that?" he inquired, noticing the mesmerizing bubbles. "It's from that fish," Dong Xiang replied. As they watched the spiraling bubbles, their faces drew nearer until their cheeks brushed against one another. At that moment of contact, both quickly recoiled, and to mask their embarrassment, Dong Xiang adjusted her hair, her cheeks subtly tinged with a blush. Ken, blushing, gazed at the enchanting Dong Xiang before him, framed by the glass-encased school of fish. "So beautiful," he exclaimed without thinking. Dong Xiang froze at his words, staring at him. And upon realizing her reaction, she hurriedly fled, flustered. Only after Dong Xiang had run away did Ken come to his senses, wondering if his earlier actions had upset her. "Mr. Zhouchuan, I think I might have messed things up," he lamented. From his vantage point, Zhouchuan Tianming witnessed the entire exchange and couldn't help but smile. Pleasantly surprised at Ken's progress, it seemed he had underestimated him. Ken did not need to perform theatrically. He simply had to express his thoughts at the right moment. "No, you did splendidly. Keep it up," Zhouchuan Tianming encouraged, which took Ken aback. "However," he questioned, "but Dong Xiang has already left, hasn't she?" Outside the aquarium, Dong Xiang was vigorously patting her flushed cheeks. "Honestly, how could I just run off like that? How rude of me." But did he really just say that about me? Reflecting on the earlier moment, the blush that had begun to fade resurfaced. Only when Kin emerged did Dongxiang manage to regain her composure. I'm sorry, Dongxiang. He apologized, still believing his behavior had caused her distress, prompting her abrupt departure. No, I should apologize to you, she countered. Even in that situation, she ought not to have run away, no matter how shy she felt. It was indeed a sincere sentiment on his part. The incident lingered in their minds, causing both Kin and Dongxiang to be distracted during the movie, their slight physical contact inducing a flurry of nerves. The horror film, which failed to frighten Dongxiang, left Kin thoroughly spooked, resulting in no progress for the evening. Despite their mutual affection, they merely needed a catalyst. Thus, Jiuquan Tianming placed his hopes on the Ferris wheel. After leaving the cinema, Dongxiang opened her small bag, rummaging through its contents. Where is it? I distinctly remember bringing it, she murmured. Kin thought to himself. Could it be that Mr. Jiuquan was right? He opened his backpack and presented a pair of small wings to Dongxiang. Ghouls, like humans, also have their unique phases. Jiuquan Tianming had reasoned. While he was unaware of Dongxiang's specific timing, it was prudent to be prepared. Thus, he had stashed Ado's extra small wings into Kin's backpack, and now they proved useful. Hey, you're so high and mighty. Using my small wings to help your friend woo a girl, Ado remarked. Dongxiang was taken aback to discover that Kin had brought this. Did he realize she had not been feeling well recently and brought it for her? This realization elevated her affection for Kin once more. As dusk fell, Kin led Dongxiang toward the Ferris wheel, with Jiuquan Tianming feeling he had done all he could for the day. The evening had unfolded in ways beyond his expectations. The remainder lies solely in Kaneki presenting the gift to Tuka. Juzu had already decided to return home and would not intrude upon their remaining moments. The ensuing matters would rest upon your own shoulders. Juzu gazed at the slowly rotating Ferris wheel. Inside the wheel, Tuka and Kaneki sat facing each other, both hesitant to meet each other's gaze. One averted his eyes, while the other looked out at the passing scenery. Kaneki clutched his backpack tightly, his body trembling slightly with nervousness, as he took several deep breaths to encourage himself internally. You can do this. It's merely a gift, and you can hand it over. Tuka felt a tinge of anxiety. Although she faced the window, her peripheral vision stole glances at Kaneki. Observing his demeanor, she couldn't help but question. Could he truly be confessing to me? Yet, given Kaneki's character, that seemed unlikely. Tuka, he called out loudly, finally mustering the courage to retrieve a precisely wrapped box from his backpack. Tuka's heart raced as she glanced at the box in his hands, wondering what it contained. It appeared to be a ring box, eliciting a frantic response within her. Please, please, you must. Could it be that Kaneki is indeed confessing? But does it really have to be a ring? I must accept this gift. With that, Kaneki opened the box, revealing a delicate necklace. The diamond at its center sparkled under the sunset, reminiscent of Tuka's own wings. In that moment, the air seemed to still, the creaking of the Ferris wheel the only sound breaking the silence. Tuka chuckled softly, exclaiming, Really now? You made me so nervous. Instead of hastily accepting the necklace, she playfully pinched Kaneki's cheeks, stretching them apart. Gifts are meant to be given freely. Your nervousness is killing me, she complained, letting her frustration spill over. Kaneki, bewildered by her reaction, attempted to explain but was cut off. I'm going down first. You can stay here and daydream, she declared, seizing the necklace and swiftly exiting the Ferris wheel, leaving a dazed Kaneki behind, who continued to spin in the wheel for another round. Allow me to inquire. Do you enjoy my writing of such sweet narratives? Next follows content regarding today's Naruto information meeting, where I shall express my thoughts in the author's commentary. Chapter 44. The misunderstanding caused by gum. Kaneki gently touched his lips, where Tuka had kissed him, lost in thought for quite some time. The sunset painted his cheeks a vivid red, akin to that of a youthful visage. They often say a girl's blush surpasses all, yet does not a boy's flush hold its own charm? Tuka, clutching the glimmering necklace, glanced up at Kaneki's position and scolded him lightly. You fool. Seeing Kaneki descend, his cheeks still flushed, Tuka smiled subtly, feeling a wave of happiness at the sight of the one she admired blushing for her. While they basked in their tender moment, Juzu was experiencing quite the opposite. Upon returning home, he found that Juzu was absent. In the living room, he stumbled upon a pack of gum on the table. What is this? He wondered aloud, momentarily taken aback by the name on the packaging. Could it be that my prolonged absence has left him so desperate as to engage in such acts? He imagined Juzu approaching him with a lecherous grin, cornering him as he timidly hid behind a blanket, shyly uttering, "Please, be gentle." No. Why shouldn't I take the initiative? Juzu's mind flipped through various scenarios, envisioning Juzu shirtless, with him seated atop, using his powers to restrain Juzu's hands, while Juzu looked at him with tear-filled eyes. That seems more fitting. Despite the improbability of such fantasies, Juzu, an imaginative writer, could not help but indulge in these thoughts. After all, in his eyes, Juzu was merely a timid soul with desires but lacking the courage to act. Unbeknownst to him, Juzu had returned, holding the pack of gum, chuckling at the sight of Juzu lost in thought. "You're back?" Juzu replied, snapping out of his reverie at Juzu's voice. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he waved the gum teasingly at Juzu. "So, when do you plan to make your move? At least give me a heads up." Juzu's bluntness was shocking. While the item could indeed lead to misunderstandings, it was hardly that serious. "You're overthinking it. That is not mine. It belongs to a friend," Juzu attempted to clarify, but Juzu feigned disbelief. "Do you enjoy surprise attacks? Not that I mind, but I might feel a bit anxious." "Really, why would I lie? I plan on returning it. I have no intention of using it," Juzu explained, feeling a bit embarrassed, knowing Juzu was a half-ghoul. And even if she were to become pregnant, she wouldn't face the same dietary issues as humans or ghouls. Upon hearing this, Juzu began to believe him. Yet she pondered the implications of not wanting to use it. She was still young, with dreams unfulfilled, and could not afford to become pregnant so soon. All right. I want to tease you further." Juzu slumped onto the sofa, stretching lazily. Juzu was surprised that Juzu believed him so easily, saving him the trouble of further explanations. He sat beside her and reached for the gum, only to be halted by Juzu. "Why return it? We should keep it for ourselves." "What?" Juzu thought he had misheard. Staring incredulously at Juzu, she rolled onto him, bumping her head against his, pouting slightly. "I told you, we're keeping it for ourselves. It's just a pack of gum, not that significant." "Fine then. That's more like it." Juzu pinched Juzu's cheek and then nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his neck as she drifted into slumber. Lately, due to the matters concerning the bronze tree, Juzu had scarcely enjoyed a good night's rest. The little time she had to rest was further compromised by the comfort of having Juzu nearby, which diminished her sleep quality. Juzu adjusted his posture slightly to ensure she could rest more comfortably. "You've worked hard," he murmured softly. "Don't leave me. Please, don't go." In the enveloping darkness, Juzu saw her mother gradually drifting away, followed by her adoptive father, Yuriko. She wished to follow them, but found her body unresponsive, helplessly watching them recede until a figure passed by her side. The silver-haired youth stood still for a long while, his gaze fixed on the person before him. "Indeed. Are you the only one who remains by my side? Yet, this is sufficient." Just as Fangsuanite contemplated this, the silver-haired boy continued to follow in the footsteps of those before him, walking towards the distant glimmer of light. "Are you leaving me too?" "No, please, no." Fangsuanite shouted, desperately wishing for Juan Tianming to halt, but her cries were in vain, and she could only watch helplessly as Juan Tianming vanished into the radiance. Ite, what ails you?" Juan Tianming noticed that Fangsuanite seemed to be having a nightmare, and called out softly. Fangsuanite awoke, her back drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. As she recognized her familiar surroundings, her heart gradually calmed. "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Juan Tianming inquired. The scenes from her dream left Fangsuanite with a lingering chill, and looking at Juan Tianming, she felt an unsettling sense of unreality. "You big pervert. You wouldn't leave me, would you?" Juan Tianming felt a flicker of confusion. Why would Fangsuanite ask him such a thing? Could it be related to her recent nightmare? "Rest assured, I will not leave you. Even if you were to break up with me, I would relentlessly pursue you." Upon hearing Juan Tianming's words, Fangsuanite gradually felt reassured, nestling her face against his chest and listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "What did you dream about?" Juan Tianming couldn't help but feel curious. He had never seen Ite so flustered. What could she have dreamt of? Chapter 45. Shouldn't such a plot appear in a light novel? I dreamt that you left me. Everything that happened in the dream is false. How could I ever leave you? Juan Tianming comforted her, gently stroking Fangsuanite's back. "All right, go take a shower. Look at all the sweat you've worked up." "Okay, I'll go shower now. You might want to consider whether to take the opportunity to attack me," Fangsuanite teased, raising her gum enticingly before Jun Tianming. This fellow is in the mood to jest again. It seems she's all right now. Jun Tianming flicked her on the head. Hurry and shower. I'll go prepare dinner. TCH, so dull. Don't you want to try the quality of the gum? Fang Xuanite tilted her head, narrowing her eyes at Jun Tianming. Honestly, Jun Tianming, exasperated, carried Fang Xuanite into the bathroom. I'll get you your pajamas. You just fill the tub. Fang Xuanite turned on the hot water, stripped off her clothes, and climbed into the bathtub, resting her arms on the edge while gazing at the open bathroom door, muttering, so slow. When Jun Tianming returned to the bathroom, he was greeted by a sight that made his blood boil. Why you? Why are you? Jun Tianming quickly shielded his eyes, leaving only a small gap. This girl is clearly doing it on purpose, exposing herself. How careless of me. If you want to look, just look. Why pretend to be disinterested? Fang Xuanite said with a mischievous smile, as she, being a ghoul, could clearly see the small opening in Jun Tianming's hands. What are you saying? I, Jun Tianming, as a virtuous gentleman, could never be such a lecherous fiend. Hurry up and lie down. Fang Xuanite rolled her eyes, finding it ridiculous that he could call himself a virtuous gentleman, considering the questionable content on his computer. All right, hurry and come in. Fine. Jun Tianming quickly placed Fang Xuanite's pajamas on a nearby rack and dashed out, running so fast. I wanted to ask if you wanted to join me in the bath. Fang Xuanite lamented, looking at the closed bathroom door. Jun Tianming leaned against the bathroom door, calming his emotions before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Gazing at the bubbling pot of hot water, he pondered Fang Xuanite's predicament. Would he truly leave her? After all, I am not of this world, having been inexplicably transported here, and I still do not know how to return. My parents have only me as their child, so I must find a way back to my original world. Otherwise, who will care for them? Thus, the only thought Jun Tianming could muster was whether, after obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could possess the ability to transcend time and space, allowing him to bring Fang Xuanite into his world. Smells so good. Jun Tianming turned to see Fang Xuanite emerging, wrapped in nothing but a towel, revealing a hint of her alabaster skin. Why are you dressed like that again? Didn't Ti bring you pajamas? This is more comfortable, Fang Xuanite replied nonchalantly, approaching Jun Tianming and peering into the pot of yellow liquid. Are we having curry today? It's beef curry, Jun Tianming responded, adding a dash of coconut milk to the dish. By the way, we are set to apprehend Kaneki tomorrow, in the afternoon. Fang Xuanite remarked, having learned that the shopkeeper had left the antique cafe today and would not return swiftly, making it the perfect time to capture Kaneki. Yes, I will be at the cafe tomorrow. I will attempt to intervene and then surrender, Jun Tianming contemplated, without using weapons or ninjutsu. He believed he could only handle the likes of Wall Gecko and Shuyu, while the male ghoul likely wouldn't intervene. His primary concern would be protecting Tuka. And then? Let you go? Delicious. Fang Xuanite could hardly wait to scoop a spoonful of curry to taste. It's fine. If you wish to take me with you, I would not find it difficult to escape due to my strength. Fang Xuanite scoffed at Jun Tianming's overconfidence. This fellow is far too self-assured. Showing such disregard for the organization I founded, it is quite irritating. Even if his strength is on par with mine, he is still merely human, lacking a ghoul's regenerative abilities, and when injured, he would surely become obedient. If it comes to that, I will have to ensure his safety, though it may be troublesome. Nevertheless, I cannot allow him to be too arrogant. I must find an opportunity to punish him thoroughly. Unbeknownst to Jun Tianming, Fang Xuanite was plotting. He believed that if he were captured, with his physique, some reckless ghoul might attack him, providing him with the chance to eliminate a few ghouls. With his current points at 720, a few more ghouls would allow him to achieve a tenfold increase. Given his relationship with Ite, she likely wouldn't mind if he took out a few of her subordinates. However, Kaneki, your good days are numbered. Having just finished a date with Tuka, he would soon delve into mathematics, yet everything unfolds as the best arrangement. Only by doing so can Kaneki relinquish his naive ideals and gradually embark on the path of strength. Jun Tianming clearly understood that merely Fang Xuanite wanting a one-eyed king to lead the ghouls was utterly insufficient to foster coexistence between humans and ghouls. A crisis they must confront together would inevitably arise. If not merely for his own interests, but for Fang Xuanite's dream, Kaneki must transform. In truth, the crisis of the dragon is still not sufficient, if only. Such matters can wait for later deliberation. After all, I do not wish to see Fang Xuanite saddened. Juchuan Tianming glanced over at Feng Suanite, who was waiting for the curry to thicken. Perhaps it was better not to look. From Juchuan Tianming's perspective, he could see the profound darkness below. He felt quite full. Having not tasted Juchuan Tianming's cooking for quite some time, Feng Suanite indulged herself, eating heartily to the point where her belly slightly protruded. She contentedly caressed her stomach while observing Juchuan Tianming tidying up the dishes. What a wonderful life this is. At this moment, Juchuan Tianming recalled that the CCG had previously investigated his residence and thus felt compelled to warn Feng Suanite. The CCG has already investigated my home. You might not be able to store food there in the future. What? Why would they come to investigate? Could it be because of me? That is impossible. Feng Suanite felt perplexed, not wanting her presence to cause trouble for Juchuan Tianming. Don't overthink it. It's not because of you, but rather due to me. Juchuan Tianming briefly recounted the incident of rescuing the mother and daughter from the depot, yet he refrained from mentioning his mission at the cafe to Feng Suanite. Honestly, this guy always does some inexplicable things. If the CCG discovers my identity as a ghoul, it would spell trouble for him. Luckily, he is around. Otherwise, little Hanami hasn't fully experienced the world yet, and it would be unacceptable for her to perish so soon. I'll be more cautious in the future. I'll return after I finish eating. That was the only course of action left. The CCG was already beginning to take an interest in him. Even if he moved, they could quickly trace his new address, and relocating at this juncture could easily arouse their suspicion. However, he expected to interact with CCG personnel during this time, so his current situation should remain relatively safe, despite being regarded as an enemy. The only thing that troubled Juchuan Tianming was the thought that he could no longer enjoy a leisurely life with Feng Suanite, as it might lead to her being suspected as well. What lovely weather today. Juchuan Tianming gazed through the cafe's window at the clear sky. Was this the calm before the storm? More than the events that were bound to unfold, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Tuka and Kaneki. He had witnessed Tuka helping Kaneki tie his tie, and the way Kaneki looked at Tuka was almost enamored. Even while cleaning, Kaneki would occasionally steal glances at Tuka behind the bar. Had he known yesterday to stay longer, he felt he had missed something significant, regretting his early departure. Juchuan Tianming felt as if he had overlooked a fortune. After he left, something must have happened. After all, how could simply delivering a gift evolve into such a situation? His curiosity piqued. He seized the opportunity during Tuka's trip to the restroom to approach Kaneki, scrutinizing him with an intense gaze. Speak up. What exactly transpired on the Ferris wheel yesterday? Be forthright with me, or face the consequences. Juchuan-sensei, can I opt not to say? Kaneki, feeling embarrassed under Juchuan Tianming's fervent gaze coupled with the memory of yesterday's events, found it difficult to articulate the matter. Do not forget who funded that gift. In gratitude for Tuka having prevented him from acting against his close friend, Kaneki wished to select an appropriate present for her. When he spotted that necklace, he thought it would be perfect for Tuka, but due to its exorbitant price, he sought Juchuan Tianming's assistance. Fortunately, for Juchuan Tianming, it was a mere trifle, and he was more than willing to help Kaneki. Upon seeing that necklace, Juchuan Tianming realized Kaneki had remarkably good taste. Juchuan-sensei, I will repay you gradually through my work. Please do not inquire further. I'm a bit. Kaneki indeed felt a tad embarrassed. After all, losing one's first kiss to a girl was rather humiliating. It's faded. Feelings have dulled, Kaneki. I've always regarded you as a younger brother. Yet I never expected. Oh, woe is me. Juchuan Tianming feigned a hurt expression, and those in the know would understand where he had learned such theatrics. Juchuan-sensei, you're putting on quite the act, aren't you? Is it that bad? It seems I must learn from her to ensure I can deceive you next time. Realizing he lacked any acting talent, and seeing that Kaneki was unwilling to share, Juchuan Tianming returned to his seat, awaiting the arrival of Wanzong. Wanzong was indeed an extraordinary individual. After being rescued by Rise, he had become her staunch admirer. Is this the cafe Miss Rise mentioned? A burly man opened the cafe door, followed by 3 individuals clad in red, blue, and pink, wearing gas masks. Doesn't he seem all that impressive? Is your manager here? Before Kaneki could finish, Wanzong seized him by the collar, impatiently demanding, I'm asking you, is your manager here or not? The manager is not present. Faced with the fierce Wanzong, Kaneki could only respond meekly. Hey, if you wish to ask questions, at least order a cup of coffee. Tuka grasped Wanzong's arm, applying slight pressure, and upon him feeling pain, she released Kaneki. At that moment, Kaneki breathed a sigh of relief. Ouch, you brute. After Wanzhong ordered a cup of coffee, he began conversing with Kaneki and the others, during which they learned that Wanzhong had come in search of Rise. Throughout the exchange, Wanzhong noticed Zhuchuan Tianming, who was leisurely engrossed in a novel. It was peculiar how someone exuding a human aura could be so relaxed in a gathering of ghouls. Perhaps he had been tainted. The scent of Rise on Kaneki caused Wanzhong to be knocked out cold by a sudden blow. Although Tuka had shown little interest when Rise was mentioned earlier, her demeanor changed noticeably when Wanzhong referred to Kaneki as Rise's boyfriend. Zhuchuan-sensei, what do you think? Tuka approached Zhuchuan Tianming, sensing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. However, with Wanzhong unconscious, there was little they could do to extract useful information. This is your ghoul matter, and with District 11 so far from District 20, I'm not well informed. Isn't the manager personally in District 11? He should be back tonight. Zhuchuan Tianming shook his head, glancing at the unconscious Wanzhong. The story is about to unfold. I wonder if it has arrived yet. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. Zhuchuan-sensei, aren't you going back? Kaneki inquired, noting the time nearing 5 o'clock, which typically would prompt Zhuchuan Tianming to prepare to leave. No rush. With the adults absent, it falls to me, the big brother, to look after you. I'll head back once the manager returns. Zhuchuan-sensei, you're truly wonderful, Kaneki exclaimed, feeling reassured with Zhuchuan Tianming around. As dusk settled, Wanzhong finally regained consciousness. My jaw? Where am I? Upon awakening, Wanzhong learned from Kaneki that he was not Rise's boyfriend and was told a fabricated tale that Rise had left for another country to travel. The towering figure of Wanzhong easily believed Kaneki's words, revealing the actions of the Bronze Tree in District 11 to Kaneki and Tuka. The members of the Bronze Tree will inevitably come here. You must leave at once. Just as Wanzhong finished his warning, a shadow leaped from the rooftop, smashing through the cafe's glass and sending Wanzhong crashing onto the bar. Chapter 47. 1 against 5. No more steaming, the shattering glass flew towards Zhuchuan Tianming, who merely tilted his head to evade it. Such rudeness. If only tempered glass were produced in China, you would be in trouble, he thought to himself as he observed the stylish figure of Xuandu, who stood before him with his hands in his pockets, seemingly oblivious to the threat. How talkative you are, Wanzhong. I must teach you a lesson this time, Xuandu said, his expression filled with displeasure. Kaneki glanced at the sudden arrival and then at Tuka, realizing that this must be Xuandu. Tuka was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the newcomer, disbelief etched on her face. Oh, you foolish older sister, it has been a while. Xuandu replied casually. Indeed, he was Tuka's younger brother. You idiot, where have you been? Xuandu's presence radiated a sense of a streetwise delinquent, having undergone social experiences. He naturally looked down upon Tuka's current state, engaging her in a playful banter. Despite his sharp tongue, Xuandu had joined the Bronze Tree to enhance his abilities and better protect his sister. In a moment of distraction, Zhuchuan Tianming inadvertently voiced Xuandu's inner thoughts, drawing the attention of everyone present. They all turned to look at Zhuchuan, who leaned on his hand, watching the unfolding drama. What nonsense are you spouting? Xuandu exclaimed, incredulous at how Zhuchuan could possibly know his innermost thoughts. However, his pride quickly led him to dismiss Zhuchuan's words. At that moment, Xuandu noticed the presence of a human. You, the one babbling, pay no mind to me. Continue as you were, Zhuchuan explained. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Xuandu. Came the voice of the newly arrived Deisho Yun and Nicole, who quickly took note of Zhuchuan. What a handsome young man. Nicole marveled at Zhuchuan's striking looks. Meanwhile, Deisho Yun fixed his gaze on Zhuchuan, surprised to encounter him here, determined to crush him this time. TCH, I can't believe you found this place, Xuandu said, equally astonished at Yayun and Nicole's presence. His demeanor shifted to one of caution. After all, Yayun was a madman, and he did not wish for his sister to be harmed. To Xuandu's surprise, Yayun did not respond to his question but charged directly at Zhuchuan. Mr. Zhuchuan, Kaneki shouted urgently. Finally, I found you, Yayun declared, raising his fist to strike Zhuchuan, obliterating the table before him. At least greet an old acquaintance properly. Or is this your idea of a greeting? Zhuchuan's figure appeared behind the bar as he retrieved an umbrella he had previously left there. Originally green, the umbrella had transformed into a half-red, half-green weapon after Zhuchuan had used it against ghouls and absorbed considerable blood. Xuandu had expected Zhuchuan to be pulverized by Yayun's punch, but was astonished when he dodged. Is that a quinqua? He wondered, realizing Zhuchuan seemed to know Yayun. with Zhou Chuan's white hair and agile movements. Could he be the one the gecko had mentioned? Seeing that Zhou Chuan was unharmed, Kaneki breathed a sigh of relief. Although the target was close, Yeyun was too consumed by revenge to care much about it. Rest assured, I am not a CCG investigator. I am merely a passing kami. Zhou Chuan raised his umbrella towards Yeyun. This time, he intended to refrain from using ninjutsu or the Kusanagi sword, wanting to test his current limits. The cafe's layout hindered evasive maneuvers against Yeyun's Kakuja attacks, forcing him to rely on his umbrella for defense. Fortunately, due to blood absorption, the umbrella's hardness had improved, preventing it from being easily shattered as it had been in the original story. That human is impressive, Wanzhong and his subordinates marveled at Zhou Chuan, astonished that he could hold his own against Yeyun. I recall telling you that you are weak. Zhou Chuan seized a moment of opportunity, slicing through Yeyun's body with his umbrella. You, how dare you? Yeyun growled in frustration. Although reluctant, Xuandu joined the fray against Zhou Chuan, thinking, what a great opportunity. I'll take care of Kaneki's future brother-in-law. Zhou Chuan caught Xuandu's flying kick with his hand and executed a suplex, slamming him onto the bar, the immense force splitting it in two. The manager shouldn't be too upset with me, he mused as a Kakuja with a mouth lunged at him. Zhou Chuan leaped to evade, only to see the Kakuja capture Xuandu. Following the creature's gaze, a man with a toothy grin appeared in the cafe, carrying a petite figure on his back. It was Yuruko and Ado, who had stormed into the cafe after Xuandu was subdued by Zhou Chuan. Now, although Ado still wore his red cloak, he had changed out of the original bandage attire into regular clothing. This is bad, Kaneki thought, overwhelmed by the increasing number of enemies. Are there really this many? I surrender. I can't handle it anymore. Zhou Chuan tossed the umbrella into a corner box, seemingly discarding it, but actually placing it into his system space. Then struck a pose of surrender. Mr. Zhou Chuan. Kaneki looked on, bewildered by Zhou Chuan's sudden capitulation and eager to inquire about his reasoning. A Kakuja pierced through his body, causing Kaneki to spit blood and close his eyes in a daze. Kaneki. Tuka cried as she rushed to save him, only to be kicked against the wall by Yeyun. Losing consciousness. This one will be taken back by you, Xuandu, Ado said, tossing Kaneki to the ground, while Yuruko did the same with Xuandu. To think even Ado would show up, Xuandu thought. If Ado hadn't arrived, they might not have succeeded in taking the antique cafe, especially with that human present. Can I leave that guy to you? Yeyun asked, pointing at Zhou Chuan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was finally going to take revenge. He intended to torment this arrogant individual thoroughly. Ado immediately understood Yeyun's intention and was determined to prevent him from achieving his goal. Chapter 48. Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken 2 Kakuja bound Zhou Chuan's arms and legs. This guy is mine, Yeyun declared as he hoisted Zhou Chuan like a piece of merchandise. TCH. Yeyun thought, filled with frustration as he gazed at the suspended Zhou Chuan. He had been so close to capturing him, only to be thwarted by Ado, that annoying individual. District 11. Where's this place? After Jimu awoke, he was brought before Deduliang. While outside, Quanchuan Tianming occasionally glanced inside to check on the situation. At this moment, his hands were bound with hemp rope, and beside him, 8 Fengsuan quietly observed his performance. What on earth are you doing? Take a look inside, 8 Fengsuan remarked, feeling speechless at the nonchalance of this fellow, despite being in the enemy's stronghold. When Jimu was taken away, he caught sight of Quanchuan Tianming outside. He had not anticipated that Quanchuan Tianming would also be brought here. Mr. Quanchuan, how did you? No, I must find a way to help Mr. Quanchuan escape. I cannot allow him to be devoured by them. However, due to being impaled by Deduliang, coupled with the presence of the Copper Tree's members around Quanchuan Tianming, Jimu refrained from acting recklessly. Mr. Quanchuan, you must hold on. Jimu, you should be more concerned about yourself. The math teacher's class is not easy to attend. After Jimu was taken away, 8 Fengsuan led Quanchuan Tianming inside. A human? How delightful. The scent of this human is exquisite. Is this a reward brought back for us? The members of the Copper Tree began to stir at the sight of Quanchuan Tianming being brought in by 8 Fengsuan. Deduliang also took an interest in this individual brought by 8. If the previous boy had been transformed into a ghoul due to receiving Rise's organs, what unique quality did this youth possess that captivated 8 Fengsuan's attention? Hello, Deduliang. Quanchuan Tianming calmly addressed the seated figure on the sofa. Mandarin, are you from Longhua? Deduliang was taken aback to discover that this youth was his fellow countryman. However, even if he were indeed from Longhua, That could not be the reason 8 brought him here. Moreover, how did he know of Ado Liang's nationality? Nonetheless, this boy's scent seemed rather peculiar. Could this be the reason 8 brought him along? Lu Tianming Longhua. The crowd was astonished, wondering what Ado Liang and Quangchuan Tianming were discussing, while 8 Fangsuan appeared equally curious. Quangchuan Tianming deliberately repeated himself in Japanese, primarily to clarify for 8 Fangsuan beside him. This was the first time he had revealed his original name in front of outsiders. Since being transported to this world, he had always identified himself as Quangchuan Tianming. It was at this moment that 8 Fangsuan learned of Quangchuan Tianming's original name. So, this guy was called that. Are you indicating your identity to me in hopes that I will spare you? Ado Liang's words took Quangchuan Tianming by surprise. That fellow is actually from the same country as Ado Liang. However, to think he could use this as a means to ask for mercy is naive. What a foolish individual. The members of the copper tree murmured quietly, their comments reaching Quangchuan Tianming's ears. Ha ha ha. Quangchuan Tianming threw his head back in laughter. Has that fellow lost his mind? You want to? Squatting on the ground, scoffed, clearly irked by his defeat at the hands of Quangchuan Tianming. The actions of Quangchuan Tianming bewildered those around him. They stared at him in disbelief. Spare me? You must be underestimating me. I might have gone a bit too far. 8. What does this fellow intend to do? 8 Fangsuan wondered, only to witness a shocking scene as Quangchuan Tianming exerted a slight force and broke free from his bindings. As the hemp rope fell away, Quangchuan Tianming's fingers curled. Those nearby felt a gentle breeze sweep past, which gradually intensified, causing the bodies of the copper tree members to begin floating. High-speed chakra began to form shurikens in Quangchuan Tianming's hands, which he hurled towards the copper tree members who were merely spectators. What on earth is this? Ado Liang reacted swiftly. Get down. The copper tree members who had not yet comprehended the situation were torn to shreds upon contact with the spinning shurikens. Kill B-rank Ghoul. Gain 20 points. 20 experience. Kill C-rank Ghoul. Gain 10 experience, 10 points. The astounding destructive power left those around them gasping in awe, as he had claimed the lives of half the members in an instant. So much experience. I'm going to strike it rich. I knew this trip wouldn't be in vain. Just as Quangchuan Tianming reveled in his triumph, 8 Fangsuan kicked him from behind, causing him to kneel. When Quangchuan Tianming looked up again, 8 Fangsuan's face loomed before him. And although it was wrapped in bandages, Quangchuan Tianming could still discern that 8 Fangsuan was smiling, a clearly dangerous smile. Yes, they were the ones who spoke about me first. You won't blame me for that, will you? Quangchuan Tianming attempted to explain, acknowledging that he had indeed gone a bit overboard. While those members were not crucial, they were still hard won by 8 Fangsuan, and it was wise to show some humility. What do you say? 8 Fangsuan hoisted Quangchuan Tianming and began to lead him outside while addressing Ado Liang. I'll take care of this fellow. Aside from Nalu, everyone else appeared utterly bewildered. Quangchuan Tianming's recent actions had genuinely shocked them. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? When they regained their senses, they saw 8 Fangsuan dragging the formidable youth towards the exit. Quangchuan Tianming was taken into an empty room, where 8 Fangsuan stood over him. Now, explain yourself, Mr. Quangchuan. You didn't come here just to attack my members, did you? 8 Fangsuan looked down at Quangchuan Tianming, his words laced with menace. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't intentional? Quangchuan Tianming's gaze faltered. He had not expected 8 Fangsuan to accurately guess his true thoughts. What do you think? 8 Fangsuan pressed down harder with his foot, causing Quangchuan Tianming to feel a twinge of pain. I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Quangchuan Tianming hastily waved his hands in surrender. You expect there to be a next time? Chapter 49. The texture of ears is delightfully crispy. Alas, it is over. Did you know how long it took me to bring those individuals in? Yet they merely clicked a button, and here we are. 8 Fangsuan sighed deeply, even in death. She had little more to say and could do nothing about the person before her. Hurry back, she commanded, lifting her foot. 8 Fangsuan truly dared not let Zhouchuan Tianming linger any longer. Should this happen again, her bronze tree might very well be disbanded by tomorrow. Zhouchuan Tianming had no intention of staying either. The points from the upcoming 10 consecutive matches were already sufficient, and there were other matters to attend to. Well then, I shall take my leave, he said, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Inside the antique cafe, the returning manager learned from Dongxiang that Jinmu and Zhouchuan Tianming had been taken away by the bronze tree, although she had fainted at the time. Upon awakening and discovering Zhouchuan Tianming was also missing, she speculated that he had been taken alongside Jinmu. The manager was far more concerned about Jinmu's safety than Jiuquan Tianming's. The leader of the Bronze Tree was 8 Fengzuan, and if she truly cared for Jiuquan Tianming, she would undoubtedly ensure he came to no harm. Subsequently, the manager contacted Nishio Jin and others to venture to District 11 to rescue Jinmu. Freely allocate points: 3 chakra, 2 Hashirama cells, SSS, fire release, storm dance, A, enhancement scroll, S, lightning release, purple lightning, S, lightning release, lightning armor, S, seeing the rewards from the system. Jiuquan Tianming was bewildered, thinking to himself that perhaps fortune had finally smiled upon him. The Luck motorcycle not only had an SSS rating, but also 3 additional levels. However, what exactly was this enhancement scroll? Enhancement scroll can be used to strengthen weapons. The degree of enhancement depends on the level of the available HE package. So, it was for weapon enhancement, tied to the level of the HE package? Jinmu sat on the stool, his body bound by ropes, head bowed, mumbling incessantly. 916, 909, 901. No. The great guardian Baiyun appeared exceptionally excited. Although he had lost Jiuquan Tianming, it seemed he had acquired a more entertaining toy. With a slight exertion, he crushed Jinmu's finger. Jinmu could only emit cries of agony, the immense pain rendering him unconscious. Jukiyama, what brings you here? The great guardian Baiyun, who had been tormenting Jinmu, noticed someone approaching from behind and turned to see Jukiyama show. How peculiar. I have yet to savor a ghoul with a human flavor. And a one-eyed one at that, albeit merely a modification. As he said this, Jukiyama's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment, only to become animated once more. Yes. This is my culinary delight. This is my gastronomic pursuit. Hey you, leave this place at once. I haven't had my fill yet. The great guardian Baiyun expressed his discontent toward Jukiyama Shu. This toy is mine now. It does not belong to you. Don't be so cold, Gecko. Do you not agree that tasting exquisite food is the most delightful thing? Jukiyama Shu ignored the great guardian Baiyun's words, speaking to himself while his gaze remained fixed on Jinmu. A ghoul with a human flavor. It must taste simply divine. As he caught the scent of Jinmu's blood, Jukiyama Shu revealed a greedy smile. Upon witnessing Jukiyama Shu's covetous gaze upon his toy, the great guardian Baiyun soon grew displeased, his kakuja crashing down toward Jukiyama Shu. Jukiyama Shu dodged repeatedly, murmuring, really, shouldn't colleagues share the good things? He chose not to retaliate. He understood that he was no match for the great guardian Baiyun, who would not care whether they were colleagues in a fit of madness. He could not die yet. He had not yet tasted Jiuquan Tianming's flesh. How could he forsake an entire forest for a mere tree? Jukiyama Shu opted to retreat for the time being, knowing that the great guardian Baiyun would eventually leave, allowing him to return and savor his prize at leisure. On that day, the great guardian Baiyun had a mission to attend to, and Jinmu thought he might have a reprieve. Your name is Jinmu, correct? The voice was incredibly gentle, causing Jinmu to instinctively look up and see Jukiyama Shu smiling at him. You are Jinmu, aren't you? With a kind face and a soothing tone. Jinmu could not help but feel a twinge of affection for the person before him. Yes, I am Jinmu. Though extremely weak, Jinmu still managed to answer Jukiyama Shu's question. Hello, I am Jukiyama Shu. We met previously at the cafe. May I call you Jinmu-kun? Sure. Honestly, that gecko fellow really did a number on you. Jukiyama Shu said with genuine concern, gently stroking Jinmu's cheek. This was the first time Jinmu encountered someone so tender towards him. Despite Dongxiang's prior warnings that Jukiyama Shu was not to be trusted, he subconsciously believed Jukiyama Shu to be a good person. You are an officer of the Bronze Tree, correct? Could you tell me about Mr. Jiuquan? Mr. Jiuquan has already escaped from here. That is wonderful. Has Mr. Jiuquan truly escaped? Jinmu thought that Jiuquan Tianming's absence meant he was seeking help from the manager to rescue him. Jinmu-kun, how kind of you to still think of others at such a time. Jukiyama Shu had now moved behind Jinmu. I believe Jukiyama-san is also a kind person. Jukiyama Shu leaned closer to Jinmu's ear, inhaling deeply. Jinmu-kun? Do you know what human ears feel like? Jinmu was taken aback by the sudden question, and as he was about to respond, a sharp pain shot through the right side of his head, blood gushing forth. Jukiyama Shu bit down on Jinmu's ear, forcefully tearing it from his body. Crunch, crunch. The sounds of Jukiyama Shu chewing echoed, his expression one of sheer exhilaration. Subarashii. Jinmu, you truly have given me a tremendous surprise. Such exquisite flavor. You are indeed a rare delicacy. After consuming Jinmu's ear, Jukiyama licked his lips, wishing he could have devoured Jinmu entirely had it not been for 8 Fonsuin's orders to spare his life. Devil, demon, you are all madmen. Jinmu cried out weakly, having believed the person before him came to express concern, only to discover he was coveting his very flesh. The primary concern lies with typographical errors. Although I have been listening to audiobooks, recent academic obligations have been overwhelming. Once I conclude my pressing tasks in the coming days, I shall meticulously review my written work. I will take heed of your suggestions. However, merely observing them does not guarantee their adoption. Furthermore, there is no necessity for me to study the piece about young girls. I possess my own ideas, and rewriting according to the Sasuke template as instructed would yield no distinctive outcome. I wish you all happiness and longevity. May you thrive to 100 years, and may your luck and draws be ever favorable. Chapter 50. The commencement of the assault. As the CCG launched an offensive against the Bronze Tree, the once tranquil night was gradually overwhelmed by gunfire. Tuka and her comrades donned the uniforms of the Bronze Tree, infiltrating its depths to rescue Kaneki. To buy them time, the manager transformed into a figure reminiscent of a deathly owl on the battlefield, diverting the attention of high-ranking CCG investigators. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the Bronze Tree, Tuka encountered Jukiyama Shu. Despite his mask, his flamboyant attire and distinctive hair made her recognize him instantly. Is this not Miss Tuka? Even you have joined the Bronze Tree? Jukiyama remarked, gesturing towards the night sky, proclaiming, this is all fate's orchestration, to lead me to him. I shall fulfill the task you have entrusted to me with utmost diligence. Though Tuka could not comprehend Jukiyama's fervent declarations, she seized the opportunity to dash past him. Time was not a luxury she could afford. She needed to locate Kaneki swiftly. Observing her retreating figure, Jukiyama smiled faintly, clearly having allowed her to escape. As he was bound solely to the commands of Kujo Tenmei, Tuka soon encountered her brother Ayato, igniting a fierce sibling rivalry. In the distance, beneath the flickering streetlights, a tall figure donned a mask and gazed towards the tumultuous battlefield. After enduring the relentless torment from her math teacher, Rise's visage haunted Kaneki's thoughts. Haven't you realized? If you do not harm others, you shall only be the one to suffer, Rise whispered softly, caressing Kaneki's face with a mixture of tenderness and beauty. It appears you have chosen both paths, yet in truth, you have forfeited both. Kaneki succumbed to despair, overwhelmed by both physical and mental anguish. The relentless torment from Yamori and the haunting presence of Rise gnawed at his will, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Rise's words became the final straw that shattered his resolve. Loss, I cannot endure another loss. This world devours the weak. Only by consuming others can I protect those I wish to safeguard. Abandoning his once innocent beliefs, Kaneki lunged at Rise, biting into her shoulder. Her blood transformed the surrounding pristine white roses into a crimson sea of burnt awash. I am a ghoul. The benevolent angel retreated, making way for the White Reaper. After feasting on Rise's flesh, Kaneki's hair gradually turned white. Allow me to consume you, he declared, confronting Yamori. In an instant, he lunged, ensnaring Yamori's neck with chains. His Kagun pierced through Yamori's limbs before he could react, and Kaneki bit off his ear. It tastes terrible, but the texture is quite pleasant. Yamori roared in fury, his Kagun swiftly retaliating, only for Kaneki to evade effortlessly. Since you wish to devour me, you must be prepared to be consumed in turn. Kaneki observed the enraged Yamori with an unsettling calm. I will kill you, slaughter you. Yamori's Kagun enveloped him as he transitioned into a half-ghoul form. Kaneki sat atop him, ravenously consuming his Kagun, while Yamori's cries echoed in despair. Please, don't eat me. Don't leave me alone. After Kaneki departed, Suzuya Juzu approached with light-hearted steps, soon noticing the fallen Yamori. Moses, are you Jason? He inquired, eyes gleaming with delight. What a delightful scent. In his dying state, Yamori caught a whiff of something exquisite and gazed up to find Suzuya's charming face. I am Yamori. No, I am the gecko. Nay, I am Jason, the Reaper of Friday. How splendid. Suzuya beamed, eager to acquire a satisfactory weapon. The enticing aroma and the smile before him ignited a longing. He believed that by consuming this individual, he could revive himself. Are you an angel? Yamori asked, as his Kagun lunged towards Suzuya, only to be met with swift, precise strikes from Suzuya's knife. After dispatching Yamori, Kaneki encountered Nishio Nishiki, ascending to the rooftop to rescue Tuka from Ayato's assault. Who are you? Kaneki? Tuka gazed incredulously at the white-haired youth who had saved her, struggling to fathom how he had transformed into this version of himself. I will beat you to a pulp. Kaneki set Tuka down in safety before launching an attack on Ayato. Having been previously stimulated by Kujo Tenmei and now fortified by the gecko's presence, Kaneki's prowess had vastly surpassed that of the original narrative, easily overpowering Ayato. Kaneki stood victoriously over Ayato. As Mr. Kujo stated, "You joined the bronze tree to better protect your sister, did you not? Do not say another word." Ayato roared weakly beneath Kaneki. Meanwhile, the manager's battle reached its climax. Despite facing two elite investigators, his remarkable regenerative abilities kept him in the lead. Upon learning that Kaneki had been located, he decisively withdrew from the conflict. On a distant overpass, "That guy has grown stronger," Ado remarked, seated on a steel beam beside Donato. "But that gentleman in the white mask. Do you have a purpose here? You have been standing there for quite some time." Ado's gaze shifted to Kujo Tenmei, who, having activated his Sharingan, led both Ado and Donato to suspect him of being a ghoul. Observing Kaneki's battle against Ayato, Tenmei mused, "It seems Kaneki has indeed grown stronger. Only through adversity can one find the drive to evolve. You must be the leader of the bronze tree, am I correct?" Tenmei inquired, turning his attention to Ado. Chapter 51. Amaterasu burns Sister Izumi. What could this fellow possibly be contemplating regarding my identity? Fonsuanite felt a slight surprise. "I wish to join the bronze tree. But first, I must ascertain whether I possess the qualifications for membership." The figure of Jochuan Tianming swiftly vanished, only to reappear beside Fonsuanite in the next instant, delivering a swift strike with his hand. When did he? Fortunately, Duo Liang reacted quickly, raising his hand to block the attack. Though his arm was still severed by Jochuan Tianming's blow. Has this guy mastered teleportation? I didn't even notice. Before Fonsuanite could fully process the situation, Jochuan Tianming kicked him down into the forest below, following suit with a leap. "Damn, that guy?" Fonsuanite rose to his feet, cursing. It is indeed unbecoming to curse. Jochuan Tianming landed not far from Fonsuanite, and upon his descent, he overheard the latter's vitriolic remarks. "You scoundrel." The Heezy gradually enveloped Fonsuanite, and now she was utterly enraged, speaking fiercely. "Are you serious?" Fonsuanite leaped into the air, swinging a giant arm down towards Jochuan Tianming. But just as the attack was about to connect, she felt an inexplicable force pulling at her body. As her form began to twist, and the scene around her altered, she pondered where she was, only to hear a voice from above. "Bakirandance." A spiraling mass of flames approached her, and she could only raise her hands to defend. Fonsuanite felt a sharp pain in her hands. After the storm of flames subsided, Jochuan Tianming was enveloped in a cerulean Susanoo, now in its complete form, possessing 2 legs and a pair of wings. However, he had controlled its size to resemble that of a cyclopean owl. With purple lightning crackling along the arms of the Susanoo, divine might of purple lightning, this guy is indeed a Heezy user. Yet, what astonished Fonsuanite more was the lightning in Jochuan Tianming's hands. He could wield both flames and lightning. The colossal Susanoo and the cyclopean owl gradually approached each other, and with a hand imbued with divine might of purple lightning, he pierced through Fonsuanite's arm, activating the ability and severing it. Meanwhile, Fonsuanite's attack against Jochuan Tianming's Susanoo inflicted no harm whatsoever. The Susanoo surrounding Jochuan Tianming shifted, transforming to a violet hue. How did this guy's Heezy change its form? Black flames began to burn behind Fonsuanite, emanating from her Heezy, and the intense heat caused her to emit a pained groan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fonsuanite attempted to extinguish the flames with her hands, only to find it utterly futile. She had no choice but to abandon her Heezy, forcibly removing the feathers along with the Heezy from her body. After completing this, Fonsuanite reverted from her Heezy form, collapsing weakly to the ground. She supported herself with her hands, forcing a smile as she looked at the now unformed Jochuan Tianming. "You have won." Her offensive and defensive capabilities paled in comparison to his, and that peculiar ability. Was this truly something a ghoul could achieve? Even when considering the Heezy, this was utterly extraordinary. The individual before her was simply beyond her capacity to defeat. Even the esteemed Arima Kishu might not stand a chance against him. Have I gone too far? If she discovers my identity, better to keep it hidden, for the thought of Jochuan Tianming knowing was too daunting. It is truly frustrating. How can he be so powerful? He must be here to seize control of the bronze tree. His claim of wanting to join is likely just a pretext. Zhou Tianming transported himself and Feng Xuanite out of the realm of divine might. He approached Feng Xuanite slowly, at which point Duo Liang appeared in front of her. Watching Zhou Tianming warily, he never anticipated that the individual before him, donned in a white mask, possessed such formidable strength. It was no match for him. What do you intend to do? Did I not make myself clear? I wish to join the bronze tree. Your strength has earned my recognition. Zhou Tianming transported Feng Xuanite's severed arm and feathers into the realm of divine might. Inside were Feng Xuanite's Hezi, potentially useful for enhancing weaponry, and the two Hezi would not significantly affect her strength. If needed, he could simply bring back more Ghouls Hezi to compensate her. With your power, you are more than capable of establishing your own organization. Why choose to join us at the bronze tree? Duo Liang inquired, perplexed. It's too troublesome. I'd rather join an existing organization and have you appoint me a position. After negotiating with Duo Liang, Feng Xuanite consented to Zhou Tianming's inclusion. What choice did they have? With such overwhelming strength, even if he refused to follow orders, he would still be a top-tier combatant. Feng Xuanite also had her own plans. If this individual could defeat Arima Kishu, she would ensure he ascended to the title of One-Eyed King. The title of One-Eyed King is more about the inheritance of will than the literal eye, thus it mattered not that Zhou Tianming was not a one-eyed ghoul. This battle culminated in the defeat of the Bronze Tree, and Kaneki successfully extricated Tuka. Everything had come to an end. Tuka gazed at Kaneki with a look of contentment, astonished at how powerful he had become, though her expression darkened at the thought of the suffering he must have endured. Observing Kaneki's head of white hair, Tuka remarked, "You should take better care of your hair when you return home. It's far too eye-catching in the shop." It was at this moment that the most iconic scene unfolded. Kaneki scanned the gathered crowd, his gaze finally resting on Tuka. "I do not intend to return to the 20th ward." Back home, Zhou Tianming placed Feng Xuanite's Hezi and umbrella on the table, retrieving a strengthening scroll from the system space to enhance the umbrella. Visibly, the umbrella began to absorb Feng Xuanite's Hezi, merging to transform into a katana predominantly of green hue. Umbrella, renaming available. SSS, can absorb blood to enhance weapon strength. After reaching SSS through absorption, subsequent upgrades require various Hezi. To his surprise, it indeed changed form. However, does this mean it cannot alter its shape again? The name Umbrella is rather unappealing. From now on, you shall be called Xuanji. Zhou Tianming picked up Xuanji, examining it closely. After everything was concluded, Feng Xuanite returned home, where Zhou Tianming had prepared tomato beef brisket for her as an apology for her injury. Chapter 52. The special effect of Hashirama cells. Feng Xuanite returned home appearing sullen, and Zhou Tianming immediately grasped the reason without needing to ask. Why the long face? It's nothing. Feng Xuanite was reluctant to elaborate, evidently wishing to spare him worry, prompting Zhou Tianming to seek ways to make amends. He placed the steaming tomato beef brisket before her, and Feng Xuanite's expression brightened again. 5 ants. After picking up a piece of beef brisket and savoring it, she displayed a look of satisfaction, having not tasted Zhou Tianming's cooking for a long time. Feng Xuanite indulged in dessert after the meal. Why does it feel like this guy's skin is becoming increasingly difficult to bite through? I am clearly using more force than before. Unable to pierce the skin of Zhou Tianming, Feng Xuanite felt a wave of confusion and had to exert more force, finally managing to break through Zhou Tianming's finger. As Zhou Tianming's blood flowed into Feng Xuanite's mouth, he sensed something was amiss. His RC cells began to proliferate rapidly, and even the lost Kakuja began to regenerate slowly. Why had his blood transformed in such a manner? It not only significantly increased the RC cells, but also accelerated the recovery of the Kakuja. It was akin to a mobile blood bag, and it had become even more delectable. Zhou Tianming remained oblivious to Feng Xuanite's changes, only noticing him savoring his finger with a blissful expression. His eyes squinted like a contented kitten. With the support of Hashirama's cells, Zhou Tianming was unperturbed by the prospect of being drained dry. But this was taking an unusually long time. Was he still not satiated? Upon hearing Zhou Tianming's remark, Feng Xuanite realized he had become somewhat entranced by the act of drinking. However, given how much blood he had consumed, it was baffling that Zhou Tianming seemed completely unaffected. Clearly, there was something unusual about his body, a change that must have occurred recently. Once Zhou Tianming withdrew his finger, the wound inflicted by Feng Xuanite healed rapidly. Such a swift recovery? This healing speed was comparable to that of Ghouls. Could it be that he had undergone some modification? Feng Suanite stared at Zhou Chuan Tianming in astonishment. Why are you looking at me like that? What is up with your body? You haven't undergone some kind of organ transplant like Kaneki, have you? Zhou Chuan Tianming was taken aback by Feng Suanite's suspicion regarding organ transplants. However, given his unusually rapid recovery, it did seem rather exaggerated. That is impossible. To reassure Feng Suanite, Zhou Chuan Tianming removed his clothing, but Feng Suanite failed to notice the absence of any protruding kakuja on his back, indicating that he hadn't undergone any modifications. It appears you truly haven't undergone any alterations, but what is the nature of your body? I am uncertain about my extraordinary recovery speed. I was always rather quick before. Zhou Chuan Tianming mused, stroking his chin. Whether he was genuinely unaware or concealing something, Feng Suanite found no reason to press further. At least for now, he could not deduce any reasons, though he recognized that Zhou Chuan Tianming's blood significantly enhanced his own abilities, far more efficiently than sharing meals. The two ceased their inquiries and settled onto the couch to watch television. By the way, have you resolved your matters? Zhou Chuan Tianming inquired. Yes, everything has been settled. There shouldn't be any issues for the time being, Feng Suanite responded, stretching lazily. It was exhausting to deal with everything, especially after being attacked by a bewildering ghoul. However, he could finally enjoy a period of rest. What are your plans? Leaning slightly against Zhou Chuan Tianming, Feng Suanite mused about the mundane activities of writing novels, watching television, and relying on Zhou Chuan Tianming for entertainment. Dum-dum, look what I have. Zhou Chuan Tianming exclaimed proudly as he pulled a small booklet from his pocket. A driver's license? You passed. Feng Suanite was slightly taken aback, surprised at how quickly Zhou Chuan Tianming had obtained it. She had also contemplated getting a license, but had abandoned the idea due to her height, which required her to sit on pillows to drive properly, only to endure the ridicule of onlookers. Having previously passed a driving test in his original world, Zhou Chuan Tianming managed to obtain a driver's license in just a month. Despite the variations in testing in Japan, with the license, he could take Feng Suanite on adventures to more distant locations. But he was at a loss as to where to go. How about we go skiing in Hokkaido? Feng Suanite suggested, her interest piqued by a skiing scene on television. Zhou Chuan Tianming was aware of Hokkaido's renowned ski resorts, but had never visited. Given that it was winter and Feng Suanite had some free time, he decided to indulge her wish. Skiing sounds delightful, he agreed. Thus, their plans were solidified. The next day, Zhou Chuan Tianming purchased tickets for a flight from Tokyo to Hokkaido and took Feng Suanite to the market to buy several ski outfits. He intended to rent skis from the resort. After acquiring all the necessary items, they returned home in the evening. Finally, some rest. Upon arriving home, Feng Suanite eagerly flopped onto the bed. You can rest, but I still need to pack, Zhou Chuan Tianming replied, though he grumbled slightly. Hee, I appreciate your help. Should I bring this? No, maybe not. I'll take this one instead. Feng Suanite playfully observed as Zhou Chuan Tianming picked out her clothing. What a huge pervert. Selecting my underwear, she teased, her arms crossed, squinting at him. But it seems you particularly favor the white ones. Zhou Chuan Tianming, feeling slightly embarrassed, retorted. If you don't want me to choose, then you should pack yourself. Nevertheless, time was of the essence, and he ignored Feng Suanite's comments, focusing on organizing their belongings. After everything was packed, they filled 3 suitcases. Wow, I didn't expect so much. Is there anything else you wish to bring? Zhou Chuan Tianming asked, only to find Feng Suanite already fast asleep on the bed. Regarding the pacing issues from the previous chapter, I believe it stemmed from my failure to fully explain the weapon's design. The umbrella weapon requires absorbing various kakuja to enhance itself, and its master will not be the male protagonist. I need a weapon capable of continual reinforcement, thus the kakuja of Izumi will still be utilized. Since the protagonist is not part of the CCG and does not require kakuja for weapon creation, nor is he a ghoul needing kakuja for strength, there is no reason for him to seek Izumi's kakuja. Additionally, to join the bronze tree, he must showcase his abilities, and joining is also to benefit Rishi's kakuja. However, my own shortcomings led to unnecessary pacing, so I will add an extra chapter today, albeit a bit later. Chapter 53. Just out of reach, are you asleep? Zhou Chuan Tianming approached Feng Suanite, hearing her steady breathing. Honestly, you didn't even take off your clothes, he remarked as he removed her outer layer and covered her with a blanket. Everything is packed, it's time to rest. The next morning, The sound of the alarm clock rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Juchuan Tianming reached over to silence the alarm. Feng Suanite, disturbed by the noise, furrowed her brow and mumbled. So noisy. The sleeping posture of this fellow is truly abysmal. Despite the fact that he did not hold her throughout the night. This morning she clings to me like an octopus. Juchuan Tianming pried Feng Suanite's limbs off himself, and upon losing her makeshift pillow, she pouted in discontent from her dream. Rising from the bed, Juchuan Tianming glanced at the time. There was still an hour and a half until their flight, and the journey to the airport would only take about 10 minutes. Thus, he decided to prepare breakfast first before waking Feng Suanite. Unbeknownst to him, while he busied himself in the kitchen, Feng Suanite had already awakened. As she stepped out of her room, she spotted Juchuan Tianming in the kitchen. Stealthily, she approached him from behind, intending to emulate a scene from a novel by covering his eyes and prompting him to guess who she was. Juchuan Tianming, humming a tune while frying eggs and sipping coffee, remained blissfully unaware of her presence. Feng Suanite attempted to reach out, but found herself unable to touch him. Even on tiptoes, she could not reach. Her expression darkened, and seizing the opportunity while Juchuan Tianming was still oblivious, she playfully kicked his calf. Though it did not hurt, it startled him, prompting him to turn around and find Feng Suanite glaring at him. Puzzled, Juchuan Tianming wondered what he had done to provoke her. "You're awake?" he inquired. She replied with a yawn, taking a sip of his coffee that lay nearby. "For goodness sake, hurry and get dressed. You can't just come out like that in front of guests." At that moment, Feng Suanite was only clad in 2 minimal garments, and Juchuan Tianming lightly tapped her head before reclaiming his coffee. "Huffed, what is so great about being tall anyway?" Feng Suanite muttered under her breath, casting a glare at him as she retreated to her room. Juchuan Tianming couldn't comprehend why she was suddenly upset. It was hardly his fault she wasn't tall. After finishing breakfast, the two made their way to the airport. Juchuan Tianming had purchased an electric suitcase for Feng Suanite, perfectly suited for her petite frame, allowing her to ride atop it. "Mom, I want that," exclaimed a child, watching with envious eyes as Feng Suanite rode her suitcase. "What do you want?" "That suitcase costs 200,000. Even selling you wouldn't cover it." The mother quickly whisked her child away. "Be careful, don't bump into anyone," Juchuan Tianming cautioned. Sensing that Feng Suanite was overly excited, perhaps it was her first time leaving Tokyo. I know, she replied, clearly disregarding his advice and maintaining her speed. Juchuan Tianming felt a twinge of helplessness. As long as she didn't run into anyone, it would be fine. If she fell, it wouldn't be a big deal. After circling the airport a few times, Feng Suanite grew bored and returned to Juchuan Tianming's side as they awaited boarding. Upon arriving in Hokkaido, the temperature dropped, and snow piled up along the roads. They headed to their pre-booked inn, dropped off their luggage, and ventured to a nearby, relatively quiet ski resort. "Make sure to support me," Feng Suanite said as Juchuan Tianming took her hands, guiding her slowly as they glided. Compared to her, Juchuan Tianming had much more experience. Having frequented indoor ski resorts before, his skills somewhat polished. "It's all right. The snow is so thick here. Falling won't hurt," he reassured her. "It would be so embarrassing," she retorted, not wanting to end up like a nearby person, sprawled on the ground. All right. Juchuan Tianming slightly increased their speed, but, while walking backward, failed to notice a small incline ahead. Moving too slowly, he toppled over and landed on Feng Suanite. "Looks like you overdid it." "I told you not to show off," she teased. Taken aback by his own slip, Juchuan Tianming quickly got back up and helped her to her feet. The ski resort, filled with people practicing falls, began to notice the duo due to their striking looks and their unusual tumble. "Isn't that Ming-Yi sensei?" someone exclaimed. "What? Ming-Yi sensei where?" Another queried. "That's Takatsuki Izumi sensei beside him, right?" Some recognized them after their photos had circulated online following a recent press conference, making it evident to many. "Who would have thought we'd run into fellow fans here?" Feng Suanite remarked, exchanging a stunned glance with Juchuan Tianming. "Look, are their hands intertwined?" Someone pointed out. Indeed, Ming-Yi sensei really is pursuing Takatsuki Izumi sensei. "Mom, if you're watching from above, the couple I ship is real." A pink-haired girl prayed, gazing skyward, although she felt as if the clouds were mocking her. "Can Ming-Yi sensei sign for us?" A fan eagerly requested. "I want one too. I want Takatsuki Izumi sensei's." Faced with the fervor of their fans, Juchuan Tianming and Feng Suanite found it hard to refuse. What was meant to be a relaxing outing turned into an impromptu fan meeting. Consequently, they spent the entire day signing autographs instead of skiing. And it was a delightful, yet chaotic affair as more fans arrived after someone posted their whereabouts online. Just wait until I catch you. You shall have your comeuppance. Juchuan Tianming thought. The once tranquil ski resort transformed into a bustling hub, animated by the presence of Jochuan Tianming and Fangsuanite. Chapter 55. What do you consider life to be? Tell me, what sort of enhancement can two SSS-class ghouls bestow upon you? Jochuan Tianming's words left the woman astonished. Is he out of his mind? Those are SSS-class ghouls. How can he speak of them so lightly? She pondered. I don't know, Fangsuanite admitted, though a spark of thrill flickered in her eyes. A battle with SSS-class ghouls. That sounds exhilarating. Despite having been thoroughly beaten by the White Mask previously, she was confident that she would not be weaker than an average SSS ghoul, and with Jochuan Tianming by her side, facing two at once seemed manageable. Jochuan Tianming and the woman reached an agreement, with a child guiding them towards the headquarters of the organization. In the interim, he returned to the inn, and upon his return, Fangsuanite noticed a long knife wrapped in bandages that he held. Due to its integration with the system, she could not detect its scent. I've never seen this at home before. Fangsuanite inquired with a hint of confusion. Although aware that Juchuan Tianming possessed the Kusanagi sword, the size discrepancy was evident. It seemed as though you had ventured into the storage room. Juchuan Tianming rolled his eyes. Typically at home, he did nothing but eat and sleep. However, this was unavoidable, as Fangsuanite had to manage her writing and matters related to the bronze tree, leaving Juchuan Tianming to handle these tasks. Isn't that because you are quite capable? Fangsuanite chuckled awkwardly. Before long, Juchuan Tianming and Fangsuanite arrived at a place resembling a tavern. Big brother, big sister, I'm heading back now. Remember our promise. The child reminded before hastily retracing their steps. Juchuan Tianming gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky. It was a dark and windy night, perfect for chaos. The night has grown deep, he mused. However, this building appeared rather imposing. Should they enter through the main entrance? Would that be too ostentatious? If ghouls were to escape inside, it would be troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to infiltrate stealthily, but how? Juchuan Tianming pondered, and then looked at Fangsuanite, spreading his arms wide. This time, it's your turn to carry me. Fangsuanite understood his intent to some extent and enveloped Juchuan Tianming with her kakuja, swiftly ascending into the building. Must you use your kakuja? Can't you just hold me in your arms? Juchuan Tianming silently complained as they entered the building. Is this the headquarters of the ghouls? How lavish, he remarked, noting the stark contrast to the homes of the affluent. Before them lay an expansive courtyard filled with bamboo, alongside a large pond. Fangsuanite, upon seeing it, felt a pang of envy, comparing it to her own bronze tree. Why do they get to live so well? This place seems quite large. Perhaps we should split up and contact each other by phone, suggested Juchuan Tianming. All right, but be careful, Fangsuanite nodded. Delicious. Such a pure girl is truly the most delectable. A scruffy-faced man leered at the young girl, his eyes glinting with greed. No, please, don't eat me. The girl whimpered softly, her skin marred with bite marks. Yes, just like that, keep screaming and crying. Some ghouls took pleasure in tormenting their prey while feasting, and the man before her exemplified this behavior. Using the girl's tears as a side dish was rather excessive. The girl caught sight of a figure clad in a black robe with a white mask, wielding a long blade, slowly approaching. The crimson eyes led her to believe this person was also a ghoul, prompting her to cease her struggles. Why are you no longer crying? Cry for me, quickly. The ghoul, unaware of Juchuan Tianming's presence behind him due to the mask's scent-masking properties, continued his taunts. How amusing. What do you consider life to be? Juchuan Tianming's cold voice emerged from behind. In the girl's astonished gaze, the man was cleaved in two. No, don't kill me. The girl's eyes reflected terror. Yet she was taken aback when Juchuan Tianming draped his clothing over her, shielding her modesty. It seems the management here is rather lacking. Before the girl could regain her composure, Juchuan Tianming used his powers to transport her outside, and then returned. To his surprise, he found numerous humans captured within, all victims of ghoul torment. He also discovered weaker ghouls suffering under the claws of the magical crocodile, not only preying on humans, but also on their own kind. Truly a malevolent organization. The extent of a ghoul organization's growth and audacity spoke volumes about its poor management. Juchuan Tianming removed his white mask, revealing blood-soaked bandages on his arms. I wonder how Ide is faring. Bang! Fangsuanite swung her arm, sending a creature resembling a giant lizard smashing against the wall. "Brother, are you all right? You scoundrel." In contrast to Juko Xianming's luck, Feng Xuanite faced misfortune. Shortly after entering, her presence was detected by the keen-scented Yamada Jiru, Yamada Ikaru, one of the leaders of the magical crocodiles, codenamed Bloodthirsty Crocodile. Yamada Jiru, also a leader, codenamed Giant Crocodile. After Yamada Jiru discovered her, Feng Xuanite was immediately attacked, leaving no opportunity to inform Juko Xianming. Fortunately, Yamada Jiru's strength was not overwhelming, allowing her to repel him easily. Just as she intended to contact Juko Xianming, Yamada Ikaru arrived. Witnessing his brother embedded in the wall, he instantly entered his Kakuja state, enveloping his body with Kakuja energy, his form roughly equivalent to Feng Xuanite's size. Though named the magical crocodile, he could stand upright, his body covered in scales and protrusions, resembling a smaller Godzilla. A cyclops, how rare. I have yet to taste the flavor of a cyclops. How frightening, a harsh, raspy voice echoed. Yamada Ikaru's words ignited Feng Xuanite's fighting spirit as she charged forward. The two colossal figures clashing. Chapter 56. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and Sister Quan feels capable once more. What is that commotion? Juko Xianming heard the sound of Yamada Jiru being flung away and turned toward Feng Xuanite's location. Could they have already engaged in battle? The collision between the Cyclops and the giant crocodile produced a tremendous noise. Yamada Ikaru was taken aback, not expecting this adversary to be evenly matched in strength. He opened his mouth wide to bite down on Feng Xuanite, who managed to restrain his jaws with her hands, resulting in a stalemate. One claw reached for Feng Xuanite's back, breaking through her Kakuja and leaving 3 wounds on her body. Taking advantage of her injury, Yamada Ikaru forcefully threw Feng Xuanite away. She crashed heavily to the ground, her Kakuja dissipating due to Yamada Jiru's unique abilities. "Are you not coming? The noise is quite loud." Yamada Jiru, the one whom Feng Xuanite had previously slammed into the wall, remarked, "I didn't expect you to be a woman. You're quite attractive, but your height." As he activated his Kakuja, he resembled a smaller scythe dragon, with slender claws dripping with crimson liquid. Feng Xuanite desperately tried to stimulate her RC cells, but to no avail. "Don't even think about it. My body produces toxins that suppress RC cells. Just submit and allow us to devour you, understood?" What a peculiar scent. The effect was akin to the CCG's smoke bombs that suppressed RC cells, albeit with a stronger potency. Yamada Jiru's elongated nose twitched. "Finally arrived. Have you?" Just as Yamada Jiru slowly approached Feng Xuanite, a tile on the roof cracked open, and a figure descended, wielding a massive orb aimed straight at him. A formidable force forcibly pressed Yamada Jiru's head into the ground. After his fall, Kujo Tenmei found himself beside Amamura Ado. "Am I late?" he inquired. "If you had arrived any later, I might have met my end," Ado replied, while she was confident in her ability to defeat them in a one-on-one situation. The current conflict was not only 2 against 1, but also involved underhanded tactics. "My apologies," Kujo Tenmei acknowledged, understanding that Ado would not refrain from messaging him out of bravado, but rather due to a lack of opportunity to do so. "Where are your clothes?" Ado then noticed that Kujo Tenmei was merely clad in a white sweater, with his original outer garment missing. I forgot to retrieve my clothes. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave that girl without attire. It's not as if it was particularly valuable," Kujo Tenmei remarked, leaving Ado perplexed. He then rolled up his sleeve, extending his arm towards Ado, believing that if he correctly surmised, supplementing his RC cells now would alleviate the current adverse effects. "Be gentle," he cautioned. Although the flesh that had been consumed would eventually regenerate, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. Gazing at his pale arm, Ado licked her lips. "I'm ready," she declared. Ado opened her mouth and bit into Kujo Tenmei's arm, savoring a piece of flesh. "Ouch, that truly hurts," she exclaimed. As anticipated, with the enhancement of her internal RC cells, Ado regained the ability to utilize her Kakuja. "Are you all right, brother?" Yamada Ichiro approached Yamada Jiro, pulling him from the ground. "What is going on with that guy? He's human, yet his scent is sweeter than that of an ordinary human," Jiro pondered, eyeing Kujo Tenmei, who was feeding Ado not far away, sensing an ominous aura. Kujo Tenmei's injured arm began to visibly heal, and Ado, having consumed his flesh, resumed her Kakuja form. "Oh, now it feels fair," Kujo Tenmei taunted, gesturing provocatively at Jiro, who had harmed Ado. He would not let him escape unscathed. "I have my reasons for harming you." Baka. A mere human, Yamada Jiro lunged at Kujo Tenmei, his claws flailing. Just as his claws were about to make contact, lightning erupted around Kujo Tenmei. Jiro felt his body convulse even before his attack landed. I'm losing it. Help! Help! I'm going to die, he cried out, sounding increasingly frantic. What are you babbling about? You're not even human. Kujo Tenmei swung his blade, easily slicing through Jiro's kakuja, grasping his neck and pulling him out from his armored exterior. Brother! Yamada Ichiro, who was battling Ado, froze at the sight, attempting to rescue his sibling, only to be met with Ado's lethal strike. Do you still wish to consume me? She asked, having severely injured Ichiro, who collapsed to the ground as his kakuja dissipated. It's over, Kujo Tenmei declared, severing Yamada Jiro's head cleanly from his body. He inserted Izumi into the kakuja left by Jiro, gradually absorbing the 2 kaku packs it contained. Curious, Ado approached Kujo Tenmei, dragging Ichiro's unconscious form alongside her. What did you just do? Did that weapon absorb the kaku packs? She inquired. This weapon can enhance its power by absorbing kaku packs, he explained. What? Such a wondrous weapon exists? It can directly absorb kaku packs? Ado was astonished, realizing that Kujo Tenmei harbored many secrets. His extraordinary physique, formidable offensive abilities, and now this continuously strengthening weapon. Each encounter reshapes my understanding of this world. He likely has more kaku packs. Handle it yourself. I'll manage the other one, Kujo Tenmei instructed, leaving Yamada Jiro for Ado to deal with while he went to absorb Yamada Ichiro's kaku packs. He used Izumi to slice open Ichiro's back, extracting the packs within, only to discover he possessed 10 kaku packs. No wonder his size and strength were comparable to Ado's. After absorbing Ichiro's packs, Izumi ascended to SSS rank. Only 2 more different kaku packs were needed for further enhancement. After consuming the remaining kaku packs, Ado's total rose from 12 to 18. She reflected on the bountiful gains of this encounter, feeling a significant boost in her power, pondering her chances against Arima Kiyoshi in their next confrontation. Chapter 57. The unsheathed holy sword. To her surprise, the enhanced Izumi had reached a level capable of piercing even a 2nd stage Susanoo, and could even penetrate a 3rd stage Susanoo to some extent. Kujo Tenmei rewrapped Izumi in bandages. He felt a certain flair as he wielded the long blade, its white silk fluttering in the breeze. What are you doing? Ado entered, holding a can of hot coffee. Noticing the bandages on Kujo Tenmei's weapon, she remembered bringing the remaining bandages home from the bronze tree after he commented on her revealing appearance. It was unexpected that he would use them to wrap his weapon, but given their rapid recovery, they hardly needed bandages. Still drinking coffee at this hour? She queried. There's no choice. This inn only sells bizarre beverages, he replied, gesturing to the strange drink options. Wasabi-flavored green tea, strawberry-flavored black tea, peach-flavored beer. Ado listed off the peculiar drinks, counting them on her fingers. What kind of absurd beverages are these? Kujo Tenmei expressed his astonishment. Can these drinks really be consumed? Oh, wait, the peach-flavored beer is drinkable. It feels so soothing. A soak in the hot springs is truly incomparable to a regular bath. As the indoor open-air hot spring enveloped him, Kujo Tenmei lifted his hands, feeling the snowflakes gently fall onto them, closing his eyes and leaning against a stone by the spring. Suddenly, the glass door slid open, and without needing to guess, he knew it was Ado who entered. Kujo Tenmei opened his eyes to see Ado approaching, completely unclothed. Why you? He stammered, shocked. Why are you so surprised? Ado swam closer to him in the hot spring, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing herself against his back. Juchuan Tianming felt himself being squeezed by 2 entities. Previously, through the fabric of his clothing, he could manage to restrain himself, but this time, the contact was intimate. Moreover, Feng Suanite continuously whispered teasingly into his ear, further igniting his senses. Jochuan Tianming felt a surge of heat coursing through him, and he found it increasingly difficult to control his sacred sword. How embarrassing. Observing Jochuan Tianming's reaction, Feng Suanite leaned closer and whispered, once the sacred sword is drawn, its brilliance shall surely shine. Feng Suanite noticed the change in Jochuan Tianming, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. The air was thick with silence, punctuated only by their shared breaths. Neither spoke. They remained closely entwined, attuned to the rhythm of each other's hearts. Eventually, Jochuan Tianming could no longer endure the tension. He pulled Feng Suanite down, using a towel to cover his royal sword, and dashed out of the room. Really now, another one has fled. Fong Tsuan mused, gazing at the twinkling stars above. She had thought that perhaps he would finally succumb to his desires. It seemed, however, that she had overestimated him. He was nothing but a coward, unwilling to seize the grand opportunity, content with small gains. Zhu Tianming had already retreated to his room, drying himself with a towel, donning his sleepwear, and diving into bed, gasping for breath as he replayed the sensations in his mind. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he might have been unable to contain himself. Although Fong Tsuan might not refuse him, Zhu Tianming believed that to engage with a girl meant assuming lifelong responsibility. He was still uncertain about his own future and could not act recklessly driven by lust. Due to the earlier encounter, he kept a considerable distance from Fong Tsuan while sleeping, fearful that any accidental contact might lead to wayward thoughts. Each time she inched closer, he shifted away, nearly finding himself on the floor. Used to having Zhu Tianming as a pillow, Fong Tsuan was evidently displeased by this sudden distance. She clamped her legs around him, preventing any further retreat, and through her unwavering efforts, she reclaimed her pillow once more. This, however, was a struggle for Zhu Tianming, who had to continually suppress his urges. Thankfully, once Fong Tsuan fell asleep, he seized the opportunity to slip outside for some fresh air. "Young man, what brings you out at this late hour? Unable to sleep?" An elderly woman with white hair inquired as she spotted him. "I remember there was an old man here during the day," Zhu Tianming replied, puzzled by the sudden change. "Oh, he is my partner. He takes care of things during the day, while I handle the night," she explained. "I see. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll," he said, scratching his head. "And the lady who accompanied you? She is still sleeping in the room. By the way, dear lady, are there any interesting places nearby?" With several days still ahead of him and no plans in mind, Zhu Tianming thought to inquire about local attractions. "There is a shrine nearby with a history of over 100 years you could visit. Wishes made there are often fulfilled." The elderly woman's eyes sparkled as she spoke of the shrine. While Zhu Tianming was skeptical about the shrine's reputed power, he figured it would be worth a visit. "You should believe me. I once wished for a sweet romance at that shrine, and just as I was leaving, I stumbled and fell into my now husband's arms. It was love at first sight, and thus began our passionate love story." The old woman became increasingly animated, inadvertently twisting her neck in her excitement, letting out a crack. "Ouch, that hurts," she groaned, massaging her neck. "Is it really that miraculous?" Zhu Tianming questioned, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. Chapter 58. The wayward traveler leaving the inn, Zhu Tianming stepped onto the quiet street, finding a vending machine where he purchased a can of warm milk. The soothing warmth of the milk comforted his stomach. Though the inn served alcohol, he had no desire to indulge, opting instead to clear his mind outdoors. The streets were eerily silent, with scarcely a soul in sight as he wandered alone, breath visible in the chilly air. How swiftly time has passed, unbeknownst to him. It had been a year and a half since he arrived in this world, transitioning from a mere passerby to a key figure in this narrative, gaining unparalleled strength and even love. Yet, despite the apparent beauty of it all, a sense of melancholy lingered within him. Leaning against a street lamp, he gazed up at the night sky. "Mother, father, how are you?" If time in this world were to be calculated at a 1-to-1 ratio, he had vanished for over a year. His unexplained absence must surely cause them worry and sorrow. Oh, wandering child of the distant land, always searching for the path back home. Zhu Tianming sought ways to return, often revisiting the spot where he first crossed into this realm, hoping to uncover something new. Yet all his efforts seemed futile. With no other recourse, he placed his hopes on the system, praying it would not let him down, wishing to spare his loved ones the pain of his departure. In this moment of reflection, Zhu Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No matter how strong he became, he remained powerless to dictate his own fate. Sitting on the ground, waves of homesickness surged within him, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Tap, tap, tap. A pair of delicate feet clad in wooden sandals appeared before him. "Young man, why are you crying? You can confide in your sister. I will comfort you." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Tianming wiped his tears and looked up to find Fong Tsuan in a kimono, tilting her head with a gentle smile, hands resting behind her back. "What are you doing out here?" He felt embarrassed that she had witnessed him in such a vulnerable state, fearing she would tease him later. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Fong Tsuan, nestled in her dreams, reached out beside her only to find emptiness. Confused, she stretched to the right. yet still grasped nothing. Huh. The absence of Jochuan Tianming, her beloved pillow, disrupted her sleep, stirring her from her slumber. Realizing he was not in the room and that he had even forgotten his phone, she resolved to search for him. Spotting a kimono available for guests, she decided to wear it, though it was intended for summer festivals, since her own clothes were in the wash and she was too lazy to rummage through her suitcase. With the inn's kimono donned, she stepped outside in search of him. In the words of the elderly lady, it was revealed that Jochuan Tianming had departed from the inn, prompting Fang Xuanite to proceed in the direction indicated by her. After a brief walk, she spotted Jochuan Tianming weeping. Although the reason for his sorrow was unclear, Fang Xuanite chose to observe from a distance, allowing him the space to regain his composure. Understanding her limitations in offering assistance, she believed it best for Jochuan Tianming to navigate his emotions independently. As anticipated, he soon managed to stabilize his feelings and ceased his tears. Only then did Fang Xuanite draw nearer, appearing before him. "It's nothing," Jochuan Tianming replied, rising to his feet. After his outburst, he felt considerably better, realizing that time was on his side and there was no need to rush. Perhaps, he mused, time itself might not flow if one were to tarry. Moreover, before returning, he was determined to help fulfill this individual's dream. Jochuan Tianming extended his hand towards Fang Xuanite, who understood his intent and assisted him to his feet. She refrained from questioning why he had ventured out at such an hour or the cause of his tears. Everyone has their moments of unspoken anguish. She was in no hurry, confident that eventually, Jochuan Tianming would share all his secrets with her. As they walked back, Jochuan Tianming noticed Fang Xuanite's attire and inquired with surprise, "Why are you dressed like that? It's not as if wearing a kimono is prohibited in this season. But given how thin it is, you might freeze in this cold weather outdoors." To Fang Xuanite, however, it didn't seem to be much of an issue. She glanced down at her outfit. "Is it unattractive? It does feel a tad oversized, rather peculiar." The kimono did indeed seem a bit large on her, enveloping her arms entirely, yet it was not entirely unappealing. Furthermore, the shoes she wore were uncomfortable. She was unaccustomed to such footwear, usually preferring to go barefoot. "Would you like me to carry you?" Jochuan Tianming noticed her unusual gait and approached her, squatting down. "Oh, are the two of you back?" the elderly lady remarked, observing Fang Xuanite being carried by Jochuan Tianming. Grandma, are you still awake? It must be around 1 a.m., and you're still up. Didn't Ti mention? I'm on the night shift. I slept all day, and at my age, I don't need much sleep," she replied. Jochuan Tianming had assumed she would retire for the night, but it appeared she had a fixed routine. "Well then, we'll head back to rest. Good night, Grandma." After saying this, he made his way into the room, with Fang Xuanite waving goodbye to the elderly lady. "Remember to visit the shrine I told you about." "What shrine?" Fang Xuanite asked, intrigued. "There's a shrine nearby known for its miraculous wish-granting abilities. Would you like to visit it?" Jochuan Tianming inquired. He was not particularly religious, placing greater trust in himself than in deities. However, if Fang Xuanite wished to go, he would certainly accompany her. A shrine with such miraculous powers? It would be worth a visit, she contemplated, responding affirmatively. "Very well, let us go there tomorrow morning." Once back in their room, the two quickly succumbed to sleep. After their outing, Jochuan Tianming felt a sense of calm, allowing Fang Xuanite to embrace him. Chapter 59. Kaneki acquires allies the following morning. Jochuan Tianming led Fang Xuanite to the shrine mentioned by the elderly lady. It was situated atop a hill, the path constructed from stacked stones. To his surprise, there appeared to be more visitors than he had anticipated, with people continuously ascending and descending the hill. Upon reaching the summit, he found the shrine to be modest, featuring only an altar for worship. It was then that Jochuan Tianming noticed the deity enshrined there. Isn't that a lucky cat? Wait, it seems to be missing the ingot. The shrine honored a cat that raised one paw in greeting. A long line of people had formed in front of the shrine, and since they were already there, Jochuan Tianming decided to follow Fang Xuanite and join the queue. He overheard discussions from those ahead of him. "See, I told you this shrine is truly miraculous. If you had come here sooner, the senior would have already reciprocated your feelings." I didn't expect that after drunkenly confessing to her, she would actually agree. Seriously? Is it really that magical? There's a guy who spent his whole life unable to win over the senior, and now he makes a wish, and it's granted? After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally their turn. Jochuan Tianming and Fang Xuanite first approached a water basin in front of the shrine. using a long-handled wooden ladle to cleanse their hands. They then proceeded to the worship hall, where a thick hemp rope hung before them. Together, they grasped the rope and shook it several times, causing the wind chimes to jingle. They then pressed their palms together in prayer. Jochuan Tianming glanced at Fanfiction, hoping that if wishes could indeed come true, hers would be fulfilled. After she finished her prayer, she turned to him with curiosity. By the way, what did you wish for? Wishes lose their power once spoken, he replied. Technically, he hadn't made a wish. He merely hoped for Fanfiction's desire to be realized. He suspected her wish was for a world where humans and ghouls could understand one another. Fair enough. I want tea pry, she conceded, though she was still eager to learn of his wish, convinced it must relate to her in some way. Meanwhile, during their excursion, the absence of Jukiyama, Shu had left Kaneki wandering between various districts, eradicating members of the Clink Tree. He would not allow the Clink Tree to destroy everything he had worked for. As a result, he found himself pursued by both Jukiyama and Ayato. After joining the Clink Tree, Jukiyama had been hunting down ghouls from other districts, his strength now reaching the SS level through continuous trials. Ayato, having been defeated by Kaneki, was striving to improve his abilities daily. In one-on-one encounters, neither of them stood a chance against Kaneki. However, in a two-on-one scenario, they managed to push him to his limits. Fortunately, Jukiyama, obeying Jochuan Tianming's orders, allowed Kaneki to escape at a crucial moment. Kaneki, are you alright? In the lower area, Yomo rushed towards Kaneki as he leaped from an upper floor. Currently, Yomo was unable to control his Kagun, and with his straightforward mindset, he wasn't much help. I'm fine, Yomo. We need to leave now. Kaneki grasped Yomo's hand, swiftly making their escape. Let him get away, then. Jukiyama and Ayato observed from above, unable to pursue Kaneki at that moment. Ayato looked at Jukiyama, feeling as though he had intentionally forced Kaneki out the window. Uncertain of where he might next appear, Kaneki and Manjo returned to his base in District 20, which essentially served as Kaneki's home. Though modest in size, it was sufficient for Manjo and his little brother to stay, albeit somewhat cramped. Kaneki had never anticipated being pursued by the Bronze Tree. It seemed prudent to lie low for a while. At present, he was the sole member of his team with significant combat capabilities, and it was evident that he needed to find a way to augment their ranks. The first person who came to his mind was Kiyakawa Amano. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Mr. Kiyakawa was human, and involving him in their perilous endeavors was far too risky. Although Kaneki had not witnessed Kiyakawa's prowess firsthand, he surmised that his strength was comparable to his own, given that Kiyakawa had managed to escape the Bronze Tree alone. Yet, as a ghoul endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities, Kaneki could not bear to place Kiyakawa in such jeopardy. He was aware that Kiyakawa was currently away from Tokyo during a recent conversation regarding safety. He had learned that Kiyakawa was visiting Hokkaido. Nevertheless, he had informed Kiyakawa of his departure from the Anti district, though Kiyakawa had not responded. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Just a moment. Kaneki swiftly dashed to open the door, revealing a striking woman accompanied by a young boy. The woman scrutinized Kaneki with a hint of disappointment in her expression. You must be Kaneki, she stated. Yes, and you are? Kaneki replied, perplexed, as he was certain he had never encountered this individual before, and they were ghouls. That's correct, she said, taking the boy's hand and entering Kaneki's home uninvited. Subsequently seating herself on the sofa. Wait a moment. Kaneki hurriedly followed her inside. Who are you? We seem to be strangers. You know someone named Kiyakawa Amano, don't you? The woman inquired. Mr. Kiyakawa? That man saved my life. To repay him, I agreed to his request. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kasumi Nanako, and this is my brother, Kasumi Haru. From today onward, we shall be your teammates. Initially, Kiyakawa had not intended to bring them into the fold. He had merely fulfilled his promise to provide the meat that Kasumi Nanako required. However, feeling a debt of gratitude for her life being saved, she insisted on repaying Kiyakawa in some capacity. Thus, Kiyakawa had purchased tickets for her and her brother to travel to Tokyo, where her SS-level strength could significantly aid Kaneki. He would no longer need to worry about Kaneki's safety during this time. What? Kaneki was taken aback, realizing that even in his absence, Kiyakawa was still considering his well-being and had arranged for allies, as he recognized that Kaneki's strength alone was insufficient. Nevertheless, he questioned the capabilities of the woman before him. It was not that he doubted her simply because she was female, but rather because they would be confronting the formidable ghoul organization, the Bronze Tree. Do you doubt my abilities? Kasumi Nanako asked, crossing her legs, her voluptuous thighs subtly shaking, drawing Kaniki's gaze involuntarily. He shook his head vigorously. No, Kaniki. You have Tuka already. You cannot be staring at another girl's legs. That would be quite impolite. Kaniki? This is... Manjo entered, carrying a bag of human flesh, sourced from corpses found along a riverbank. In such a time, human beings often succumb to despair, leading to frequent suicides, and Kaniki, who refrained from preying on ordinary humans, had found a source of sustenance. He had chosen a location different from the Anii district, opting for a more secluded area that was less frequented, though human corpses were a rarity, appearing every couple of days. Nevertheless, it sufficed for Manjo and the others. Kaniki predominantly consumed his kind, indulging in human flesh only on rare occasions. Kaniki found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain the situation. Were they teammates? He had not yet resolved to allow them to join. He needed to assess their capabilities first, and since they were brought by Mr. Kiyakawa, he assumed Kiyakawa would ensure their safety. They could be considered provisional members, at least for now. Subsequently, Kaniki led them to a nearby sewer, the very place where Tuka and Shino had previously trained him. Go for it, sis. Kasumi Haru cheered for his sister, pumping his fists in encouragement. Who do you think will win? Manjo queried the younger members of the group. Come on, you know Kaniki's strength, one of them replied. Of course, Kaniki will win. Humph. My sister won't lose, Kasumi Haru pouted, glaring at Manjo and the others. You go first. Kaniki gallantly offered Kasumi Nanako the opportunity to strike first. To his surprise, she immediately activated her half-ghoul transformation, two shield-like, diamond-shaped kagun enveloping her arms, while her torso was also encased. A ghoul? Kaniki thought. No wonder Mr. Kiyakawa wanted her on my team. As Kasumi Nanako launched her attack, Kaniki swiftly reacted, his kagun striking against her shield-like defenses. Unbeknownst to Kiyakawa, his unintentional actions had provided Kaniki with a formidable ally and introduced Tuka to an unexpected rival. Meanwhile, Kiyakawa was out at sea with Ado, fishing. Are we really going to catch anything like this? Ado sat on a small stool, staring at the fishing rod before her, which had remained motionless for half an hour. Losing patience, she decided to let Kiyakawa handle it on his own and retreated to the cabin for a nap. Just as Ado was about to leave, Kiyakawa's fishing rod suddenly twitched. I've got one, Kiyakawa shouted, prompting Ado to pause and look back to see what he had caught. With a powerful tug, Kiyakawa lifted the rod, revealing a translucent squid, neither too big nor too small, roughly the size of Ado's shoe. However, it appeared that the squid had not been caught by the hook, but rather entangled by it. What is this? I was hoping for a grouper, Kiyakawa lamented, though he was relieved that the squid would still make for a tasty meal. As he grasped the squid, intending to remove the hook, a dark liquid gushed from its body, splattering across Kiyakawa's face. The incident occurred so suddenly that even Kiyakawa was taken aback, feeling as though his face had been smeared with a sticky, foul-smelling substance. Jochuan Tianming wiped the ink off his face with his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Splattered right in my face. Seeing Jochuan Tianming's embarrassed expression, Fang Xuanite couldn't help but chuckle. It was a rare sight to witness this guy in such a predicament. Fortunately, the captain was seasoned and had seen his fair share of mishaps, so he handed a towel to Fang Xuanite. She took the towel and approached Jochuan Tianming. Stay still. Let me help you. With her assistance, Jochuan Tianming was finally able to clean the ink off his face. The squid, having exhausted its ink and remained out of water for too long, lay motionless on the deck. This little creature is quite charming, Jochuan Tianming remarked as he removed the hooks from the squid, recalling the captain's words that such squids are best eaten fresh, right after being caught. Without hesitation, he shoved the ink-splattered squid into his mouth, producing a series of crunchy sounds. The initial taste was that of the squid's slimy surface, followed by the tender meat. The texture is crisp, and the flavor is delightfully sweet, quite delicious. He exclaimed, Squid, how adorable. He savored it, much to Fang Xuanite's surprise. You're just eating it like that? She remarked, not expecting Jochuan Tianming to be so audacious. It's fine, I won't get an upset stomach. I'm not worried about parasites. Jochuan Tianming replied confidently. The taste is quite good. Just wait until I catch another one to entice you. Intrigued by the prospect of tasting live squid, Fang Xuanite eagerly anticipated Jochuan Tianming's next catch. However, her excitement soon turned to disappointment as he failed to catch even a single fish throughout the day, only reeling in an abundance of water plants. With a resigned sigh, Jochuan Tianming picked up the aquatic weeds from the ground, awkwardly smiling at Fong Xuanite. How about you give these water plants a try? They're not much different in flavor. Fong Xuanite smiled kindly at him. What do you think? As night fell, the boat returned to shore. This time, Jochuan Tianming had spent 40,000 yen to charter the vessel, only to catch a single squid. Such creatures were readily available at roadside stalls, and he regretted wasting his money, having expected to reel in something substantial. Jochuan Tianming had perhaps been overly confident in his luck and fishing skills. Meanwhile, Fong Xuanite had wandered off to the stalls to buy something to eat after spending the entire day at sea without a bite. Chapter 61. Lowly Ante. The battle between Kaneki and Haru Nanao ended in a draw. Although Kaneki's Kagun was effective against Haru Nanao's Kakuja, she was in a semi-Kakuja state, making it difficult for him to gain the upper hand. After all, it was merely a friendly spar. There was no need to determine a victor. Not bad, young man, Haru Nanao remarked, wrapping her arm around Kaneki's neck in praise. Initially, she had thought him to be a weakling, which is why that person had asked her to assist him. However, after this encounter, her perspective shifted as she realized his strength was formidable, having felt a subtle pressure during their fight. To their surprise, both Manju and their subordinates were equally astonished that Haru Nanao could hold her ground against Kaneki. I told you my sister is quite powerful, Haru Natsu said proudly from the sidelines. Kaneki felt a sense of unease at Haru Nanao's close proximity. If she had been a boy, it would have been acceptable, but with someone as beautiful as her, he felt a rush of nervousness. Could you please take your hand away? He stammered. What's the matter, young man? Are you shy? Haru Nanao leaned closer, breathing softly into his ear, causing his cheeks to flush. Your face is so red. You're not blushing, are you? She teased again. Kaneki stuttered, still the same shy boy around girls. Despite having made some progress with Tuka. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Haru Nanao said, releasing her hold on him and moving to stand next to Haru Natsu. Due to the small size of the room and the addition of the Haru siblings, the original space was no longer sufficient to serve as a base. Upon learning that Miss Rise was originally in District 6, Kaneki decided to relocate the base there, renting a small villa. As for the previous one, he had sold it on a second-hand housing website. After acquiring the sword and shield, Kaneki's team was officially established. His remaining funds would last him for about 2 more months. He would need to devise a plan to address his financial issues. Kaneki looked at his empty wallet, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion as he faced the dual challenges of thwarting the CCG and managing his finances. Jochuan Tianming and Fong Xuanite also planned to return to Tokyo. On their last day before leaving, they revisited the ski resort. As they had barely skied on their first day, it would be a shame to leave without fully enjoying their time there. Surprisingly, Fong Xuanite had improved significantly over the days and was now able to ski independently. However, to be honest, skiing was somewhat mundane after a while. The more advanced maneuvers were merely a matter of lacking technique for Fong Xuanite, who wasn't he afraid of getting hurt. After a few hours of simple fun, Jochuan Tianming and Fong Xuanite set off back to Tokyo. Upon returning to Tokyo, Jochuan Tianming's first destination was the Antique Cafe, as he had longed for the barista's brewed coffee. My apologies. He could hear the commotion inside from a distance. I'm so sorry. How many times has it been this month, you clumsy fool? He heard Nishio Nishiki scolding someone, who stood before him with a small stature and a hairstyle resembling 3 leaves sticking out. As Jochuan Tianming opened the cafe door, he saw Nishio Nishiki berating someone. Nishio-kun, you shouldn't talk to a girl like that. Then why don't you make her pay more attention? How many times is this now? You seem to be enjoying yourself here, Nishio Nishiki. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nishio's temper immediately cooled. After all, Jochuan Tianming had left a significant impression on him. Growing up, he had never feared anyone, except for Jochuan Tianming, who nearly choked him to death. Mr. Jochuan, you're back, Nishio Nishiki said respectfully. Mr. Jochuan. It's been a while, said Kumi Maru, who greeted him upon arrival. Kumi-san, are you on duty today? Wait a moment, who is this? He thought, as he noticed a woman who resembled a clumsy little girl, but was actually an elderly lady in her 50s. She had maintained her youthful appearance by consuming her own kind, and was the original leader of the clown organization, the mother of SSS Ghouls. Is this the Mr. Jochuan you've been talking about? Before me stands the individual referred to as the one who coexists peacefully with ghouls. Such a delightful aroma. How intriguing indeed. Yes, Roma. This is Mr. Kujo. As expected, it is he. I have heard that he shares a close friendship with Kaneki. I wonder what Kaneki's expression would be if he were to meet his demise. Greetings, Mr. Kujo. Roma, with a playful demeanor she considered adorable, approached him. At her age, one would think she would refrain from such childish antics. Hello, did you say your name is Roma? While I am unsure why Roma is here, I could take the opportunity to eliminate her, as she offers no substantial assistance to Kaneki's transformation. Later, under the guise of the white mask, I could infiltrate the Quinks and acquire the powerful Kagun of Kamishiro Ryu. This would undoubtedly elevate my standing further. By the way, Mr. Kujo, you may call me Roma. An elderly lady like you? Is it truly fitting for me to address you thus? At your age, you ought to settle down and enjoy retirement rather than feign youthfulness and cuteness. It's rather distasteful. No, I prefer to call you Roma. Mr. Kujo hastily waved his hand, rejecting her. Pretending to be hurt by this dismissal, Roma feigned a wounded expression. Mr. Kujo? The voice of Tuka echoed from above. Her eyes aglow with excitement as she gazed at Mr. Kujo. Tuka, it has been a while. Mr. Kujo, do you know where Kaneki is at present? She dived straight into the topic. I expected a warmer greeting. However, given their recent separation after some progress, it's understandable that both are likely feeling the strain. Though Kaneki had asked me not to disclose his whereabouts to Tuka, it should be permissible to allow her a glimpse from a distance, should it not? Today marks the monthly day of respite. These 2 chapters are supplementary. Currently, 1 chapter is outstanding. Chapter 62, Ghoul Restaurant, You Old Rascal. Combined, District 6. Kaneki was exercising in the courtyard, while 2 figures observed him from afar. Rest assured, with Kaneki's prowess, he is unlikely to encounter any danger. Mr. Kujo remarked to Tuka beside him. Kaneki's strength has greatly surpassed that of the original narrative, especially with the assistance of the SS-class ghoul, Hanami Nanako. Tuka shook her head, her gaze lingering on Kaneki, filled with concern. Mr. Kujo had already informed her of the reasons behind Kaneki's departure from the safe zone. Her worries extended beyond his safety. She lamented his desire to confront everything alone, despite the fact that the people of the safe zone would. Mr. Kujo, do you have a way to help me become stronger? Tuka suddenly interjected. Mr. Kujo was taken aback by her sudden desire for strength. In truth, even if Tuka did not actively seek to enhance her abilities, she would naturally reach SS class status in due time. But aren't you preparing for examinations? Is there truly enough time for that? Although she yearned to strengthen herself to aid Kaneki, she still needed to gain admission to the same university as he. Rest easy. I will keep an eye on Kaneki. You should focus on your studies. That is indeed true, and he seems to be doing well now. Tuka's brow furrowed. Her fists clenched, her tone icy. Even Mr. Kujo sensed a chill in the air. What has transpired? She was fine just a moment ago. Mr. Kujo glanced towards Kaneki, only to see Hanami Nanako extending her hand to help him up from the ground, inadvertently leaning back and causing Kaneki to fall against her. Not to mention, what are you doing? I summoned you to assist Kaneki, not to tease him. Mr. Kujo, I shall take my leave. With that, Tuka leapt down from the tree. It appears she is feeling a bit jealous. It's uncertain whether this is a good or bad thing. But I suppose their matters are best left for them to resolve. Mr. Kujo observed Tuka's retreating figure, then jumped down from the tree and made his way toward Kaneki's villa. Kaneki, it's been a long time. Mr. Kujo leaned against the iron gate of the villa and greeted Kaneki. Mr. Kujo, when did you arrive? Just as you were getting up from Hanami. What? Mr. Kujo was here at that moment. This cannot be revealed to Tuka. Kaneki's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Just as he was about to explain, Mr. Kujo patted his shoulder. Fear not. I shall not disclose this to Tuka. Mr. Kujo genuinely wished to keep this from her, as she likely already harbored suspicions. Then Mr. Kujo scrutinized Hanami Nanako with a piercing gaze, as if to say, I brought you here to assist Kaneki, not to pursue romantic interests. Under Mr. Kujo's intense scrutiny, Hanami Nanako felt a twinge of guilt, averting her gaze and humming a tune. Residing in Hokkaido, a region rife with ghouls, it was hardly the time for romance. Mere survival was a feat in itself. Moreover, few ghouls possessed strength surpassing that of Hanami Nanako. 2 of them had nearly shared her spoils. And upon arriving in Tokyo and encountering Kaneki, she had naturally been drawn to his character and abilities. Although she had heard Kaneki had someone he liked, so what? The law does not prohibit one from harboring feelings for someone in a relationship, and their affections were merely mutual, not yet defining themselves as a couple. Given her age, it was surprising that she would develop an interest in Kaneki. Mr. Kujo had not anticipated this. Nevertheless, it is not uncommon for a girl to be attracted to someone as refined as Kaneki. Let them compete fairly. Yet, I still hold greater faith in Tuka. Tuka, you must strive to succeed. Wait, with this trajectory, could this lead to a harem situation? Mr. Kujo? Mr. Kujo? Kaneki waved his hand in front of Mr. Kujo, who appeared lost in thought. It's nothing. Please, show me around inside. Mr. Kujo was quite curious about how Kaneki had acquired such wealth. Enough to indulge in renting a villa. You didn't T-sell your house, did you? Mr. Kujo inquired. Yes, I did. Although that house held Kaneki's childhood memories, they were not particularly joyful. His mother often subjected him to abuse. In self-defense, he imagined her as gentle, weak, timid, and kind, though he never harbored hatred for her. Kaneki now possessed something far more precious to protect, and this was his farewell to his former self. It seems he has made his resolution. Thus, allow me to give you a gentle push, Kaneki. What is it? Kaneki's voice trembled slightly, betraying his nervousness. Mr. Kujo, could you lend me some money? Initially, the money from selling the house was sufficient to cover 2 months' rent, but due to Hanami Nanako's extravagant spending, Kaneki could no longer afford next month's rent. As a result, he had been reproached by the others for her careless spending, which showed no regard for the team's future. What does it matter? If the money runs out, one can always withdraw more from the bank. I used to do this regularly with Yo. On a spring day, Nanako Harukaze nonchalantly remarked, even indulging in a face mask with an air of leisure. Do you think this is Hokkaido? We are in Tokyo. Don't create unnecessary trouble for us. Honestly, Kaneki was at a loss, as most of the items purchased by Nanako were merely daily necessities, albeit at exorbitant prices. In truth, part of the blame lay with Amano Kujo, who never anticipated that the Harukaze siblings would be entirely devoid of funds. I only have this little amount. Let us see if it suffices. Most of Kujo's money was in the bank, and the cash he had on hand was only taken out for convenience. 1 million. Kaneki was astonished by the lavishness of Kujo's initial gesture. In the past, such a sum would have sustained him for an entire year. Mr. Kujo, I will find a way to repay you promptly. Well, there's no rush regarding the money. Kujo typically had little need for expenses. Perhaps that was the perk of being a recluse. His only indulgence likely revolved around coffee. Mr. Kujo, I am truly grateful to you. Do. Mr. Kujo, have you returned? Jukiyama was exceptionally excited upon seeing the incoming call, his hand tightly clutching a blood-stained handkerchief. Are you free? You should be in Zone 7. I'm in Zone 6. Come find me. Kaneki sought to enhance his strength, and the fastest method was through shared feeding. With Jukiyama's gourmet restaurant being the most suitable venue, Kaneki could bolster his abilities while Kujo would gain experience and points, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Previously, Kujo's Kirin had caused many ghouls to flee, but with Jukiyama's financial prowess, the restaurant had reopened. Mr. Kujo, inside the cafe. Jukiyama hurriedly pulled out a chair opposite him and gestured for Kujo to take a seat. Mr. Kujo intends to utilize the ghouls in the restaurant to enhance Kaneki's strength. Correct? Jukiyama pondered this. He felt no objection. Although the ghouls within occasionally presented flavors he had never savored, he now possessed a goal in life, and those creatures should simply resign themselves to their fate. Once this matter concludes, I will provide you with what you have always desired. With the Hashirama cells now in his possession, even a loss of flesh would quickly heal. Jukiyama had performed admirably, and Kujo considered rewarding him. What did you say, Mr. Kujo? Jukiyama stood upright, disbelief etched on his face. Finally, all my efforts have not been in vain. Mr. Kujo truly acknowledges me. Shoo, keep your voice down. The surrounding patrons cast puzzled glances at Jukiyama. I apologize, Mr. Kujo, I got a bit carried away. I'll go to the restroom to collect myself. After saying this, Jukiyama dashed into the restroom and retrieved the handkerchief encased in a plastic film from his inner pocket. How delightful. I can savor Mr. Kujo's essence whenever I wish. Rest assured, even after tasting Mr. Kujo's flavor, I will not abandon you, my dear. Jukiyama inhaled the scent from the handkerchief, a look of ecstasy washing over him. Even beginning to fantasize, he envisioned himself clad in a suit, adorned with dog ears, serving as Kujo's devoted servant, believing that if he performed well, rewards from his master would follow. How wonderful! I am the master's good dog, and thus, the master should reward his dog with its favorite treats. Subarashi. What on earth is this guy doing, speaking so loudly? He had fled to the restroom to hide, leaving me utterly embarrassed. Wait a moment. This scene feels unsettlingly familiar. I recall Jukiyama running off to the restroom when he took Hinami out to play. He wouldn't have fainted in there, would he? I need him to prepare for the restaurant's affairs. Under normal circumstances, Kujo would have been indifferent to Jukiyama's fate. If he perished, it was of no concern to him. However, he had tasks to fulfill. Upon entering the restroom, Kujo found Jukiyama sprawled on the floor. He really did faint. Kujo kicked Jukiyama a few times, and as the pain registered, Jukiyama gradually regained consciousness. You're awake. Now hurry and prepare everything. I must take my leave. Is this truly the Ghoul restaurant, Mr. Kujo mentioned? Kaniki's team, impeccably dressed, entered the establishment. By the way, where's that guy? Nanako scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Kujo. Mr. Kujo said he had already gone in. Kaniki had learned that Kujo had infiltrated the restaurant in advance. Upon entering, observing the scene around her, Nanako remarked, "It seems quite similar to Hokkaido. I thought Tokyo's management would be so efficient as to eliminate such places." Such establishments existed in Hokkaido as well, where Nanako had participated, watching individuals share portions of children, women, or their own kind. Certainly, there would be areas beyond CCG's oversight, and they were likely overwhelmed with the affairs concerning the bronze tree. The surrounding lights dimmed. "Thank you for your patience. We shall now welcome today's sole delicacy." At the host's words, cheers erupted from the ghouls. What a familiar aroma. What could this dish be that tantalizes my palate? Some ghouls with keen senses had caught wind of Kujo's scent within the room, but due to the distance, they could only perceive it as eerily familiar. Let our feast commence. With a slight tremor, a figure emerged on stage, everything feeling hauntingly familiar. The cheers, the screams, the flashing lights. Accompanied by a white-haired boy wielding a sword. "Ah, hello everyone. Long time no see. Did you miss me? I have missed you dearly." For Kujo, they were invaluable sources of experience, and he regretted their previous escape. This time, he would ensure they would not elude him again. Kujo gazed up at the ghouls, and the once raucous noise diminished significantly. "It's him. He actually entered in the guise of food," Nanako exclaimed in disbelief. "Regardless of how much faith I have in my abilities, the risk in doing so is astronomical." "Well, I should have anticipated it. It is quite in line with Mr. Kujo's style." Not only Kaniki and his companions were astounded, but the audience on stage was equally taken aback. What in the world is this? What is this calamity? No way. Refund. Do you ghouls even wish to continue operating this restaurant? Making the same mistake twice? Why are you all just standing there? Run. What are you all talking about? That fellow's scent is incredibly enticing. It must be a delectable treat. Among them were some ghouls who were entirely oblivious. They had never encountered Kujo and were unaware of his terrifying presence. The ghouls on stage swiftly dashed towards the two exits, yet Kaniki and Hinami's speed surpassed theirs, swiftly intercepting those desperate to flee. However, a few ghouls managed to reach the exit. "Hurry up, brother. Can you not open it? Let me try." "It won't budge." "What's wrong?" Some powerful ghouls even resorted to using their kagun to attack the door, attempting to shatter it. Unfortunately, these doors were crafted from special materials, impervious to their strength. At this moment, the more astute ghouls realized that this operation was a trap designed for their extermination. They had been ensnared by the ghoul restaurant. Chapter 63. Jukiyama's desire fulfilled. Seeing the door was truly unyielding, they instantly changed direction to flee towards a large floor-to-ceiling window. This was the same spot that had been shattered by Kasen's Kirin technique. Following renovations, the ghoul restaurant had transformed this area into a grand window. "Apologies, but this way is blocked." Kasen had given explicit orders not to let them escape. Hinami and Kaniki stood before them, denying them the chance to break through the window. Hinami, in her half-ghoul form, resembled an impenetrable wall, leaving the ghouls no opportunity to circumvent her, complemented by Kaniki's formidable assault. They functioned as a perfect combination of spear and shield, having developed a certain synergy over the past few days, adeptly handling the multitude of adversaries before them. "Damn it. That one is a half-ghoul. We stand no chance against her. And that masked kid is far too powerful. We can't win. This is it. We're going to die here." Utilizing their overwhelming strength, Hinami and Kaniki blocked the majority of ghouls to prevent them from gaining excessive experience. Kasen leaped forward, hands forming seals as flames spiraled forth, erupting towards the throngs of ghouls at the exit. "Watch out. Quickly move aside." Most of the ghouls present had witnessed Kasen's devastating power, and while they sought to evade, the sheer crowding left them with no room to escape. Weaker ghouls were incinerated to ash by the flames. "I told you. This time you will not escape. Kasen brandished his Kusanagi sword, gazing at them, his foot resting upon a struggling ghoul attempting to break free. Whatever, it's a dead end anyway. We might as well fight. With the only exit blocked and Kasen, the harbinger of doom, in front of them. The only escape they could conceive was to eliminate Kasen and his companions. A throng of ghouls lunged at him. Kasen pointed at the nearest ghoul, a white beam shooting from his hand, piercing through its body. What is that? What are you waiting for? Hurry. The ghoul's warning was cut short as it felt a searing pain in its abdomen, as the ghoul attempted to seize the opportunity to attack Kasen. The previously embedded Chidori pierced through the bodies of nearby ghouls, weaving through the air like thread. Zzz. Zzz. The incessant crackling of electricity mingled with the sound of the Kusanagi sword as Kasen dispatched the ghouls before him, now intending to assist Kaneki and Hinami. Upon turning, he found Kaneki and Hinami had also dealt with their foes, with Kaneki capable of single-handedly handling the ghouls from the restaurant. Now, with Hinami's aid, they easily concluded the battle against the considerably diminished number of ghouls. Perhaps I should not have let these two enter. My experience. Kasen mused, as their initial purpose was merely to restrain the ghouls, preventing their escape. Nonetheless, the outcome had been quite rewarding. Name, Kasen Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Experience, 11,603. 0005 Elemental Chakra Uchiha Bloodline Hashirama Cell Strength, 17, with an additional 2 points, Speed, 15 Defense, 15, with an additional 1 point, Chakra, 1,800 points, 1160. Items and jutsu will not be detailed here, as the author's notes will provide further information later, to avoid unnecessary wordiness. Kasen, it seems the ghouls here are quite fearful of you. Kaneki approached Kasen, having witnessed his godlike abilities, and felt a sense of awe. However, he refrained from questioning further, as he always perceived Kasen as a mysterious figure, one who seemed to exist beyond the realm of the ordinary. Yes, I have been here before, brought in as prey. You can likely guess the rest. I killed numerous ghouls and managed to escape. Is that so? These poor creatures really have had bad luck. Kaneki and Hinami had begun devouring the Kagun within the ghouls, the scene rather gruesome, prompting Kasen to take his leave early. Jukiyama had been waiting outside. Kasen, please. Step inside. He opened the car door for Kasen and took a seat beside him. Kasen, where to now? To District 20. Upon reaching District 20, Kasen retrieved a black bag from his pocket before departing, containing a small piece of flesh from his arm, placing it in the vehicle. All right. I'll reach out if I need anything else. I am always at your service. After Kasen had left, Jukiyama eagerly opened the bag, burying his face within and savoring the aroma. So fragrant. How could such a delectable being exist in this world? Truly, my purpose in life is to encounter Kasen. After acquiring Hashirama cells, Kasen's scent had intensified, akin to a person steeped in rose essence. This aroma left Jukiyama insatiable. He could hardly wait to indulge in Kasen's flesh. Upon returning home, Jukiyama cleansed his body and donned a white suit. Kasen's flesh had been neatly sliced by his servant and artistically arranged on a plate. Approaching the dining table, he lifted a small piece of meat to his mouth, savoring it. The moment the meat touched his palate, his eyes widened in astonishment. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as his body trembled slightly, yet his chewing did not cease. The true essence of delicacy defies verbal description. Jukiyama offered no praise for Kasen's flesh, instead continuously stuffing his mouth with it. Once his tears had dried and the plate was cleared, Jukiyama licked the remaining blood clean. He felt as though he had been reborn, akin to returning to his mother's womb. How wonderful! Indeed, agreeing to Kasen's request was the most prudent choice. Jukiyama also sensed the increase in power brought by Kasen's blood and flesh, perhaps the reason for Kasen's uniquely captivating essence. Chapter 64. A Renewed Spar. Sister Izumi's power enhancement, have you finally returned? Ado Yoshimura reclined on the sofa, his gaze fixated on the television as he continuously stuffed potato chips into his mouth. Have you resolved matters on your end? Kujo Timing inquired, retrieving a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and leaning against it while drinking. Yes, it's nearly done. I just need to inform that fellow. Yoshimura emphasized the word fellow with a hint of disdain. I recall that fellow gave me his line ID. I'll send him a message to gather at Zone 24 tomorrow. Wait, you're not referring to me, are you? Ding dong. Just as Yoshimura sent the message, Timing's phone chimed as well. Although they had different line IDs, both were logged into the same device. Your phone is ringing. Yoshimura glanced at Timing. prompting him to check his phone. Ah, yes. In moments like this, one must remain composed, feigning indifference as he retrieved his phone to check. Oh, it's Hina inviting me over to her house tomorrow. Do you wish to join? Timing spoke the truth. Though Hina's message had been sent to him earlier that morning, Yoshimura harbored no suspicions, as Timing had previously mentioned that the Daika family had invited him over. Though Yoshimura had no such intentions, she was now focused on organizing ghouls to launch an assault on Quincelia, needing the involvement of Kamishiro Cheiko to locate Kamishiro Rise. Kamishiro Cheiko, codenamed Shachi, was the former leader of District 6, a formidable SSS-class ghoul, and Rise's adoptive father, intimately familiar with Rise's presence. Following Cheiko's escape, he met with Yoshimura and made a pact with the manager, agreeing that should anything happen to him, the manager would look after Rise, while he would remain by Yoshimura's side. This led to the scene where Shiki saved Rise. And Cheiko felt a deep gratitude towards the manager upon witnessing this in Kanu's underground lab. Is this the bronze tree? It's certainly incomparable to the Magua. Timing observed the dilapidated headquarters of the bronze tree, pondering how, despite being the strongest ghoul organization in the region, the disparity was so vast. Hey, you in the white mask, do you know where this place is? Get out of here, you don't belong here. Two ghouls stationed at the entrance attempted to chase away the seemingly unknown intruder, just as a blue-haired boy emerged from within. Wait a moment, boss. What are you doing out here? The one who emerged was Ayato Kirishima, and the two ghouls were his subordinates. You must be the white mask that Mr. Dowda mentioned. Please, come inside. Timing had just prepared to take action when Ayato appeared. However, he hadn't anticipated that the one coming to greet him would be Ayato, expecting instead Yoshimura or Dowdu. Following Ayato, Timing entered the inner sanctum of the bronze tree, where members stood on either side. How has the white mask been lately? Yoshimura opened his previously closed eyes, gazing down at Timing with a hint of menace in his expression. This fellow wouldn't he think himself capable simply because his strength has increased, would he? Who is that? I don't know, as it was a new face. The members of the bronze tree began to murmur. All members donned identical white skull masks, while Timing wore a personalized mask, indicating that his identity was indeed significant. This gentleman is our newly appointed cadre of the bronze tree, the white mask, Dowdu announced from his position of authority. Speak your mind. Dowdu proceeded to inform Timing of their impending assault on Quincelia. White mask. Your mission is to descend to the lowest levels of Quincelia and persuade Shachi to join the bronze tree. Dowdu's reasoning lay in the fact that Timing's strength surpassed that of Kamishiro Cheiko should persuasion fail. He could rely on his power to compel assistance in locating Kamishiro Rise. Another reason was to demonstrate to the CCG that the bronze tree harbored more than just the one-eyed owl as an SSS-class ghoul. If he refuses, may I suppress him by force? Certainly. After the meeting concluded, Yoshimura intercepted Timing. Would you be interested in a spar with me, White Mask? Since enhancing his power, Yoshimura had yet to properly test his current strength, and this opportunity could serve as a means of revenge. This fellow truly lacks memory. Fortunately, Timing no longer required Yoshimura's Kakuja, intending to merely hold back so she wouldn't suffer an embarrassing defeat. Upon activating his Kakuja, Yoshimura's physique grew even more colossal. Scales forming on his arms and chest, which Timing speculated were a result of the Kakuja he had ingested earlier. White Mask, be cautious. Before Timing could react, Yoshimura's massive palm came crashing down towards him. Behind Timing, a gigantic skeletal arm seized Yoshimura's arm, preventing her from striking him further. Timing could sense that Yoshimura's current strength far exceeded his previous capabilities. The one-eyed owl opened her mouth, and a crimson liquid spewed forth. This viscous fluid adhered to the skeletal structure, gradually eroding it, creating a breach. The corrosive nature of this liquid was astonishing. Even Arima could barely penetrate half of the skeleton with his quinqua, yet this liquid could create an opening. Indeed, the Kakuja of two SSS-class ghouls had remarkably enhanced Yoshimura's abilities, granting her a unique power. Susanoo, third form. The corroded aperture vanished, and another arm sprouted. A blazing black flame coalescing into a sword that swung toward Yoshimura. Having witnessed the terror of Amaterasu, Yoshimura swiftly retreated, her wings fluttering as they launched toward Timing. However, for Timing, who had activated Susanoo, such attacks were utterly ineffectual. I can't win. He is truly formidable, White Mask. Yoshimura realized that despite her significant power increase, She was no match for Timing, leading her to revert her Kakuja. Moreover, this fellow possessed two forms of Kakuja that could interchange, each with distinct abilities. She understood that at this moment, she was not his opponent. Chapter 65. Hina's drawing while launching an assault on Quincelia. It would also be possible to acquire Kamishiro Cheiko's Kakuja. Timing had already determined the other Kakuja he sought, belonging to Roma, who currently worked at a cafe. However, Timing was unaware of her present residence. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to get closer to her and arrange a confrontation. The Daika family resided in a sparsely populated suburb, so much so that even hailing a taxi to their location was unfeasible, necessitating a considerable walk. Due to the fact that the Fukuoka family are all ghouls, Kukun Tenmei did not bring any gifts when he arrived. Upon reaching the entrance of the Fukuoka residence, he noticed the old house lacked a doorbell. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Before long, the door swung open to reveal Fukuoka Hinami. "Big brother, you're here," she exclaimed, her eyes darting around as if she were verifying something. "All right, no need to look around. Big sister has something to attend to. So it's just me today? I see." Upon hearing this, Hinami felt a flicker of disappointment. But it quickly dissipated as she reasoned that her sister must have something important to do. Kukun bent down and gently ruffled Hinami's hair. After spending some time together, it was apparent that she still longed to play with Ado, who, unlike Kukun, was better at understanding the emotional needs of children and could grasp what Hinami wanted to do. "Mr. Kukun, you're here?" The voice belonged to Fukuoka Ryoko, who had also heard the knock but continued to prepare lunch specifically for Kukun after Hinami mentioned she would answer the door. Being ghouls, they could not consume human food. But Ryoko possessed a remarkable ability to learn. Merely by following a tutorial on her phone, she could craft dishes of exquisite flavor. When she noticed that Hinami had not returned for a while, she stepped out of the kitchen to see Kukun standing at the door. "Miss Ryoko, it's been a while. I apologize for not bringing any gifts. I wasn't sure what you might need." In the Dragon Kingdom, it was customary to bring oil or drinks, or at the very least, some fruit when visiting someone's home. "Mr. Kukun, you have saved our family's lives. We have yet to properly express our gratitude. How could we possibly ask you for gifts?" Ryoko waved her hands dismissively. They had not yet adequately repaid Kukun for his kindness, especially considering he had previously gifted Hinami such an expensive tablet. "Please, come inside, Mr. Kukun." Guided by Ryoko, Kukun entered the room. He observed the retro decor, which, though modest, exuded a warm ambience. The living room walls were adorned with Hinami's artwork, and a subtle aroma wafted from the kitchen. A partially open window allowed sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Judging by the layout, it seemed to consist of 2 bedrooms and a living area, one of which was likely for Hinami, as Kukun thought she was now of the age where she could sleep alone. Indeed, as Kukun surmised, after the previous incidents, Ryoko had begun to cultivate Hinami's independence, fearing a repeat of past events. No parents wish for their child to grow up in anything less than a happy environment, but after experiencing such trauma, the Fukuoka family had become more appreciative of life, which was the reason for their retreat from the city. They recognized the necessity of equipping Hinami with the skills for independent survival, ensuring she could endure in case of emergencies. "Please enjoy some coffee, Mr. Kukun." Ryoko emerged from the kitchen with a cup of coffee, handing it to Kukun, who was seated on the sofa. "Thank you." As he inhaled the delightful aroma from the kitchen, Kukun reflected that, apart from him, Ryoko was the only one who could enjoy a normal meal here. It was indeed thoughtful of her. Big brother, look!" Hinami exclaimed as she dashed out of her room, holding the tablet Kukun had given her. Turning the screen towards him, the tablet showcased her innocent artistic style, depicting the residents of the safe zone. While unfamiliar viewers might struggle to identify the characters, each figure was rendered with distinct characteristics, showcasing her heartfelt effort. "These are splendid." In response to Kukun's praise, Hinami shyly lowered her gaze and murmured, "Then, big brother, could you show my drawings to Kaneki? I want him to know that no matter where he is or what trials he faces, we will always be here for him." Waiting for his return. In the cafe, aside from Tuka and Kukun, Kaneki shared a close bond with Hinami. Due to her age, she still struggled with many characters, and Kaneki had taken the time to teach her their pronunciations and meanings. Kukun and Kaneki both played significant roles in Hinami's life. One had rescued her, while the other had helped her grow and understand the world around her. Although Hinami cherished Kukun, her most intimate connection remained with Kaneki. That is a wonderful sentiment. but I believe it would be best if you expressed those words directly to Kaneki. Kukun took Hinami's tablet, snapped a photo of the artwork with his phone, and sent it to Kaneki. He then pressed the microphone icon on his phone and held it out to Hinami. Please repeat what you just said. I'm sure Kaneki would be delighted to hear it. Kukun was confident that Hinami's heartfelt drawing and words would serve as a catalyst, igniting a spark of hope within Kaneki during moments of confusion and despair. In District 6, Kaneki reclined on the sofa, feeling overwhelmed by recent tensions that had stirred discontent among the local ghoul organizations. He had invested considerable effort to resolve the issues. Mr. Kukun texted me. Kaneki had designated special notifications for Kukun. He pulled out his phone and saw the drawing along with an accompanying voice message. This is the Safe Zone's residence. He held the phone to his ear and played the voice message, listening to Hinami's tender words. Big Brother Kaneki. As the message concluded, Kaneki sat there momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet a blissful smile graced his face. Chapter 66. To face death with honesty. Why are you crying? Haru came out of her room, taken aback. The recent pressures had indeed been immense, and she empathized with Kaneki's struggles as a leader. Everyone has moments when they feel overwhelmed, and sometimes a good cry is far more cathartic than any words. Kaneki too longed for a return to the safe zone and the blissful life he once knew. But reality dictated otherwise. He recognized that he must grow stronger to protect all that he cherished. After enduring so much, he occasionally felt weary, questioning whether his efforts held any value, whether his relentless striving made any difference. Yet, he had never entertained thoughts of giving up. Hinami's words today only solidified his resolve. Everything he did was for their sake. For them, he must persist. It's nothing. These are tears of joy. Kaneki wiped his tear-streaked face and addressed Haru. Honestly, if you're going to cry, just let it out. There's nothing shameful about it. Even Yato cried all the time when he was little. Haru handed Kaneki a tissue to wipe away the remnants of his tears. I'm not a child anymore. Kaneki sighed, recognizing how she regarded him as a little brother, though he indeed felt younger in her presence. At a dining table, only Kyukitsuki Amano was enjoying his meal, while the mother and daughter from the Duku family were fixated on him. It's quite delicious. Amano marveled at the culinary skills of Kyuko Duku, surprised that she could create such a delightful dish, especially considering that as a ghoul, she could not savor food in the same way. Clearly, she had put considerable effort into it. Mr. Amano, I'm glad you like it. I even had my neighbors taste what I made, and they said it was quite good, Kyuko expressed with evident joy. However, Miss Kyuko, it would be wise to refrain from such actions in the future. The more a ghoul interacts with humans, the easier it is for them to discern your true identity, just like Tuka's father, who was reported due to excessive contact with the neighbors. Understood, Mr. Amano, Kyuko acknowledged, fully aware of his concerns. Truth be told, had it not been for her gratitude toward Amano, she wouldn't have risked asking their neighbors for their opinions. And what about Mr. Duku? Amano inquired, noticing that Kyuko's husband had yet to return. Father will be back later tonight, replied Hina Duku. It seemed that Kyuko's husband was continuing his work as a doctor. Having finished their meal, Amano decided to take Hina to a nearby cafe for some leisure time. Big brother, can you really buy these for me? Hina said, clutching several books while gazing at Amano. Reading and drawing were her only pastimes at home, aside from occasionally playing by the nearby creek with her mother. Do you have anything else you wish to read? Amano asked. After a moment of thought, Hina dashed back to the bookshelf to choose more. Mr. Amano, is that your sister? A bespectacled store clerk approached him, adjusting her glasses. Yoko, is it your turn to manage the store today? Amano, a frequent visitor to this bookstore, was well acquainted with the staff. Would you believe me if I said she is my daughter? He teased Yoko. Mr. Amano, please don't treat me like a fool. Haha. Indeed, she doesn't resemble me at all. Just then, Amano noticed an unfamiliar man behind Hina, a scruffy figure with a slightly overweight build, panting heavily as he reached for Hina's calf. Ah! Hina shrieked, startled by the unexpected touch. Her eyes widened in fear at the man's peculiar appearance, prompting her to hide behind Amano. Be big brother, she stammered, her voice betraying her anxiety. Don't run away, little sister, the man said, quickly stepping closer to Amano, his gaze fixated on Hina. Amano, however, blocked his advance, fixing him with a cold stare. You must be the girl's guardian. Here's my business card. Though uncertain of the man's intentions, Amano accepted the card and examined it. Haruki Ryu, a talent scout from a company that specializes in nurturing child stars. Your child possesses great potential for stardom. If you could, I'm afraid we're not interested, Amano interjected. Are you truly not considering it? Haruki feigned a look of regret. Hina, let us go, Amano decided, sensing that Haruki was far from benign. His gaze was greedy. And what kind of talent scout would behave so inappropriately? After paying, Amano led Hina to the antique cafe. Along the way, he noticed someone tailing him. Once Hina was safely inside, he slipped into a nearby alley. A white mask appeared in his hand, and as his Sharingan activated, he materialized behind the stalker, Haruki. Such tender legs. Indeed, Lolas are the best. Hee, I'll find a chance to have you, he thought. But her guardian seems a bit troublesome. Other parents would be eager to hand their daughters over to me. Lost in his thoughts, Haruki was oblivious to the crimson-eyed gaze that fixed upon him. Amano realized that this man was merely using the guise of a talent scout to execute his nefarious plans. No matter, I'll continue to follow. I'll surely find an opportunity. Suddenly, Haruki felt dizzy. What is happening? Why am I starting to spin? Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a strange space. Confronted by a figure wearing a white mask, whose blood-red eyes sent a chill down his spine. A ghoul. Amano brandished the phone he had taken from Haruki, revealing a gallery filled with illicit photographs of young girls. Indeed, some people should simply meet their end. No, that's not right. Death would be too kind. Who are you? Where's this place? Haruki stammered. Chapter 67. Assault on Kikuria, combined. Without wasting words, Amano delivered a swift kick to Haruki's groin. Haruki doubled over in agony, clutching himself. His face contorted in pain as he gasped. It hurts. It hurts. My precious. Unmoved by Haruki's cries, Amano plunged his sword into Haruki's limbs, inflicting wounds of moderate severity. Had Amano possessed Tsukuyomi, he might have relished the thought of crucifying this beast, leaving him to suffer for 3 days and nights. Eventually, the immense pain caused Haruki to lose consciousness. Amano contemplated that perhaps this wretch could still serve a purpose, so he refrained from incinerating him with Amaterasu. Exiting the strange realm, Amano returned to the cafe, where he found Hina being playfully tormented by Roma. Sister Roma, please stop squeezing my cheeks. Hurry up and get to work, Hoshi. Nishio reprimanded Roma, who was either causing chaos or slacking off. As Tuka descended the stairs, Hina's eyes lit up as if she had found her savior, breaking free from Roma's grip and darting behind Tuka. Hina, what brings you here? Tuka crouched down to examine Hina's slightly flushed cheeks. Don't run away, Hina. Let me give you a few more pinches. Roma inched closer to Hina, only to be hoisted by Nishio, who glared at her. Don't be angry, senpai. Besides, there aren't any customers right now. Roma smiled innocently. Then how about you clean up the broken dishes you made? Nishio lifted Roma higher and kicked her toward the shards on the floor. Ouch! Roma exclaimed as she landed on the ground, gingerly touching her sore head and looking up at Nishio. Esteemed senior, this is quite perilous indeed. There is no gentleness whatsoever. Why should I exhibit tenderness towards you? Hurry and sweep the ground. What a heartwarming scene this is, yet such beauty shall soon be shattered. Outside Quikulia, Jochuan Tianming, alongside Fangsuanite and the nearby Dudu Liang, stood atop a building adjacent to the prison. Mr. White Mask, it is about to commence. As Fangsuanite's words fell, a tremendous explosion erupted from Quikulia prison, with numerous members of the Bronze Tree infiltrating its depths. Let us prepare for action. In response to the Bronze Tree's assault, the CCG swiftly retaliated, intending to seal every entrance. However, 2 colossal purple arms forcefully pried open the closures. The CCG members drew their weapons, attempting to thwart Jochuan Tianming's advance, but bullets merely ricocheted off the Susanoo, proving utterly ineffective. Is that White Mask? He has joined the Bronze Tree. Concealed in the shadows, Makoto and Ayamon Kantaro were astonished to see the arrival of White Mask, never anticipating his allegiance to the Bronze Tree. Mr. White Mask, leave this to me. You go down to find Shachi. Using her power, Shinyu dispatched the CCG members attempting to hinder Jochuan Tianming's progress. Upon dispelling the Susanoo, the Sharingan spun, and in an instant, Jochuan Tianming reached the lowest level of Quikulia, where Shachi was imprisoned. He gently rapped on the custom iron door before him. It appears that the door cannot be opened without the Susanoo. But how is this mechanism to be utilized? Jochuan Tianming glanced at the adjacent green screen, which bore a palm print design. He had previously attempted to place his hand upon it, yet the door remained unyielding, likely requiring a specific fingerprint. Why not draw first? The special points acquired may enhance my strength. perhaps allowing me to open the door through sheer might alone. Freedom to allocate points. For chakra, 2 lightning release. Thunder slash, S. Uchiha fan, fake. Equivalent to SR level Quinqua, while it is a counterfeit. It retains all the abilities of the original. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. C. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A counterfeit fan? Was it deemed too powerful originally, thus restricted by the world? Nonetheless, as the abilities remain unchanged, Zhouquan Tianming chose not to dwell upon its potency. After all, the fan's classification as SR indicates his current strength surpasses that of Izumi, and it possesses the Uchiha's counter ability, a rather advantageous trait. Allocating all points to strength, Zhouquan Tianming delivered a powerful punch against the iron door, sending it crashing into the prison cell. Observing this scene, Kamishiro Takaori, suspended from the ceiling of the cell, grew solemn. As the dust settled, Zhouquan Tianming's figure emerged at the entrance. "Hello, Mr. Kamishiro." Zhouquan Tianming looked up at Kamishiro Takaori, who descended to the ground. Releasing his tail, with his instincts, Kamishiro Takaori sensed the formidable strength of the individual before him. Even with that prior strike, he knew he could not replicate it. When did such a character emerge in the ghoul realm? "Who are you?" "Me? A cadre of the Bronze Tree, White Mask. We would like to request a small favor from you, Mr. Kamishiro." "And if I refuse?" Kamishiro Takaori remained composed, his primary concern being the well-being of his adoptive daughter. Thus, he had no intention of joining the organization. "That would indeed be most fortunate. If you were to acquiesce so readily, I would find myself bereft of justification to act against you, for I am a man who values reason." "What do you mean?" Kamishiro Takaori eyed Zhouquan Tianming with suspicion. Zhouquan Tianming approached him slowly, suddenly launching a punch towards Kamishiro Takaori, who raised his hand to block and rapidly countered. Zhouquan Tianming leaned aside to evade, executing a sidekick aimed at Kamishiro Takaori's face, only to have it caught. In midair, Zhouquan Tianming twisted his captured leg, causing him to momentarily pause, while his other foot struck Kamishiro Takaori's abdomen. Kamishiro Takaori staggered backward, relinquishing his hold on Zhouquan Tianming's foot. Upon landing, Zhouquan Tianming's previously contorted foot gradually returned to its normal state. Kamishiro Takaori, using his tail, rose again to engage in a physical confrontation with Zhouquan Tianming. Zhouquan Tianming managed to gain a slight advantage, yet Kamishiro Takaori's years of experience soon turned the tide. Despite his superior strength and speed, Kamishiro Takaori consistently found openings to counter or evade. In a reciprocal exchange, Zhouquan Tianming was struck in the abdomen and knocked back. Just as he regained his footing, he saw Kamishiro Takaori using his tail to propel himself towards him. In an instant, Kamishiro Takaori's kick collided with Zhouquan Tianming, sending him crashing into the wall. "You wish to compete in physical prowess with me? You underestimate me. Yet, how could it be so resilient?" Kamishiro Takaori observed his own broken leg, which swiftly mended itself. That previous strike felt as though it had struck steel. Within the wall, part of Zhouquan Tianming's Susanoo frame shattered, and his clothing bore several tears. His eyes glimmered with excitement. Could physical prowess alone penetrate the Susanoo's defenses? This was something even Arima had not achieved, perhaps due to the S-rank Quinqua's influence. "Kamishiro Takaori, I would gladly name you the strongest in martial arts I have encountered." Dispelling the Susanoo, Zhouquan Tianming charged once more at Kamishiro Takaori. He acknowledged his inferiority in martial arts and had initially hoped to triumph through that aspect, yet it appeared to be beyond his reach. "I should be descending shortly. It seems a swift resolution is imperative." As Zhouquan Tianming charged again, Kamishiro Takaori extended his tail, aiming to strike, only to find it passing through Zhouquan Tianming's form. "What is happening?" Zhouquan Tianming conjured black lightning in his hand, thrusting it towards Kamishiro Takaori's shoulder, re-entering the void and traversing through Kamishiro Takaori's body. 2 black whirlpools emerged on Kamishiro Takaori's shoulder, severing his arm. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained composed, swinging his tail towards the retreating Zhouquan Tianming. Just as it was about to make contact, a massive white fan appeared behind Zhouquan Tianming. When Kamishiro Takaori's tail struck the fan, Zhouquan Tianming vanished from his line of sight. A tremendous force propelled Kamishiro Takaori backward, crashing him against the wall. Coupled with the thunder slash, which stripped him of his tail, the ensuing weakness caused Kamishiro Takaori to lose consciousness. At that moment, the upper entrance opened, and Feng Suanite leaped down to Zhuochuan Tianming's side. Mr. White Mask, where is Shachi? Zhuochuan Tianming gestured towards Kamishiro Takaori, now unconscious from the severe blow, with blood still oozing from his wounds. Is this fellow some sort of hand-severing maniac? Feng Suanite approached Kamishiro Chihiro, only to discover that his arm had vanished, seemingly taken by this individual. Feng Suanite held no suspicions towards Kujo Tenmei. Given Kujo Tenmei's formidable strength, coupled with his status as a Kegar, it was only natural that he had consumed numerous Kegar packs, making the acquisition of Kamishiro Chihiro's Kegar pack entirely reasonable. However, the loss of his Kegar pack would undoubtedly impact Kamishiro Chihiro's strength, likely diminishing it to the SS level. Nonetheless, this would not pose a significant problem, as his mission was merely to locate Rishi. Simultaneously, Suzuya Juzo and Shinohara Yashiki entered Kikuria, where they encountered the battle between Mado Akira and Ayamon Kentaro. Despite facing Mado Akira and Ayamon Kentaro, Akira was still able to dominate, a testament to his relentless training in recent times. Suddenly, a group of ghouls approached menacingly. Shinohara-senpai? Excellent, we have hope. Ayamon Kentaro, caught between defending against Akira's onslaught and aiding Mado Akira, spotted Shinohara Yashiki just as he was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Kujo Tenmei and Feng Suanite encountered the erratic Suzuya Juzo. Greetings. Where am I headed? It seems I've lost my way. Suzuya Juzo, clad in peculiar attire and wielding a massive scythe, crafted from their mathematics teacher's Kegar pack, the Quink's 13 Jason, approached them. I leave this to you. No problem, right, Mr. White Mask. Feng Suanite lifted Kamishiro Chihiro off the ground using Kegar, glancing at Kujo Tenmei for confirmation. Kujo Tenmei nodded in agreement. What a splendid day. Not only did I engage with the strongest in physical combat, but I also faced the strongest of humanity, exclaimed Suzuya Juzo. Oh, so you are ghouls. His expression shifted to one of excitement upon realizing Feng Suanite's Kegar. It seems I can acquire 2 new toys. With that, Suzuya Juzo swung his enormous scythe towards Feng Suanite, who deftly evaded the attack with a leap, promptly disappearing from Suzuya Juzo's line of sight. Suzuya Juzo gazed forlornly at Feng Suanite's retreating figure, then turned to Kujo Tenmei, lamenting, "Oh dear, one has escaped. Big brother, you won't leave too, will you?" As the space around Kujo Tenmei began to swirl, the Kusanagi sword materialized in his grasp. Wow, how magical. Big brother, how did you do that? Suzuya Juzo's eyes sparkled with wonder as he observed the enchanting spectacle. A mute, how unfortunate. Perfect. I shall transform you into my toy for further study. Seeing that Kujo Tenmei remained silent, Suzuya Juzo assumed he was indeed a mute. He swung his massive scythe at Kujo Tenmei, only for the latter to effortlessly dodge, parrying with the Kusanagi sword, producing a series of crisp clashes. Regrettably, Suzuya Juzo had yet to fully mature. His resolve and combat skills were still developing, though he managed to hold his ground against Kujo Tenmei's onslaught. So strong. Big brother, if I could turn you into a weapon, it would be magnificent. Wouldn't it? As he spoke, the Kusanagi sword, imbued with the Chidori, sent Suzuya Juzo's 13 Jason flying from his grasp. I'm unarmed now. But Suzuya Juzo revealed a peculiar grin, tearing open his clothing to reveal his favored weapon, throwing knives. He retrieved several and hurled them at Kujo Tenmei. In response to the flying knives, Kujo Tenmei remained unperturbed, forming hand signs with both hands. A multitude of small fireballs erupted from his mouth, striking the airborne daggers and sending them crashing to the ground. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Wow, flames. How did you breathe that out? Impressive. Suzuya Juzo clapped enthusiastically, captivated by the fiery display. Kujo Tenmei had no intention of confronting Suzuya Juzo. He believed the individual's life had already been filled with sufficient suffering. A pain akin to shattering one's own egg, a sensation only Haruki Yanagisawa could truly empathize with. Moreover, he looked forward to battling a stronger Suzuya Juzo in the future, confident that even if injured, his remarkable regenerative abilities would prevail. He needed to assist Akira. As Suzuya Juzo persisted in his harassment, Kujo Tenmei activated his Sharingan, evading Suzuya Juzo's massive scythe as it passed harmlessly through him. When he turned back, he found Kujo Tenmei had vanished from the spot. Suzuya Juzo knocked on his own head in confusion. Where did my new toy go? Above them. Shinohara Yashiki joined the fray, and the tide quickly turned. Against Ayamon Kintaro and the other two, Akira soon found himself at a disadvantage, and the members of the Bronze Tree were mostly slain. Shinohara Yashiki refrained from using his new quinks, while Akira planned to retreat. However, Mado Akira denied him the opportunity. As Akira leaped high, Mado Akira ensnared his feet with a whip, dragging him back down. Ayamon Kintaro rushed towards the fallen Akira when a swirling vortex appeared before him, momentarily immobilizing him. "Akira, you go ahead." Kujo Tenmei raised his hand, severing the whip that bound Akira, then turned to face the sweating Ayamon Kintaro. White mask. Ayamon Kintaro staggered backward, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from Kujo Tenmei, as if merely gazing into his crimson eyes foretold death. "Quick, evade." Mado Akira lunged towards Ayamon Kintaro, enabling him to narrowly escape. Having witnessed Kujo Tenmei's might, Shinohara Yashiki dared not slacken his efforts. The mission had shifted from expelling the Bronze Tree to ensuring the survival of Ayamon Kintaro and Mado Akira. He activated his new quinks and charged at Kujo Tenmei. A colossal fire dragon suddenly erupted from the ground, lunging towards Shinohara Yashiki. The intense heat caused the armor he wore to show signs of melting. Kujo Tenmei's fist collided with Shinohara Yashiki's body, shattering his armor as Yashiki coughed blood and gradually knelt on the ground. "Mr. Shinohara." Ayamon Kintaro attempted to assist, only to be stopped by Mado Akira, who shook his head. The look of despair on Ayamon Kintaro's face reflected his frustration over his own impotence. Would he once again be forced to watch his comrades perish before his eyes? What, then, was the purpose of all he had done thus far? At that moment, white smoke erupted from the prison walls, a substance capable of suppressing RC cells. However, how could it possibly affect Kujo Tenmei, who was not a ghoul? Moreover, this smoke posed no threat to powerful ghouls. Fonsuanite's lack of reaction confirmed its ineffectiveness, being less potent than the toxins produced within a blood crocodile's body. Nevertheless, the smoke's odor was indeed quite pungent. Kujo Tenmei activated his Susanoo, the purple skeletal structure shielding him from the noxious fumes. Why? He is unaffected by the smoke. Jinhu stared in despair at Jiuquan Tianming, who, even amidst the swirling smoke, was capable of wielding his powers. It seemed that even their last glimmer of hope was about to be extinguished. Fortunately, Jiuquan Tianming merely cast a glance in their direction before departing. Both Jinhu and Yamamoto Kotaro exhaled in relief and hurried to assist Shinohara Yukiki, who had merely fainted. They prepared to take him away, but a figure emerged from the smoke, a scythe faintly visible behind him. Jinhu and Yamamoto anxiously observed the approaching individual, knowing that only formidable ghouls could maintain their abilities in such obscuring mist. Shinohara-san. To their relief, it was Suzuya Juzo, who rushed over upon seeing Shinohara Yukiki unconscious in Yamamoto's arms. The tension that had gripped Jinhu and Yamamoto dissipated. Thankfully, it was not another powerful ghoul they had to contend with. Shinohara-san is fine. He just fainted, Yamamoto explained. Suzuya held Shinohara tightly, causing the latter to cough and regain consciousness. Jinhu, Yamamoto, you're both safe. What a relief. Shinohara Yukiki expressed his gratitude upon awakening, though confusion mixed with his relief. What happened to the white mask? He left, Jinhu replied, puzzled as to why that individual had departed. It was bewildering that someone unaffected by the smoke would choose not to eliminate them. Was it merely a matter of their weakness rendering them unworthy of his attention? That's a relief, Shinohara remarked, glancing at Suzuya, who was still leaning against him. Please don't run off like that again. I thought something had happened to you. Shinohara admonished gently. Suzuya nodded in response, feeling a sense of guilt for Shinohara's injury, believing it to be his fault. At the CCG headquarters, the chaos began with the SSS-ranked ghoul, the mother of disorder, who had concealed her identity and escalated with her rampage within the prison. Now the Bronze Tree was adding to the turmoil, as if they did not regard the CCG as a serious entity. Marud sighed in exasperation, clutching his head as he noted how the Bronze Tree continued to seize control of various territories. To make matters worse, the once-vanished organization, the Clowns, had re-emerged, with their original leader hiding within their prison. The One-Eyed Owl, the White Mask, the Mother of Disorder, and Shachi. The number of SSS-ranked ghouls at large had increased to 4. The Bronze Tree's assault on Kikuria was likely motivated by Shachi, especially now that the White Mask had joined their ranks, solidifying the Bronze Tree's status as the most formidable ghoul organization. Hearing this, Arima fell into contemplation. He had also learned from Ado that the White Mask had allied with the Bronze Tree. Chapter 69. The Plan Against the White Mask. However, it seemed the White Mask lacked leadership qualities, acting whimsically and showing little deference to orders. The V organization had advised him to keep a close watch on the One-Eyed Owl and the White Mask. While he and Ado had a partnership that would ensure her position and identity remained concealed, the same could not be said for the White Mask. He did not fully submit to the Bronze Tree, and it was uncertain how his future actions might influence their plans. Arima realized that eliminating him would be necessary. While he may not succeed alone, teaming up with Ado could yield a greater chance of victory. Such a person was ill-suited to become the One-Eyed King, prompting Arima to abandon his initial thoughts, focusing instead on nurturing a new One-Eyed King. He had heard rumors of a One-Eyed Ghoul appearing in District 6. Meanwhile, Roma from the Fanfiction escaped from Kikuria after learning of the One-Eyed Ghoul's emergence in District 20 from the Ghouls entering the prison. Curiosity piqued upon hearing from CCG members that there were humans aiding Ghouls in District 20. Seizing the opportunity, she bit into the flesh of unsuspecting members, triggering her transformation and escaping from Kikuria to seek refuge in District 20. The CCG also intended to counter the Bronze Tree. Yet the overwhelming strength of the One-Eyed Owl rendered ordinary members expendable. Previously, they believed the White Mask's activities were confined to District 4, so they had stationed many special class investigators there. However, with the White Mask now part of the Bronze Tree, his whereabouts had become uncertain. The strength of Ghouls was increasing, while the CCG had only Arima as their sole capable fighter. La Ado hummed a tune as he strolled along the roadside. Though it could not compare to Hokkaido, Tokyo was experiencing a considerable snowfall. Ado fashioned a snowball from the accumulated snow and threw it at Jochuan Tianming, who deftly dodged. In response, a barrage of snowballs flew at him, with Ado even infusing his with his powers. Thankfully, it was late at night with no passers-by, as venturing out at night could be perilous. Jochuan Tianming evaded each snowball, but when he caught one and retaliated, it struck Ado squarely in the face. The snowball fell, revealing Ado's mildly irritated expression. His powers quickly gathered the nearby snow, forming a massive snowball. Ado shot a threatening glance at Jochuan, as if to say, "If you dare to dodge, you shall face dire consequences." Honestly, she started it. With no choice, Jochuan stood his ground, knowing that a single snowball posed no real threat. Just as he thought this, an enormous snowball descended upon him. He found himself enveloped, and as he attempted to break free, Ado approached him and said, "Hold still." Huh. Ado pulled out her phone. Smile? Not a chance, sister. How could I possibly smile in this predicament? Nevertheless, Jochuan managed to smile as Ado struck a victory pose, capturing the moment. Once Jochuan brushed off the snow, he realized that due to the cold, much of it had melted into water, leaving his clothes damp. "Look what you've done." Jochuan glanced at his wet attire, exasperated as he directed his gaze at Ado. "That is only because you insisted on dodging. If you had just let me hit you from the start, we wouldn't be in this mess." Ado retorted, pouting. No matter the circumstances, she refused to accept blame, insisting that Jochuan should have simply allowed her to strike him. It was evident that reasoning with a girl was futile, and Jochuan resigned himself to his fate, heading home and diving into the bath. As he lay in the bathtub, a plastic board in front of him displayed recent news about the Bronze Tree's attack on Kikuria. Ado entered, wrapped in a towel, and nonchalantly pulled it off, signaling Jochuan to make room as she stepped into the tub. Since their last candid encounter, Ado had grown bolder, often joining Jochuan for baths upon returning home. He had gradually gotten used to it, although his gaze occasionally lingered longer than intended. He was better able to control himself, though at times, he still struggled. "Change it up. What else is there worth watching?" Fangsuan nudged Jochuan Tianming with her elbow, clearly disinterested in the news before them. Reluctantly, Jochuan Tianming switched to another anime, one he had not watched in his original world, yet it proved to be quite intriguing. Fangsuan leaned against Jochuan Tianming, relishing his gentle head massage, occasionally accepting a sip of coffee he offered her. Due to Jochuan Tianming's exceptional massage technique, Fangsuan would sometimes emit soft, contented sounds, reminiscent of a pampered kitten enjoying its owner's affection. "Do you have plans for tomorrow?" Jochuan Tianming inquired. Most matters were currently managed by Duo Liang, but occasionally, it was necessary for Fangsuan to make an appearance as the One-Eyed Owl. She looked up, playfully pinching Jochuan Tianming's cheek, feigning a pitiful expression, her voice sweet and melodious. I'm so tired. I've had things to do every day these past few days. What is she up to? Zhu Chuan Tianming thought, aware that Feng Xuanite was merely pretending. She was, after all, a hands-off manager. He himself had been the one to exert the most effort in attacking Quicolia. She had merely come to retrieve Shirkan and Kamishiro Aaron. And even in the end, it was he who had provided support for Kurenai. Seeing me work so hard, can you bear it? Don't you want to reward me? Feng Xuanite placed her finger on her lips, gazing at Zhu Chuan Tianming with a longing expression. Well, all right then. Zhu Chuan Tianming mistakenly believed she desired a kiss. As he leaned down, he was startled to find Feng Xuanite had grasped his hand, placing his fingers in her mouth. Zhu Chuan Tianming was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had become the fool in this scenario. If she merely wanted his blood, she could have asked directly. There was no need for such theatrics. A free gift for you. The author is so broke they can barely afford a decent meal. Thank you all. Chapter 70. Rinya, Shirkan, Mr. White Mask, is this sufficient? A strikingly handsome youth approached Zhu Chuan Tianming after dispatching some nearby ghouls. This was Rinya, taken by Feng Xuanite, who initially aimed to torment and brainwash him due to his 4 types of Kakuja, hoping to grant him greater power. However, at Zhu Chuan Tianming's request, due to his lack of subordinates, he handed Rinya over to him. With Zhu Chuan Tianming's assistance, Rinya gradually began to recover his memories. Despite possessing the same talents as the protagonist, Rinya's potential had been stifled after being captured by CCG, leaving him with only A-rank strength. Unlike Hinami, he could not utilize 2 types of Kakuja simultaneously. He had to switch forms each time. Zhu Chuan Tianming believed this was due to Rinya's lack of proficiency. With more combat experience, he could likely wield Kakuja of a higher caliber. Go ahead and eat. Huh, Mr. White Mask, don't you need this? Rinya held a blood-soaked Kakuja and approached Zhu Chuan Tianming, who shook his head at the grotesque object. Rinya thought to himself how kind Zhu Chuan Tianming was, not only rescuing him from that dreadful place, but also aiding in his memory recovery and enhancing his strength. After enduring so much torment, with even his brother perishing at the hands of CCG, Zhu Chuan Tianming was now the only one who treated him well. Now, let us commence today's special training. Zhu Chuan Tianming appeared behind Rinya, sending blue Kakuja surging from Rinya's back, only for Zhu Chuan Tianming's punch to shatter them. Zhu Chuan Tianming aimed to cultivate Rinya into a character not inferior to Kaneki, continuously refining Rinya's combat skills. He disdained the torturous and brainwashing methods employed by Feng Xuanite. For Zhu Chuan Tianming, time was a resource he possessed in abundance. Rinya could only barely fend off Zhu Chuan Tianming's relentless assault, his Kakuja shifting to purple scales, clashing with Zhu Chuan Tianming's fists. In the fray, Rinya had to ceaselessly alter his Kakuja, but even without weapons or techniques, Zhu Chuan Tianming remained terrifyingly powerful. Zhu Chuan Tianming's goal was not to defeat Rinya, but rather to help him identify his shortcomings through combat. After several minutes of struggle, Rinya lay exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily amid the carnage. Mr. White Mask, you truly are impressive. Let us call it a day. It's time to find you a place to stay. Since they had come to the 10th district to deal with a sudden uprising of ghouls opposing the Bronze Tree, Rinya, now his direct subordinate, could not return to the dilapidated abode of the Bronze Tree. The living conditions for the fodder members there were far from satisfactory, especially compared to the Mogwai in Hokkaido. Feng Xuanite, keep cursing. Zhu Chuan Tianming took Rinya to the 6th district, where Kaneki resided. The more powerful ghoul organizations had been unable to tolerate Kaneki, forcing him to eliminate them. Kamishiro Aaron, the leader of the 6th district, was also preoccupied with searching for Rise and would likely not return to manage the district anytime soon. Zhu Chuan Tianming brought Rinya to an apartment building, providing him with essential supplies, and tossed him a mobile phone. My number is on there. Contact me if you need anything. Rinya's progress was alarmingly slow. He lagged far behind Kaneki, and merely consuming the ghoul's Kakuja would not suffice for Rinya to catch up quickly. It was crucial to remember that Kaneki was also continuously feeding to protect the stable district. Zhu Chuan Tianming recalled Feng Xuanite mentioning that his blood seemed to possess significant properties for enhancing RC cells, potentially aiding ghouls in forming Kakuja more swiftly. At that time, Zhu Chuan Tianming speculated this might stem from the influence of Hashirama cells. However, Feng Xuanite had not clearly indicated how substantial the enhancement was. Zhu Chuan Tianming suspected it was considerably greater than consuming lower-tier Kakuja. Thus, In the room, he retrieved a cup, made an incision, and filled half the cup with his blood for Rinya. Mr. White Mask, what are you doing? Rinya was puzzled, unsure why Jiuquan Tianming was drawing blood. Upon catching the peculiar scent, he could not help but swallow, quickly snapping back to reality. Rinya, how could you be tempted by your benefactor's blood? You must resist. Only when Jiuquan Tianming offered the blood to him, signaling him to drink, did Rinya lose control, accepting it and gulping it down. The taste was sweet, with a unique flavor surpassing that of human blood, but soon Rinya felt a surge of heat within him as his RC cells multiplied, writhing in pain on the floor. Rinya's Kakuja thrashed within him, attempting to break free until the heat subsided and the Kakuja erupted from his body. Unlike Kaneki, however, they did not spiral out of control. The two Kakuja intertwined, enveloping half of Rinya's body, the armored Kakuja spiraling around the remaining two scaled Kakuja. Observing Rinya's transformation, Jiuquan Tianming pondered, has he become a semi-Kakuja? Moreover, it is a transformation into a H'ter resulting from the fusion of two types of O. In other words, Lin Yang possesses not only the H'ga transformation derived from the amalgamation of four types of Rutu, but also several forms of semi-H'ga transformation. At present, his strength has likely reached S rank, and with the ability to undergo semi-H'ga transformation, even typical SS ranks may no longer pose a challenge to him. It appears he has fainted. However, the potency of my blood is astonishing. No wonder those ghouls regard me with the same reverence as they would a legally recognized lowly. Fortunately, Lin Yang is no longer at risk of brainwashing, and arrangements have been made for his residence, so it is time to return. Shortly after Jiuquan Tianming's departure, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes to find a toppled cup before him. He rinsed the remaining blood with water and consumed it. Mr. White Mask seems to have already departed. I can sense my power in the ball behind me. Lin Yang has discerned that his ball has indeed increased by 2. Perhaps due to Mr. White Mask's blood. What could account for such an effect? Chapter 71. The weakness of divine might. I apologize, Jiuquan-san, but Shikata-san is occupied today. Otherwise, I would not trouble you. Dongxiang walked alongside Jiuquan Tianming. Typically, when Shikata-san is absent, Jinmu would accompany her, but unfortunately, Jinmu has since left. It's nothing. Jiuquan Tianming carried 2 bags of human flesh, having been summoned from a cafe where he was enjoying coffee to assist the manager. There was originally Nishio-kin, but those two never got along, making it impossible for them to gather food together, thus leaving Jiuquan Tianming to accompany Dongxiang. Given the previous incidents, the manager surely would not allow Dongxiang to venture out alone for food collection. How has Jinmu been lately? He seems to be doing well. Jiuquan Tianming has been engaged in the extermination tasks of the Bronze Tree, as this mission not only enhances experience, but also allows Lin Yang to strengthen his abilities. He has not checked on Jinmu's current situation recently, but with Haranaka Nanako around, coupled with Jinmu's inherent strength, there should be no significant issues. Upon hearing this, Dongxiang secretly sighed in relief, then grew serious again. What about his situation with that girl? At this question, Jiuquan Tianming found himself at a loss. Given Jinmu's character, under Haranaka Nanako's advances, he might have already succumbed. The thought of such a scenario made Jiuquan Tianming shake his head. Little Jinmu, you must remain steadfast and not be led astray by a wicked woman. You believe in Jinmu, right? Jiuquan Tianming forced a smile as he looked at Dongxiang. For Haranaka Nanako was someone he had introduced to Jinmu. If Jinmu were indeed taken away, he would feel somewhat guilty. Dongxiang nodded, then shook her head. After all, Jinmu had previously been enchanted by Rise, allowing the latter to control the upper hand. Haranaka Nanako seemed to be of the same ilk and appeared quite proactive, which naturally caused her some concern. It wasn't a matter of lacking confidence in her appearance. Rather, it was the fear of not being by Jinmu's side, potentially allowing someone else to whisk him away. Jiuquan Tianming was momentarily at a loss for how to comfort Dongxiang. If you must place blame, direct it at me. It is I who has caused you to be so suspicious. The silence lingered until they reached an intersection, where Jiuquan Tianming noticed Dongxiang suddenly veering toward a side path. Dongxiang, aren't we going this way? Jiuquan Tianming recalled that going straight seemed to lead to the cafe more swiftly. It's like this, Jiuquan-san. Dongxiang recounted how she and Jinmu had been injured by a mysterious masked man, and since that incident, they had taken to avoiding that route. Ah, I see. Jiuquan Tianming remembered that he had previously blocked Jinmu and the others at that spot. which made him feel slightly embarrassed for having forgotten about it. Arima Takaki approached Ayato Amon regarding the matter of White Mask. They specifically chose a cafe with sparse clientele to meet. Speak, what brings you to me? Ayato Amon felt a hint of curiosity. She knew it must be significant, for Arima Takaki wouldn't have come to her without good reason. By the way, it seems you've been doing well lately. Arima Takaki did not immediately broach the subject of White Mask, opting instead for some casual pleasantries. I don't think I've changed much. Ayato Amon tilted her head toward the window, noting that her height had remained the same and there had been no secondary development. So how could it be discerned that she had been faring well? Arima Takaki followed her gaze and sighed softly, murmuring, "Perhaps it is because there is light in your eyes now." Ayato Amon was momentarily taken aback. Light in my eyes. Indeed, since being with that fellow. Her thoughts were no longer solely occupied by ideals. Now, what is it that you truly wish to discuss? Ayato Amon had no intention of disclosing her situation with Juchuan Tianming to Arima Takaki. After all, he was merely a companion who shared the same aspirations, and she did not wish to embroil him in her struggles for ideals. Initially, when Ayato Amon confided her dreams to Juchuan Tianming, it was to dissuade him from harboring feelings for her. She understood that the path to realizing that ideal world would be fraught with thorns. Even she was prepared for the possibility of death. However, upon discovering Juchuan Tianming's formidable strength, she had anticipated involving him in her affairs. The V organization desires me to eliminate White Mask, but I fear I cannot subdue him alone, which is why I seek your assistance. Ayato Amon understood that the V organization would not allow a ghoul beyond their control to roam freely, thus necessitating Arima Takaki to eliminate White Mask. However, as Arima Takaki had mentioned previously, he lacked the strength to defeat White Mask, which is why he sought her help. It was evidently a sound proposal. After all, Ayato Amon could acquire the ball of the SSS ghoul, White Mask. Yet, even with her, it was uncertain if they could overpower him. It was not a matter of lacking confidence in their abilities. Ayato Amon had recently reached a new level of strength, and Arima Takaki surely came prepared. You must have encountered that fellow's abilities, correct? You mean his spatial-like powers? Arima Takaki recognized the troublesome nature of that ability. Should White Mask choose to flee, he would likely be unable to stop him. What a nuisance. Why does he possess such capabilities? For the first time, Arima Takaki felt helpless. Armed with an SSS-level Quinqua, he was confident he could hold his own against White Mask, and with Ayato Amon by his side, he believed they could defeat him. This matter is not urgent for now. He has joined the Bronze Tree, correct? See if you can uncover the weakness of that ability of his. Arima Takaki's implication was for Ayato Amon to engage White Mask in combat to discover the weakness of his spatial abilities. Goodness, isn't that simply inviting trouble? During this time, Ayato Amon had previously sparred with White Mask, and due to her frequent consumption of Juchuan Tianming's blood and her complete mastery of her prior abilities, her strength had once again surged. Yet she had still been defeated by the third-stage Susanoo of Juchuan Tianming. Nonetheless, Ayato Amon believed that as long as she continued to absorb Juchuan Tianming's blood, she would eventually surpass White Mask. However, for now, it was best to hold off. She had endured enough hardship. Chapter 72. Kaneki returns to District 20. Kaneki returned to District 20 in search of Drive Canoe, who was to perform the surgery for him. To disguise himself, he purchased a black wig. At this point, Kaneki had already learned from Jukiyama that the shopkeeper was the leader of the ghoul organization, the Bronze Tree. Although he could not confirm this, suspicion had begun to take root in his mind. Standing on the rooftop opposite the antique cafe with Hinami, they observed the bustling crowd inside. Hinami soon noticed the girl Kaneki had been fixated on. That must be the Donato you often mention, right? Aren't you going to greet her? While it was true that Donato was exceptionally beautiful, Hinami did not feel inferior, as their appearances were quite similar, differing only in type. Kaneki shook his head and led Hinami to the hospital where he had previously stayed. In the distance, a boy with yellow hair and a man in a white suit with purple hair followed them. Rin, why does our master want us to follow Kaneki? Does he need that doctor too? I don't know, Rin replied. Both Rin and Jukiyama traversed the high-rise buildings. Although they were uncertain about Mr. Kuzen's intentions, they understood that their duty was merely to execute his orders. As the most loyal subordinates of Kuzen Tamaki, they were aware of his identity. Yet they had to continue concealing it. Due to consuming Kuzen's flesh, Jukiyama had significantly enhanced his strength, reaching the SS rank, having also devoured numerous ghouls. However, Due to the prevalence of inbreeding within the Jukiyama family, he could not undergo the transformation into a ghoul. The excessive intake of RC cells had initially posed a risk to his life, but the effects had since dissipated under Kuzen's influence. Meanwhile, Rin had also attained the SS rank and could partially transform into a ghoul, allowing him to combine his powers, making him a formidable opponent, potentially even for Kaneki. Isn't that Kaneki? Long time no see. Can you eat fish now? Nurse Taguchi, upon spotting Kaneki, approached him with curiosity, recalling Dr. Kanu's instructions to report Kaneki's arrival. Ms. Taguchi, is this your girlfriend? She is quite lovely. And no, she isn't. Kaneki hastily gestured. After a brief conversation, he inquired about Dr. Kanu's whereabouts and learned that Kanu had left the area for work, seemingly traveling abroad. However, Kaneki directed Hinami to investigate the passenger list from the previous year. Discovering that Dr. Kanu's name was absent, indicating that he had lied and was likely hiding somewhere in Tokyo. It appeared that the nurse was concealing something. Jukiyama slowly lowered the newspaper in front of him and spoke to Rin, who was savoring a hot cup of coffee. Should we capture her and present her to our master? Mr. Kuzen only instructed us to monitor Kaneki, so we should refrain from taking unnecessary actions. Jukiyama, though capable and loyal, often overthought matters, which was why Rin had been assigned to accompany him. That night, Kaneki attempted to catch Taguchi to learn Dr. Kanu's whereabouts. But the bronze tree intervened first. She is our prey. Kaneki positioned his team in front of the group, clad in white suits. Oh, you're the one Mr. Todoroki spoke of, the one who killed my lord. Naki exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of fury, tears streaming down her face as she recalled her brother's demise at Kaneki's hands. Just then, a figure leaped from the sky, Kirishima. Utilizing his heightened senses, Kaneki evaded Kirishima's attack. Kirishima could now detect the scent of his daughter, Rise, on Kaneki, compounded by the presence of Kaneki's ghoul powers. Hinami faced the distraught Naki, who, despite being at a disadvantage, proved to be a stubborn shield, preventing Hinami from aiding Kaneki. This is troublesome. Hinami realized the situation was deteriorating. Kaneki was being overwhelmed by Kirishima, while her companions were obstructed by Naki's followers. It seems you're in quite a predicament. Mr. Kuzen mentioned that if Kaneki were in danger, it would be necessary to save his life. Then I shall leave it to you, as my identity complicates matters. Jukiyama and Rin observed the battle from above, noting Kaneki's disadvantage. Even if they refrained from intervening, Kirishima would likely not harm Kaneki. Rin donned an eye-patch chrome mask and leapt from the high-rise, his feathered powers propelling him into the air. Stop embarrassing yourself. Just as Kirishima's attack was about to strike Kaneki, two metallic wings formed by his powers blocked the blow. Ordinary powers would have faltered against Kirishima. But this was a combination of scales and feathers, merging speed and strength. An eye patch. Kirishima regarded Rin with a hint of confusion, initially believing him to be a one-eyed ghoul until he caught the scent emanating from Rin, revealing his true identity. A one-eyed? Kaneki struggled to rise, startled by the revelation of Rin's identity. You may take that woman, but not this man. Rin entered a semi-ghoul state, his expression cold as he faced Kirishima. He was aware he could not defeat him, at least not yet, but he could serve as a distraction. A ghoul, is it? Quite troublesome. Originally, he sought information about Rise, and since they intended to hand over the nurse, further conflict seemed unnecessary. Kirishima departed with the wounded Naki and Nurse Taguchi. No, you cannot give them to them. Kaneki shouted, as this was crucial to obtaining information about Rise, and Taguchi must not fall into the hands of the bronze tree. Chapter 73. The side profile of a loved one. Kaneki struggled to rise, but was forcibly pushed back to the ground by Rin. Hinami hurriedly positioned herself in front of Kaneki, eyeing Rin warily. Although Rin had assisted them, Hinami remained uncertain of his true intentions, especially with Kaneki gravely injured by Kirishima. Chasing after them now would be tantamount to suicide. Rin's voice, cold and resolute, conveyed his belief that even with Hinami's assistance, Kaneki stood little chance against Kirishima. If you wish to find Dr. Kanu, seek someone known as Lady A. With that, Rin's feathered powers propelled him skyward, their strength sufficient for brief aerial flight. Lady A? Wait, don't go. Who are you, and why are you helping me? Jinmu wished to inquire why Ryo had chosen to assist him. Yet the latter had already vanished into the darkness. Was this the conclusion? Perhaps he should seize the opportunity to report today's events to Mr. Kyokian. Jukiyama Nari turned to Ryo, who had returned to his side. His subordinates were preoccupied with the tasks assigned to them, while Mr. Kyokian enjoyed life with abandon. This is unpalatable, Ado Yoshimura lamented, having purchased an abundance of food, shoving the less appetizing morsels into Kyokian's hands for him to deal with. Have I become a trash receptacle? Kyokian, with a resigned expression, chewed on the food Ado had offered. He had heard of a winter fireworks festival in the vicinity. Hence he had brought Ado along for an outing. To his surprise, there were numerous snack stalls nearby, and Ado, with insatiable curiosity, wished to sample each one, leaving her belly quite round. Hey, you big fool, let us try that. Ado pointed to a game involving shooting corks with a gun to knock down items on a shelf to win them. You go ahead, I shall abstain. Kyokian harbored a profound aversion to such games, having had a disheartening experience in his youth with similar activities, where poor aim had resulted in a bullet ricocheting and shattering his glasses. Fortunately, his eyes remained unscathed, though his eyelid bore a scar from the broken glass, and he had never revisited such games since. All right, excuse me. Miss, would you like to give it a try? A middle-aged woman approached Ado with an inviting tone. Let me start with 10 shots. Bang, bang. Clearly, Ado lacked shooting talent. After several attempts, she had yet to even graze the prizes. Unwilling to accept defeat, she purchased another 10 shots, managing to hit once, but still failing to claim any prizes. Frustration etched on her face. She was determined to prove herself capable of knocking down at least one gift. Observing Ado's persistence, Kyokian surmised that she might not succeed soon. So he decided to wander around and seek an appropriate gift for her. Surrounded by couples, it was evident that many wished to share the spectacle of fireworks with their beloved. There was a saying that when fireworks were viewed from the front, they appeared round, while from the side, one could see the profile of a loved one. Thus, one should always watch fireworks with someone special in their lifetime. After a brief exploration, Kyokian was drawn to a stall selling bracelets, where eager patrons crowded the entrance, though few were making purchases. Upon inspection, he discovered that the cheapest bracelet was priced at a staggering 500,000 yen. Most visitors were merely seeking souvenirs, unlikely to buy such expensive items. His attention was soon captured by a particular bracelet, crafted from delicate silver flowers, with a blue gemstone centerpiece. Hello, big brother, do you want this? A sweet voice emerged from within the stall, revealing the proprietor to be a little girl. How much for this necklace? Kyokian inquired, holding the bracelet towards her. The girl, eyes alight with excitement, replied, I know. That's the starflower. It costs 1,000,000 yen. Starflower? Indeed, big brother. The flower atop it. This is my mother's proudest creation. Just then, the stall owner returned, apologizing profusely to Kyokian for nearly missing a customer. The price of the bracelet was of little concern to Kyokian. Its exquisite design and craftsmanship made it an ideal gift for Ado. May I pay by card? He asked, as he had not brought enough cash. Yes, of course. After completing the transaction, he returned to Ado, who had given up hope. After over 100 attempts, she still hadn't managed to knock down a single gift and was being mocked by nearby children, who were drawing circles in the dirt with sticks. Amused by her adorable frustration, Kyokian couldn't resist lifting her into his arms, reassuring her, it's just a few trinkets. The fireworks festival is about to begin. Ado pouted, clearly more determined than deterred by mere gifts. By the way, where did you wander off to? She interrogated, feeling abandoned as he had not been there to cheer her on, leaving her to endure the taunts of children alone. Oh, nothing much, just exploring a bit. It felt quite similar to the summer festival. Kyokian recalled attending a summer festival alone, which had been marred by the cancellation of the fireworks. However, sharing this experience with someone he cherished felt like a sweet redemption of past regrets. As for gifts, they should ideally be presented at the moment when the fireworks reach their zenith, illuminating the face of the one you adore. Now that would be the epitome of romance. Ultimately, Kyokian led Ado to a secluded mountaintop, where a swing woven from vines awaited them. He had stumbled upon this spot during the summer festival, initially seeking a better vantage point for viewing, not expecting to uncover such a serene locale. It seemed perfect, offering a broad view and a swing for their enjoyment. Ado perched on the swing, her feet dangling above the ground, occasionally swaying gently. Kyokian gave the swing a soft push with his foot, causing it to sway lightly. With a whoosh, a brilliant firework shot into the sky, bursting into a dazzling array of colors. More fireworks followed, painting the previously dark night with vibrant hues. Kyokian turned to glance at Ado, who was mesmerized by the spectacle, her face aglow with the reflected light. This was precisely why it was said that fireworks viewed from the side resembled the profile of a beloved, for in such moments, the one you cherish is right beside you, and you can effortlessly behold that enchanting visage. Seizing the moment while Ado remained entranced, Hyokian discreetly fastened the bracelet around her wrist. Ado had sensed his movements, curious about his intentions. To her surprise, he simply adorned her with the bracelet. Stealing a glance at the piece, she found it quite lovely. Indeed, Hyokian's taste had always been commendable. Fang Xuanite contemplated as Jiuchuan Tianming took her hand, gently opening her palm to intertwine their fingers. They leaned closer, with Fang Xuanite resting her head on Jiuchuan Tianming's shoulder. Together, they nestled against one another, gazing at the fireworks in the sky as they blossomed and faded. When Fang Xuanite returned home, she carefully placed the bracelet into its box. Mindful of the battles she often faced, wishing to protect it from damage or loss. After all, it was Jiuchuan Tianming's first meaningful gift to her. The starflower, also known as forget-me-not, symbolizes eternal love and an unchanging heart. A woman, referred to as A, exited her villa and made her way to a nearby container in search of her pet. It is important to note that this new pet, Little Zyro, replaced the previous one, which Jiuchuan Tianming had tragically severed in two. Little Zyro, upon noticing her pet's unusual silence, A entered the container only to find her companion lying motionless on the ground. She quickly covered her mouth and fled outside, only to be confronted by a pink-haired woman blocking her path. "Miss, would you kindly accompany us?" At that moment, an attack split the container in half. Executed by Hana and Naibai, sent by Dr. Kanu to protect A. The duo, originally outstanding candidates from CCG Academy, aspired to become exceptional female investigators and had previously trained under Arima Kanata at the Second Academy. Hana, formerly known as Unju Hana, and Naibai, previously Unju Naibai, were the children of the original owners of properties occupied by Kanu in District 6. Their father had invested in CCG's artificial ghoul research, only to be abandoned by the organization. Subsequently orphaned and adopted by CCG, they were inspired to follow in Arima Kanata's footsteps after hearing his lecture. However, after the tragic loss of a friend, they fell prey to Dr. Kanu's manipulation, resulting in the implantation of Rise's organs, transforming them into one-eyed ghouls akin to Kaneki. One-eyed. With the same kakuja as me, Kaneki observed the duo standing atop the container. "You must be the brother that father spoke of." Just as he said, "You are indeed formidable." Hana and Naibai exchanged glances, and their kakuja lunged towards Kaneki, who met the assault with his own. Despite Kaneki's superior strength, the two-on-one situation proved overwhelming, and he was sent flying. However, Haru Nanao had managed to restrain A and hand her over to Shikawa and others, swiftly moving to assist Kaneki. "We should retreat. That individual has already been captured, and continuing this battle serves no purpose. It is time to return to father." "Understood." "Hey." Upon realizing it had been apprehended, Hana and Naibai decisively chose to withdraw. "They have escaped." Kaneki observed their retreating figures, further confirming the complexity of Dr. Kanu's schemes. It was evident that Miss Rise had indeed been taken by Dr. Kanu. Otherwise, he could not have created another one-eyed ghoul possessing Rise's kakuja. Turning his gaze back to A, who was being restrained by Shikawa, he warned, "Do not look at me. I know nothing." A hastily shook her head in denial, eager to distance herself from the situation, but Kaneki approached her threateningly. "Do you know what it feels like to have a centipede placed in your ear?" His tone was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter, yet the threat sent chills down A's spine. Under the pressure of Kaneki's intimidation, she consented to lead him and his companions in search of Dr. Kanu. Meanwhile, the members of the Bronze Tree had learned of Dr. Kanu's location from Nurse Taguchi. After emerging from the encounter with Daodu, Jukiyama and Rinyo planned to relay this information to Jiuchuan Tianming. "Damn it, contact Mr. White Mask." Fang Xuanite instructed the seemingly dazed Rinyo. All right. Rinyo, still appearing somewhat vacant, struggled to articulate his message. "White Mask. He says he has matters to attend to. Not on a mission again." "Well, I have grown accustomed to that." Fang Xuanite remained composed, having accepted the presence of the indifferent White Mask, who rarely participated in any tasks aside from the occasional ghoul elimination. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for she would personally lead this mission. White Mask's absence would not hinder her plans. Within the CCG's District 20 branch, Shinohara Yukiki uncovered information regarding Dr. Kanu and his whereabouts. assembling a team to proceed to his base. Unbeknownst to Dr. Kanu, he was absorbed in observing Rise, who lay naked within a containment unit, until the presence of Bronze Tree members and Kaniki's team appeared on the monitors. Little White, Little Black, we have many guests arriving. Please attend to them well. Understood, Father. Is this truly where that old canoe resides? It is as repugnant as District 24. Upon receiving Rinyo's message, Jiuchuan Tianming set out for the location. Although the interior resembled a labyrinth, forcing him to navigate by instinct. Suzuki, be careful, he cautioned. I know. A petite figure darted past Jiuchuan Tianming, swiftly advancing deeper into the facility. Have I seen that person somewhere before? Never mind. It seems this will be entertaining. Suzuki Shizo took note of Jiuchuan Tianming, but did not concern himself. His only method of identifying ghouls was by observing the color of their eyes. Is Shizo all right on his own, Mr. Shinohara? He should be fine. After all, we are merely investigating a human. Shinohara, Mato, and Arima Kanata remained unhurried, coincidentally encountering Jiuchuan Tianming. Oh, it has been a while, Arima-kun. Jiuchuan Tianming brandished the Kusanagi sword. This was not the one wielded by Sasuke, but rather a sword of a similar design, exhaled by Uncle Snake. As Jiuchuan Tianming greeted Arima Kanata, he noticed the bloodshot eyes filled with tension and anxiety, fixated intently on him. The individual before him was indirectly responsible for the death of Mato Wuju. Had it not been for his interference, Wuju would not have died, nor would the subsequent events have unfolded. Jinhu gazed coldly at Jiuchuan Tianming, contemplating whether to take action against him, were it not for the fact that he was human and Jinhu Wusu had not directly perished at his hands. Shinohara Yukiki was equally surprised to encounter Jiuchuan Tianming, whom they had been investigating for some time. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, they had refrained from taking any measures. Nonetheless, his presence in this location appeared rather suspicious. Mr. Jiuchuan, I am aware of your esteemed reputation as a novelist. Might I request your presence at the CCG for a discussion? Jiuchuan Tianming's expression twitched. The cordiality with which this individual made such a request was perplexing. Did Shinohara Yukiki not grasp his true intentions? I apologize, but I have already visited previously and have no desire to return, Jiuchuan replied coolly. Such a pity. But may I inquire as to why you are here? Shinohara Yukiki's tone shifted to one of seriousness. If soft persuasion failed, he would resort to a firmer approach. He did not wish to imprison Jiuchuan, but merely sought to interrogate him about certain matters. Would you believe me if I said I was lost? Jiuchuan Tianming mimicked Feng Tsuan-Ite's demeanor, tilting his head and clasping his hands in an innocent pose. It was evident that his ruse would not be effective against his adversaries. Shinohara Yukiki drew a quinqua from his case, aiming it at Jiuchuan. Mr. Jiuchuan, we merely wish to glean some information from you. It would be in your best interest to, before Shinohara could finish his sentence, Jiuchuan's sword materialized before him, and just as it was about to make contact, a whip ensnared Jiuchuan's arm. Shinohara retreated just in time to avoid Jiuchuan's strike. How swift! With a powerful tug, Jiuchuan yanked Jinhu toward him and delivered a kick to her abdomen. Jinhu felt a sharp pain, and the force caused her stomach acid to surge. Despite her efforts to suppress it, a trickle escaping from the corners of her mouth. Jinhu, witnessing his colleague injured by Jiuchuan yet again, Shinohara's fury reached its zenith as he brandished two long knives, relentlessly attacking Jiuchuan. Have you lost your mind? I have more pressing matters to attend to. I shall not indulge you any longer, Kana. Jiuchuan dodged Ayamane Gotaro's assault while retreating into the corridor. Meanwhile, Kaneki had been engaged in combat with Hinami and Corona. But the intervention of the Bronze Tree altered the dynamics of the battle, shifting his focus from Hinami to Kamishiro Ito. Springtime Nanako found herself pitted against Jukiyama, Shu, and Naki. Given their prowess, even with her half-ghoul transformation, she would typically stand no chance against them. Yet, with Jukiyama's theatrical flair, the combination of an SS and an S rank was unexpectedly being overpowered by Nanako, while the oblivious Naki remained unaware of the peculiar turn of events. Gourmet, you are my trusted ally. Let us strive together to overcome this foe, Naki exclaimed, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Jukiyama as he encouraged him. Jukiyama merely smiled, choosing silence. Were it not for the mission assigned by Jiuchuan, he would prefer to be rid of Naki's company. In contrast, Kaneki found himself once again facing his old rival, Kamishiro Ito, who swiftly countered his earlier burst of power, shattering his hands. Kaneki was propelled into Dr. Kanu's base, where he lifted his gaze to see Dr. Kanu standing at the center, alongside the naked Rise below him. Dr. Kanu? Miss Rise. Upon hearing her name, Rise slowly raised her head to look at Kaneki before lowering it once more, unmoved by Dr. Kanu's manipulative rhetoric. Kaneki regarded him as a madman who recklessly altered the lives of others. Chapter 75. Half-Ghoul Kaneki. Upon learning that Dr. Kanu might be in danger, Corona and Hinami hastily withdrew from battle and raced toward the base, encountering Fongsu and Ait along the way. Ait revealed to them that they had been deceived by Kanu and were merely tools for his experiments. Regrettably, the current state of Corona and Hinami, heavily influenced by Dr. Kanu's indoctrination, rendered them incapable of believing Ait's assertions, prompting them to attack, which Ait easily evaded. After their departure, Ait unexpectedly came face to face with Juchuan Tianming, who approached with the Kusanagi, sword in hand. What brings you here? Ait questioned, appearing before Juchuan in an instant, tilting her head to observe him. Noting the differences in his weapons from their previous encounters. Where did he acquire so many weapons? There are matters that require my attention, Juchuan replied, unfazed by the encounter, as he had deliberately chosen this path to seek out Ait. Ait felt puzzled. This individual had a penchant for attracting unnecessary trouble. By the way, Ait, it seems we may need to part ways for a while. What do you mean? Ait's expression shifted to one of tension and disbelief as her eye turned a vivid red with agitation. No, that is not what I meant. Realizing Ait had misconstrued his words, Juchuan quickly explained the situation with the CCG. Ait understood his intent. Juchuan would likely face scrutiny from the CCG, and remaining together would only jeopardize her safety. For the time being, separation was the only option. Why not accompany me to the bronze tree? Ait suggested, hoping Juchuan could reside there, thus evading the CCG. Juchuan shook his head, gazing deeper into the tunnel. Never mind, I shall remain by Kaneki's side. Someone must keep watch over him. Ugh, so in your eyes, your brother is still more important? Ait feigned a look of abandonment, reclining on the ground. Wiping away her tears, Juchuan, accustomed to her antics, ignored her display and continued, I would like to request a favor. What is it? It concerns Kaneki's teammate. I hope you can assist him in awakening his Kakuja. Juchuan felt that Wanzhou was currently of little use. Even if he acquired a Kakuja later, it would be as ineffective as chicken wings in battle. He wondered if Ait's influence could strengthen his Kakuja beyond its original power, especially since she desired to assist Kaneki. That fellow named Wanzhou, right? Ait mused, recalling the seemingly formidable yet utterly ineffectual man. Leave it to me. Few can surpass me in the realm of strength. With Ait's agreement, Juchuan pressed onward, encountering Corona and Hinami engaged in a fierce battle with Suzuya Juzo. The circumstances left them without the opportunity to halt the advance of Kujo Tenmei. Suzuya Juzo observed Kujo Tenmei pass by, yearning to reach out and grasp him. As before, just as he was about to make contact, it was as if he had been transported elsewhere, leaving him grasping at nothing, his expression one of astonishment. Inside, Kanu's words ignited a furious rebuttal from Kaneki. It was only when Kanu uttered that surname that Kaneki's body trembled slightly. Though he had previously learned from Nico that the manager might indeed be the leader of the clowns, he still found it hard to believe that the amiable old man he remembered could be the head of such a sinister organization. In that moment of shock, a figure shattered the container holding Rise and emerged, cradling her as they approached the ventilation shaft. Kaneki recognized the familiar silhouette of Mr. Shinohara, the one who had trained him in the 23rd ward. But why was he here? As Mr. Shinohara and Rise prepared to leave, Kaneki shouted out. But before he could finish, Shinohara's voice reached his ears, urging him to take care. Shinohara glanced back at Kaneki, exchanged a fleeting look with Shindichika, and then departed with Rise. A sudden shout warned of the arrival of a white dove, momentarily startling Kaneki. He was caught off guard by Shindichika's ambush and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chika captured Dr. Kanu, intending to escape with him. Before leaving, Kanu activated a switch, releasing the test subjects within the laboratory. A swarm of these creatures surrounded Kaneki, preventing him from pursuing Chika. From the ventilation shaft, Kanu looked down at Kaneki. Kaneki-kun, do take good care of your brothers. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, he said before vanishing into the duct. Kaneki was left to fend off the relentless onslaught of the test subjects. How dare they call me cowardly? He seethed. To protect those I wish to safeguard. I have long discarded such notions. In a fleeting moment, The Kakuja from his back pierced through the surrounding creatures. This world is a cruel one, a realm of the survival of the fittest. Who is the true strong? I am. The current me. Those who hinder me shall be cast aside. I shall grow stronger. Stronger enough to defeat that individual, to vanquish all enemies, to protect everything I hold dear. Strong, strong, strong. Breathing heavily, Kaneki swayed, his gaze unfocused as he looked at the fallen bodies. Without hesitation, he collapsed to the ground and began to devour them. The grueling battles had drained him of energy, compounded by the excessive consumption of Kakuja, resulting in his RC cells spiraling out of control, his psyche unraveling. The teachings of his mentor, the lizard teacher, surfaced in his mind, accompanied by Rai's visage. The Kakuja enveloped Kaneki's body, resembling a centipede as it surged forth from him. All who obstruct me shall be erased. Chapter 76. Collapse. Meanwhile, upon learning that members of the clowns had infiltrated Kanu's base, Shinohara Yukinori grew concerned for Suzuya's safety and ventured inside with several CCG members. They encountered Kaneki, now resembling a monstrous centipede. Unlike the original narrative, however, two appendages akin to a gecko and Rai's Kakuja protruded from his back. As he turned, a singular eye resembling a small lobster fixated on the approaching CCG members. In an instant, the appendages obliterated those beside Shinohara, who barely managed to defend himself with his new quinkwa. What incredible power, and that speed, Shinohara thought. Witnessing Kaneki's relentless movements, scaling the walls and attacking like a ravenous wolf. One lapse in his defense, and he would be struck. After a prolonged skirmish, Kaneki seized the opportunity to pounce on Shinohara, savagely gnawing at his new quinkwa. Jin Jukiyama and Arima Kataru were delayed in providing assistance due to being entangled with Harukawa Nanako and Jukiyama Shu, confronted by two SS-ranked ghouls. Even the smoke designed to suppress RC cells merely diminished their strength. The CCG forces continued to falter. As a primary combatant, Jin did not possess the same strength as Kataru, resulting in numerous injuries. How infuriating. There are simply too many, Jin exclaimed, attacking the reckless ghouls who charged forth despite being unable to utilize Kakuja. Annoying woman, watch this. Naki laughed as he seized the moment to deliver a powerful kick to Jin, who fell to the ground. He then clutched her slender leg and took a bite. Deliciously tender, Naki exclaimed, reveling in the taste. Jin, enduring excruciating pain, kicked Naki with her other foot, but it was futile. Naki held on tightly, preparing for another bite when he was suddenly struck away by Kataru's dual blades. That hurt. Do you know? Naki shouted, propelled to the side of Jukiyama Shu, who reprimanded Kataru. Meanwhile, Wanzhong, at Harukawa Nanako's behest, entered the interior in search of Kaneki, only to encounter Ado Yoshimura blocking his path. Finally arrived. I've been waiting for ages, she said, eyeing him warily. He recognized her as one of the clown's executives, often seen near the leader, Donato. If she was an executive, her strength would be at least S-ranked, but he believed he could handle this individual who lacked even Kakuja. Ito manifested two arms, and Wanzhong, noticing the familiar limbs, realized his own arms had been severed by her. Ah! He screamed in agony as she took the opportunity to force a corpse of a non-CCG member into his mouth. Before his limbs could fully regenerate, she tore off another arm, this time feeding him the corpse of one of Kanu's test subjects, taunting him all the while. Don't you think you're utterly useless? You claim you want to help Kaneki, yet continuously require his protection. You're just dead weight, a burden, without any purpose. If you were strong enough, you could protect Rise. You could aid Kaneki, but you can't do anything. Even without you, Kaneki would be just fine. Accept your own uselessness. No, it's not like that. Rise. Kaneki, Wanzhong cried out, tormented both mentally and physically, on the brink of collapse. Excellent. Kaneki, you've done remarkably well, echoed the voice of Kujo Tenmei from behind Kaneki. His body trembled slightly as he slowly turned to face Kujo. The divergence of Kaneki from the original narrative stems from an additional stimulus he encountered. Much like the Uchiha clan, ghouls can amplify their strength when provoked, experiencing a significant surge in emotions. However, unlike the Uchihas, who enhance their Sharingan, ghouls elevate the activity of their internal RC cells. Furthermore, due to Kyuzen's intention to have Kaneki ingest twice the amount of ghoul flesh compared to the original story, Kaneki managed to transcend his limits, resulting in his current state. Kyuzen, devour, grow stronger, let everything be torn asunder. No one can impede me. I am the strongest now. Kaneki suddenly erupted, lunging towards Kyuzin, with 6 Kakuja tentacles advancing menacingly behind him. Are you unable to control yourself? Kyuzin, enveloped in crackling lightning, swung his sword upward, cleaving through the Kakuja that threatened Kaneki. The severed tentacles elicited a pained scream from Kaneki, causing him to plummet from the air. Yukinori Shinohara, witnessing this scene, stood agape. Incredible. But what is the source of that lightning surrounding him? Devour, grow stronger. Kaneki rose unsteadily, staggering towards Kyuzin while muttering incessantly, his hazy vision catching sight of a familiar figure. Kyuzin-sensei? Kyuzin-sensei? Kyuzin rolled up his sleeves and gradually lifted his arm, sensing the peculiar aroma. Kaneki lost control and bit down on Kyuzin's arm. Blood surged into Kaneki's body, causing his RC cells to proliferate once more, yet he refrained from succumbing to madness. The Kakuja on his body began to dissipate, and the mask on his face vanished. Regaining his sanity, Kaneki gazed at Kyuzin's arm, now exposed to the bone, and tears of remorse streamed down his face for having harmed his most cherished companion. I don't want to eat anymore. I'm so sorry. I'm fine, Kaneki. As Kyuzin's words resonated, the once mangled arm gradually healed, returning to its normal state. What is happening? Why is Kyuzin-sensei's hand? Kyuzin placed a mask over Kaneki's face, ensuring that he concealed his identity for the time being, lest the CCG swiftly uncover his hideout. We must leave this place. Kyuzin patted Kaneki's shoulder, signaling him to depart. Chapter 77. Escaping reality with the mask bestowed upon him by Kyuzin, Kaneki hastily retreated, colliding with the approaching Shurzwa Tsubaki. Observing the mask on Kaneki's face, Shurzwa deduced that the other was indeed a ghoul, especially given Shinohara's position on the ground. Although Kaneki had just consumed a new quinqua from him, he used his Kakuja to pierce through Shinohara's legs, temporarily immobilizing him as he sat helplessly. Observing the confrontation between Kyuzin and Kaneki, confused, Shinohara pondered why Kaneki, who had been in a rampaging state moments ago, had reverted to normal after consuming that man's flesh, and how that man's severed arm had miraculously healed. Could he truly be a ghoul? Yet, the truth was that Kuroiwa had confirmed he had passed the examination. Since Kaneki had been facing away from Shinohara, the latter had not seen Kaneki's true form. Faced with Shurzwa's obstruction, Kaneki chose not to linger. Using his Kakuja to deflect the flying knives hurled toward him, Shurzwa opted not to pursue, but instead moved to Shinohara's side, standing protectively in front of him while wielding his massive scythe against Kyuzin. Be careful, that one is formidable, Shinohara cautioned, indirectly indicating that Kyuzin was their adversary. Big brother. We meet again. Shurzwa greeted Kyuzin casually, leaping into the air with his enormous scythe aimed at Kyuzin. Kyuzin bent low, evading Shurzwa's attack, and countered with a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Whoa, amazing. You dodged that. Big brother, you truly are impressive, Shurzwa exclaimed, performing a somersault in midair before landing gracefully. It seemed that CCG's reinforcements had arrived, prompting Kyuzin to feel it was time to depart. In terms of timing, Hikari should have located Dr. Kanu in the monitoring room by now. As Kaneki prepared to exit with his comrades, he stumbled upon the kneeling Manju. He had been tormented by Ado, his eyes vacant and expression dazed, drool pooling beneath him. I am not a burden, he repeatedly murmured, with Kakuja resembling withered branches sprouting from his back, much like in the original narrative, albeit significantly larger. Yet, perhaps due to his inadequate aptitude, after enduring Ito's torment, he had awakened his Kakuja, though his power barely reached B class, barely granting him some combat ability. Manju-sensei, Manju-sensei, Kaneki exclaimed, shaking him vigorously. Under Kaneki's fervent shaking, Manju gradually regained his senses. Kaneki-kun? Why am I here? Manju had completely forgotten his prior torment at Ito's hands. A protective mechanism to shield himself from the painful memories that could lead to a mental breakdown. Unlike them, Kaneki's method of coping with his mental collapse was akin to dissociating, fragmenting himself into multiple entities that bore different pains. However, this approach bore the downside of accumulating suffering, which would eventually culminate in a catastrophic eruption, leading to Kaneki's total mental disintegration. Manju-sensei, do you remember nothing? With Kaneki's support, Manju stood, feeling inexplicably drained. As though his body were collapsing, his stomach distended. Upon reuniting with Hinami, they noticed the Kakuja behind Manju. Boss, behind you. Manju turned to see the white, branch-like Kakuja. What is happening? I was just looking for Kaneki, and then a sudden wave of pain surged through his head, and he collapsed. Daddy. Please save Shiro. Hinami pleaded, cradling the injured Shiro before Dr. Kanu, imploring him for assistance. However, Dr. Kanu merely glanced at Shiro, informing Hinami that Shiro was beyond saving and instructing her to flee. He then followed Ito and Saiko out of the monitoring room, coincidentally encountering Kyuzan. Upon seeing Kyuzan, Dr. Kanu's face lit up with excitement. He had just witnessed Kyuzan's remarkable performance in the monitoring room, and, although uncertain of his ghoul status, was thrilled to learn that his flesh could suppress the rampage of RC cells. As long as we have him, future experiments can alleviate quite a bit of trouble. However, his strength seems formidable, and I wonder if the two companions by my side can subdue him. The moment Kamishiro Chazho encountered Kujo Tenmei, he assumed a combative stance. Sensing the perilous aura emanating from Tenmei, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable dread gripped him, causing his body to tremble slightly as he remained vigilant. Forget about that guy. Our mission is complete. It is time to depart. Ado Fengmura interjected, passing by Kujo Tenmei without obstruction, as Tenmei's true objective lay with the sisters, Kuro and Shiro. Who? Kuro, cradling Shiro, noticed the approaching human. It appears they are indeed gravely injured. In an instant, Kujo Tenmei stood before her, bending to observe Shiro, who had been grievously wounded by Suzuya Juzu. Time had elapsed, and the blood no longer flowed. Who are you? Kuro pondered, realizing that perhaps if Shiro consumed human flesh, there might still be a chance for survival. If she could feed Shiro the blood and flesh of the human before her, perhaps she could sustain her until she could find Dr. Kanu to save her. Kuro, too, bore her own injuries, rendering her temporarily unable to utilize her abilities. She reached out, attempting to grasp Kujo Tenmei, only to have her arm seized and thrown to the ground. Stay still. What are you doing? Stop. Kuro could only watch in horror as Kujo Tenmei seemed intent on harming Shiro. Enough racket. Do you want her to live? Kujo Tenmei felt as though his head might explode from Kuro's shrill cries. What did you say? Kuro gazed incredulously at Tenmei, questioning if she had misheard. He said he wants to save Shiro. Amid Kuro's astonishment, Kujo Tenmei drew his Kusanagi sword across his palm, placing his bloodied hand near Shiro's mouth. The blood trickled down the corner of Shiro's lips and into her mouth. As the blood entered her body, her wounds began to heal, and Shiro gradually regained some consciousness. Instinctively grasping Tenmei's hand and licking the blood, seeing Shiro's condition improve, Kuro rose and approached Kujo Tenmei, tears streaming down her face. Believing she was on the verge of losing Shiro. Why are you helping us? Kuro cradled Shiro, looking at Kujo Tenmei with suspicion despite his act of saving her sister. Kujo Tenmei revealed to her the truth about Dr. Kanu's deception. You lie? How could father deceive us? Kuro's tone turned furious, unwilling to accept any slander against the man who had given her a new lease on life. In her eyes, Dr. Kanu was sacred and inviolable. Do you still not understand? He has been a fraud from the beginning, deceiving you to fulfill his own experiments and ambitions. Today, he abandoned you. Does that not illustrate that you are merely his pawns? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Kuro, in despair, clutched her head, vehemently rebutting Kujo Tenmei's assertions. Reluctantly, Tenmei divulged the true cause of their father's death, causing Kuro to collapse further. She had been led to believe that her parents had perished at the hands of the CCG, but the reality was that it was the Washu clan who founded the CCG that was responsible. Kuro was astounded to learn that the higher echelons of the CCG were, in fact, ghouls, and realized that given her and Shiro's current strength, revenge was utterly unattainable. She held Shiro tightly, the echoes of Tenmei's words resonating in her mind. After a series of explanations from Kujo Tenmei, Kuro, piecing together the events of the day, ultimately accepted the grim truth. They were merely experimental subjects of Dr. Kanu. Expendable pieces in a larger game. I believe you. What must I do to exact revenge? I am willing to do anything. She did not trust that Tenmei had saved them without ulterior motives, but he was the only ally she had at this moment. Kujo Tenmei exhaled in relief. After much explanation, this young lady had finally placed her trust in him. With that hurdle cleared, the remaining matters would be much simpler. Tenmei's salvation of them was not without purpose. He valued their inherent talents. Possessing the potential for exceptional abilities meant they were not to be underestimated. To fulfill Ado's dream, Tenmei also sought to establish his own power. He aimed to control all ghouls outside of Tokyo, but first, he needed to address their food supply, a matter of paramount importance. It was inconceivable to rely solely on consuming corpses or their own flesh and blood. Tenmei shuddered at the thought of thousands of ghouls lining up to feast upon him, while waiting for Shiro to awaken. Kujo Tenmei fed Kuro the remnants of his blood to help her recover from her previous injuries. Thank you. What is your name? Kuro found Tenmei's blood extraordinarily delectable, her RC cells surging in response. He was indeed an unusual individual. Kujo Tenmei. You may call me Mr. Kujo or boss, he replied, contemplating that titles like brother might incite jealousy in Ado. While master was entirely out of the question, he had no such proclivities. Are you referring to Jukiyama Sho? Is he an ordinary human? Moments later, Shiro slowly opened her eyes, realizing she lay in Kuro's embrace and that her injuries seemed to have healed. Little White, you are finally awake. Shiro looked at Kuro, then at Kujo Tenmei, sensing a familiar essence about him, remnants of a personal flavor lingering in her mouth. Where's father? He saved me, didn't he? It must be said that Dr. Kanu's brainwashing abilities could rival those of Ado Fangmura, as Shiro's first instinct upon awakening was to inquire about Kanu's whereabouts. Do not mention that man. He is not our father. That bastard has always regarded us as expendable pawns, capable of being discarded at any moment. Kuro recounted the events of Dr. Kanu's abandonment and all that they had been kept in the dark about. Had these words come from Kujo Tenmei, Shiro would have undoubtedly dismissed them. But hearing them from Kuro made a significant impact. After some time to adapt, Shiro accepted the harsh reality and turned to Kujo Tenmei. It was you who saved me, wasn't it? Indeed. Kuro supported Shiro as she approached Tenmei, her body still weak, bowing slightly in gratitude. Thank you for revealing the truth. Thank you for saving Little White. Kuro followed suit, bowing as well. You need not thank me. We all have our respective needs. I wish for you to assist me with certain tasks, and in return, I will help you achieve your dream of vengeance. Kujo Tenmei waved his hand dismissively. He did not require their gratitude. It was time to consider where to settle them next. It seems that returning home is no longer an option. It is likely that the CCG will soon come to blockade my residence. Fongsuan is probably already dealing with some matters at home. The Lin family is too small. Perhaps it would be better to send the two sisters to that pervert. Nonetheless, I still feel uneasy about it. After considering various options, it seems that Kaneki is the most suitable choice. As anticipated by Kujo Amano, the higher-ups of the CCG, upon discovering Kujo Amano's extraordinary abilities, initiated an investigation into his household. Unlike the previous inquiry, this time they conducted a thorough examination and found only some daily necessities. Furthermore, Fongsuan had long since removed her belongings, and any unnecessary items were disposed of by Matoro using flames. This led the CCG to conclude that Kujo Amano was living in solitude, finding nothing unusual. Additionally, since Kujo Amano is a public figure and not a local citizen, without solid evidence, they could do nothing to him. At most, they could confine him for a while to reflect on his actions. Chapter 79. The Traitor Among Humans. Mr. Kujo, are these two not? Kaneki gazed in astonishment at the figures of Kuro Na and Nao by behind Kujo Amano. Were they not subordinates of Dr. Kanu? Why were they here with Mr. Kujo? Is this the place? It seems quite decent now by. Is this where my brother usually resides? Kuro Na and Nao by surveyed the villa, knowing that they would need to stay here for a while, though thankfully there were spare rooms available. Kujo Amano informed Kaneki about Kuro Na and Nao by being deceived by Dr. Kanu, transformed into ghouls just like him, while omitting the heinous actions of the CCG higher-ups. After all, their ultimate fate would be death at the hands of the filial Oatori. So, they will be residing here with me? Yes, and I've encountered some issues recently, so I need to lay low for a while. Upon returning home, Kujo Amano discovered that many members of the V organization had been buried outside his door. Using his divine power, he entered the room, only to find that everything had been ransacked. How rude. He hastily gathered a few articles of clothing and set off to Kaneki's place with Kuro Na and Nao Bai. It was no longer convenient for him to appear in public, as he had likely become a target of the CCG, much like the later appearance of Toka Kirishima. At that moment, the news reported a scandal. The famed author Akira Kujo, formerly known as Amano Kujo, was suspected of colluding with ghouls and assisting them in preying on humans. This news came from the CCG, but lacking substantial evidence. Mere verbal assertions would not convince the public. A wave of Kujo Amano's fans began to generate discourse online, and influenced by the Bronze Tree, the CCG's reputation plummeted. This was evidently not the outcome the Yoshimura family desired. They employed their influence to suppress the discourse and incited extremists against ghouls. disseminating copious amounts of information that tarnished Kujo Amano's image. With the aid of numerous trolls, they painted Kujo Amano as a scoundrel who sold humans to ghouls for profit, leading the majority of the public to genuinely suspect him of being a traitor, while only a small fraction remained skeptical. Mr. Kujo, are you alright? Kaneki, filled with anger yet concerned for Kujo Amano's situation, feared he might be greatly affected by being wrongly accused of treachery against humanity. It matters not how they perceive me, Kujo Amano replied nonchalantly. He was unfazed by the slander and vitriol. These were tactics commonly employed by the Yoshimura family, and he had anticipated such a day. Why should Kujo Amano concern himself with the opinions of others? He need only focus on being true to himself. Slander and insults would not impact him in the slightest. Recently, it was inconvenient to venture outside, and with no tasks from Fanfiction, Kujo Amano decided to train Kuro Na and Naobai in the villa, with Kaneki serving as their opponent. It was also a perfect opportunity for Kujo Amano to gauge Kaneki's current strength and ascertain whether he had reached the SSS level in his ordinary state. Facing the dual assault from Kuro Na and Naobai, Kaneki effortlessly used his Kakuja to defend himself. To Kujo Amano's surprise, even in his deactivated state, Kaneki could still wield 6 tentacles. What could be the reason for this? Was it due to extensive stimulation causing mutations, or an enhancement in RC cells resulting in an increased number of tentacles? It couldn't possibly be due to Hashirama cells, could it? While Kujo Amano pondered these questions, Kaneki swiftly subdued Kuro Na and Naobai, pinning them to the ground with his Kakuja, rendering them immobile. Kujo Amano surmised that Kaneki's current power still hovered around the SS level, and his semi-Kakuja state barely grazed the threshold of SSS. The reason for Kujo Amano's association with Fanfiction was that the CCG had approached her for a conversation, specifically Shinohara Yukiki and Suzuya Juzu. Hello. We would like to discuss Mr. Kujo with you. Fanfiction brewed them coffee and sat across from them, smiling at Suzuya Juzu. How fair. Are you a girl? Fanfiction leaned closer to Suzuya Juzu, making her feel somewhat bashful as she awkwardly tilted her head and fidgeted with her hair. May I ask you a question first? You must have seen that news, right? Shinohara Yukiki interjected. My apologies, although I am involved with that guy. We are both quite reclusive. Generally, we only communicate via text and meet once a week. Fanfiction earnestly clasped her hands together and then pulled out her phone, revealing a message. What exactly is going on? A red exclamation mark signified that Kujo Amano had blocked her. Shinohara Yukiki observed the disarray of Fanfiction's home, with trash strewn about and her unkempt hair. The curtains had been pulled shut until they entered, presenting a stark contrast to the image shown on television. Dating typically involves normal activities like dining and watching films. I see nothing amiss. However, I do know he frequently visits a coffee shop. Perhaps you can find some clues there. Fanfiction had intended to discuss her work on Ghouls with the CCG, only to have them seek her out due to Kujo Amano's predicament. Currently, she resided in a house controlled by a member of the Bronze Tree in District 18. Having spent a day transforming it into its present state to avoid suspicion. The antique coffee shop in District 20? Thank you. We will investigate it when we have the chance. Alright, Juzu, let's go. During the conversation between Shinohara Yukiki and Fanfiction, no discrepancies were detected. Fanfiction's disguise was remarkably effective, showing no signs of weakness. Suzuya Juzu stood up, his eyes still fixed on the cake on the table. You can take it with you, Fanfiction remarked, and Juzu nodded, taking the cake as he followed Shinohara Yukiki out the door. Take care. Fanfiction waved goodbye to them with a smile, but once they departed, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her eyes dimmed as she lamented, really? All they do is bring me trouble. Chapter 80, Confronting Old Duo Urfu. However, the current plan could proceed smoothly. He should not hold it against me. Yet for the sake of this dream, such sacrifices are worthwhile. Father, I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Fanfiction knew that, thanks to her timely reminder. Shinohara Yukiki would soon notice the peculiarities surrounding the antique coffee shop. By then, she could take Fanfiction away and execute her plan. Her only concern now was whether Jiquan Ming would develop a rift between them due to this situation, especially since Jiquan Ming seemed to have a good rapport with the people at the coffee shop. Never mind, I shall ponder these matters later. If worst comes to worst, I can always repay him with flesh. It's about time anyway. Mr. Jiquan, Master. Jukiyama Shu and Rainu stood on either side of Jiquan Ming as they entered Ibaru's bar, their faces concealed by masks. Although Jiquan Ming was initially unfamiliar with the exact location, he had previously followed Feng here and had also learned the whereabouts of the mask shop. The crow-eyed masks worn by Rainu and Jukiyama Shu were crafted by the same artisan, though Jukiyama Shu had commissioned them. Did we not hang a sign indicating we were closed? Why have you still barged in? Ibaru scolded loudly. Today was the celebration of their clown organization, and she certainly did not wish for any disruptions. However, upon seeing the mask adorning the intermediary's face, she froze in place. The other members of the clown organization turned their gaze as well. A white mask? How did he end up here? With the extensive information network of the clown organization, they were easily aware of the white mask, a ghoul whose information was intentionally concealed by CCG. They even knew that he had joined the Bronze Tree. Except for the masked old duo Erfu, the others exhibited expressions of confusion. How had he found his way here? And he seemed to harbor ill intentions. Jiquan Ming had come for the SSS class ghoul, Hanace Roma, seeking her Kagun to use as a tool for Dr. Kanu's experiments. Intending to lure her out for a private meeting, but had found no trace of her in the coffee shop. He surmised she was likely at Ibaru's bar. So he brought Jukiyama Shu and Rainu along, primarily to stimulate Rainu's current capabilities. Jiquan Ming noted that Rainu's Kagun and RC cell count were sufficient for him to achieve full ghoul transformation, but he had yet to do so autonomously, likely due to lack of provocation. Even if Hanace Roma were to act as an SSS class ghoul, she would certainly not be a match for Rainu in his half-ghoul state. There were 5 members of the clown organization present, and if Jiquan Ming intended to confront the most troublesome old duo Erfu, then they would need to face 2 opponents each. Greetings. Jiquan Ming drew the Kusanagi sword from his spatial realm, appearing before old duo Erfu in an instant, thrusting towards his chest, only for Erfu to evade with an exceedingly bizarre maneuver. Old duo Erfu's strength, while perhaps not on par with Arima Kishu, was likely comparable to Fangsuanite. That startled me. Old duo Erfu chuckled, retreating swiftly with a wiggle, retrieving a long sword entirely red in color from within the bar. Jukiyama Shu faced off against Nicole and Ibaru. He was confident against an SSS and an S-class, for his master was immensely powerful, and as his servant, he needed to continually grow stronger to keep pace with his master. On the other hand, Rainu faced immense pressure, having to contend with 2 ghouls capable of transformation, including the chaotic mother of SSS class. Mr. White Mask is quite formidable. Would you care to join our clown organization? Old duo Erfu inquired with a grin while evading Jiquan Ming's attacks. He only ceased his banter once a wound appeared on his chest. But due to having implanted Rise's Kagun, his injuries healed rapidly. Honestly, why so serious? For tendrils resembling those of Kaneki struck Jiquan Ming's frame, the force causing fractures to emerge within his skeleton. Just as Jiquan Ming had surmised, old duo Erfu, now enhanced by Rise's Kagun, had reached a level comparable to Arima in his prime. The combination of half-human and modified half-ghoul allowed old duo Erfu to transcend both human and ghoul limitations. Jiquan Ming believed that even with Rise's SSS grade prowess, the aging Arima might not stand a chance against old duo Erfu in his transformed state. How beautiful it is. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. White Mask? Old duo Erfu tenderly caressed his Kagun, akin to stroking his beloved Rise. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his strength so soon, but was taken aback by Jiquan Ming's unexpected intrusion. Upon receiving information about the White Mask from the V organization, his first thought was to subdue him and make him a pawn in his quest to change the world. However, given the current circumstances, that seemed unlikely. Old duo Erfu could sense Jiquan Ming's palpable murderous intent, unsure of its origin, as he believed they had never met. Old duo Erfu did not believe he could eliminate Jiquan Ming. He was aware that the White Mask possessed abilities akin to those of space. For now, his strategy was simply to delay him while eliminating his companions. Those powerful ghouls who were beyond his control should be dealt with swiftly, lest they jeopardize his future plans. Jiquan Ming had not yet unleashed his full potential, even though he indeed wished to eliminate old duo Erfu, particularly after he transformed Ide into a formidable entity. Nevertheless, Jiquan Ming still required him for the dragon transformation plan, though extracting some interest in the meantime was entirely feasible. I shall incapacitate you. You wouldn't mind, would you? What? Old duo Erfu seemed to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Jiquan Ming, who barely managed to defeat Arima using only S-class Quinqua, claimed he would reduce him to a state of half-life. Mr. White Mask, are you jesting? The 4 Kagun intertwined, forming a drill-like shape aimed at Ming, only to be grasped by two skeletal hands. Ming used his Kagun to pull old duo Urfu towards him. Chapter 81. Undercurrents. Combined. What should I do? We are about to collide. Is Mr. White Mask going to embrace me? Old duo Urfu exclaimed loudly, laughter bubbling beneath his mask. Utilizing the momentum, he lunged forward with his long blade aimed at Ming. Just as the sword was about to strike, a massive fan collided with his face, sending him soaring backward as if struck by a badminton racket. Bang! The tremendous force shattered through Ibaru's bar, propelling old duo Urfu into the air. I'm flying. How on earth do I get down from here? Oh right, falling will turn me into a meat pancake. In midair, old duo Urfu contemplated, then suddenly had a brilliant idea, rapidly descending toward the ground. Luckily, he managed to cling to the surrounding walls with his Kagun, avoiding injury. What was that weapon just now? It feels as though my small brain has merged with my larger one. The old man Juda Nafuku, gripping the grass-cutting sword in his left hand and the Uchiha fan in his right, gradually approached the formidable Kyuzen Amano. Inside the bar, Jukiyama Shu, despite being besieged by Ittori and Nico, managed to hold his ground, possibly due to Ittori's lack of combat prowess. Rinya, on the other hand, found his wings severed by the transformed Hecato Roma, and every time his wings were on the verge of regrowing, they were interrupted by Bei's incessant harassment. A troublesome situation. The Hakai on Rinya's body vanished, transforming into a different form, shifting from its original purple hue to a bluish green. His original wings disappeared, replaced by what appeared to be a multitude of eyeballs covering his body. This was Rinya's other half-Hakai form, a fusion of armored Hakai and tail Hakai. Initially, Hecato Roma believed that the creature before him would concede, as despite possessing two types of Hakai, he ultimately was no match for them. Yet, before his eyes, the individual underwent a transformation anew. For types of Hakai, Bei gasped in astonishment. It is known that ghouls like Nutcracker and Hinami Fueguchi, possessing two types of Hakai, are exceedingly rare, and such ghouls often possess immense combat strength and talent. The being before him, however, possessed four types of Hakai, indicating that genius was merely a threshold in the presence of Rinya. Were it not for being captured early in Quiquilla, his current prowess would likely rival that of Ayato Amon. He merely needed to hold on until Mr. Kyuzen returned. Rinya's Hakai pierced the body of the Mother of Chaos. What are you doing to me? Hecato Roma felt something invading her body, writhing within, occasionally brushing against her original form. The Mother of Chaos's body erupted from within, a torrent of blood gushing forth as Rinya's Hakai tore through her outer shell. However, this strike only temporarily halted Hecato Roma's transformation and did not inflict substantial damage. A feat Rinya should not have been capable of. This was primarily due to Hecato Roma's ignorance of Rinya's abilities, compounded by her astonishment at his possession of four types of Hakai, which granted Rinya an opportunity for a sneak attack. Now, he could properly contend with her. The Hakai on Rinya gradually dwindled, having sustained significant injuries and having expended considerable energy with the previous strike, leaving him unable to maintain his half-Hakai form. At that moment, a robust arm pierced through his body. What is happening? How could this be? There shouldn't be anyone here. Where did this person come from? Ittori and Nico continued to battle Jukiyama Shu, while Hecato Roma lay helplessly on the ground, and Bei leaned against the wall, observing the spectacle. Wait, why is his aura so weak? Rinya realized that this Bei was likely a clone. Although Kyuzen Amano had informed him of the strength and capabilities of the Joker organization before his arrival, he had not grasped the timing of Bei's cloning. As Bei, now transformed into a Hakai, withdrew his arm, he tore off all of Rinya's limbs, intending to brainwash him into becoming a member of the Joker organization, which would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Hecato Roma slowly stood up, dusted herself off, and smiled at Rinya. Her earlier weakness was merely an act to deceive him. Hee. Victory belongs to the Jokers. Just as Hecato Roma and Bei celebrated with a high five, Rinya delved deep into his consciousness. The intense pain from Bei's tearing brought back memories of the torment he endured in Quiquilla. He fell into an abyss of endless suffering, crawling forward until he glimpsed a beacon of light. In that light stood a majestic figure, extending a hand toward him, just as during the incident at the bronze tree. In his most desperate and helpless moment, it was this figure reaching out, asking if he wished to follow him and escape the hell of the bronze tree. I cannot die yet. I have yet to repay my debts. In an instant, Rinya's shattered form was restored, enveloped by Hakai as his physique began to swell. Green blades emerged along his arms, and his wings grew larger, his body seemingly encased in silver metallic blades. Upon sensing Rinya's transformation, Hecate, Roma, and Bei quickly retreated. That fellow seems to have lost control. The size of his Hakai form is astounding. I wish I could possess that. Rinya roared, extending his hand toward the Bei clone before him, crushing it into a pulpy mass. Rinya continued to howl in fury, beginning to demolish everything in his vicinity, sending Jukiyama, Shu, and Nico flying. What should we do? This commotion will surely attract the CCG's attention. Itori analyzed the situation in Rinya's current berserk state. They would undoubtedly be no match for him, especially since Hecate Roma could not revert to Hakai form again for the time being. The noise would certainly draw the CCG's scrutiny. Should we retreat? If we expose ourselves, it could spell trouble. But my Hakai packs. Hecate Roma's outer Hakai is still in the bar, containing her 3 Hakai packs. Losing those would likely leave her weakened for a time. Let us not dwell on that. We must take Nico and flee quickly. In the distance, Kyuzan Amano observed Juda Nafuku, whose arms he had severed. Mr. White Mask, do you not believe this world is decayed, crumbling, and beyond salvation? Humanity cannot comprehend ghouls, and ghouls cannot understand humanity. True peace eludes this world. The only way to achieve peace is to eradicate everyone, including ghouls. Only then can this world attain true peace, devoid of suffering and despair. Come, let us create such a world together. Despite exerting all his strength, Juda Nafuku could not overcome Kyuzan Amano. Though he had not transformed into Hakai, he had yet to fully master his powers and was at risk of losing control. He attempted to sway Kyuzan Amano with words. Having witnessed Kyuzan's battle with Kaneki Ken and heard his philosophies, believing they aligned. Just as Kyuzan Amano was about to respond, a tremendous crash echoed from behind. Turning, he beheld a being clad in metal bursting through the bar. Could that be Rinya's Hakai transformation? It seems the plan succeeded. Wait, no? Kyuzan Amano realized that Rinya appeared to have lost his sanity, rampaging recklessly. Why is this happening? Previously, Rinya did not lose control even in his half-Hakai state. Having observed earlier incidents, Kyuzan had presumed Rinya would maintain control. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn, even after consuming copious amounts of his own flesh. Rinya had succumbed to rage. He needed to intervene and prevent Rinya from continuing his rampage. In an instant, he had vanished. What a formidable ability. Fortunately, I have survived. Old duo Urfu gazed at the massive silhouette in the distance. Seemingly a subordinate of that individual had succumbed to a berserk state. They must have already fled. I should make my departure as well. In this frenzied state, Lin Yao had begun to lose all recognition, relentlessly attacking Jukiyama, Shu, and Kujo Tenmei. Kujo had initially intended to employ his oral techniques to awaken Lin Yao's rationality, but after much effort, it proved futile. Indeed, Naruto's verbal prowess is not something just anyone can master. Furthermore, Kujo realized that Lin Yao's abilities had significantly amplified, as the damage inflicted by the Kusanagi sword was rapidly recuperated. Faced with such a formidable opponent possessing remarkable recovery capabilities, Amaterasu was a wise choice. Affixed to the Kusanagi sword, ensuring that each time Lin Yao's outer coat of power was severed, it would ignite and prevent recovery. Under the relentless incineration of Amaterasu, Lin Yao's berserk state gradually dissipated, revealing his original form, albeit now faint from the considerable energy expenditure. Kujo instructed Jukiyama to support Lin Yao while he proceeded to the remnants of the Heki outer coat left by the Hosei Roma. Extracting a Heki pouch from within with the Kusanagi sword, placing 2 into the Kamui space. The other he entrusted to Jukiyama, advising him to administer it to Lin Yao upon his awakening to restore his energy, as the recent battle had depleted 2 of his Heki pouches. However, this was unavoidable. Kujo had not anticipated Lin Yao's berserk transformation. Just moments ago, he had managed to revert him from his berserk state, which was the best course of action he could conceive. Now, Kujo possessed 3 distinct SSS-rated Heki pouches, yet regrettably, Hosei Roma had escaped, preventing her from taking the shopkeeper's place in the experiments. After Jukiyama departed with Lin Yao, members of the CCG arrived at the scene. According to witnesses, a colossal creature had wreaked havoc, along with 2 masked individuals. The CCG quickly deduced that the enormous creature must be a Heki, and the masked individuals were likely ghouls, indicative of an organizational conflict. However, upon hearing that the creature stood over 10 meters tall, the CCG investigator visibly faltered. A heki of that size would certainly be at least an SSS-rated ghoul. Soon, this news reached the CCG headquarters, where, upon reviewing the crowd's footage, they discovered yet another undocumented heki. How vexing it was to encounter another SSS-rated ghoul, particularly a troublesome heki. At present, SSS-rated ghouls were emerging like mushrooms after a rain, with the likes of Owl, the White Mask, and now this newly defined metallic bird, placing significant pressure on the CCG. Nonetheless, resolving the issue of the one-eyed owl took precedence. Maruta Zai fell into contemplation as he surveyed the location of the cafe. After Shinohara Yukinori and Suzuya Jizu ventured to the antique cafe, he informed Maruta Zai of his belief that the shopkeeper was indeed the owl. Consequently, the CCG initiated a covert investigation of the cafe and devised combat strategies, hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate the owl. However, Shinohara harbored a concern. He always felt there were two owls, worrying that while they dealt with one, the other might come to aid. Meanwhile, Kaneki returned to the safe zone to converse with the shopkeeper, learning from him that the leader of the bronze tree was the shopkeeper's daughter, the very same Ado Yoshimura, who was also Mr. Kujo's girlfriend. The shopkeeper also revealed that Mr. Kujo seemed unaware that Ito was the leader of the bronze tree, leading Kaneki to believe that Mr. Kujo had been deceived by the wicked woman. After all, Ito had left a rather poor impression on Kaneki, especially given the wicked deeds perpetrated by the bronze tree. The shopkeeper and Kaneki engaged in lengthy discussion, though he did not urge Kaneki to rescue his daughter, believing that once Mr. Kujo learned of Ito's actions, he would surely intervene. After Kaneki departed, the shopkeeper gazed out the window, realizing his fate was likely grim, yet he found solace in having witnessed these children grow. Knowing that Ito had found her place, "Mr. Kujo, I entrust Ito to you." At the cafe, Hinami rushed to the library to inform Tuka of Kaneki's arrival. "Big brother, he is back," Hinami gasped. Upon hearing her words, Tuka froze momentarily before springing to her feet. Learning of Kaneki's return, she abandoned her close friend and chased after him on the overpass, where the two exchanged silent glances, neither daring to speak first. Chapter 82. Do not return to the antique shop. In the face of the long-absent Kaneki, Tuka found herself at a loss for words. Should she inquire about his recent well-being? Or perhaps confront him with a punch to express her displeasure at his departure? Or question if he had feelings for her? No. What should I say? Tuka. Kaneki finally broke the silence, sharing that he had conversed extensively with the shopkeeper, uncovering many truths and hidden matters, which only fortified his resolve to protect those he cherished. Hinami, Mr. Kujo, Mr. Majin, Sister Haru, Brother Haru, and you too, Tuka. I refuse to lose those I hold dear, so I must eliminate the obstacles. You are nothing but a self-righteous fool. No one belongs to you, nor do they owe you protection. You simply fear being alone. And everything you do is for your own sake, acting like a fool. Just as Tuka articulated, Kaneki's actions stemmed from profound loneliness. As a human, he had only his mother, who abused him, and after her death, only Hyde became his friend. After transforming into a ghoul, he reduced contact with Hyde to avoid hurting him, leading to friendships with Kujo, Tuka, and the shopkeeper, which contributed to the emergence of his centipede persona. This persona manifested to shield those around him from harm. He could not bear to revert to solitude. When he learned that the bronze tree might target the safe zone, the centipede persona emerged. Kaneki paused, taken aback. Are you denying me? Denying me? Because you are mistaken. Kaneki feigned indifference, though Tuka's words struck true. Still, he yearned for her affirmation. Observing Kaneki's nonchalant demeanor reminded Tuka of her brother Ayato. Indeed, those who ventured into the world often changed in such ways. Tuka swung a fist at Kaneki, which he effortlessly blocked. Stop it, Tuka. Despite Kaneki's current strength, he could easily overpower Tuka without using his powers. But he refrained from doing so to avoid harming her, enduring the blows instead. How can you protect others when you cannot even safeguard yourself? You should not return to the antique shop. Tuka shouted, and in Kaneki's moment of distraction, she landed a punch squarely on his face, knocking him to the ground, where she straddled him and unleashed a flurry of blows to his face. Why has it come to this? Jinmu allowed Dongxiang to act upon him, his gaze resembling a stagnant pool of water, as Dongxiang's long-suppressed affection erupted. At that moment, she seized Jinmu's collar, pressed her lips against his, and forcefully bit into his lip before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the library, Dongxiang felt a wave of regret for her earlier words. What if he truly never came back after hearing them? After her departure, Jinmu gently touched his injured lip, lost in contemplation. He resolved to find a way to contact Mr. Jiuquang and inform him about the situation with Fanfiction. Upon returning to the base, Jinmu discovered that Heibai Nai and the Haruno siblings had already left. Where did they go? He inquired. They left early this morning, supposedly to find Mr. Jiuquang, came the reply. As Jinmu prepared to send a text to Jiuquang Tianming, he noticed an email from him. Mr. Jiuquang, I've lost your number and have some matters to attend to. I took the Haruno siblings with me. Is it related to CCG affairs? Jinmu thought, realizing it would be a while before he could reach Jiuquang again. He contemplated disbanding the team and returning to District 20, intending to collaborate with the shopkeeper. Hokkaido. To his surprise, Mr. Jiuquang was also a ghoul. Haruno Nanako remarked, gazing at the crimson eyes beneath Jiuquang Tianming's mask. This is your mask, he said, handing over the raven mask to Haruno Nanako and Heibai Nai. Why the raven design? It seems rather unappealing, Nanako commented with mild disdain, while Heibai Nai remained silent and accepted it. The raven undoubtedly embodies myriad symbolic meanings, including the sacred, life and death, fortune and misfortune, rebellion and love. And why does it have only one eye? Nanako noted the mask had a single opening. Because our organization is called the One-Eyed, Jiuquang explained. One-Eyed? Is it because of his girlfriend? Nanako mused, enviously aware of Jinmu's obliviousness despite numerous opportunities to act. Now back in Hokkaido, she pondered when they might return. Their primary objective in Hokkaido was to manage the ghouls here, especially after Jiuquang Tianming had decimated the strongest organization, leaving only weaker factions that would be easier to control. On the other hand, the situation in Ubin was being handled by Jukiyama Shu and Rainu, as Jiuquang had assessed that no formidable ghouls remained there, with the strongest only reaching SS rank. If they could manage all the ghouls in Neon Country, it might accelerate the realization of Fanfixion's ideals. Weren't we supposed to manage those organizations' ghouls? Why are we at this genetic company? This genetic company was quite renowned in Neon Country, and Jiuquang sought to acquire it. Over the past year of writing, he had saved a considerable sum, especially after the release of Your Lie in April, surpassing the wealth he had accumulated over many years for Fanfixionite. It should suffice. If not, he would have to find another way. Jiuquang initially considered approaching Canoe but hesitated, wary of the old man potentially conducting dubious experiments with his own blood. Thus, Jiuquang entered the company with Haruno Nanako and the others. Their striking presence quickly drew the attention of the staff, and just as Jiuquang prepared to negotiate, a man in a suit approached him. Hello, are you Mr. Jiuquang? Jiuquang was taken aback. How did this man know his name? Young Master Jukiyama mentioned you might come today. Jukiyama Shu? But this company wasn't associated with the Jukiyama family during my investigation, Jiuquang thought, but the man swiftly clarified. Our company was acquired by Jukiyama Corporation 2 days ago. Recalling that he had mentioned to Jukiyama Shu and Rainu his intent to follow Haruno Nanako to Hokkaido to acquire a genetic company named CBO. Jiuquang was astonished that Jukiyama Shu had quietly purchased it for him. Meanwhile, far away in Ubin, Jukiyama Shu licked the blood from his hands after extracting the kakuja from a ghoul's corpse and asked Rainu, "Do you think Master will be pleased with the gift I sent him?" He was referring to the CBO company, which he had bought as a present for Jiuquang when he learned of Jiuquang's intentions. However, the thought of others tasting food made from his master's blood filled him with sorrow. Rainu, bemused, considered how Jukiyama's thoughts were so peculiar, but she believed Jiuquang would be touched. She wished to express her gratitude to Jiuquang for his kindness, but lacking the funds, she resolved to contribute her efforts instead. Their sole task now was to effectively manage the ghouls and deal with those who resisted in a straightforward manner. Mr. Jiuquang, young Master Jukiyama has informed me of your contributions to our kind, Zhang Benihan said, bowing slightly to Jiuquang before leading him to the company's laboratory. There, they extracted Jiuquang's blood using a specialized syringe. Observations revealed that Jiuquang's cells possessed remarkable vitality, capable of division even outside the body. Research suggested the potential to produce ghoul food in abundance. How long will it take to develop? Jiuquang inquired, hoping for results within a year. It's uncertain at this point. Extensive testing is necessary to avoid unforeseen complications. Zhang Ben Ihan adjusted his glasses, examining the research quality. Creating a type of food is not challenging. The difficulty lies in ensuring it provides energy to ghouls without side effects. Indeed, Jiuquang replied, I shall leave this to you. There was little for him to do here. He had already provided ample blood for the time being. Now, it was time to team up with Haruno Nanako for a bold endeavor. Wonderful. With the magic crocodile gone, we are now the strongest ghoul organization. Hokkaido is ripe for our dominion, Jiokwang declared as he, along with Haruno Nanako and Heibai Nai, arrived at the territory once held by the magic crocodile. With the two leaders slain, the area had fallen under the control of the Scorpion organization, which had attracted numerous ghouls, thus sparing Jiokwang the hassle of negotiating with each one. The Scorpion's leader, an SS-rank ghoul, appeared to be a frail scholar. Boss, these individuals wish to speak with you, a member of the Scorpion organization announced as Jiokwang and his companions were brought before the leader. What do you seek? If you wish to join our organization, we welcome you. Sato's robe tilted slightly to one side, revealing a body adorned with a scorpion tattoo. Jochuan Tianming engaged in negotiations. Yet the other party appeared indifferent, even yawning. Consequently, Jochuan Tianming decided to cease further dialogue. After pausing, he cast a glance at his companions. Have you finished? If so, be gone. The scornful words sent a chill through Heina and Nai, while even Haru Nanao displayed a disdainful smile. Only Jochuan Tianming remained composed. A strong individual would not be agitated by the words of the weak. Your implication is that you do not wish to collaborate with us, is it? How troublesome. What of world peace? Do you truly consider yourselves heroes? This predicament is quite challenging for me. Sato felt increasingly exasperated. Viewing Jochuan Tianming as a deluded individual lacking strength and clinging to unrealistic dreams of saving the world. Difficult? Then let it be unaddressed. As Jochuan Tianming's words fell, Heina and Nai swiftly launched an attack on Sato. He attempted to defend himself with his tail kaku, resembling a scorpion's tail. Despite the fact that tail kaku counters scale kaku, following Jochuan Tianming's rigorous training, and with a 2-to-1 advantage, Heina and Nai quickly subdued Sato. Boss, that will suffice. Heina held Sato before Jochuan Tianming. What do you intend to do? Your naive aspirations are unattainable. Sato struggled fiercely, convinced that these individuals were insane. Believing it possible to forge a world where humans and ghouls coexist peacefully, Jochuan Tianming demanded he gather all members of the organization within the Grand Hall. Initially, Sato would never have acquiesced, but his life was in their hands. He had no intention of allowing his subordinates to confront Jochuan Tianming. The two women who fought him were already stronger than he, and the one they called boss must possess an even greater strength, likely an SSS-class ghoul. Among his subordinates were only 2 S-class ghouls, while the rest were lower-tier ghouls. Even united, they stood no chance against their foes. Sato contacted an associate, and soon, members of the Scorpion organization began to enter the hall. Who are those people? One exclaimed. The individual in the white mask had assumed the leader's position. From this day forth, I am your new leader, Jochuan Tianming declared to the gathered crowd. What? This is not what was agreed upon. Sato stammered nervously, having anticipated cooperation. Not a coup. Chapter 83. The Annihilation Battle in the Safe Zone. A kaku pierced Sato's skull, akin to fireworks blooming in the night sky, blood spraying forth. The members below were paralyzed by the sudden scene. To instantaneously dispatch their leader required at least an SSS-class ghoul. In reality, however, Heina's strength was merely S-class. It was the overwhelming potency of Rise's kaku and Sato's immobilization that rendered him defenseless. After eliminating several ghouls that attempted to resist, Jochuan Tianming entrusted the governance of Hokkaido to Haru Nanao, while he and the Heina sisters returned to Tokyo. Delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Oh, it's snowing again. It seems the time has finally come. The CCG's assault on the safe zone was imminent, and Jochuan Tianming had meticulously planned everything. The only variable was the runaway ghoul, Roma. He had yet to devise a suitable replacement for the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper had dismissed the staff, retaining only Irima and Komi, both S-class ghouls with combat prowess. To this end, the shopkeeper brewed them one last cup of coffee. As they exited the cafe, the battle commenced. Bark, bark. While strolling through the streets, Kaneki learned of the CCG's impending assault on District 20. After conversing with Nishio, he promptly rushed to offer support. Just as Tanakamaru was about to strike Komi, Kaneki shattered his quinquo with a kaku, sending it flying. Mr. Komi, are you alright? Kaneki lifted the severely injured Komi, intending to extract him from the battlefield. Had he understood Tanakamaru's quinquo better, Komi might have had a chance to defeat him. Even though he had long been consuming stale food, Irima managed to hold his ground against the encirclement of Special Investigator Bokuwa and first-class investigators Hamura and Hirako, among others. Irima effortlessly dodged Bokuwa's attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. However, just then, a door beside him swung open, revealing an elderly woman who had not evacuated. Wait. Before Hirako could finish, Bokuwa had already aimed his quinkwa at Irima and the elderly lady. Die! The golden projectile struck Irima, who had stepped in to shield the old woman, inflicting significant damage. What a useless old hag. Had she not appeared so suddenly, Irima might not have been so easily subdued by Bokuwa. He had intended to conserve his strength and find a moment to assist the shopkeeper, but at present, if he did not unleash his full power, he would likely be the first to fall. Unfortunately, despite his severe injuries, even when exerting all his might, he began to falter under Hirako's command, his speed diminishing as he sustained numerous cuts and wounds. Ultimately, he was struck in the back by Hirako and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Do you know how long I've awaited this day? Bokuwa gazed at the fallen Irima, whose mentor and subordinates had all perished at her hands, leaving his face disfigured. Now, his mind was consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance. However, Hirako interjected, expressing discontent with Bokuwa's recent actions, stating that CCG investigators should prioritize the lives of the people. What a stubborn fool. If that's your stance, shouldn't Ghoul investigators adapt to circumstances as well? Bokuwa retorted, indifferent to the old woman's fate, fixated only on Irima's demise, regardless of the cost. The significance of eliminating the black dog far outweighed that of saving a decrepit old woman. Who cares if she didn't seek shelter? Perhaps her hearing is poor and she failed to hear the alarms. Hirako found Bokuwa utterly incomprehensible, a man entirely consumed by hatred. Hirako took Irima back to CCG for detention, as the latter was the leader of the Black Dobermans and surely possessed valuable intelligence. However, this notion incited Bokuwa's ire. He merely wished for Irima's death, believing that imprisoning her was not worth it. For this day, I have waited 10 years. My mentor and subordinates were all killed by her. All ghouls must be exterminated. Bokuwa tore down the collar of his garment that concealed his mouth, revealing a maw ravaged by ghouls, with red patches resembling freshly grown skin. Hirako and the other investigators, do you have any objections? Upon witnessing the state of Toru Bakuchuan, Hirako had no words left to express, merely responding with a somber acknowledgement. Toru Bakuchuan slowly approached the nearly breathless Irima. Farewell, Wankai. Irima, weakly propping himself up, gazed at Toru Bakuchuan. I shall await you in hell. Toru Bakuchuan's eyes were cold, his tone tranquil. Ghouls do not inhabit such a place. Just as he was poised to strike, a voice echoed from afar. Is there truly a human present? In an instant, Kaneki was propelled Toru Bakuchuan away with his Kigun, obliterating the quinkwa in the process. Centipede? Kaneki informed Irima that he had rescued Kuki, asserting his intention to save everyone from the cafe, including the manager. Kaneki, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? What jest is this? Irima exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing that despite Kaneki's enhanced abilities, the current circumstances were beyond his capacity to resolve. I did not arrive here to jest. I can now protect all those I wish to safeguard. Observing Kaneki battling against Hirako and his companions, Irima felt a pang of sympathy for him. The desire to grow stronger, to shield those around him, had caused him to endure immense suffering. During the confrontation with Hirako, Kaneki discerned that his opponent was formidable, prompting him to unleash his full power, transforming his Kagun from 4 to 6 appendages. The unexpected strike felled Hirako, shattering the quinkwa, and the surrounding team realized they could not overcome Kaneki. Retreating with Toru Bakuchuan and Hirako, after their departure, they reported the appearance of the eye-patch-wearing figure on the battlefield and the rescue of the black dog and magic ape to headquarters. Kaneki led Irima and Kuki to a building, allowing them to recuperate before their escape, while he intended to provide aid to the manager. Thus, he encountered the obstructive figure of Kotaro Amon. Will you let me pass? Certainly not. Amon hurled a quinkwa to impede Kaneki's advance. For the CCG, permitting an SS-ranked ghoul to enter the battlefield would result in catastrophic casualties. He could not allow Kaneki to breach this line of defense. Truly, I do not wish to kill you, yet I have no alternative. Against the current iteration of Kaneki, Amon found himself unable to retaliate, swiftly sent sprawling to the ground within mere exchanges. Amon, get up. At that moment, 2 boxes, one black and one white, were tossed before Kotaro Amon. who swiftly opened them. Black armor enveloped his form, and a dark spear manifested in his grasp. Once the new Quinqua arrived, Amon, clad in the armor, resembled a knight fortified by steel. His power significantly augmented, allowing him to contend with Kaneki on somewhat equal footing. Kaneki recognized that he could not afford to prolong this confrontation. For every minute wasted, the manager remained in peril, necessitating a swift breakthrough. His Kagun morphed into a centipede-like form, and a single-eyed mask materialized upon his visage. Having consumed the flesh of Kiyoshi Amane, he had attained the ability to control his half-ghoul transformation while maintaining lucidity. It was Amon's first encounter with this form, which indeed resembled what Mr. Shinohara had described, akin to a centipede. During the clash between Kaneki and Amon, Kuki and Irima were gradually regaining their strength, planning to withdraw via the V14 route. Who goes there? Irima's instincts were unusually acute. She sensed someone lurking in the shadows, yet her keen sense of smell could not discern whether the presence was human or ghoul. Until those crimson eyes opened. A ghoul? How can there still be ghouls here? Before Irima and Kuki could react, their bodies transformed into fleeting shadows, entering a peculiar realm. It has been a while, Miss Irima, Mr. Kuki. Kiyoshi? Irima and Kuki uttered in disbelief, recognizing the figure before them, Kiyoshi Amane. However, Kiyoshi was not human. Why was he here, and what was this place? Kiyoshi tossed several pieces of human flesh before them, remnants of Haruki Yanagasawa, whom he had slain earlier. Kaneki does not require this much. He can spare some to replenish your energy. What is happening? What is this place? Irima inquired after consuming the flesh. You may consider this an absolutely secure space. I have other matters to attend to, and I will ensure the manager's safe return. Irima and Kuki had many questions for Kiyoshi, but he had already departed the divine space, heading towards the V14 route. With 2 SS-ranked ghouls absent, the Zero Squad, led by Kajiki Irima, should swiftly eliminate the fleeing ghouls, yet he could not allow them to pass through so easily. Thus, Kiyoshi dispatched Hakuna and Rina to impede their progress. Given their strength, they would not stand a chance against Irima, but they could assist other ghouls in escaping while stalling Irima for a while. V14. It appeared that the opposing force was the recently emerged SSS-ranked ghoul, the Iron Bird, accompanied by 2 other SS-ranked ghouls. After entering his ghoul form, Rina could only suffer a beating from Irima, losing her arms multiple times. Had it not been for the blood pouch containing Kiyoshi's blood, replenishing her depleting RC cells, she would have succumbed long ago. Hakuna, during her confrontation with Irima, found her Kagun severed in an instant, realizing the true terror of their adversary. They comprehended the might of the V organization that Kiyoshi had spoken of. With their current strength, revenge was unattainable, and surviving an encounter with them would be a blessing. After vanquishing Kotaro Amon, Kaneki himself was gravely injured, and with the CCG in pursuit, he had no choice but to retreat into the sewers. Due to his injuries, his RC cells began to spiral out of control. No, do not die. None of you must die. Beside Kaneki appeared Rise and the gecko, ravenously consuming his flesh. No, do not eat me. All of this is mine. This is my body. Get out of my body. With a furious roar, Kaneki's Kagun erupted from his back, once again shifting into his half-ghoul form. Hurry, get to the manager. I need food, I need Eiichi. Kaneki beheld a familiar silhouette in the sewer, initially believing it to be a mere figment of his imagination. How could Eiichi be here? Honestly, how did you end up in this state? Eiichi approached Kaneki, cradling his face with his arm. The familiar scent and the sensation on his face made Kaneki realize that the person before him was indeed his dear friend Eiichi. Oh, how impressive. Such extraordinary makeup techniques would astonish Hollywood. You needn't wear the mask any longer. It must have been bothersome to wear it all the time. Yet he was on the brink of losing control. In a previous encounter, he had harmed Kiyoshi, and this time, he could not inflict pain upon Eiichi. Leave. Here, Eiichi. I will Kaneki's anguished scream echoed as he struggled to restrain his cravings, but the hunger of a ghoul was not easily quelled. Kaneki was nearing the brink of losing control. Given the circumstances of that road, it is exceedingly difficult for the ghouls to make their escape. I apologize, but could you please fight for me once more? Ario scratched his face, contemplating which ghouls could assist Kaneki. His sole desire was for Kaneki to live a life of happiness, and for that, he was willing to sacrifice everything. As time passed, hunger had taken dominion over Kaneki's mind. All he craved was to consume. Eat, eat, eat. It's all right, Kaneki. Kaneki tackled Ario to the ground. and Ario embraced Kaniki's head, fully prepared for what was to come. Just as Kaniki opened his mouth, poised to bite Ario's face, a voice interrupted. "Do not act in regret, Kaniki." Kaniki's body was flung away from Ario, who was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events until he recognized the familiar voice. Turning around, he was astonished to see Koken Amano approaching him. "Mr. Koken, how did you come to be here?" "That is a question I should be asking you, isn't it? An ordinary person like you should fear being devoured in this place." Chapter 84. The Damaged White Mask I, Ario stammered. Uncertain if he could trust Koken, having witnessed his formidable strength before. It was evident that Koken was also a ghoul, as only someone of that nature could survive in such a place. Let us discuss the remaining matters later. After being knocked back, Kaniki lunged at Ario once more. But Koken's speed was far superior. His fist shattered the mask on Kaniki's face, forcing flesh and blood into his body. Koken believed Kaniki's current state was merely a result of injury causing his RC cells to spiral out of control. Ordinary human flesh would suffice to restore him. Just as Koken anticipated, after withdrawing his arm from Kaniki's mouth, the situation did improve somewhat, and Kaniki eventually fainted. "Mr. Koken, why are you here?" Ario inquired, gazing at Koken's face. "If I hadn't appeared, were you truly prepared to allow Kaniki to devour you?" Koken replied calmly, slowly walking deeper into the tunnel. "Mr. Koken, can I trust you?" Koken paused, considering his response. "Perhaps. I'll leave the rest to you." Koken was aware of his own selfishness. Everything he did was driven by his own whims. He could have spared Kaniki from suffering. Yet he chose to let Kaniki tread the path of a dragon for his own desire to return home. It was time to rescue Rin and others. It was commendable that they had managed to hold out against Arima's subordinates for so long. With that thought, Koken donned his mask. V14 route. Although Rin and Kuroha's involvement allowed more ghouls to escape than in the original story, many ghouls still perished at the hands of the Zero Squad. Utilizing Koken's blood, Rin had withstood Arima's onslaught for half an hour, a performance that likely surpassed Ayato's. Arima was also intrigued by this individual's tenacity. Despite being gravely injured multiple times, he still managed to recover rapidly, akin to an indestructible cockroach. "I can't hold on much longer." After being severed of both arms by Arima once more and lacking Koken's blood supply, Rin could no longer maintain his ghoul form. Now armless, he sat helplessly on the ground. Is this what they call the White Reaper? Truly formidable. No matter how I attack, I cannot inflict a single scratch on him. Before him, Arima held his Ixes, poised to stab Rin's head. Suddenly, a vortex appeared before Arima, prompting him to retreat swiftly, eyeing the figure emerging from within. A white mask? Why is he here? Is he here to rescue these ghouls? Although surprised, Arima remained composed as he retrieved a white box from a teammate nearby. However, Koken had no intention of engaging Arima. He was there to rescue Rin and Kuroha, as Arima was Kaniki's adversary. As Koken helped Rin to his feet, Arima's attack followed closely behind. Since Koken was supporting Rin, should he phase out now, Arima's strike would inevitably land on Rin. Koken had no choice but to activate his skeletal defense, but to his astonishment, Arima's attack broke through, striking the mask on his face and creating a small crack. It was then that Koken noticed that the quinqua Arima wielded was neither the Ixes nor the Narukami, but rather the SSS-class quinqua, the Hawk. Crafted from the manager's Kagun. No wonder it could breach his skeletal defense. However, as Susanoo entered its next phase, the Hawk was repelled. Before Arima could react, Koken employed his Kimyui to transport Rin and the others away. What a pity. Arima had hoped to test the effectiveness of the SSS-class quinqua, but merely penetrating that half-ghoul was insufficient. It was time to head to the main battlefield. Having regained his strength, Kaniki arrived there at Ario's urging. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, a complex array of emotions welled within him. Why has this happened? Are there not bodies here belonging to Miss Irima and Mr. Komi? If they have perished, then what was the purpose of all I have done? Kaniki lifted his gaze to the white figure standing amidst the corpses, and in a moment of clarity, he guessed the identity of the individual, the Reaper of CCG, the undefeated myth. Having sensed despair, I shall fight. Regardless of how formidable my opponent may be, only by defeating him can I hope to survive and avenge those who have fallen. With that resolve, Kaniki's body underwent another transformation. The originally centipede-like Kagun morphed into a form reminiscent of a cross adorned with thorns, enveloping him entirely. Now fully transformed into a ghoul, Kaniki's mind was flooded with the words of Ario and Hanami. Fight with all your might for me. Brother Kaneki, no matter where he is or what obstacles he faces. We will always be here for him, waiting for his return. He was determined to fight, to reunite with Tuka and the others, to avenge those who had perished protecting the 20th Ward. Regrettably, despite Kaneki's utmost effort, he could only manage to inflict a few cracks on the Ixes. He had yet to master the full extent of his ghoul powers. Otherwise, he might have compelled Arima to utilize the hawk. Very impressive, Kaneki. Oh, I require a new Quinqua. As the Ixes pierced Kaneki's eye, he lost all will to resist, and his consciousness began to blur, memories of his mother emerging. Rise. The manager, Tuka, Koken, and everyone else. That is enough. Kaneki, you have done well. It is time to rest. Let this be the end. And so, Kaneki succumbed to unconsciousness, while Arima ordered his men to take Kaneki away and confine him. Uei, Kuroiwa Shino, and several special and quasi-special classes surrounded the manager. What a fearsome regeneration rate. If the CCG's attacks were rated at 6, the manager's recovery speed would be an 8, no matter how relentlessly they attacked. They could not inflict harm upon him. After the arrival of Shirzwa Suzuya, the situation underwent a transformation. Suzuya's wild fighting style proved to be quite troublesome for the manager. And together with the exceptional collaboration of Yukinori Shinohara and others, the manager gradually found himself overwhelmed. Upon learning that Kaneki was on his way, the manager's mind conjured the image of Kaneki's innocent smile as he leaped towards the heights, yearning to see that naive child once more. Just as the manager stood atop the building searching for Kaneki's silhouette, a massive scythe struck at his back. He swiftly turned to retaliate, astonished by how quickly Suzuya had arrived. While entangled with Suzuya, Yukinori Shinohara and his comrades also joined the fray, launching a coordinated assault on the manager. The relentless attacks afforded him no opportunity to respond. After losing an arm to Shinohara and Kuroiwa, coupled with his previous injuries, the manager staggered backward. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned his deceased wife, realizing he had lived long enough, perhaps to meet a fitting end. Had they finally triumphed? How splendid, they had achieved victory. Yet, while the CCG members believed they had succeeded in their hunt, they remained oblivious to the crimson light slicing through the sky. Another owl had appeared. As Kuroiwa gasped for breath, preparing to rest, a creature even larger than the No Mercy owl materialized atop the building. With a roar from the one-eyed owl, Kuroiwa and the others were flung away, leaving only the agile Uei Kuin standing. At her original strength, Ado Yoshimura could effortlessly eliminate everyone on the rooftop, and now, after her recent power-up, the previous blow had rendered all but Uei Kuin incapacitated. Moreover, she had intentionally spared Uei Kuin, for he might not have evaded otherwise. When Kaneki came, they could exchange a few moves before she would depart with Yoshimura. However, Ito was taken aback when Shirzwa Suzuya, despite his grievous wounds, dared to charge at her. It was sheer folly. Ito had no intention of holding back. After all, Suzuya was not one of Arima's subordinates, and eliminating him would bear no consequence. Just as the one-eyed owl's hand was about to strike Suzuya, Yukinori Shinohara, fueled by sheer willpower, leaped into the air, shielding Suzuya in his embrace. Their new Quinqua shattered upon impact, and both were sent crashing into the wall, with Shinohara absorbing all the damage. The violent collision caused his internal organs to shift, blood pouring from his orifices, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Suzuya gazed at the lifeless Shinohara in his arms, memories of their shared past flooded his mind, and tears streamed down his face unbidden. He vowed to avenge Shinohara, his rage directed towards the one-eyed owl, as he hurled daggers with fervor. Yet, such attacks posed no threat to the one-eyed owl, barely registering as an annoyance. Ito Yoshimura found no interest in the futile attempts, instead choosing to toy with the beleaguered Uei Kuin. Thoughts of Kiyomi Keen, who had not been in touch for far too long, filled her mind. Even if she had lost his original contact number, he should have reached out through someone nearby. She wondered what he was doing now, resolving to meet him once this matter concluded. Ito knew that Kiyomi was residing in Kaneki's base, which Kiyomi had previously disclosed to her. After knocking Uei Kuin down multiple times, he finally recognized that he was no match for the one-eyed owl, as he was being toyed with, his attacks failing to breach the opponent's defenses. However, under Ito's deliberate leniency, aid finally arrived as Arima led the Zero Squad and other elites to the rooftop. At last, Uei Kuin was utterly exhausted. He had to summon every ounce of strength to withstand the one-eyed owl's assaults. Now that Arima had arrived, he could leave the rest to him. Arima was taken aback upon seeing Ado. Not only had her size changed, but her form also bore resemblance to scales. Her strength had certainly increased, and he himself was now in a stage of decline, his power waning. Facing the thunderous attacks from Arima, Ado could now remain entirely unfazed, her scales completely absorbing the electricity. The one-eyed owl emitted incessant sounds, feigning impact as it faced Arima, pretending to be overwhelmed. Yet, given Ito's current power, she could at least contend with Arima at a 4-6 disadvantage. Albeit for the sake of their mission, she had to feign being suppressed. Feeling it was nearly time, she unleashed her wings, and Arima raised his weapon to defend. Just then, a figure gracefully approached, effortlessly moving towards them as all of Ito's feathers passed through him. The White Mask. Alarmed, the members tensed. They had anticipated the arrival of another owl, but the appearance of the White Mask was unforeseen. However, it made sense, for the one-eyed owl had come to rescue the No Mercy owl, and as a member of the Bronze Tree, the White Mask's presence was justifiable. The White Mask? Yet, the most surprising was Ado, who had not seen him since the capture of Dr. Kanu. He had seemingly vanished, along with Rin. Now, reappearing here. What could his intentions be? Tanakamura and others swiftly attacked the White Mask, yet all their strikes passed through him. What is this? Our attacks have no effect. Tanakamura and his companions were in disbelief. They understood the White Mask's formidable prowess, but how was this any different from being invincible? Kiyomi Keen approached Ito's side, gazing at the manager lying peacefully on the ground. What could he possibly want? Did he intend to take that old man? That seemed unlikely. As they should have had no interaction, perhaps it was for the sake of his power? This was the only possibility Ito could surmise, and though she wished to intervene, she found herself powerless. Chapter 85. Identity revealed. Everyone could only watch as the masked figure stood solemnly before the manager. A white mask? The manager lacked the strength to resist, though his consciousness remained intact. The visage before him reminded him of the person Tuka had mentioned. Kiyomi made no attempt to speak, instead intending to use his power to take the manager away, though his form began to solidify, an inherent flaw of his ability, which could only be maintained for 5 minutes. Arima quickly noticed this change, raising his weapon to launch a barrage of yellow energy orbs at Kiyomi's location. Given the manager's current condition, there was no need for Ito to carry him away. A few more energy blasts would likely lead to his demise. A colossal half-formed Susanoo enveloped Kyokutan Tenmei, towering at an impressive height of 25 meters, surpassing even the current Ado Yoshimura. The Susanoo's formidable presence deflected all the thunderous orbs, ensuring the store manager suffered no harm. However, a massive claw descended upon Kyokutan Tenmei. As he attempted to block it with his blue-green Susanoo, he realized the target was not himself, but the store manager. The giant hand struck, sending the manager crashing to the ground, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. The one-eyed owl emitted piercing screeches, seemingly mocking the chaos. This creature was certainly ruthless. After all, the manager was his father. Did these two plan to join forces to keep him here? How troublesome. The White Mask appeared to be engaged in battle with the one-eyed owl. What? Marushu Zai, listening in the command room, found this hard to believe. Wasn't that guy allied with the owl? Kaneki Arima had also joined the fray, initially intending to conclude the performance with Ado Yoshimura. To his surprise, the White Mask had arrived, necessitating a change in plans. First, they would eliminate this adversary, surely. His Kakuja was far superior to the manager's and could yield a more powerful ghoul. Ado Yoshimura shared this sentiment, pondering why the White Mask sought to abduct the manager. However, since the opportunity had presented itself, there was no reason to allow an easy escape. Their attacks, although unable to breach the Susanoo's defenses effortlessly, left minor fissures with each strike, particularly from Ado Yoshimura. Since her power had increased, her toxins, akin to those of a blood crocodile, began to corrode the Susanoo slowly. Kyokutan Tenmei dispelled the Susanoo and cloaked himself once more in purple armor, conjuring a Susanoo bow and transforming black flames into arrows. The Amaterasu arrows shot towards Kaneki Arima, who quickly switched his IAX to defense mode. Yet, in an instant, it shattered, forcing him to raise the owl for protection. A powerful energy wave sent everyone nearby flying, and high-rise buildings began to collapse. Kaneki Arima, struck directly by the blow, plummeted downwards through a gaping hole, bloodied, and with his owl shattered in two, still bearing traces of black flames. On the rooftop, only Kyokutan Tenmei and Ado Yoshimura retained their combat abilities. However, Due to the prolonged use of his divine ability and the transformation of the Susanoo, he could no longer maintain the third stage. The once mighty Susanoo reverted to a skeletal form, and blood began to trickle from Kyokutin Tenmei's eyes, cascading down his cheeks to the ground. Although his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan mitigated the risk of blindness, the toll was immense. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Ado Yoshimura noticed the blood pooling on the ground. Realizing that Kyokutin Tenmei was on the brink of exhaustion. Adhering to the principle of striking when the opponent is weak, she relentlessly attacked him. Her massive claws descending upon him, reducing Kyokutin Tenmei to an insect in her eyes. He could only defend himself with the Uchiha fan, but as her claw made contact, fierce flames engulfed her arm. Yet, her other hand struck from the side, sending Kyokutin Tenmei flying, her corrosive liquid piercing through the skeletal form, shattering his mask and leaving 3 deep gashes across his face. Kyokutin Tenmei tumbled, eventually coming to a halt beneath the manager's body. Feeling the searing pain on his face as Ado Yoshimura's toxins corroded his wounds, preventing recovery. Slowly, he pushed himself up and saw the scattered fragments around him. His attire had reverted to its original state. Ado Yoshimura, unable to see his face, was overcome by a familiar scent that paralyzed her in place, causing her kakuja to dissipate. The panic on her face revealed her turmoil, her body trembling uncontrollably. It couldn't be, yet that scent was unmistakable. She desperately denied the thoughts racing through her mind, but the familiarity compelled her to believe that the figure before her was indeed the person she had yearned for. Ado Yoshimura's mind was in disarray. Why was Kyokutin Tenmei a ghoul? Why had he concealed his identity to infiltrate the bronze tree? What was the purpose of it all? As he stood once more, a month later, facing her familiar visage, Ado Yoshimura felt no excitement, only profound confusion. Kyokutin Tenmei forced a smile, gazing at her. Having initially intended to keep his identity hidden to maintain a plausible cover. Only in this manner could he guide Kaneki toward the path of becoming a dragon. However, today had spiraled out of control. He never anticipated Ado Yoshimura would unite with others to confront him. Did they not fear arousing the suspicions of the V organization? Long time no see, Ado. Kyokutin Tenmei attempted to appear calm, though a hint of turmoil lingered within him. He had contemplated revealing his identity to her, but had planned to do so after managing the ghouls outside of Tokyo, once Kaneki had transformed. Yet, plans often falter. And now he found himself exposed, uncertain of how to explain his situation. You're a liar, a great deceiver. Ado Yoshimura's eyes transformed into her kakuja, several tendrils piercing through Kyokutin Tenmei's body, restraining his limbs. He made no attempt to resist, aware that she needed an outlet for her anger and that she would not genuinely harm him, as she had not targeted his vital areas. Once Ado Yoshimura withdrew her kakuja, Kyokutin Tenmei fell back to the ground, slowly beginning to recuperate. She understood why the white mask had come to rescue the manager. Given Kyokutin Tenmei's connection to the cafe, he would undoubtedly intervene. Don't you have anything to say to me? Kyokutin Tenmei paused, gazing at the night sky, contemplating before uttering. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this apology, Ado Yoshimura's anger intensified. The wound she had just healed reopened as her kakuja pierced him anew. Kyokutin Tenmei let out a piercing scream. Witnessing the myriad wounds adorning his body, Ado Yoshimura felt a blend of fury and a twinge of compassion. Their past encounters had been mere playful skirmishes. But this time was different. She genuinely contemplated ending his life. However, just as her kakuja was about to strike him down, she regained some composure. With CCG members rapidly advancing, it was time to make a choice. For the sake of her ideals, Ado Yoshimura wanted to forcibly take the manager. But in that moment of retaliation against Kyokutin Tenmei, he had already regained a portion of his chakra. I will explain everything, but you cannot take the manager. As Zhouchuan Tianming beheld the CCG members hastening to the rooftop, he grasped the store manager's body, which began to dissolve into nothingness until he vanished entirely. Feng Xuanite was taken aback, having believed that Zhouchuan Tianming could no longer wield such power. However, with the manager now taken away, she had no choice but to depart. I hope your explanation does not disappoint me, she murmured while gazing at the shards of the mask strewn across the ground before she leapt from the tall building. After Feng Xuanite's departure, a large contingent of CCG investigators arrived at the rooftop. They found no sign of the owl or the white mask, but instead, they were met with the sight of their fellow agents sprawled across the floor. Report: the white mask and both owls have vanished. Arima Kishu and others are unaccounted for. and the remaining special agents have all succumbed to unconsciousness. Quickly assess their injuries. Where's Arima? Upon hearing this, Maritaka became anxious. He had heard the commotion from above and immediately dispatched a team to the rooftop to investigate, as all the special agents were unreachable. Wait here? One investigator arrived at the bullet-riddled rooftop, only to see black flames consuming the interior of the building. As he peered through the layers, he spotted the unconscious Arima Kishu below. Report. I have found Arima. They managed to rescue him and examine the injuries of all the special agents, discovering that, apart from Shinohara Yashiki, the others had not sustained severe harm. Sadly, Shinohara had suffered grave injuries and, without timely treatment, had lapsed into a vegetative state, making it unlikely for him to awaken. Meanwhile, Arima, despite being a half-human, had been bedridden for 2 weeks due to his injuries. Upon regaining consciousness, Arima stared vacantly out the window, his mind plagued by the memory of Juchuan Tianming's strike. Does such power truly exist in this world? Mr. Arima, you have finally awakened, said Ui Kun, who had come to visit him at the hospital, relieved to see him conscious. I have been unconscious for several days. It has been 3 days, Mr. Arima. I regret to inform you that our mission has failed. Both owls and the white mask have escaped. The white mask, indeed, given its strength. Even with Fong Suanite's assistance, it could not be defeated. However, this complicates our plans. I hope Fong Suanite can find a suitable replacement. Shortly thereafter, Hirako and IB arrived, bringing fruits for Arima. They too were disheartened to see the CCG's undefeated myth shattered once more by the white mask. Yet, more than this, they were concerned for Arima's health. Rest assured, I am well, Arima reassured them, fully aware of his condition. Aside from his arm, which had not fully healed, he faced no significant issues, though his vision seemed somewhat impaired. Am I truly aging? On the other side of Arima's hospital room, Suzuya Juzu wept over Shinohara's unconscious form, deeply regretting his earlier actions. Had he not engaged the one-eyed owl, Shinohara would not have been injured while trying to protect him. After 3 days of recuperation, the store manager's wounds had largely healed, and he had come to learn of Juchuan Tianming's true identity. He still could not fathom why Juchuan Tianming was a ghoul, nor did Juchuan intend to explain. Instead, he instructed the manager and others to return to the safe zone and reunite with Tuka, assuring them that Kaneki was fine and merely needed time to adjust. Juchuan Tianming did not rush to seek Fong Suanite's forgiveness, understanding that she must still be seething with anger, unwilling to easily forgive one who had betrayed her. Contrary to Juchuan's assumptions, Fong Suanite was nestled in a darkened room, swathed in blankets and clutching her phone, anxiously awaiting a message from Juchuan. 3 days had passed without any word from him regarding a meeting. How annoying. Is he still contemplating how to explain himself to me? While she felt a surge of anger and a desire to confront Juchuan, her thoughts lingered on how he would justify his actions. With the manager taken by Juchuan, Fong Suanite was compelled to search for suitable experimental subjects anew. Her mind first turned to Kamishiro Taki, but it seemed he had gone into hiding and would be difficult to locate in the short term. Thus, her remaining options were limited to the original leader of the clowns, the mother of chaos, and the newly emerged SSS-rated ghoul, Steelbird. However, both were elusive, and the Bronze Tree had yet to acquire any information on their whereabouts. Chapter 86. A new beginning within the confines of Quink's facility number 240. A boy with white hair incessantly pounded on the door before him, his eyes obscured by white bandages through which red-black liquid trickled. Let me out. No, please. I cannot bear solitude. He screamed, his cries echoing in despair. Kaneki Ken, tormented by chaotic memories, had not consumed a morsel of food since his arrival at Quink's. Each time his eyes threatened to heal, he would claw at them, leaving them in a state of festering agony. I must go, save. The door swung open, and Arima Kishu entered, forcefully pinning Kaneki to the ground with an icy demeanor. Kaneki Ken, everything you sought to protect has been destroyed by me. Although this operation had failed, Arima believed this method to be the most effective in obtaining a compliant Kaneki, facilitating his guidance and control. Upon realizing that the manager was dead, alongside Irima and Kuki, and that everyone was gone, Kaneki felt an overwhelming sense of loss wash over him. Ah, he cried, clutching his head as memories of his friend's smiles flooded his mind until he collapsed into unconsciousness. Arima, meanwhile, procured decayed flesh from his subordinates and forcibly fed it to Kaneki. This will suffice. Rest well. Satisfied that Kaneki's breathing had stabilized, Arima departed from Quink's facility No. 240, and encountered Drive Togain, who was working on creating Quinks. Dr. Togain informed Arima that the owls had been utterly destroyed beyond repair. However, Aixa had upgraded the armored bird's Kakaho, incorporating elements from the owls. Thus, the first SSS-rated Quinks, embodying ranged, melee, and defensive capabilities, was born, and Arima named it IAX Slayer. 2 days later, Kaneki awoke in his cell, bewildered by the stark white surroundings. The deaths of the manager, Arima, and Kuki had inflicted profound trauma upon him, compounded by Arima's brain manipulation using Aixa, leading to his complete memory loss. His hair had transformed from white to a grayish hue. When Arima returned, Kaneki's eyes had healed, and he tore away the bandages from his head, sitting up in bed. His gaze clear and curious as he regarded Arima, now a stranger to him, though he sensed this person would often seek him out, as Kaneki has lost his memory. Arima Kishu refrains from calling him by name, fearing it may provoke him. Thus, he refers to him as 240, yet this is not a sustainable solution. Consequently, Arima bestows upon Kaneki a new name, Sasaki Hayes. Each time Arima visits, he brings books for Hayes, fostering an undeniable affection in Hayes towards him. Before Kaneki regains his memory, he is addressed solely as Hayes. As Hayes gradually adapts, Arima facilitates his entry into the CCG as an investigator, aiming to train him to become the One-Eyed King, offering guidance from time to time. This leads Hayes to regard Arima with the utmost respect. Eventually, he is assigned under the command of Furuta, who initially exhibits reluctance due to his role in the disappearance of Arima's former partner, Yamori. However, the sight of Hayes's somewhat dazed demeanor reminds her of Yamori, who once appeared similarly perplexed during an incident at her residence. Given Hayes's current amnesia and his status as an ordinary individual, Furuta agrees to take him under her wing and begins to care for his well-being. Thus, Kaneki embarks on missions alongside Furuta, making occasional mistakes, yet she refrains from reprimanding him. My subordinates ought to be my responsibility. Although Furuta protests verbally, she tends to support Hayes whenever he falters in his tasks, as he resembles a child she has nurtured. Witnessing Furuta defend him before their superiors deeply touches Hayes. After his memory loss, only she and Arima have shown genuine concern for him. This is why he eventually comes to view Furuta as a mother figure and Arima as a father figure. In District 20, the manager and others return. Manager? Tuka gazes incredulously at the figure before her, as the CCG had reported a successful completion of their mission, leading her to believe the manager had perished. Upon seeing Arima and Kyum behind the manager, both of whom had also been absent for an extended period, she assumes they share the same fate. During her journey with Shinohara to Route V14, she encountered numerous ghoul corpses, further solidifying her belief that they, like the manager, were gone. Then, does that mean Kaneki? However, she does not see Kaneki among them. From Nishio, she learned of Kaneki's attempt to rescue the manager, concluding that if the manager and the others were safe, Kaneki should be with them as well. The manager informs Tuka of Kajima's rescue and that Kaneki has been taken by the CCG, assuring her that there is no need for concern, as he is likely only confined. Yet, upon hearing that Kaneki has been taken, worry clouds Tuka's expression. They surmise that a powerful ghoul like Kaneki, possessing valuable information, would be imprisoned in a ghoul facility, alleviating fears for his life. Perhaps this is for the best, although he has lost his freedom. He no longer has to risk his life to protect those around him. The former antique cafe has been destroyed, prompting them to consider reopening a new one. Naming it Re. This name carries multiple meanings, including a fresh start, symbolizing Kaneki's rebirth as Sasaki Hayes after his memory loss. Additionally, Re signifies king in certain languages, foreshadowing Kaneki's future as the One-Eyed King. Thus, the new cafe, Re Cafe, emerges to replace the antique establishment. However, due to the manager's identity being compromised, he can no longer work in the open and assumes a logistical role. After 2 months, Re Cafe begins to turn a profit. With Tuka as the manager and Irima and Kyum returning as staff, the manager mostly remains upstairs, occasionally engrossed in books written by Ado. Having aged, it is time for him to savor life. After enduring such hardships, his outlook remains remarkably positive, for he has already experienced the depths of suffering. Tuka flips the sign at the cafe's entrance, marking its grand opening and heralding a new beginning. With a prime location and outstanding coffee, they attract numerous customers. Though notably different from before, as this time, the patrons are predominantly human. Watching the bustling activity, Tuka feels the absence of Kaneki and Nishio acutely. She hopes that he finds Jukiyama soon. Although she harbors no particular fondness for Nishio, having spent considerable time together, she regards him as a friend and wishes for his reunion with Jukiyama. Following the conclusion of the Anti District incident, Nishio's girlfriend vanished, prompting him to embark on a quest to locate her. Where could you be? Nishio stands atop a high building, having scoured District 20 without success. He resolves to leave the district the following day, determined to search all of Tokyo until he finds Jukiyama. On a flight to Hokkaido, Kojima and Ado sit in silence. As Kojima believes that many matters cannot be adequately conveyed through words, it is better for Ado to witness the results of his endeavors firsthand. Kojima first brings Ado to the CBO Genetics Company. Why have you brought me here? Ado inquires, her tone tinged with skepticism. Tell me, what is essential for achieving complete peace between ghouls and humans? Kojima halts, gazing at Ado. After a moment of contemplation, she replies, food. For humans to coexist peacefully with ghouls, there must be sustenance for the latter. Without food suitable for ghouls, true peace remains unattainable. However, she currently lacks a solution, intending to leave this task to the future One-Eyed King. For now, her hopes rest solely on Kaneki, especially since Kojima's abduction of the manager has hindered her ability to produce artificial ghouls akin to Kaneki. She must rely on Kaneki and trust that Arima can mold him into a competent leader. Ultimately, it is Kojima's fault for initially recommending Kaneki to her, leading her to invest her hopes in him. While Kaneki has performed admirably, he has somewhat eluded her control. Nonetheless, she ponders the relevance of their current location. Surely Kojima is not engaged in research to provide food for ghouls. As she ruminates, a gentleman approaches Kojima, holding documents. Mr. Kojima, I would like to present you with the data from our recent experiments. Yoshihara hands Kojima the file, which he opens to reveal a dense array of figures that gives him a headache. Perhaps you should simply report on the progress of the experiments directly. It would be more efficient than deciphering these incomprehensible numbers. Yoshihara adjusts his glasses. Although, Mr. Kujo, your cells possess extraordinary vitality and divide at an astonishing rate, we have thus far identified only one suitable type of meat for experimentation. What kind of meat, you ask? Pork. We shall inject the cells from your blood into the pork, and after 3 days of low-temperature storage, we will be able to produce food fit for ghouls. According to Miss Kinna, the taste is indistinguishable from that of ordinary humans, capable of alleviating hunger and even restoring RC cells. This remains in the experimental phase, and the potential side effects have yet to be determined. Listening to Zhang Ben Ihan's introduction, Ado Fong was momentarily taken aback. This individual was genuinely developing food for ghouls. Kinna, isn't she originally one of Dr. Kanu's subordinates? It turns out that his previous visit to Dr. Kanu's base was to see those two sisters. Reflecting on the fact that the sisters were quite beautiful, petite, and twins, along with Kujo's peculiar preferences, Ado Fong couldn't help but wonder if Kujo harbored feelings for them, though she kept such thoughts to herself. After all, she had yet to hear a reasonable explanation and had not forgiven Kujo. Pork? It seems that this can only be utilized with pork. However, it does have a substantial yield. While it may not produce the infinitely regenerating meat that Kujo envisions, it is still a viable option. Mr. Kujo, with just another month of testing to confirm that this method bears no adverse effects, we can proceed to mass production. Kujo hadn't anticipated that large-scale production could commence so swiftly, but it was fortuitous. According to Haru Niko, the food stockpiled by the Scorpion organization was nearly depleted, resulting in several ghouls defecting from the organization. Once the food is produced, it should suffice to manage the majority of ghouls, though those with peculiar tastes who indulge in hunting as a hobby have mostly been dealt with by Haru Niko. Ado Fong observed quietly as Kujo conversed with Zhang Benihan, still struggling to comprehend Kujo's true identity and motives. Despite possessing powers that far surpassed those of others, he showed concern for the lives of both humans and ghouls, and his eyes appeared suspicious. Upon closer inspection, they bore a resemblance to the ghoul eyes, yet they evoked a sensation akin to falling into an abyss. The enigma surrounding Kujo was shrouded in a mist that rendered her unable to see through it. At times, she even noticed Kujo's form becoming slightly transparent, a stark contrast to Kimui's phasing. This transparency seemed as though he might vanish entirely. At that moment, Ado Fong speculated whether Kujo's usage of that peculiar power required a significant sacrifice. She recalled witnessing Kujo bleed and subsequently enter a state of weakness. After discussing future events with Zhang Beni Han, Kujo took Ado Fong and departed from the CBO. Chapter 87. The Eyes Granted by the Divine. Kujo brought Ado Fong to the Scorpion Organization's base. Ado Fong gazed at the familiar structure before her. Wasn't this the base of the Crocodile Organization? What could he possibly want here? You mentioned wanting to foster peace between humans and ghouls, which surely would be limited to Tokyo. Unlike Tokyo, many regions in Neon host organizations similar to the CCG, yet due to insufficient strength, they struggle to manage ghouls effectively. Presently, over 80 ghouls were gathered here in Hokkaido. Kujo spoke while looking at Ado Fong. Ado Fong was momentarily stunned. Managing ghouls and producing consumable food for them was all he did aimed at establishing harmony between ghouls and humans? But why? Previously, when she had inquired about Kujo's ambitions, he had told her that his dream was to relax at home, watch television, write novels, or simply enjoy a cup of coffee while observing her type. This indicated that Kujo was not a person with grand aspirations. His life was remarkably mundane, so simple that he could spend each day with Ado Fong and a computer. This series of events confirmed to Ado Fong that Kujo's actions were all motivated by her unrealistic dreams, and he was diligently striving towards that goal. Just as Ado Fong thought, the vast majority of people in this world had no connection to Kujo. He did not belong to this realm. With powers that set him apart, the state of the world held no significance for him. Everything he did was to realize Ado Fong's dreams and to return to the original world. With such thoughts, Ado Fong felt a warmth in her heart. Yet the reality of Kujo deceiving himself and taking the manager away remained unaltered. Boss, Mr. Kujo? Haru Nico and Kuro Nico rushed out to greet Kujo. Who are you? Kuro Nico asked. Mr. Kujo's girlfriend, right? I remember your name is Ado, correct? Yes. Ado Fong recalled that the person before her was the one who had been severely injured and saved by Kujo. She had assumed that after Kujo delivered the food to her, he would leave, but their current camaraderie suggested there were many matters she was unaware of. Kuro Nico regarded Ado Fong with suspicion, sensing a familiarity in her scent, but could not place it. Had they known that Ado Fong had taken Dr. Kanu away, they would undoubtedly demand her to return that old man. However, at that moment, Kuro had been solely focused on having Kanu save Nico, causing her to overlook Ado Fong's scent. So many beautiful girls around him, this guy. Mr. Kujo, when will the food you mentioned be ready? The food we originally had in stock is nearly gone, and we have already begun collecting human corpses. However, as you know, even with so many bodies, it is simply insufficient. Haru Nico reiterated the food shortage to Kujo, who, at that moment, found himself at a loss since the experimental food production would not commence for another month. Yet, Kujo quickly devised a plan. By extracting his own blood and diluting it with water, not only could he avoid significantly enhancing the ghoul's strength, but he could also address their hunger issues. Within the former Crocodile Organization, there were indeed blood bags used for extracting blood from captured humans, but they had not been employed since the Scorpion took over. However, for Kujo, they were brought out once more, and he continued until he had filled an entire freezer. To the astonishment of Haru Nico and the others, after extracting such a large quantity of blood, Kujo appeared completely unscathed. Sitting atop a high building, Kujo and Ado Fong gazed down at the bustling streets below. Throughout the day, Ado Fong had said little, leaving Kujo uncertain whether she had truly forgiven him. Do you have any questions for me? Kujo inquired, tilting his head towards Ado Fong, who was quietly observing the throngs of people below. In truth, Ado Fong had mostly forgiven Kujo. After all, he had done unimaginable things in pursuit of her dreams. However, there was still a hint of indignation within her, nevertheless. She was genuinely curious about the secrets possessed by Jiuchuan Tianming. Perhaps this was an opportunity to inquire with him directly. You are not a ghoul, are you? Jiuchuan Tianming nodded in response. Then what is the nature of your eyes? He understood that Fangxuanite was curious about how his eyes could turn crimson and resemble the Susanoo of a powerful being. The Sharingan. Most of my abilities are bestowed upon me by it. Sharingan. In truth, Fangxuanite was not particularly intrigued by the name of his eyes. Rather, she was more interested in why he possessed such extraordinary eyes. You wish to know how I came to possess these eyes, don't you? Jiuchuan Tianming observed the hesitation in her demeanor and could somewhat surmise her thoughts. Fangxuanite nodded. Jiuchuan Tianming contemplated for a moment, then reclined back. Unlike his homeland, he rarely had the opportunity to gaze at the stars. Perhaps due to the differences in worlds, the sky here was still adorned with twinkling stars. I am unsure why I have these eyes. Perhaps some deity found me handsome and granted them to me. Zhuqiuan Tianming spoke truthfully. Although these eyes were indeed a gift from the system, he was unaware of its origins and had yet to comprehend why he had arrived in this world. Fang Xuan'ai's face twitched. Although she was already aware of his shamelessness, she was still taken aback. If you do not wish to speak, then so be it. She had little patience for Zhuqiuan Tianming's ramblings. If deities truly existed, how could they allow the world to descend into its current state? Why must it always be about the manager? Ultimately, the conversation drifted back to the manager, so Zhuqiuan Tianming decided to broach the topic. He knew I'd harbored a strong dislike for the manager, even holding a grudge against him. Coupled with the fact that the manager was the most powerful ghoul of SSS rank besides her, he felt it was fitting to discuss. Yet, the manager was still Ide's father. Is that man truly a qualified father? Who would abandon their own child? To her, I am merely a burden. If it were not for me, my mother would not have died. Zhuqiuan Tianming recognized the depth of Ide's misunderstanding regarding the manager. She believed he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned her. However, what parent does not love their child? If not for the pursuit by the V organization, the manager would not have been compelled to entrust her to his most trusted friend, Naruto, and would have kept a watchful eye over her. It was merely that Ide had not realized this. Had the manager truly deemed Fang Xuan'ai a burden, he would not have entrusted her to someone he trusted most, nor would he have disguised himself as the one-eyed owl to attack the CCG, resulting in his arm being severed by Arima Kishu. Even so, he continued to care for his daughter. His intentions were simply misguided. Just as Ide had misjudged him, he had also misinterpreted Ide's feelings, believing she did not wish to see him or receive his care. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity for them to have a proper conversation. Misunderstandings cannot be resolved without communication from both parties. Thus, the atmosphere fell silent once more. Zhuqiuan Tianming sensed that Fang Xuan'ai had likely forgiven him. Her current anger stemmed solely from his interference with the manager's plans. I must take my leave. There are numerous matters to attend to at the Bronze Tree. Are you not staying in Hokkaido for the night? Zhuqiuan Tianming had no intention of rushing back to Tokyo. Now that Kaneki and the manager were safe, he planned to investigate other regions in due time. Fang Xuan'ai rose from her seat, lingering without haste to depart. Fool. After scolding him, she swiftly exited the scene. Hearing that familiar term of endearment, Zhuqiuan Tianming smiled faintly. It seemed she was no longer upset. A month later, after a month of scrutiny, food suitable for ghouls revealed no adverse effects, leading to mass production and alleviating the crisis of food scarcity. During this period, Zhuqiuan Tianming first visited Daiban, where Jukiyama Shu and Rin were responsible for ghoul management. Most ghouls here had been centralized, and compared to Hokkaido, the ghouls in this area were significantly weaker, making them amenable to management. After all, this way, they could obtain food without the risk of being captured by investigators and with minimal restrictions. Subsequently, Zhuqiuan Tianming traveled to several surrounding areas to assess the situation of ghouls, determining that the next area for ghoul management would be Kyoto. It was, aside from Tokyo, the region with the highest concentration of ghouls, although there were no SSS-ranked ghouls. The number of SS-ranked ghouls reached an astonishing 11, alongside 6 ghoul organizations. This area was undoubtedly the most challenging to manage. However, before proceeding, Zhuqiuan Tianming needed to return to Tokyo briefly to ascertain Kaneki's status, especially since Ide had agreed to his suggestion to have a conversation with the manager. Don't run away. Haizei, wielding a quinqua previously used by Arima Kishu, chased after the ghoul ahead. The ghoul had been cornered, with no escape route remaining. Due to his amnesia, Haizei had seldom utilized his kakuja in battle. However, his innate physical prowess, combined with Arima Kishu's rigorous training, had elevated his strength to approximately A rank. The CCG had begun researching artificial ghouls due to Haizei's identity, selecting suitable candidates for augmentation, though it remained in the testing phase and had yet to be officially implemented. You cannot escape. Come with me to the ghoul prison. The ghoul in front possessed crucial intelligence, preventing Haizei from killing him outright, hence his attempt to persuade the creature. What nonsense are you spouting? I am free. The ghoul disregarded Haizei's entreaties and launched an attack. Damn it, where is Haizei? Toka anxiously searched for Haizei's figure. They had a plan for the capture, but due to some missteps, the ghoul had managed to flee, leaving Haizei to pursue alone. Toka was not overly concerned for Haizei's safety. Given his original SSS strength, defeating an A-rank ghoul would have been effortless, but only if he retained his memories. What truly worried her was whether Kaneki would go berserk due to injury. If that occurred, it would spell trouble, as an SSS Kakuja in a rage was beyond the capacity of their current team to handle. Thus, she had to find him before Hyzai lost control. "What's the matter, kid? Can you handle this?" Hyzai was sent flying by a Kakuja, his quinqua landing far away. Struggling to rise, he found his head pinned beneath the foot of the ghoul. "Honestly, I thought you were strong." The ghoul continued to stomp on Hyzai's head, completely oblivious to the fact that Hyzai's back began to writhe, and a Kakuja pierced through the ghoul's skull. "What is this? Is this truly my Kakuja?" Although Hyzai had learned from Kaneki that he belonged to the half-ghoul category, he had scarcely utilized his Kakuja due to his amnesia. Had it not been for the relentless attacks on his head by ghouls today, he would not have awakened the Kakuja within him. "Hyzai, it's you, Akira." Akira Mato arrived at the scene, observing the decapitated body before Hyzai and the bloodied Kakuja behind him. It seems that he has indeed tapped into his Kakuja. Yet, it appears that he has not regained his memories, as an expression of bewilderment adorned Hyzai's face. At this moment, Hyzai was indeed in a state of confusion. He could not comprehend how his Kakuja had suddenly emerged from behind him, nor why he had initiated an assault against the ghoul before him. However, the continued assault on his head felt oddly familiar, as if he had inadvertently taken a life that was meant to be captured alive. Apologetically, he expressed his regret to Akira for unintentionally killing the ghoul. "It's all right, as long as you're unharmed." Akira had grown accustomed to such incidents, knowing she would have to clean up after him yet again. Chapter 88. Misunderstandings between father and daughter resolved apologies. I cannot fathom why it emerged so suddenly. As Hyzai spoke, he gazed at his Kakuja, which was markedly different from the one he had known before his memory loss. It bore a striking resemblance to a tail Kakuja, its entire form a deep crimson, devoid of its original scales, with a bifurcation at the end likely resulting from consuming an excessive amount of Kakuja and the degeneration caused by a decrease in RC cells. Hyzai reached out to caress his Kakuja. It felt smooth and seemingly soft, yet possessed a remarkable hardness. "It seems somewhat different now," Akira murmured, observing Hyzai's altered Kakuja. "What is it?" Hyzai inquired, puzzled. "Nothing, but what transpired just now." Akira was particularly curious about the events that led to Hyzai's Kakuja breaking through its confines, which were meant to regulate the RC cell content within him. If Hyzai had sustained significant injuries, resulting in a breach of the confines to ensure his survival, it would be understandable, yet he appeared to be in perfect health. Thus, Hyzai recounted the incident of the ghoul continuously kicking his head, speaking with a hint of bewilderment and a touch of grievance, as if confiding in a mother. After listening, Akira covered her face, deducing that the kicks had likely evoked painful memories of the past, when Kaneki had inflicted anguish upon him. Extending her hand toward the kneeling Hyzai, she said, "Let's go. I will explain the situation later." Hyzai obediently nodded, grasping Akira's hand as he stood up. "It seems you are quite content now, Kaneki." High above, three figures observed Hyzai and Akira as they departed. Jukiyama, along with his sisters, Kanna and Chiron. "Brother, he appears to be doing well, doesn't he?" "Indeed, Shiro. Should we continue to follow them?" It was undeniable that Akira had filled the void left by Kaneki's lack of maternal affection during his childhood. Though strict at times, she genuinely cared for the present Kaneki. However, one could only wonder how she would react upon discovering that Kaneki was the one who had taken her father's life. "Just keep a distant watch on Kaneki. Inform me should he lose control or break through again." At that moment, as Hyzai walked away with Akira, he sensed a peculiar aroma, turning his gaze towards the spot where Jukiyama and the others had been, yet finding nothing. What an intriguing scent. And why does it feel so familiar? Could it be that my sense of smell is failing me? "What is it?" Akira asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Perhaps I am merely overthinking." Hyzai's words left her bewildered. When had he begun to exhibit such behavior? Slightly annoyed, she gently tapped his head. "Speak clearly. Do not leave me guessing." Hyzai paused, rubbing his head. "I just caught a whiff of something unusual, reminiscent of humanity, yet I see no one around." Akira was aware that ghouls possessed exceptionally acute senses. But given the evacuation of residents due to the CCG's actions, there should be no humans present. It was likely a side effect of the recent breakthrough that had skewed his senses. Following Hyzai's gaze, Akira noted only a few doves perched nearby. With that, she chose not to dwell on the matter further and departed with Hyzai, carrying the ghoul's corpse. In District 20, at Re Cafe, a masked customer entered, accompanied by a petite girl with green hair. As it was nearing closing time, the cafe was devoid of other patrons. Apologies, but we are about to close. May I ask who you are? Tuka had hoped her words would prompt the visitor to leave, but upon catching the scent, she halted her actions, staring in disbelief at the figure standing at the door. Mr. Jukiyama. Though Tuka knew that Jukiyama had saved the manager and others, they had not been in contact for nearly 4 months since he was wanted by the CCG and had discarded his phone. How did he know about their new cafe? Was it merely a coincidence? Long time no see. Tuka, is the manager around? Tuka nodded. At that moment, the manager, having overheard the loud exclamation, rushed downstairs and was greeted by the sight of Jukiyama alongside Ayato. The two locked eyes, yet neither knew how to address the other. Why don't you have a good chat with the manager? Jukiyama gently nudged Ayato, casting a glance at the manager, signaling his hope that this conversation could alleviate the misunderstandings between father and son. Subsequently, Ayato followed the manager upstairs. After preparing a cup of coffee for Jukiyama, Tuka sat across from him, inquiring, Mr. Jukiyama, does your girlfriend need to speak with the manager about something? I believe I may have mentioned her name to you, Ayato. As she pondered, she recalled that Jukiyama had introduced Ayato to her during an outing with Kaneki, and that her surname was also Jukiyama. Wait, could it be? Indeed, she is the manager's daughter. Upon hearing this, Tuka gazed at the ceiling, curious about their conversation upstairs. Would you like to know about Kaneki's current situation? However, Tuka was quickly drawn back to Jukiyama's words. Her concern for Kaneki's well-being overshadowed her curiosity about the conversation between the manager and Ayato. Jukiyama then relayed the news of Kaneki's transformation into a CCG investigator, his amnesia, and his new name, Sasaki Hizei, stating that it would soon come to light anyway. So sharing it now would have no consequences. At the very least, it alleviates their constant anxiety regarding Kaneki's safety. Is that so? Losing one's memory implies forgetting oneself. Donato gazed down at the necklace resting against her chest. Ever since Kaneki departed from the 20th ward, she had worn it as though he had never truly left. As if he were always by her side, watching over her. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. By joining the ranks of humanity, she no longer had to grow stronger at the peril of her life to protect those she cared for. He had merely returned to his original form, capable of forging new friendships among humans and leading a life of normalcy. This thought offered Donato some solace. Would it not be regrettable, however, to watch companions and loved ones transform into strangers or adversaries? One might feel a tinge of sorrow. Nevertheless, life could continue blissfully. Such kindness. Jugen knew that both Kaneki and Donato were exceptionally benevolent souls. Their concern for the safety of their comrades surpassed all else, standing in stark contrast to Jugen and Ado. Jugen and Ado were those who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, indifferent to the potential harm to their companions as long as their objectives were fulfilled. Meanwhile, Ado, positioned upstairs, began to converse. He learned that the manager had not intended to abandon him. He had been pursued by the V organization and, weakened from starvation, could no longer continue fleeing with Ado, ultimately entrusting her to Noro. After escaping the clutches of the V organization and replenishing his strength, he sought vengeance for his mother. But the overwhelming numbers and strength of V's members led to failure. This adjustment allows for Ado's easier forgiveness of the manager. After abandoning his quest for revenge, the manager aimed to return to the 24th ward to bring Ado back, hoping to carve out a life together within human society. However, he discovered that both Ado and Noro had vanished. Yet, when Ado turned 14, she led her team in an assault on CCG. Upon learning that the ghoul was a one-eyed individual, he deduced that it was indeed his daughter. In an effort to shield her from becoming a target for the V organization, he disguised himself as a raven and attacked CCG, diverting their attention from both himself and the V organization. To guide his child back onto the right path, the manager opened a cafe in the 20th ward, the Antique Cafe, hoping to convey to Ado that even half-ghouls could coexist peacefully with humans. After hearing this, Ado took a sip of coffee, having long believed that her birth had caused her mother's death, leading to her abandonment by her father. It turned out she had misunderstood. He had left her in the 24th ward to protect her, while he sought revenge on those responsible for her mother's demise. Yet, even with this revelation, Ado did not accept the manager's ideology of gathering ghouls for protection, especially in a diminutive 20th ward. Such measures could not alter the world. While he could safeguard the ghouls of the 20th ward, those in other regions remained at risk of being slaughtered by CCG. Ado desired a profound transformation of the world, and formidable strength was essential. The most suitable candidate for such power was none other than Jugen, who possessed the strength to bear the title of One-Eyed King. However, Ado swiftly dismissed this notion, partly due to Kaniki's nearing ascension to kingship and her concerns regarding Jugen's transformations. She questioned whether wielding that power would ultimately consume his life. Ado was not willing to gamble, yet she believed that some sacrifices were necessary for the sake of her dream. Kaniki's situation had yet to stabilize, and Dr. Kanu was unable to conduct experiments without suitable kakuja. Ado turned to the manager, sharing her thoughts in hopes of enlisting his support. Well, Mr. Jugen, the manager, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of concern. Though he felt indebted and genuinely wished to assist Ado, he realized that if any complications arose, he would cease immediately. After reflecting, the manager concluded that Ado would not overreach, thus he consented. Ado paused, surprised that the manager had genuinely agreed. I'm not entirely certain. Let us discuss the plan later. The misunderstandings between Ado and the manager were largely resolved. However, Ado, having grown up without a father, found their conversation awkward and lacking in depth. Therefore, she decided to take her leave, but before she could exit, the manager called out to her. Could you? Ado, perplexed, looked back at the manager, who, usually composed, now bore a hint of tension. Could you call me Dad? Ado was taken aback by such a request. She had never addressed him as father or dad, having mostly observed him from a distance. Daddy. As the manager stood momentarily stunned, Ado departed, leaving him smiling. Ado had finally acknowledged his identity as her father, and it was truly thanks to Mr. Jugen. However, Ado's plan seemed rather audacious. It was possible that Mr. Jugen might harbor jealousy, thus it appeared that he would need to act as a mediator. Upon encountering Ado, Jugen inquired, "Finished?" Ado nodded gently. It seemed the manager had clarified everything. The misunderstandings were resolved, and there was no longer a need to worry about the manager being confined. If Ado required subjects for her experiments, she would likely seek out the Mother of Chaos or the Steelbird, as they were both complete kakuja users capable of producing formidable artificial ghouls. However, Rin was currently absent from Tokyo, and Heizei Roma had vanished without a trace. Even if Ado managed to locate Heizei Roma, with the assistance of Judo Nifuji, she could easily facilitate Heizei Roma's escape. Goodbye. Enjoy the newly developed coffee. Before departing, Jugen gave Donato a thumbs up, for indeed, the new coffee was significantly superior in flavor. Jugen and Ado walked together down the dimly lit street. Strolling like this seemed a distant memory. How long had it been? Jugen pondered. A complimentary gift for you, thank you. Chapter 89. The Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. It seemed the last time was on the day it snowed in Tokyo. After being pursued by CCG, he had left Tokyo, and following the exposure of his identity, he had scarcely interacted with Ado. Their relationship now seemed to have morphed into a delicate dance. Jugen yearned to take Ado's hand, yet she evaded him. Was she still upset with him? Reluctantly, Jugen withdrew his hand, not feeling rushed, for even if they reconciled completely, there would be little time left to spend by Ado's side. Fang Xuanite was not truly angry with Jiuquan Tianming. She had retaliated and understood the reasons behind his concealment. Yet, she found herself uncertain about how to face him. After all, it was likely that Jiuquan Tianming had followed her to her current residence. She instructed him to wait at the door. Before long, she emerged from her house, tossing a mobile phone towards him. "If you need to contact me later, just send me a message using this phone," she said. Jiuquan Tianming longed to inform her that although he had discarded his original phone number, he still retained the one associated with the white mask, which she could use to reach him. Nevertheless, he merely nodded and accepted the phone. Fang Xuanite extended her hand, pointing at him with a gentle smile. "If you fail to respond to my message within 24 hours, you shall face dire consequences. Furthermore, regardless of your intentions, you must keep me informed. Do you hear me? I fear that one day you might vanish without a trace." Jiuquan Tianming found her concern rather unexpected. Was she worried that he might do something to disrupt her plans? In truth, he only needed to follow the original narrative, with the only potential concern being the incident involving the Jukiyama family. However, he was not infatuated with Kaneki and doubted he would become a mere shell of himself due to Kaneki's absence. Jiuquan Tianming had intended to stay at Fang Xuanite's home for the night, but he reflected on her apparent irritation towards him. Remembering how she had not even allowed him to touch her earlier, it was best not to make things awkward. He decided to be patient with her. However, where would he spend the night? The villa Kaneki had rented had been vacated due to his frequent travels to other areas, and the CCG was keeping an eye on his family home. The feeling of having no place to return to was quite disheartening. Perhaps Jukiyama had returned to Tokyo. Maybe he could stay at his place for a few days. Once Jiochuan Tianming departed, Fang Suanite returned to her room, wrapping herself tightly in a quilt, leaving only her head exposed. Her expression was grave as she bit her nails. It was all that person's fault for not sharing anything with her, leading to their current predicament. How frustrating. Should she proceed with the plan? Perhaps she was overthinking it. Nonetheless, the experiments at Dr. Kanu's laboratory could continue. But before that, she decided to observe him closely. Fang Suanite gazed at the photo of herself and Jiochuan Tianming, then reclined on her bed, slowly closing her eyes. She hoped she was merely overthinking things. At the Jukiyama residence, Jukiyama Shu admired the beautifully plated pieces of meat, slightly charred on the surface, exuding a savory aroma. The delectable sight elicited genuine admiration from him. As he salivated over the meal, he remained oblivious to the figure that had quietly entered the room behind him. The meat, carrying the scent of Jiochuan Tianming, masked his presence. "Is this how you consume my flesh?" Jiochuan Tianming's voice thundered in Jukiyama Shu's ear, causing him to stiffen and turn around, bewildered to find Jiochuan Tianming staring at him. "Master, how did you come to be here?" he exclaimed, panic rising within him. If Master learned that he had brought back some of the experimental meat, he would be in serious trouble. Jiochuan Tianming surmised the origin of the meat. So that was why he had been so generous in assisting him with the company. It all made sense now. Yet, he decided to let it slide, as it had indeed alleviated a significant burden for him. He later realized that he did not possess enough funds to purchase the company. Not even a tenth of the required amount, let alone cover the subsequent research expenses, which were exorbitant. He could not help but envy the wealth of someone like Jukiyama Shu. "I've told you not to call me master. Just address me as Jiochuan Sensei as before." "It feels odd for a man to call me master," Jiochuan Tianming replied, puzzled by why Jukiyama Shu had begun referring to him as such after their encounter at the Ghoul restaurant. Was it because he had consumed his flesh? "Very well, Jiochuan Sensei," Jukiyama Shu replied, relieved that Jiochuan Tianming had not pressed further about the meat's origins. "Shu, what is happening?" At that moment, the door swung open, and a man in a suit with short purple hair barged in. "Who are you? Do not harm my show." Yi, having overheard Jukiyama Shu's shout, rushed in, only to see Jiochuan Tianming standing behind him. To Yi, this unfamiliar figure appeared to be a threat to Shu. Without hesitation, she launched an attack on Jiochuan Tianming, who deftly dodged while countering her assault. "Shu." Jiochuan Tianming recognized Yi, knowing that Jukiyama's servants typically referred to him as young master, making her unique in her address. Ye's peculiar personality fluctuated with Jukiyama Shu's mood. She yearned for love and adored him, secretly wishing to possess him entirely, resenting the thought of sharing his smile with anyone else. This led her to initially plot against Kaneki, hoping to sever Shu's ties to him. Yet, witnessing Shu's gradual decline, she ultimately decided to help him find Kaneki. However, due to her identity and responsibilities, she had to conceal her true gender and feelings. Her affection for him resulted in her becoming a mere shell, leading to a confrontation with Kaneki and ultimately meeting Fang Suanite, who then reprogrammed her. Yi had become stronger through the consumption of her own life force, all in pursuit of safeguarding Jukiyama Shu, ultimately sacrificing herself to save him. A tragic yet devoted soul. She hoped that, with Shu no longer infatuated with Kaneki, she might have a chance to be with him. But Shu, that oblivious being, no? Perhaps it was more accurate to say he was mentally unstable, had yet to realize that Yi was a girl, despite having lived together for so long. But then again, he seemed only to care about food. "Yi, stop. This is my beloved." "No, wait. If I say that, Jukiyama Sensei might kill me." "I mean, master." No, that's wrong. Jukiyama Sensei just told me not to call him master." Jukiyama Shu pondered, stroking his chin as he contemplated how best to explain Jukiyama Sensei. Jukiyama Tianming could only feel exasperated. Could she not simply refer to him as a friend? Meanwhile, Yi appeared utterly defeated, her expression shattered at the mention of Jukiyama Shu's beloved. It is inconceivable, impossible. How could this individual be the most cherished person of Lord Shi? How could Lord Shi possibly develop affections for a mere human? It must be a fabrication, an absurdity. Why must it be a man? Rather than harboring feelings for him, Lord Shi should rather favor me. Ye's eyes turned crimson, and the manifestation of her powers emerged behind her. Initially, she intended to capture Zhou Tianming for interrogation, as she had believed him to be an assassin. However, upon learning that he was the beloved of Yushanshi, she resolved to show no mercy. He must be eliminated. It was imperative. Once he is gone, Lord Yushan shall return to me. What is wrong with Yushanshi? Why does he remain there, oblivious to the devastation that has befallen his quarters? Zhou Tianming seized Ye's powers, pulling them towards himself, and grasped her neck, pinning her against the ground. He exerted little force, merely creating a dent in the floor beneath them. Yi struggled vehemently, desperate to resist, but her body was overwhelmed with pain, rendering her nearly powerless. Let me go? I will never relinquish Lord Shi to you. What on earth are you babbling about? Zhou Tianming replied. Wait a moment. He cannot possibly suspect that I have an affair with Yushanshi, can he? Yet, the words spoken by Lord Shi could easily lead to such misunderstandings. No wonder she is incensed. It is known that her affection for Lord Shi borders on obsession, though perhaps not as extreme as that of a Yandere. It is certainly close. The commotion attracted the attention of Yushanshi, who turned to witness the wreckage of his room and the sight of Yi pinned beneath Zhou Tianming. Mr. Zhou, what on earth is happening here? He inquired, looking perplexed, seemingly unconcerned about the state of his chamber. You explain it. Zhou Tianming released his grip on Yi, who attempted to retaliate, only to discover her limbs rendered powerless, the force of his earlier strike having shattered her bones. After Zhou Tianming exited the room, Yushanshi helped Yi to her feet. Yi, what were you both doing? Lord Shi, why? Why would you develop feelings for a man, though he is handsome and powerful? Your noble lineage cannot. Although Yi did not wish for Yushanshi to associate with the women of his family, the reality was that in such prominent families, bloodlines were preserved within, preventing them from mingling with outsiders. She was but a fugitive, unworthy of standing beside Yushanshi. Thus, she had concealed her emotions. Yet the self-consumption within such families often led to defects in offspring, impairing their ability to store RC cells, and consequently, they could not produce additional He packages for RC cell storage. This explains why, in the original tale, Yushanshi transformed into a ghoul, not due to starvation, but rather from an overabundance of RC cells resulting from consuming too many humans and ghouls. The excess could neither be stored nor expelled like in humans, leading to an uncontrollable surge of RC cells. However, it appeared that Yushanshi had overcome this affliction. After consuming Zhou Tianming's flesh and blood, the defects had vanished, allowing him to produce He packages normally once more. Mr. Zhou is the person I respect the most. Of course, I would harbor feelings for him. In the eyes of Yushanshi, Zhou Tianming represented divine salvation, deserving of his unwavering support. Whatever Zhou Tianming desired, he would strive to obtain with all his might. Most respected? Is that truly what you believe? How fortunate that it was merely a misunderstanding. But how did that fellow infiltrate the Yushan household? I have never encountered him before. Did he sneak in? Yi gradually regained her composure as Yushanshi lifted her. Wait, Lord Shi, I can manage on my own. Feeling a twinge of anxiety and embarrassment as Yushanshi cradled her, she realized just how gentle he was. Do not be stubborn, Mr. Zhou attack is not something one can easily withstand. Yushanshi placed Yi gently upon his bed, intending to converse with Zhou Tianming regarding his presence and any matters he wished to discuss, while also fetching some meat to aid in her recovery. Mr. Zhou, did you come to see me for a specific reason? As Yushanshi approached, Zhou Tianming was gazing out the window at the moon. Is it a full moon? Indeed, today appears to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, in Neon, it seems to be referred to as the 15th night. I do long for mooncakes filled with salted egg yolk. It has nearly been 2 years since I arrived in this world. How swiftly time passes. By the way, are mooncakes available in Neon? I have not paid much attention. I hope they are. Mr. Zhou, are you feeling homesick? Yushanshi observed Zhou Tianming's fixation on the moon, recalling that he seemed to hail from the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, his family must still reside there. Perhaps a little. As I have been away for quite some time, then why not return to the Dragon Kingdom for a visit? After all, it is merely a few days' journey. Yushanshi felt puzzled. The Dragon Kingdom was just a sea away from Neon. Why would Mr. Zhou not wish to return? To Yushanshi, Mr. Zhou always seemed rather unoccupied. Zhou Tianming did not respond to Yushanshi's query, for even if he returned to the Dragon Kingdom, he would not see his parents, as they were not in this world. Yet, perhaps there would be an opportunity to return, should he take Aite along? He suspected they would be stopped by the RC checkpoint. as he had heard that every customs entry in the Dragon Kingdom was equipped with RC checkpoints to prevent expelled ghouls from sneaking back in. However, if he concealed AI within the Kimui space, he might evade detection. You must have extra rooms here. Zhuchuan Tianming had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. The day was waning, and he requested Yushan she prepare a room for him, as he intended to rest here for some time. Mr. Zhuchuan, do you wish to rest here? I will have someone prepare it immediately. Upon hearing this, Yushanshi hurried away. Soon after, Yushanshi returned with the stored flesh and blood from the family, which he consumed, gradually regaining her strength and expressing her apologies to Zhuchuan Tianming. Zhuchuan Tianming did not take offense, recognizing that it was primarily Yushanshi's ambiguous remarks that had incited Ye's outburst. Mr. Zhuchuan, this is the room prepared for you by Lord Shi. Should you require anything, you may instruct the servants outside. Yi led him to an opulent room, its decor rivaling that of Yushanshi's own quarters. This room is designated for esteemed guests and is not to be occupied without the express command of Lord Shi or the master of the house. By the way, you are a woman, aren't you? Zhuchuan Tianming tilted his head, observing Yi. Although she appeared unremarkable at first glance, a closer inspection revealed subtle hints. Yet, Yushanshi had not focused on this aspect at all. Mr. Zhuchuan, what are you saying? How could I possibly be a girl? That joke is hardly amusing. Upon hearing his words, Yi visibly trembled, her voice becoming increasingly stammered. The matter concerning your identity as a female is well known among the members of the Jukiyama family. Hence there is no need for concealment. I assure you, I am not so idle as to disclose your identity to Jukiyama Shu. Upon hearing that Jiquan Tianming would not reveal her true identity to Jukiyama Shu, Yi let out a sigh of relief. As long as Shu remains unaware of her identity, she can continue to accompany him as a boy, and her unexpressed feelings can remain hidden. Mr. Jiquan, how did you come to this conclusion? She asked. Isn't it rather obvious? Your voice and physique lean towards femininity, making it easy to discern, he replied. Is that so? Well, apart from Shu, I suppose most can see through it, Yi mused. You have feelings for Jukiyama Shu, don't you? Jiquan's words stirred a tempest within her heart. If he could deduce her identity, how could he possibly perceive her affection for Shu? Yi believed she had concealed her emotions well. No one should be able to detect them. Yet, this unreciprocated love gnawed at her soul. Are you jesting, Mr. Jiquan? Ye's expression turned serious. She wished to mask her vulnerabilities and inner turmoil from him. Do you know the meaning of the sunflower? It signifies my eyes only see you, just as yours only seem to see Jukiyama Shu, Jiquan remarked, intent on fostering a connection between Yi and Shu. In his view, if the Jukiyama family continued its insular practices, the physical flaws in future generations would only multiply. The only path to change lay in abandoning those decaying rules and allowing their bloodline to mingle with others. That does not necessarily imply I harbor feelings for Shu. As a servant, it is only natural to be prepared to protect one's master, Yi countered. Miss Yi, you are a product of close kinship, are you not? After all, you belong to the cadet branch of the Jukiyama family. Yi's expression shifted to one of shock. How could he possibly know this? Only the head of the family and a select few should be aware of her true identity. Originally a member of the German Ghoul family, the Roswolds, she had fled with her mother, Emma, and two elder brothers when their home was raided. Tragically, her mother succumbed shortly after their escape, and her brothers perished while protecting her, leaving her as the sole survivor. Ultimately, she had fled to the Jukiyama family to revive the Roswold lineage as its heir, fulfilling her father's last wishes, and adopted the name Yi. As a core member of the Jukiyama cadet branch, she was bound by the same customs of consanguinity as her own parents had been. How do you know all this? She questioned. I know much more than you might imagine. Do you not feel resentment? Unable to be with the one you love? Resentment? What does it matter? The head of the family would never allow someone like me to be with Shu. I cannot indulge in such thoughts. I must remain a loyal servant, she replied. Admitting her feelings for Jukiyama Shu, her eyes reflected her unfulfilled longing. Rest assured, it will happen. After all, close kinship is hardly a favorable situation. Yi wished to inquire further about Jiquan's meaning, but he remained silent. Shortly after Yi departed, Jukiyama Shu burst in, carrying a bundle of rice dumplings. Mr. Jiquan, look what I've brought you. Dumplings? Jiquan expressed curiosity about Shi's intentions. Yes, Mr. Jiquan. I had someone specially bring these for you. But why dumplings? Shouldn't it be mooncakes? Shi's confusion was evident. Ah, but we are in Neon, where the customs differ from those of the Dragon Country. During the Mid-Autumn Festival here, We eat rice dumplings instead of mooncakes. Did you buy these specifically for me? Just because of what I said earlier? How very much in character for you. Jukiyama Shu, Jiquan remarked as he unwrapped one of the dumplings. Transparent? This isn't even a glutinous rice dumpling. It's a crystal dumpling. How unfortunate. I was hoping to reminisce about the flavors of home. In Neon, glutinous rice dumplings do exist. Yet they are relatively inexpensive. Jukiyama Shu deemed ordinary dumplings unworthy for Jiquan, thus instructing the servants to procure the more costly variety, resulting in the current predicament. Though Jiquan had tasted crystal dumplings before, he found them merely palatable, lacking the extraordinary quality he had hoped for. The flavor of the dumplings Shu brought was similar to those he had previously encountered, albeit with red bean paste filling. Upon tasting, Jiquan discovered them to be rather pleasant. How do they taste, Mr. Jiquan? Shu inquired, eager for Jiquan's opinion. Should he express dissatisfaction, Shu would immediately send for a replacement. Decent enough, Jiquan replied. Noticing the abundance of dumplings, he realized he could not consume them all alone and offered one to Shu. Would you like to try? Only then did he remember Shu was a ghoul and could not partake of human food, as it would adversely affect him, and he would not be able to appreciate the taste. Did you personally peel this dumpling for me? It must be incredibly delicious, Shu said, unhesitatingly accepting the dumpling and popping it into his mouth, a blissful smile gracing his face. You need not force yourself, Jiquan noted, observing that Shu's expression suggested he was not indeed being coerced. In truth, the taste of the dumpling had not changed. It was still difficult to swallow. However, Shu's perception led him to believe that anything Jiquan presented was delectable. Mr. Arima, come and eat some dumplings. Haizai called, seated beside Hirako, who had a plate of dumplings before him. Arima had just completed a mission and found Haizai and the others waiting for him. Due to his framework, Haizai's RC cell count was only around 600, and being a modified ghoul made his body lean more towards humanity. Thus, he could consume small amounts of human food and even discern its flavors, but overindulgence would still have consequences. Mr. Arima, you must be quite exhausted. Despite it being a holiday, you still had to undertake a mission, Hirako remarked. His cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and he began to tease Arima, who had just returned. How ridiculous. It's supposed to be a holiday, yet they still assign us tasks, he exclaimed, striking the table with his cup. Miss Masahira, have you indulged in another bout of intoxication? Arima Takeuchi inquired, casting a concerned glance at Seiya. With a resigned shake of his head, Seiya reflected on his futile attempts to persuade Masahira to moderate her drinking. Unfortunately, she seemed impervious to reason. Once intoxicated, she transformed entirely, a fact that left him exasperated. Masahira had initially intended to spend the holiday alone at home, given that she had lost all her family and her closest friends had vanished without a trace. However, upon receiving a sudden assignment from the CCG, she found herself at Arima Takeuchi's residence after the mission, having casually picked up a few bottles of beer along the way, hoping to share a meal with them. To her dismay, she discovered that she was the only one among the group who could drink. Given the higher ranks of Arima and Hibiko, she could not compel them to join her, leaving her with no choice but to threaten Seiya into accompanying her. Ultimately, after a few sips, Seiya, unable to endure the unpleasant taste of the beverage, opted to abstain. It's not about the flavor, but rather the experience, Masahira lamented. She found herself reminiscing about carefree days spent at the bar with Rizuru Main, sharing beers and exchanging playful jabs. I wonder how you are faring now. Are you still alive? All right. Senior Masahira, let me take you home, Seiya said, observing the inebriated state of Masahira and deciding it was time to escort her back. Masahira, in a tipsy haze, poked Seiya's face with her finger, spinning it playfully as she protested. Do you think I'm drunk? I assure you, I am perfectly sober. What are you doing, Seiya? Mr. Arima, we shall take our leave now, Masahira declared, still oblivious to her surroundings as Seiya pulled her through the door. I told you I'm not drunk, she exclaimed, but soon collapsed against Seiya. I did warn you to drink less, Seiya remarked with a sigh, fully aware that this situation was inevitable. Fortunately, past experiences had equipped him to handle such instances with ease, as he supported Masahira towards her home. Upon reaching the entrance, he located the spare key she had left under the doormat, unlocked the door, and was greeted by a chaotic scene of empty bottles strewn across the floor. I distinctly remember tidying up when I last visited, he muttered, exasperated. Gently, he laid Masahira on her bed and began to clean the disarrayed room. Despite having only been gone for 3 days, the mess was inexplicable. Unbeknownst to him, Masahira had been drowning in guilt over the disappearance of her 2 dearest friends, blaming herself for their fate, convinced that her poor decisions had led to their absence. As Seiya wiped the sweat from his brow and approached her side, he whispered, "Senior Masahira, I must take my leave now. Good night." Just as he turned to depart, he felt her grasp his arm tightly, tears glistening in her eyes as she murmured, "No, don't leave me, please." Seiya, puzzled by her distress, wondered what could be troubling her. Due to his own secretive background linked to a Monogatari, he remained unaware of the plight surrounding Masahira's friends. He knelt beside her, offering gentle reassurances, "Do not worry. I will not abandon you." Although his words somewhat eased her turmoil, she still clung to his hand, unwilling to let go.